Hello everyone's like subscriber and share fanfiction audiobooks channel for next part. Chapter 1. After 100,000 years, I finally got out of trouble. South Underworld, Tianyun Continent. In the sky above the Kangxian Mountains, a figure in green robe stood silently, his eyes were like torches, his breath was obscure, he looked up to the sky and laughed. The handsome face seemed to be filled with a lot of excitement and joy. His name is Lin Feng. 100,000 years ago, after the soul from the earth transmigrated to this world, he possessed a baby and grew up from there. That was also the time. Only then did he realize that this was a world where martial arts was respected. The strong look at the sky, while the weak lie on the ground and become slaves. Life and death were wanton and extremely cruel. Although he has been practicing hard since he was a child, he has never made any progress and his talent is ordinary. The waiting Goldfinger never came. Until the 20th year. In order to treat his sister's illness, he came to the Shiwen mountain behind the Kangxian mountains to look for Xianyang grass. He was trapped in a restricted area for 100,000 years, unable to escape. It was only today that he finally managed to get out of trouble and return to the outside world. One can imagine how excited Lin Feng was. That restricted area is extremely mysterious. There are countless treasures inside. There are even a handful of fallen powerful men from the Holy Realm and the Venerable Realm. With the help of the skills, treasures, elixirs, etc. left behind by them, Lin Feng has cultivated his own cultivation to a level that is unmatched by others. Only then did he smash the restricted space with one punch and successfully come out. Today he doesn't know what the realm of cultivation is. He only knew that during the first 10,000 years of being trapped in the forbidden space, his cultivation level had reached the Venerable Realm. But even so, he still failed to break through the penalty area. He continued to practice crazily for the remaining 90,000 years. Finally arrived after the 100,000th year. Today, he found that he could shake the restricted space. He finally got out of trouble. Lin Feng sighed with joy in his heart, but at the same time he was also extremely fearful. He was extremely afraid of that restricted space. Although I don't know what its origin is, but it must be extraordinary to have trapped him for so many years, and he didn't intend to delve into it. Instead, his figure moved and then disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already standing silently in front of a mansion in a prosperous city. Haven't been home for so many years. I don't know how the Lin family is doing. Every time he thought about this issue, Lin Feng felt a burst of sadness in his heart. The joy on his face that he had just escaped from trouble disappeared in an instant. 100,000 years. Enough to replace countless dynasties. What's more, it's a small Lin family. His parents and younger siblings are probably no longer alive, leaving him alone. Lin Feng felt sad. Now Lin Feng only hopes that he can still find a descendant of the Lin family. Help it and let it grow. Young master, you are back? Where have you been in the past 10 years? The master and his wife had a hard time looking for you. Just when Lin Feng was stunned. At this time, an old and vicissitudes of voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Lin Feng was shocked and immediately looked back. A beggar in rags and a weird-looking old man suddenly appeared in front of him. The moment I met this person, Lin Feng's eyes froze, and the vague memories from 100,000 years ago gradually became clearer. Until a while later, he suddenly woke up and recognized the person in front of him. Uncle Fu? Is that you? How did you become like this? Where are my parents, my second brother, and my third sister? Seeing Uncle Fu appearing in front of him, Lin Feng was first shocked, then surprised and angry. Then there are doubts and worries. What surprised him was that he had been in the restricted space for 100,000 years, but only 10 years had passed outside. This is undoubtedly better than any news for him. He was angry. How could the mighty Lin Fufu, the former chief manager of the Lin mansion, turn into such a beggar now? Where did his parents and siblings go? What happened to the Lin family? This couldn't help but give Lin Feng a bad feeling in his heart. Fu Bo's voice was hoarse. Seeing the former young master appear, tears were streaming down his face. There seem to be thousands of grievances and pains in my heart that I want to express. Lin Feng frowned slightly when he saw this. With a wave of his sleeves and robe, he took Fu Bo to a different place. I came to the most prosperous restaurant in Tianluo City, booked a private room, and set up a barrier. Then he quietly waited for Fu Bo to explain. Uncle Fu, you said I've only disappeared for 10 years. What happened to the Lin family in the past 10 years? Lin Feng forced himself to calm down, suppressed his excitement and anger, and asked aloud. The path of cultivation includes 11 realms, including body tempering, qi refining, qi si, heavenly dipper, earth evil spirit, wheel rotation, infant elixir, cave void, sovereign, sage, emperor venerable, etc. The Lin family is, at least, one of the 3 major family forces in Tianluo City. His father, Lin Xi, was a strong man in the 6th layer of Qi. In Tianluo City, although it is not the top power, it will not lose to the other 2. How could he end up in a situation where his family was exterminated? There must be a reason for it. Lin Feng thought so angrily. No matter who. If he dares to attack the Lin family like this, he will make the other party pay an extremely painful price. Lin Feng's fists clenched loudly. Master! Uncle Fu sobbed, and burst into tears. After calming down for a while, he continued, with a rather sad tone, 10 years ago, young master, you disappeared shortly after you entered the mountain. The master and his wife sent hundreds of people to look for you, but they couldn't find you. Until after the 3rd month. That day, 3 people wearing gorgeous palace robes suddenly came outside the Lin mansion. Without saying a word, I searched every corner of the house, looking for something. The disciples of the Lin family stepped forward to stop him, but they were all killed by those 3 people. Even if the master stepped forward to stop him, he was forced back by one of them and was seriously injured. Nothing can be done. In the end, more than half of the Lin family's children were killed or injured. They didn't seem to find what they were looking for, so they left. Before leaving, they took the master and his wife away with them. This was 10 years, a whole 10 years, everything was gone. News. Uncle Fu was heartbroken. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes became terrifyingly gloomy. He clenched his fists tightly, and his aura seemed to be about to leak out. The entire Tianluo city was almost destroyed. What happened next? How are my brothers and sisters doing? Lin Feng continued to ask. The 2nd young master and the 3rd young lady happened to go out for training that day, so they escaped. Uncle Fu said in a deep voice and continued. It's just that later, when the 2nd young master heard that the master and his wife had been kidnapped, he went out looking for them like crazy. He hasn't come back yet. While the 3rd lady was searching outside, I heard that she was spotted by a top sect force and became the disciple of an inner sect elder. Old servant, I can occasionally see the 3rd lady coming back from a distance a few times. Other Lin family disciples are walking around. Scattered. The Lin family lost its backbone, suffered huge changes, and was quickly swallowed up by the He and Li families. What was once the Lin mansion has now become the Li mansion. I am the only old servant left, staying near the Lin mansion, waiting for the return of the young master and young lady. Chapter 2. Uncle Fu burst into tears. Lin Feng also had a gloomy look on his face. Uncle Fu, don't worry. Now that I'm back, just leave all the rest to me. I will find my parents and siblings and rebuild the Lin family. Anyone who has owed something to the Lin family, I will ask them to repay double. Pay an extremely painful price. Lin Feng said firmly and calmly. As he spoke these words, the will of heaven and earth in the sky seemed to be responding to his oath. At this moment, the sky above Tianluo City was covered with dark clouds, thunder and lightning intertwined, and the roaring sound resounded in all directions. Shrouded in an atmosphere of terror and depression. Countless Tianluo City martial artists all raised their heads with horror and fear on their faces. What happened? Is there a powerful person who wants to transcending tribulation? Why did it get dark all of a sudden? Which senior master is passing by above? Please come down and see him. Diverse discussions continued. But then, very soon, the thick black clouds over Tianluo City suddenly dispersed, and the sky became clear again. Lin Feng's anger gradually subsided at this time, turning into a deeper and calmer anger. I wonder what the young master's current level of cultivation is. Have you reached the Qi refining 10th layer? Hearing Lin Feng's firm words, Uncle Fu was shocked and his mind was roaring. But then, he quickly became worried and looked sad. The heads of the He and Li families are both masters of the Qi Si realm. Among them, the head of the Li family, Li Chenju, has made a breakthrough from the 6th layer of Qi Si to the 8th layer of Qi Si in the past 10 years. He can be called the first person in Tianluo City in the true sense. Even the city lord's mansion and the He family were kept low by him and did not dare to confront him head-on. It would be better if the young master breaks through to the Qi refining 10th layer realm. A few more years. You can impact the Qi Si realm. By then, one can be regarded as a top-notch master in Tianluo City. Facing the Li family and the He family, I also have a little resistance. If not, I'm afraid the situation will be even more difficult. Because of the barrier arranged by Lin Feng, Uncle Fu was not aware of the strange phenomena in the world just now. It's not the Qi training 10th layer realm. After hearing what Uncle Fu said, Lin Feng shook his head and spoke calmly. After hearing this, a trace of loneliness and disappointment appeared on Fu Bo's face. Sure enough, the young master hasn't even reached the 10th layer stage of Qi refining yet. It's no wonder that the young master's talent is already ordinary, but he has been missing for 10 years. It's really too much for the young master to attack the Qi Si realm now. Fu Bo said with some lamentation. Although the words were soft, they still fell on Lin Feng's ears. Immediately, Lin Feng stopped talking nonsense and hesitating. With a direct finger, he clicked on Fu Bo from the air. I am now, the Emperor Venerable Realm. Lin Feng's words gradually came out of his mouth. Immediately, at this moment, a mysterious energy and spiritual energy from heaven and earth, like a huge tide, crazily poured into Fu Bo's body. With his body as the center, a storm vortex suddenly formed, shocking all directions. This. There was an expression of utter disbelief on Uncle Fu's face, and his mouth was open as big as a goose egg. Extremely shocked. Because he suddenly discovered that under the young master's finger, with the influx of energy and spiritual energy, all the injuries accumulated in his body over the years were actually healed. That's not all. His cultivation that had not been touched in decades. In this short span of time, it has been rising continuously. Directly from the Qi refining 1st layer realm. Climbed straight to the Qi Si 2nd layer mirror. Directly crossing a big realm? What kind of means and divine ability is this? Fu Bo was completely shocked. He has lived for so many years, and he has never experienced the pleasure of directly improving his cultivation level like he does now. This is incredible. Thank you so much for the young master's reincarnation. From now on, Lin Fu will dedicate himself to the young master until he dies. I will live up to the kindness of the young master today. After reacting, he felt the changes in his body. Uncle Fu immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Lin Feng with gratitude on his face. As for Lin Feng saying just now that he is the Emperor Venerable Realm. Of course Forbes didn't believe it. Just think that the young master is talking big words and bragging. Because that is too far away and too impossible. Only 10 short years have passed, but the young master said that he has arrived in the Venerable Realm? How can anyone believe this? If it were a few lower realms, he might still believe it. After all, the method the young master just showed was extraordinary. There is hope for the Lin family to rise now. Get up! Lin Feng waved his hand lightly, and Uncle Fu was helped up by an irresistible force, and his body stood upright. They seemed to be a few years younger. How can I, the general manager of the Lin mansion, be trampled on by others? Today I am going to seek justice for you. Lin Feng said calmly, and then he waved his sleeves and saw him and Uncle Fu, moving in the void to the sky above the Lin mansion. Lin Feng said loudly, within 10 breaths, the people in the Li mansion must leave quickly, otherwise they will be killed without mercy. Now the Lin mansion has been destroyed. The top priority is to find his parents, second brother and third sister as soon as possible. But now the Lin family's mansion has been robbed. Lin Feng, the manager of the Lin mansion, could not swallow the tone that he allowed others to bully him. That's why he decided to get back to the Lin family first, and then go find his parents and relatives. Otherwise, they won't even have a place to live when they come back. Lin Feng's voice slowly swayed. An extremely terrifying coercion instantly enveloped the entire Lin mansion. In an instant, all the Li family's servants looked frightened and left the Lin mansion in panic. Most of them are just mortals. In their eyes, martial artists like Lin Feng are no different from immortals. Except them. Soon Li Chengxiao, the son of the head of the Li family, who lived here, also quickly walked out of the inner hall with his guards. A look of fear and anger. Since the Lin family's mansion was taken over by them 10 years ago, his father has rewarded him with this mansion as his new home. Over the years, he had been eating, drinking, and having fun in the Lin family's mansion, and he had many wives and concubines. Live an extremely luxurious life. Now that a random person comes here, you actually want him to get out of Lin mansion? How can Li Chengxiao be reconciled to this? So immediately, his first instinctive reaction was to cut the person who was causing trouble into pieces. But the coercion that followed immediately made him frightened. That is not the kind of pressure that a strong Qi realm person can possess. At least being a strong person in the Heavenly Dipper realm is possible. Li Chengxiao couldn't figure it out no matter what. Where did he provoke a strong man from the Heavenly Dipper realm? Are you actually coming to rob his Lin family mansion? Li Chengxiao must come out and ask for clarification. As Li Chengxiao came to the courtyard with his guards, Lin Feng, the man in the sky, also caught his eye. Lin Feng? It's you. You're not dead yet. Li Chengxiao immediately exhaled in shock. His face was full of disbelief. Chapter 3. Li Chengxiao and Lin Feng were geniuses of the same era. In addition, both of them are young masters of their respective families, so of course Li Chengxiao knows Lin Feng. He not only knew Lin Feng. He was even very familiar with Lin Feng. He regarded Lin Feng as his former rival and often quarreled with him. Now as Li Chengxiao walked out of the inner hall, the person standing in the sky turned out to be Lin Feng? Of course he would be surprised and incredulous. Didn't it mean that Lin Feng disappeared and died as early as 10 years ago? Why are you coming back now? Li Chengxiao was filled with doubts, but he did not dare to act rashly at this moment. Because he found that the aura on Lin Feng's body now seemed unfathomable. The extremely terrifying coercion just now emanated from Lin Feng. This made Li Chengxiao break into a cold sweat. Lin Feng, you actually broke through to the Heavenly Dipper realm. It seems that you have indeed had many adventures in these years. Li Chengxiao said gloomily. He originally thought that the Lin family was destroyed, that Lin Feng had been missing for 10 years, and that he did not know whether he was alive or dead. Compared to him, he was in a prosperous situation. Not only wives and concubines. The cultivation base has also broken through from the original 6th layer realm of body tempering to the current 2nd layer mirror of Qi refining. This kind of training speed. Among the geniuses of his generation, he can be regarded as the best. But now in front of Lin Feng, he felt like a clown. In the past 10 years, Lin Feng has actually broken through to the Heavenly Dipper realm? I'm afraid no one in the entire Tianluo city can be his opponent, right? Li Chengxiao smiled bitterly in his heart. Are you, Li Chengxiao? Compared with Li Chengxiao's surprise, Lin Feng seemed very calm. After thinking for a long time, he seemed to recognize Li Chengxiao. Can't blame him. 100,000 years is really too long. How could everyone remember him? After all, Li Chengxiao's impression back then was that he was a child of a dandy family. From beginning to end, it never caught his eye. He has never regarded him as an opponent at all, so naturally it is even less likely that he will remember him. Since we are from the Li family. Then you stay, don't leave. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng said coldly, and then pointed out. Suddenly, a huge force fell from the sky, directly crushing Li Chengxiao and several guards into minced meat. His body was shattered into pieces, his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Then he took back his hand and walked around the entire Lin family mansion. Nod with satisfaction. Although Li Chengxiao is a playboy, he has maintained the Lin family's house extremely well in the past 10 years. Most of the architectural decorations of the Lin family are still the same as 10 years ago. This made Lin Feng feel as if the Lin family had not changed. Uncle Fu, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going to kill the other two families as well. After walking around in a circle, Lin Feng returned to the courtyard. Then he threw a bag of spiritual stones to Uncle Fu, gave instructions, then stepped out of the door and disappeared again. Teleported to the sky above Li's house and Li's house. If you cut the weeds without eradicating the roots, they will grow again when the spring breeze blows. Since he killed the son of the Li family, then the Li family should naturally be completely destroyed. Otherwise, wait until he leaves. Aren't they trying to take the Lin family's mansion back again? Lin Feng would not agree to this. Head of the Li family, come out and die. Lin Feng stood in the sky above the Li family's mansion, his cold voice echoing around. Almost at the same time, in the inner courtyard of the Li family's residence, several powerful auras quickly surged out and rushed straight towards him. Lin Feng. It's actually you. You're not dead yet. Really worthy of being a father and son. At this moment, Li Chenju saw Lin Feng appear, and what he said was exactly the same as his previous son. His eyes were sharp. Compared with Li Chengxiao, Li Chenju obviously has more experience. Although he could clearly feel that Lin Feng was much stronger than them, there was still no fear in his eyes. Still asking sternly. You broke into my Li family without permission. What do you want? Li Chenju released his aura, and his cultivation in the Qi Si 8th layer realm was clearly revealed. A face full of caution and vigilance. It's not just him. Together with the few guards around him, they all relaxed their momentum at this moment. It seems that he is ready to take action at any time and kill Lin Feng here. Come to destroy your entire clan. Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back and spoke calmly. Your Li family took advantage of my Lin family's weakness. To add insult to injury, he took advantage of the situation and took possession of my Lin family's ancestral home. I'm here today just to ask you to repay double. Hearing this, Li Chenju's face became gloomy. Then, as if he had thought of something immediately, he immediately asked, What did you do to my son? When prosperity and decline occur, the weak eat the strong. This is the law of nature. The reason for the decline of your Lin family is that you offended people who should not be offended. Don't blame anyone else. Don't make trouble unreasonably. Li Chenju was furious. Killed. Lin Feng frowned slightly and returned calmly. So today I am strong and I am here to take your lives. Li Chenju looked desperate. The look of grief is revealed on the surface. He was the only son in his life, and he only had one son, Li Chengxiao. Now he suddenly heard that his son had been killed by Lin Feng. His whole body seemed to have aged a bit instantly. He said with pain, Even if you can destroy our Li family, so what? There is still the He family in Tianluo City, and behind the He family, there is the King Yan sect. It is impossible for your Lin family to be the only one to dominate Tianluo City. Ha 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 ha. Li Chenju looked crazy. Speaking of which, Lin Feng didn't want to get into any more entanglements with them. Instead, a wisp of breath was released, instantly covering the entire Li family. This moment, the powerful pressure turned the entire Li family, including Li Chenju, into ruins, and nothing remained. After sensing that there is no life breath, Lin Feng then turned around. He went to his house again and teleported there. What Li Chenju said before his death naturally failed to attract his attention. To be honest, now the entire Tianluo city is nothing in Lin Feng's eyes. It is just a mansion of the Lin family, and it will never become the real residence of the Lin family in the future. Lin Feng's plan is very big. No matter the He family, the Li family, or the King Yan sect behind the He family dare to stand in front of him, Lin Feng doesn't mind killing them all. Anyway, in front of him in this world, the powerful Emperor realm are just ants. The news of the destruction of the Li family quickly spread throughout the city. It caused an uproar. Including the He family, they all got the news the moment the Li family's mansion turned into ruins. The top management of the He family gathered together. The arguments continued. Some people are happy, while others are worried. The destruction of the Li family is undoubtedly good news for them. The He family has one less opponent. But the reason for the destruction of the Li family? In a short period of time, they were unable to find out. It can only be vaguely judged. This is the work of an extremely strong man. What they were worried about was whether this strong man would also target their He family. Chapter 4. Ha ha ha. In the meeting room of the He family's inner court, cheerful laughter could be heard. Then the Li family is really unlucky. I don't know which strong person they offended, but they were wiped out all at once. After today, our He family is the only one in Tianluo City. Who can stand shoulder to shoulder with us? An elderly elder of the He family said with a laugh. Elder He Feng, you can't do this. Another elder from the He family came out to stop him. Whether the Li family has been destroyed is a blessing or a curse, we still don't know yet. Don't forget, 10 years ago, the Lin family fell into decline overnight because they offended a certain powerful man. Now the Li family has also suffered the same consequences. The next one will most likely be our He family. What Elder He Ming said makes sense. Another younger elder, the He family, also came out worriedly at this time. Master, in my opinion, we should inform our young master of King Yin sect and ask him to send some powerful men from the Heavenly Dipper realm to help us survive this disaster, right? If that strong man wants to exterminate our He family, we at least have the power to resist. He Shengdong, the head of the He family, was sitting in the upper seat of the discussion pavilion, his brows furrowed and his face looking sad. The Li family was destroyed. Indeed, from the surface, it is extremely beneficial to their He family. But on the other hand, since that strong man can destroy the Li family with one blow, he can also destroy the He family with one blow. I have to say that this is a huge hidden danger. This hidden danger may come true soon. Just to be on the safe side. After He Shengdong thought for a long time, he made up his mind and said, my son should be notified of this matter as soon as possible and the elders of the King Yin sect should be sent to help. If nothing happens, it will be fine. If something happens, the He family can also resolve a disaster. As soon as these words came out, all the elders had no objection. Nodding one after another. Ever since their young master joined the King Yin sect, he has gained a very high status and has a very powerful voice. He was even threatened by the sect leader. He should be trained as the next successor. It can be seen. Asking their young master to send 2 strong men from the Heavenly Dipper realm over would be almost no problem at all. If nothing happens then, all you need to do is treat the other person well. They have nothing to lose. You can even use this to get closer and get the He family on your side. If something really happened, the He family would naturally be able to escape the disaster. No harm done. This is what all the senior leaders of the He family are thinking at this moment. Just as everyone nodded in response, a cold voice came from the sky above the He family. The head of the He family, come out and die. Lin Feng's figure stands in the sky, with his hands behind his back. The light breeze blew his robes gently. It gives people a sense of independence from the world and a feeling of being in a fairyland. Lin Feng, are you not dead yet? What did you do when you came to our He's house? He Shengdong, the head of the He family, saw Lin Feng in the sky at a glance after coming out of the meeting hall, and asked aloud. Then, his expression changed. As if something suddenly occurred to him, he trembled and asked again, is it possible, could it be that you destroyed the Li family? This sentence seemed like a giant thunder. It suddenly exploded in He Zhendong's heart, making his scalp numb and his mind roaring. It's not just him. Together with the elders of the He family who came out with him, they all looked at each other in shock at this moment. If anyone has a deep grudge against the Li family, then besides the Lin family, they could never think of anyone else. Now that the Li family had just been destroyed, the descendants of the Lin family appeared again in the sky above their He family. This fool can relate to it. The destruction of the Li family must have a lot to do with Lin Feng. This question from He Shengdong, the head of the He family, is exactly right. Good. Lin Feng nodded slightly and responded. The He family bullies the weak and is afraid of evil, and pursues and kills my descendants of the Lin family. Take the Lin family's property by force. I am here today to exterminate all the bloodline of your He family. Lin Feng murmured calmly. Finished. Lin Feng no longer hesitated with them. With one point, a wisp of tyrannical pressure instantly enveloped them. The entire He family mansion. At this moment, everything turned into a pile of ruins and ceased to exist. At the same time, under this ruins, a trace of blood from the He family began to float slowly into the air, formed on Lin Feng's fingertips. As Lin Feng defeated these blood vessels, they dissipated. Almost at the same time, all the disciples of the He family who were on missions far away, as well as the young master of the He family and He Chenyang of the King Yin sect who were hundreds of miles away, and all the direct and collateral branches of the He family who were related to the blood of the He family, were all present in this moment. Suddenly, he died suddenly. Flesh, and bones were scattered all over the ground. All bloodlines of the He family have been extinct since then. No one is left out. After doing this, Lin Feng teleported back to Lin Mansion. He began to prepare deductions to find the whereabouts of all other Lin family children living outside, including his parents and younger siblings. From Lin Feng's escape to his encounter with Uncle Forbes, as well as taking back the Lin Mansion and destroying the He and Li families. Until now. In fact, only a short hour or two passed. These 2 hours may seem very long to outsiders. But here with Lin Feng, there is actually not much difference from the short moment. After all, he spent 100,000 years alone in the restricted space. These 2 hours are basically the same as the blink of an eye. I hope my parents, siblings, and others are still alive. Otherwise, even if I search the 2 realms of the underworld and search all the time, I will definitely resurrect them all. No one can stop me. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly became sharp and he said coldly. Immediately, he squeezed out a drop of his own blood and held it in his palm. He began to rely on the blood connection in his blood to sense the location of other tribesmen. Hold your breath and concentrate. Divine consciousness expands infinitely. From Tianluo City, it quickly spread to the entire Yanwu County, and then to the entire Zhao Kingdom, the Great Xia Dynasty, and the entire Southern Domain. Eastern Region, Northern Region, Western Region. Then came the entire Tianyun continent and the Southern Underworld. In just a few breaths, Lin Feng's consciousness was almost completely covered. The sky is blue and the sky is blue. Going down to the depths of 100,000 miles underground, there are countless insects, fish, birds, beasts, flowers, plants, and trees, none of which can escape Lin Feng's spiritual perception. At this time, those countless mortals or martial artists with a trace of Lin family blood were also perceived with incomparable clarity. It seems like there are endless lines. Integrate into Lin Feng's mind and consciousness. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was looking for those lines belonging to his parents and younger siblings among these endless bloodline branches. Finally, another few breaths passed. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. His face was gloomy and his expression was angry. Immediately, his figure flickered and he disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already somewhere hidden in the western region, above a vast palace, staring coldly below. And deep below the palace, the secret room where his parents were imprisoned. The breath is unusually sharp. It seems to be like a volcano erupting. Chapter 5. The ancestral land of the Lin family originated from the imperial city of Zhao State. But the Lin family in the imperial city seems to have originated from the western regions further away. The bloodline was traced just now. In addition to Lin Feng sensing some Lin family blood in Yanwu County, the Lin family in the imperial city of Zhao State, as well as some villages in the far western regions, also seemed to have Lin family blood. Moreover, the bloodline of the Lin family in the western region needs to be even more pure. This made Lin Feng a little confused for a moment. He may need to investigate the ancestry of the Lin family's bloodline again in the future. Right now, we still have to rescue his parents first. Lin Feng looked at the majestic palace in front of his feet, luxurious and luxurious, with strange decorations. And an entire mountain range stretching thousands of miles was used to build the palace. You will understand that this power must be extraordinary. The coldness in his eyes was even worse. Although I don't understand why such a huge force would cross such a long distance from the western region to the southern domain to capture his parents in a small place. But since these people offended him, Lin Feng, he would definitely make them pay an extremely painful price. Lin Feng was filled with anger. As soon as his body shook, he fell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the secret room where his parents were imprisoned. His steps paused, his eyes filled with tears. The moment Lin Feng approached the palace, he transmigrated. The defensive taboo formation outside the palace suddenly flickered, forming a barrier of light in an attempt to block Lin Feng's progress. However, the light curtain only flashed and then quickly disappeared. Lin Feng was not stopped at all. But despite this, the forbidden magic circle suddenly activated and then went silent again. This strange scene still attracted the attention of a middle-aged man and woman in the palace. The man was burly and extremely strong. He was dressed luxuriously and had an extremely terrifying and extraordinary aura about him. Extremely terrifying. The middle-aged woman was also dressed gorgeously. Although she is almost in her middle years, her skin is still in excellent condition. The skin is like snow and can be broken by a blow. There is not even a single wrinkle visible on the face that is full of charm. It is beautiful, elegant, noble, and charming. Who is it? How dare you break into my palace of the Queen Mother of the West? I'm looking for death. The two of them shouted coldly at the same time, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. To know. Their palace of the Queen Mother of the West is the leading secret force in the Western region. And the two of them, the King of the West and the Holy Mother, are both powerful beings in the Holy Realm. A combined attack can be compared to the peak of the Holy Realm. Except for those immortal Emperor Venerables in the Western region. There are few rivals. But now, how dare someone break into their West Queen Mother Palace without permission? And the most important thing is that none of their defensive taboo formations were able to stop the opponent. It only lit up for a moment and then quickly dissipated. How can this not frighten the two of them? He dared to break into their West Queen Mother's palace. It seemed that this person not only had the courage, but also had enough strength. This also made the two of them instantly vigilant and fearful. He hurriedly began to disperse his consciousness. A search began inside and outside the palace. However, after searching for a while, they found nothing. It's not that the other party is hiding very well. Either the opponent's cultivation level is much higher than theirs, which prevents them from noticing. If that's the case, both King Xi and the Holy Mother became more worried and vigilant. Could it be that this person is a powerful man from the Venerable Realm? Otherwise, how can we escape the perception of you and me? King Xi said solemnly to the Holy Mother. No matter what, we have to investigate and ask the disciples to search the palace carefully. Especially the palace cage. I always feel like something is going to happen there. The Holy Mother also returned with a solemn expression, her face extremely solemn. I have to say that women's intuition is really accurate. I don't know if both of them are close to the Great Dao, so sometimes, they seem to have some feelings. Immediately. Soon after, the King of the West and the Holy Mother began to issue orders at the same time, asking hundreds of thousands of disciples in the palace to all start searching inside and outside the palace. Don't miss any corner. Until the cause of the abnormal vibration of the magic circle just now was found out. At this time, while the entire Zhuangmu Palace, the Zhuang and the Holy Mother, as well as hundreds of thousands of palace disciples were shocked. Lin Feng had already arrived in the secret room of imprisonment. When he saw his parents who were imprisoned here, there were tears in his eyes and his eyes were slightly red. Thoughts agitated and sad. Father, Mother. Lin Feng knelt down on his knees and shouted with a shrill and hoarse voice, his expression extremely sad and angry. The secret room where his parents were imprisoned at the moment. It is a dark space dozens of feet in size. Below this space, there are two blood pools. In the pools, there are countless blood-red goo worms squirming and swimming. And his parents? It is being hung by two bone-piercing chains. Soak in this pool of blood. Let the blood-red goo worms crawl in and squirm along their flesh and blood, and then crawl out again. The scene was horrific. Anyone who sees this scene will be shocked and extremely angry. Not to mention, these two people are still his closest parents in this life. How could Lin Feng not become furious? Let me go! Lin Feng roared. Immediately, the chains that trapped his parents suddenly dispersed. Those blood-red goo worms! It was also at this moment that in some strange way, the breath of life stopped. All die! And it was at this time. Lin Feng then slowly floated his parents into the air and arrived in front of him. He tried his best to repair the injuries and wounds all over their bodies for the two of them. Lin Feng put his parents together. Then he pointed out. All of a sudden, all the vitality of the earth veins, spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and strange energy within a radius of tens of millions of miles are rushing towards this place crazily. The mighty breath shook the world. Centered on the palace of the Queen Mother of the West. At this time, a tornado tens of millions of feet wide suddenly formed between the sky and the earth. This storm connects heaven and earth, covering the sky and the sun. It caused countless thunders to roll around, extremely huge. At this moment, the palace of the Queen Mother of the West was completely destroyed. Countless disciples were killed or injured. Only King Naxi and the Holy Mother rushed out of the palace in panic, their eyes showing shock and horror. I still don't know what happened in the palace of Queen Mother of the West. It's not just them. At this moment, the entire western region was alarmed by this huge energy storm. They were all shocked. Suppressing the rioting spiritual energy and vitality of qi and blood in his body. Paled face. I am afraid that the next moment, even I will be squeezed into a mummy. Accept them. At various places in the western region, in the more secret and independently opened holy spaces, the powerful emperors of the venerable realm were also horrified. There was fear in his eyes and his heart was horrified. I wonder what happened outside? Could it be that the world is collapsing? Is this world about to be destroyed soon? But why did they not receive the message from the will of heaven at all? This is incredible. This energy storm could even shake their living space. This is anything but ordinary. At this moment, several hidden emperors from the venerable realm also decided to come out one after another to see. What on earth could have caused such a riot? Chapter 6. The mighty energy storm lasted for dozens of breaths before finally stopping. And at the same time, Lin Feng's parents finally began to wake up in the cage. His eyes were blank. Until they saw Lin Feng's appearance reflected in their eyes. The two of them woke up. He quickly said worriedly, "Fenger, is it really you? You are back? Why are you here? Go quickly. No one in this palace is human. They have tortured us for 10 years. We can't let you come in here. You should leave quickly." Lin Feng's parents said at the same time, excited. There seems to be a strong fear on his face. It was as if I was still extremely afraid of what had happened before, and was horrified. "Mom, Dad, please don't worry. It's okay now. As long as I'm here, no one in this world can hurt you too." Lin Feng had tears in his eyes. He knelt down on his knees, kowtowed to the two of them, and spoke firmly and solemnly. His eyes were as bright as fire, and his whole body was full of momentum. When Lin Feng's mother Lu Lian and father Lin Xi saw this scene, their eyes were filled with horror and relief. Although regarding what Lin Feng just said, still don't quite believe it. But they saw that Lin Feng's state seemed to be unfathomable. It got to the point where even they couldn't understand it. Only then did the two of them feel that Lin Feng had grown up, and they felt happy. All the suffering I have endured in the past 10 years seems to no longer be so important. Fenger, you have also suffered in the past 10 years. With a smile on his face, Lin Xi helped Lin Feng, who was still kneeling on the ground, up, and said in a deep voice. He really couldn't imagine it. A person has been away from home for 10 years. What kind of hard work and heartbreak does it take to cultivate to such a state? And he has such a profound cultivation level. Rescued the two of them. The tortuous process and history inside are definitely not something they can understand clearly in a short while. How can a child's suffering be compared to that of his parents? Lin Feng said with a sad expression. Although he was trapped in the forbidden space for 100,000 years. But within 100,000 years, Most of the time, he was practicing crazily and consuming countless treasures from heaven and earth. It would not be an exaggeration to say that I am enjoying happiness. Compared with his parents, they were chained through their bones, soaked in a pool of blood for 10 years, and eaten by poisonous insects. His 100,000 years. Indeed, it is nothing at all. No need to say more. Lin Feng's father, Lin Xi, patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, interrupting his thoughts. Then he continued, "It's rare that we, father and son, can see each other again now. I wonder how your siblings and the Lin family are doing? Are they all fine now?" Lin Feng was startled when he heard this. Then he told his parents everything that happened to the Lin family in the past 10 years. After hearing this, Lin Qingtian's face also had a change of thoughts and a complicated expression. Rise and fall, the weak eat the strong. This is the law of nature. He has been missing for 10 years and the Lin family has declined, so naturally there is no one to blame. Lin Qingtian quickly thought about it. When he heard that Lin Feng had destroyed the He and Li families and that his younger siblings were still alive, many of the Lin family's children were also still around. Lin Qingtian was immediately overjoyed. "I can't wait to return to the Lin family immediately. Gather all the clan members back and return to the past." There was a loud bang sound. This is also the time. The vision of heaven and earth dispersed, and the two people, King Xi and the Holy Mother, who were fleeing, finally discovered Lin Feng and others deep under the palace. The two looked angry. A towering giant hand containing some power of law suddenly grabbed it. "I want to catch Lin Feng, his parents, and a few others together and bring them to the sky. The Lin family and his wife. There is a secret in his body that can open the Lin family's ancient tomb. And the ancient tomb of the Lin family contains secrets that can impact the emperor's venerable realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have put in so much effort. He would not hesitate to cross the entire western domain to the southern domain to capture them all. Tortured. The purpose is to find out where the key is hidden. It's a pity that even for so many years, they have still found nothing. Even searching for souls has no effect. They have only left that couple alive to this day. Otherwise, they would have killed him long ago." Snort. As the towering giant hand was about to fall, Lin Feng also noticed it and immediately snorted coldly. The giant hand collapsed instantly. No trace left. At the same time, Lin Feng also interrupted the reminiscence with his parents and took Lin Qingtian and Lu Lian directly to the sky above the palace. There was a confrontation with King Naxi and the Holy Mother. Coldness burst out in his eyes. "It was you who imprisoned my parents for 10 years. Lin Feng snorted coldly and said. "If that's the case, then go and die." Immediately, a coercion that belonged to the Emperor realm's strong men emitted from Lin Feng's body and enveloped him instantly. King Naxi and the Holy Mother immediately turned pale, vomited out blood, and trembled all over. "I just wanted to say something out loud. And the movement cultivation base resists." Then they suddenly realized that they were unable to move at all. Not just their bodies. Even their cultivation levels were imprisoned by a more tyrannical force at this moment. They are no different than an ordinary mortal. Bang bang, two loud sounds came. Under this tyrannical pressure, the King of the West and the Holy Mother fell straight towards the ground. It is deeply embedded in the ground, tens of meters deep. Only then did he stop. Then the figure quickly flew into the air, and stopped in front of Lin Feng. "Looks pale and weak. Senior, spare your life. We knew we were wrong." King Xi and the Holy Mother said in unison at the same time, with strong begging for mercy and fear in their eyes. It can make two powerful men in the Holy Realm feel fear and unable to move with just pressure. This is something that only the strong ones from the Venerable Realm can do. They would never have imagined that the young man in front of them, who looked young, actually had the cultivation level of Emperor Venerable Realm? If only I had known this. Even if you give them 100 or 10 million courage. They didn't dare to touch Lin Feng's parents. The King of the West and the Holy Mother both felt extremely regretful at this moment. "Spare your life." Lin Feng smiled coldly. "When you arrested my parents and tortured them, did you ever think about sparing their lives? You kill my descendants of the Lin family. My Lin family has almost been wiped out, and everyone in my family has been destroyed. Have you ever thought about sparing their lives? Lin Feng was filled with anger and every word was sonorous. Then he stopped talking nonsense with the two of them, and directly squeezed their bodies with one hand, crushing them to pieces. Two bursts of blood mist exploded in the air. At the same time, Lin Feng raised his hand and grabbed it again, and the two souls immediately emerged in his hand. Terrified, trembling, shaking. I want to see what you two want from arresting my parents. Lin Feng said coldly. Immediately, they started searching for their souls. The arrogant soul power instantly poured into the minds of the two of them, destroying their consciousness and everything wantonly. Oh no! Don't want! The two of them burst into shrill screams, and then immediately fell silent and passed out. After a while, Lin Feng also broke away from the soul-searching state, retaining a trace of consciousness of the two of them. Leave it to torture later. The ancient tomb of the Lin family. Lin Feng murmured to himself, seeming to have some thoughts in his heart. Chapter 7. Lin Feng gained a lot from searching for the two souls. Not only was the ancestral origin of the Lin family determined, it was also in the western regions. It also confirmed that hundreds of thousands of years ago, there was a powerful emperor realm among the ancestors of the Lin family. Dominate one side. At that time, the so-called Queen Mother Palace of the West is just a vassal of the Lin family. But later, there seemed to be a big war in this world. Earth-shattering, Qianjiao collapsed. Countless emperors and powerful men from the venerable realm also fell in that battle, and no one survived. This has also led to the fact that there are not more than 10 powerful emperors in the venerable realm in the southern underworld today. Weak for a while. The ancestor of the Lin family seemed to have also died in that war. Before his death, he built a large tomb for himself. There are countless opportunities hidden inside. All Lin family disciples were left with a way to survive. But for some unknown reason, the Lin family actually moved their entire family to the Zhao Kingdom Imperial City in the southern domain. Over the years, it has continued to multiply to this day. It has become what it is now. Perhaps it was because of the fall of the great emperor and the presence of former enemies that the Lin family had no choice but to do this. Or maybe it was for other reasons, Lin Feng didn't know. However, during the relocation process, the Lin family's countless inheritance, skills, and secret treasures were also lost. This also led to the current Lin family. The main reason why it is not even as good as a first-class force. As for the ancient tomb where the Emperor Realm Master of the Lin family fell, it has never been opened for hundreds of thousands of years because of the relocation of the Lin family. It has been closed so far and few people know about it. Tomb Key. It has always been in the hands of the Lin family. As the head of the Lin family for generations, it is something passed down from generation to generation. The Western King and the Holy Mother in the palace of the Western Queen. This news was learned from the ancient books passed down from the palace. Therefore, they did not hesitate to cross thousands of miles to go to the southern domain to capture Lin Feng's parents and turn the Lin family upside down. The purpose is to find the key. Open the Lin family tomb. In order to obtain the inheritance and opportunities in the ancient tomb. The ancient tomb where a powerful Emperor Realm man fell. This is enough to make any powerful person in the Holy Realm go crazy. This means they can set foot in the Emperor Realm, thus becoming the truly first-class and top leading force in the Western region. Just a pity. That key seemed to have been cast by some kind of heavenly shielding technique by the former Lin family Emperor Venerable Realm Powerhouse. Unless the Lin family takes the initiative to hand it over. Otherwise, even if you search for souls, you will not be able to find its existence. This is also the main reason for the failure of King Xi and the Holy Mother. Lin Feng looked at the two unconscious souls in his hands, his eyes slightly condensed, and a hint of coldness burst out. Then he raised his hand and grabbed it again. Netherworld Hellfire, come out! Lin Feng said with a cold snort. Immediately, in the void of the sky, there seemed to be a wisp of black and translucent flames across countless interfaces. Suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's hand, swaying and shining. It seemed like it was going to burn out at any moment. Although this wisp of flame looked extremely weak. but the power it exuded made Lin Xi and Lin Yan, who had been watching from the side, look extremely horrified, with fear in their eyes. A sudden chill came over my back. It seems that this ray of flame has the power to destroy heaven and earth. Just look at it. They all felt as if the space around them was burning into nothingness, turning into ashes and dissipating. The two were extremely shocked. Let me go. Lin Feng threw out this wisp of flame and the Holy Mother of the King of the West at the same time. Point forward. At this moment, the wisp of flame instantly separated into two strands, and merged into the Zhuang and the Holy Mother respectively, between their foreheads and eyebrows. This moment, one after another, the sound of screams shook the world at the same time. There was a roar. It echoes in this world, endlessly. Weeping and complaining, like 10,000 ghosts biting and shouting, extremely sad. This hellfire. It is the fire of hell that only exists in the two realms of the underworld. It has a surprisingly amazing effect on the burning pain of the soul. Lin Feng usurped this ray of hellfire from the two realms of the underworld, separated it into two strands, and blended it into the souls of the Western King and the Holy Mother. He was deliberately torturing the two of them, so that the two of them will not be burned to death by the hellfire. And he can clearly feel the soul-burning pain it brings. The anger in Lin Feng's heart gradually subsided a little. He waved it casually and threw the two of them into the chaotic space of nothingness, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Lin Feng then turned around and left with his parents. The figure swayed. Several people returned to Lin Mansion again. King Xi and the Holy Mother, in the chaotic space, may have experienced hundreds of thousands of years of hellfire burning. The soul will completely dissipate. However, that is not what Lin Feng cares about anymore. Looking at the familiar scene in front of me, Lin Xi and Lin Yan still seemed to be in a dream, dazed on the spot, and they had not come back to their senses for a long time. Last hour. They are all still trapped in the palace cage. In the blood pool, he endured painful torture that was worse than death. But at this hour, they were far away in the western region and instantly returned to the Lin Mansion where they once lived. How could this not make the two of them feel dreamy? I was extremely horrified. Although they knew that Lin Feng was very strong. But I didn't expect it. Lin Feng has actually become so strong. The King of the West and the Holy Mother, at first glance, looked like the top powerhouses, unrivaled by anyone. But even so, still under their son's hands, he couldn't even resist a single move and was quickly defeated. Even the soul was pulled out, burned to death by the strange and nihilistic flames. That shrill scream made Lin Xi and Lin Yan still trembling with fear. It's really terrifying. Master, Madam, are you back? Just when Lin Xi and Lin Yan were still in shock. At this time, an excited and aged, hoarse voice suddenly sounded in their ears. It's Fu Bo. Saw them coming back and walked over. Lin Fu, is that you? Are you still there too? Lin Xi and Lin Yan immediately looked surprised and excited, and walked over quickly. And Fu Bo supported each other. The three people experienced life and death. The friendship between master and servant is profound. Now that we meet again, there seems to be endless words to express. But I don't know where to start. Lin Feng looked at the three people reunited with a smile on his lips and did not bother them. Instead, he turned his palm. A simple turbid jade pendant suddenly appeared in his hand. This jade pendant seems to have gone through countless ages. The luster that originally belonged to the jade pendant has long since dissipated. All that's left now is some yellowing color and numerous small scratches and wear. But look at this jade pendant. In Lin Feng's eyes, there was an infinite sparkle, and his eyes were deep. Because of this jade pendant. It is the inheritance of the Lin family's past patriarchs. It is also the key to the ancient tomb that King Xi and the Holy Mother have not been able to find for a long time. 100,000 years ago. Before Lin Feng went out to find elixir for his sister, his father Lin Xi gave him this jade pendant. But no one expected it. As soon as Lin Feng left, he was trapped in the restricted area for 100,000 years. Although only 10 years have passed in the outside world. However, it was precisely because of this that this jade pendant escaped the search of the people from the West Queen Mother Palace. It seems that we should find some time to visit the Lin family's ancient tomb. Lin Feng murmured something. Then he put the jade pendant away again. Chapter 8. A few days later, Lin Mansion had a completely new look after being sorted out by Uncle Fu. Not only was the plaque at the gate replaced by the Lin families, he also used the spiritual stones given by Lin Feng to hire many servants and maids to reorganize the Lin family. So lively! The Lin family seems to have regained some of its former prosperity. Not only that, the rise of the Lin family, and the news of the destruction of the He and Li families. Also within these few days, the news quickly spread throughout Tianluo City, Yanwu County, and several nearby cities. There were many forces that had good relations with the Lin family in the past. They sent people to the Lin family again to give gifts and congratulations. Even the Lord of Tianluo City, Gu Changfeng, has personally visited the Lin family once. Congratulations! This scene made many martial artist mortals in Tianluo City even more dumbfounded and unbelievable. You know, even when facing the He and Li families, the city owner Gu Changfeng had never treated each other like this. After all, he is the city lord. But it is equivalent to the power of sovereign clan and belongs to the royal official position. Now you are actually willing to visit? This also indirectly acknowledges that the Lin family's status in Tianluo City is already second to none and transcendent. No other force can replace it. If nothing unexpected happens, in the next 100 years Tianluo City will be dominated by just the Lin family. Except these. As news of the rise of the Lin family spread, many children of the Lin family who once lived in Yanwu County have also come back. Recognize your ancestors and return to your clan. Soon after, the Lin family added several more members to the Lin family. This made Lin Qingtian applaud and couldn't be happier. A few days later again. Black Tortoise City, Yellow River Mountains. Lin Feng disappeared from his room after seeing that the family's power had been stabilized. Came here in an instant. Standing high in the sky, looking down with a smile on his face, he saw the young man who looked somewhat similar to him. Lin Yan. His brother. At this moment, his upper body was naked, and his strong muscles were as sharp as iron. Under the scorching sun, they showed a healthy bronze color. Full of a charm and sense of power that belongs exclusively to powerful men. Behind his back was a dark black iron ruler. That foot is enough for the entire height of an adult. It seems extremely heavy, weighing at least hundreds or thousands of kilograms. But at this time, he was on Lin Yan's back. The ruler seemed to be nothing, and did not have the slightest impact on Lin Yan. He still walked steadily. Walk as fast as flying. When the body shuttles through the forest, it is like an arrow flying out of the bow. There were bursts of sonic booms in the surrounding space. Dust was flying all over the sky. So carefree. At this time, suddenly, there was a second-level red flame double-headed tiger in front of him, crawling aside and quickly attacking him. However, Lin Yan's figure shook. He quickly hid. Then he pulled out the black iron ruler from behind and chopped it down with one foot. The second-level red flame double-headed tiger was split into two from the middle of its two heads, and it could not die anymore. Lin Yan stepped forward. He took off the beast core of the second-order red flame double-headed tiger and put it into his waist, and then he was ready to move forward. It seems that you have become more and more skilled in using your own power. This black iron ruler can no longer temper you in the slightest. Just as Lin Yan was about to move forward, an old voice suddenly sounded in his ears. The voice was familiar and gentle. After hearing this, Lin Yan immediately stopped. He stood up the black iron ruler in front of his chest and said to the inside. Indeed so. Teacher, I wonder if there are any other items that can continue to strengthen my strength. Lin Yan's voice was sincere. Both inside and outside the words were filled with immense respect for that old voice. The voice inside Xian Taizi pondered for a while, seeming to be hesitating and thinking about something. Immediately, after a few moments, an old man in white robe suddenly floated out from the black iron ruler. Floating in mid-air. Lin Yan looked down at Lin Yan with extremely kind eyes, as if he was filled with a lot of relief and satisfaction. In just 10 years, I have cultivated from the body tempering second layer mirror to the current Qi 10th layer realm. It's just one step away from entering the heavenly dipper realm. Your cultivation speed can be regarded as the best among the geniuses of your generation. Why are you in a hurry? The kind brows of the old man in white robes showed a trace of worry as he solemnly advised. It's not like the teacher doesn't know. Why bother trying to persuade me again? After hearing this, Lin Yan looked heavy and said with a frown. 10 years ago, my brother disappeared and my parents were arrested. In the past few years, although I have traveled to all parts of the Zhao kingdom and searched for countless forces, I still have no news about my parents. I don't know where that force came from. There is not even a teacher. Ever heard of their existence? My brother's disappearance. It must have something to do with them. How could I not be in a hurry? Lin Yan looked angry and full of grief. After hearing this, the old man in white robe could only lament. Then he said no more words. When he turned his palm, there was a miniature version of the pitch-black armor, surging in his palm and emitting a dazzling aura. This dark iron armor is made of the same material as that dark iron ruler. It also has the effect of building strength and tempering the body. Put on this armor. The old man in white robe said in a deep voice, and then did not wait for Lin Yan to reply. He then hit the black armor on Lin Yan. The next moment, Lin Yan's naked upper body was covered with a thick, dark armor, shining brightly. At the same time, Lin Yan's original Qi 10th layer aura was suddenly suppressed to the Qi 8th layer state at this moment. And his body. At this moment, he suddenly sank a little. Even the ground was sunken with 2 footprints. Several inches deep. Obviously this armor is extremely heavy and has exceeded the limit that Lin Yan's body can bear. But Lin Yan was still gritting his teeth and persisting. All supported by your own beliefs. The old man in white robe saw this. There were more sighs in his eyes, and he seemed helpless. The figure swayed. Then he got into the black iron ruler again and disappeared. Lin Yan's perseverance is what he values. Think back to 10 years ago. When he first met Lin Yan. This kid had just been caught and dragged away to dig black mines. Later, accidentally, I dug up the black iron ruler he left behind. And after hearing about Lin Yan's tragic experience, only then did he decide to take action. He accepted Lin Yan as his disciple and taught him how to practice and refine alchemy until now. As for his only disciple, he also loved Yao Chen very much, so naturally he didn't want him to be ruined here. Well, if my physical body is still there, why do you, Yan'er, need to practice so hard? With a few pills, I can directly promote you to the heavenly dipper realm. Even the earthly evil realm is just around the corner. It's just a pity that the Eastern Region Medicine Sect is thousands of miles away. It's too much for you to go over now. After a while, an undetectable sound came from the black iron ruler. Like a sigh. Except Lin Feng. Lin Yan couldn't hear the sound either. Chapter 9. Lin Feng looked at the master and apprentice below, feeling slightly happy and very happy. He didn't expect that. After not seeing each other for 100,000 years, his younger brother Lin Yan has actually grown to this point. Not only has his cultivation strength reached the Qi 10th layer realm. Even the mind has been tempered to be so strong, like a piece of iron, indestructible. From now on, the Lin family will be completely in his hands. He can rest assured. His body swayed, he took a step forward, and the next moment, Lin Feng suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yan. Smile. Stand with your hands behind your back. Second brother. Lin Feng called softly. Who? Lin Yan was also shocked when he noticed someone suddenly appeared in front of him, and immediately became vigilant. In fact, he is now adapting to the armor and has difficulty moving. If someone took the opportunity to attack him at this time, he would be unable to resist at all. But as Lin Yan gradually looked up, the person in front of me jumped into my sight. His expression suddenly became surprised. Then the shock and excitement were hard to express. Big brother! Lin Yan shouted with excitement and disbelief, his brows filled with excitement. However, he was now bound by armor, making it very difficult for him to move even a single step. Then he couldn't immediately step forward and hug Lin Feng. After Lin Feng saw this, he raised his hand and pointed. That thick black iron armor, at this moment, became as light as a swallow, like a feather. Lin Yan didn't care about anything else. After feeling his body become lighter, he immediately rushed forward and hugged Lin Feng tightly with both arms. I was afraid that I was dreaming. The next moment, his big brother will suddenly disappear again. You are such a big man, how can you cry and cry? Lin Feng raised his hand to comfort Lin Yandao. Although his words seemed to be reproachful, there was still a smile on Lin Feng's face. 100,000 years. Although for his younger brother Lin Yan, only 10 years have passed. But for him. But a full 100,000 years have passed. During these 100,000 years, he missed his parents, siblings, relatives, and friends all the time. It was precisely because of these that he persisted and did not go crazy. Otherwise, in 100,000 years, he would have lost his mind and gone completely crazy. Now I see Lin Yan again. Naturally, he was extremely happy, and he was as excited as Lin Yan. Brother, where have you been in the past 10 years? Our parents were taken away. No matter how I look for them, I can't find them. After a while, Lin Yan suddenly let go of his hand. Eyes slightly red. He actually started to complain to Lin Feng. Seeing his elder brother appear. After so many years of persistence, all the grievances and tortures seemed to have found a way to vent. Lin Yan asked immediately. This matter is a long story. Lin Feng smiled lightly and had no intention of telling Lin Yan about the 100,000-year restricted area. My parents, I have brought them back. He is at home now, waiting for us to go back and reunite. Do you think, are you serious about this? Listening to Lin Feng's words, Lin Yan still looked a little in disbelief and asked in surprise. These years. I traveled all over the country of Zhao, large and small, and searched for countless forces, large and small. No trace of his parents was found. Now his eldest brother, who had been missing for 10 years, suddenly came back and told him that his parents had been found? Still at home? How can Lin Yan believe this? Whether it's true or not, won't it be clear when you and I go back and take a look? Lin Feng continued to say with a slight smile. Immediately, he took Lin Yan with him, moved through the void in an instant, and returned to the Lin family and Lin mansion in the next second. This. Void shift. Lin Yan and the old man in white robes and the black iron ruler behind him spoke out in surprise at the same time, with extremely horrified expressions. For Lin Yan. A second ago, he was thinking about how to reply to his elder brother's words. He felt apologetic in his heart. How could Lin Feng lie to him? Since he said that his parents are back, they must be back, and there must be nothing wrong. Lin Yan was still thinking. Turn around immediately and walk back. After all, Black Tortoise City is more than 1,000 kilometers away from Tianluo City. Even if they travel day and night, it will take at least several days. But the next moment, the scene in front of him changed rapidly, and when Lin Yan came back to his senses, he was already standing in the middle of the Lin mansion's backyard. How could this not surprise him? It was only now that he had some reaction. How did Lin Feng find him? Relative to Lin Yan. At this moment, the look of shock on the face of the white-robed old man in the black iron ruler was no less than that of Lin Yan. Just now, he recognized it at a glance. What Lin Feng used was the divine ability of void movement, which is only available to those who are strong in the cave void realm. And Lin Feng's void-shifting divine ability. He is many times more tyrannical and clever than the ordinary Dongxi realm expert. Even he didn't notice it at all. In the next moment, he was transported thousands of miles away and returned to Lin Mansion. This makes him really incredible. You know, more than 100 years ago, when he died, his cultivation was the 7th layer of cave void realm. He has used the divine ability of void shift countless times. It is precisely because of this. He was extremely frightened, shocked, and surprised by Lin Feng's divine ability to move the void. I didn't expect that this boy at such a young age would already be a strong man in the cave void realm. Such a talent cannot be described as a monster. The old man in white robe thought with great horror in his heart, and his expression was still extremely shocked. Suddenly, it was also at this time. In his ears, there was a cold voice, which entered his mind, and he could not resist at all. Since you are Yanner's master and have taught Yanner well, my Lin family will not treat you badly. In a few days, I will gather a physical body for you. It's up to you whether you want to stay or go. Lin Feng transmitted the message coldly and calmly. After hearing this, the old man in white robe was extremely shocked, and his face was extremely shocked. Can he see me? The white-robed old man thought in horror. To know. He was once a strong man in the cave void realm, but now he has fallen into a state of soul body. But with the help of this black iron ruler, he is also confident that as long as he hides his aura, even the peak Dongxue powerhouse may not be able to detect his existence. But now, from just now to now, he has almost never leaked his breath. But Lin Feng still discovered his existence? How could the old man in white robe not be surprised by this? He is not a strong person in the cave realm. But it may be, the holy realm. At this moment, an astonishing idea suddenly appeared in Yao Chen's mind, making him tremble all over and his expression was shaken. That's the only way. Only then can I explain. Why could Lin Feng discover his existence and dare to utter wild words about condensing a physical body for him? This is something that only the holy power can do. In an instant, Yao Chen rushed towards Lin Feng in the black iron ruler space, with a respectful look on his face, and bowed down. He said with gratitude, "Thank you, Senior." Chapter 10. Return to Lin Mansion. Lin Yan was stunned for a while before he remembered what Lin Feng said and ran madly towards the hall. Then, he saw Lin Qingtian and Lu Lian sitting in the living room drinking tea. "Father, Mother!" Lin Yan knelt down and shouted with tears in his eyes. Yanner!" Seeing Lin Yan appear, Lin Qingtian and Lu Lian were shocked, and immediately stepped forward to help him up. I was both excited and surprised. From Lin Feng leaving the room to Lin Yan coming back. It actually lasted less than an hour. They didn't even notice that Lin Feng disappeared into the Lin family. Then I saw Lin Yan coming back. At this moment, one can imagine the excitement in the two people's hearts. "Father, Mother, you have suffered." Lin Yan knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily. No matter how Lin Qingtian and Lu Lian tried to help him, he still refused to get up. He felt guilty in his heart, feeling that he had failed to shoulder the responsibility of the Lin family and take good care of his clan and his sister. This brought the Lin family to the brink of collapse. Even his parents and relatives couldn't keep it. "Kid, I can't blame you." Lu Lian seemed to understand Lin Yan's thoughts, and then explained. "I heard from your brother that we were captured by a saint-grade force in the western region and imprisoned. You have been unable to find us all these years. Your brother has destroyed all that power. Now our Lin family is no longer a threat." Lu Lian said sincerely. After hearing this, Lin Yan was startled again. "Western region? Saint-grade force?" Lin Yan murmured in a daze, with shock in his eyes. Now he is no longer the young man he was when he first started out. "I also have a lot of understanding about the division of power in this world. What can generally be called the saint-grade force? Among those forces, there are usually those who are powerful in the holy realm. But his mother actually said just now that this force had been destroyed by his brother? Then his brother's current strength. What is the realm?" Lin Yan couldn't imagine it and didn't dare to imagine it. Except him, at this moment. The white-robed old man in the Suantiaki space, Yao Chen, was also shocked after hearing the news. There was a roar and an explosion. Like thunder roaring, unstoppable. He thought. That young man has attained the holy realm, which is incredible and unique. But now he feels it. It seems that things are not that simple. Being able to destroy a saint-grade force by one person is definitely not something that an ordinary saint-grade powerhouse can do. Yao Chen's jaw dropped in shock. In the blink of an eye, it was a few days later. Lin family, martial arts field. On this day, Lin Feng called Lin Yan here, and took off the black iron ruler from behind, letting the white-robed old man, Yao Chen, emerge from the black iron ruler space. She said to him in a deep voice, "Today, I will gather a physical body for you." Lin Feng's voice was low and seemed to contain supreme pressure. As his words came out of his mouth, everyone in the sky seemed to be responding to his words, and a thunder rose into the sky. Then dark clouds began to gather. There is endless coercion rolling down. The entire Lin family mansion, as well as Tianluo city, became extremely dull and depressed. Use the Great Dao law to condense the physical body. This is an act of defiance. Even if Lin Feng has not actually implemented it. But as long as he has this thought, the Great Dao in the sky will sense it and drop thunder to try to stop it. Noisy. Lin Feng snorted coldly. The thunder tribulation dispersed and the dark clouds dispersed. Then he raised his hand and grabbed it, and in the void, there was immediately surrounded by the supreme Tao Yun, gathering together, emitting colorful lights, strange and dazzling. Dazzling brilliance filled the sky over the entire Lin mansion, and endless Great Dao fluctuations spread out from it. Lin Feng raised his hand and pointed. Immediately, Lin Yan saw. His teacher Yao Chen's soul floated uncontrollably towards the radiance of Dao Yun. "Teacher!" Lin Yan shouted worriedly, looking anxious. His teacher Yao Chen has been with him for so many years. Give him exercises, teach him how to practice, and how to make elixirs. He has achieved what he has achieved today. Thinking back to the time when he was digging coal, he dug out the black iron ruler, and then met Yao Chen, his teacher. Also since then, he just changed his destiny. He was able to escape from the mine and soar into the sky, becoming a strong man in the Qi realm. It can be said. Everything he has now was given by his teacher. Of course he doesn't want his teacher to have any problems here. No need to worry. Your teacher, he will not be in any danger. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, as if containing some kind of magic power, which immediately made Lin Yan calm down. And then, Lin Yan also met him soon. The medicine blended into the radiance of Tao Yun, and the soul was immediately filled with energy. Immediately afterwards, a human-shaped skeleton was formed in Yao Chen's soul. Then there are the meridians, flesh, and blood. The internal organs, limbs, and most importantly, the brain. After another few breaths. Finally, the medicine was completely integrated with his new body, and the spirit and body became one. But it was also at this time. A breath and power belonging to a powerful person in the Holy Realm suddenly burst out and spread from Yao Chen's body. It quickly spread throughout Tianluo city and Zhao state. Then, there is the entire Great Xia dynasty. Countless huge hidden forces were awakened and shocked by it. His expression was horrified. The birth of a powerful man in the Holy Realm is enough to attract the attention of the entire southern domain and not dare to underestimate him. Is this the breath of a powerful person in the Holy Realm? Oh my God, someone has broken through to the Holy Realm. Looking in that direction, it seems to be the state of Zhao. Then Zhaoguo, when did it have such a strong person? Then it is so unbelievable. Quickly, inform ancestor. Send your disciples quickly to investigate. Countless voices echoed throughout the southern domain, causing quite a stir. Even under the spread of this aura, the Emperor of Zhao State and several powerful venerable realm emperors from the southern domain suddenly opened their eyes. Divine consciousness explored here. Then shocked. Because they discovered that they couldn't see anything? It was as if there was an invisible barrier that hindered their spiritual consciousness from approaching. What barrier can actually block the consciousness of the powerful Emperor realm? The powerful men of the Emperor Venerable realm all showed shock in their eyes. The look on his face was extremely horrified. And the Emperor of Zhao. It was also at this moment that he dispatched his imperial advisor and the eldest prince, as well as additional troops and horses, to rush here. Anyway, it seems that they all want to have some relationship with this powerful man in the Holy Realm. Thank you, Senior, for the kindness of reinvention. I, Chen Yao, will serve as a leader for my predecessors in this life, and I will do my best. I swear on my life. As the integration of the new body is completed. At this time, Yao Chen also immediately came down from the air, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed to Lin Feng several times. Show gratitude. Shocked. He thought that Lin Feng was very strong, but he didn't expect that Lin Feng was already so strong. With a wave of his hand, he could gather a physical body for him. And also let his cultivation easily broke through the holy realm. This kind of method is probably only possible by the powerful ones from the venerable realm. Yao Chen once again had a new estimate of Lin Feng's strength. Chapter 11. Get up, there's no need for this. Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his hands and said lightly. Since you are Yan'er's master, I should treat you kindly. If something happens to the Lin family in my absence in the future, you only need to help out. There is no need for you to do too much other things. Lin Feng's voice was calm. It seems to have descended from the 9 heavens, ethereal and vast. After hearing this, Yao Chen knelt down again and rushed towards Lin Feng to show his loyalty. After hesitating and thinking for a moment, only then did he get up with difficulty and decided to leave temporarily. 100 years later. Now he has finally regained his body, and his cultivation has also greatly increased. The first thing Yao Chen should do first. Naturally, he wanted to return to the eastern region to seek revenge on his original enemy. Think back to those days. He was originally an inner sect elder of the eastern region medicine sect, the Saint Grade Force, and was in charge of Yifeng. There are tens of thousands of disciples under him. He is also an 8th level alchemist, with a distinguished reputation, respected by human venerable, and a very high status. But never thought about it. His junior brother was jealous of everything he had. That's why when he went out to collect medicine, a trap was laid for him and he died on the spot. And after that, his junior brother also occupied his mountain peak and took away all his elixir resources and status. Even his wife, Lin Xi. They were all forcibly imprisoned by his junior brother, not allowed to go out at all, and stayed with him on his bed day and night. This hatred. Yao Chen has already made up his mind. Waiting for his body to recover. He must return to the eastern region and kill his junior brother Yaoxiu on the spot. Remove the bones and peel off the skin, refine the soul and seize the soul. Only then can we eliminate the hatred in his heart. He thought. This matter will have to wait hundreds of years before it can be realized. When Lin Yan grows up, he will find countless precious materials to refine his body. But he didn't expect it. Now within just a few dozen breaths, his long-cherished wish has been realized? And his cultivation has reached the holy realm. How could Yao Chen not shed tears of gratitude to Lin Feng? Feeling uplifted. In his heart, he seemed to regard Lin Feng as his biggest benefactor in life. Don't ask him to just protect the Lin family. Even if it costs his life. Why not go up to the mountain of knives and go down to the sea of fire for the Lin family? Yao Chen would never frown. But before that, no matter what, he had to kill his junior brother first. If not, he can't swallow this breath no matter what. Looking at Yao Chen's retreating figure, Lin Feng's face was non-committal and didn't care. It doesn't actually matter whether the medicine goes or stays. It's just that the Lin family is weak now. Apart from him, it is difficult for the Lin family to have a strong person in the holy realm. He relied on the laws of heaven to condense the physical body for the medicine. Help him break through the Dongxi realm in one fell swoop and cross directly to the holy realm. The purpose is just to leave an extra backup for the Lin family. With one more helper, the Lin family will become stronger. If he is willing to stay, it will be fine. If he is not willing, he wants to leave. He, Lin Feng, would not stop him. After all, compared to an outsider, he is still more willing to cultivate a powerful person in the holy realm of the Lin family. Compared to Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Yan looked up at Yao Chen's retreating figure in the sky, with an expression that was both excited and complicated. He was excited by the teacher's power. Breakthrough in cultivation. At the same time, I am also a little sad that the teacher has left. Of course he knew the origin of the teacher. I also know what happened to teachers. So when Yao Chen left, Lin Yan did not step forward to stop him. I just prayed for his teacher silently in my heart, hoping that his teacher would be avenged and return to the Lin family as soon as possible. Let's go. Lin Feng said expressionlessly. I was thinking in my heart that now my parents and second brother have been found. He should look for an opportunity anytime. Just bring back his third sister, Lin Xi. A family reunion, this is the Lin family he wants. Lin Yan replied softly, his eyes showing reluctance, and then quickly turned around and left. Although the teacher has left. But during this period, his cultivation could not stop at all. If not, how can he be worthy of the careful teaching and hard work of his previous teachers? At the same time, he also didn't want to see Yao Chen making no progress at all when he came back. Time flies, and it comes a few days later. This day, Yanwu County, hundreds of miles away on Qingling Mountain. King Yun sect stands here. King Yun sect, with a population of only a few thousand, is a third-rate force. There are dozens of elders in the sect, and the highest level of cultivation is only Heavenly Dipper realm. Only the sect leader is a strong person in the Earth Evil realm. Throughout the southern domain. Although King Yun sect is not ranked, it is located near Yanwu County in Zhao State. King Yun sect is one of the top sects. Many martial arts families are proud that their disciples can join the King Yun sect. Several years ago. This is the case for the young master of the He family, He Chen Yang, who became a disciple of the King Yun sect. Only. Following the sudden death of He Chen Yang in the sect more than 10 days ago, the entire King Yun sect was shocked. They were all plunged into deathly silence and chaos. Countless disciples were held accountable for this. Even executed. Because they were unable to investigate the cause of He Chen Yang's death. They just know. A good man, sitting cross-legged in the cave mansion practicing. Then the next moment, it suddenly exploded into a pool of blood mist. Disappeared, dead on the spot. The scene is extremely cruel. Weird and strange. This also had to make these sect leaders think that there were traitors and traitors within the sect. It's these traitors and traitors. I don't know what means were used. Only then did he quietly kill the young master of the King Yun sect, He Chen Yang. I want to cut off the sect's inheritance in this way. Destroy the King Yun sect. This is also the main reason why most disciples are held accountable and doubted. However, with the rise of the Lin family in Tianluo City later, the news that the He and Li families were wiped out reached the ears of the King Yun sect. The senior elders of King Yun sect. Only then did he suddenly feel that something was fishy, and he suddenly began to doubt whether He Chen Yang's death might have something to do with the Lin family. Then, also on this day, Master King Yun, who has been in seclusion all year round, finally showed up in the main hall today. Arranged the task personally. 2 inner sect elders and 1 outer sect elder from the King Yun sect are asked to accompany them to the Lin family. Accountability and investigation will clarify the reason why the He family was destroyed. It would be best to find out the cause of He Chen Yang's death. Otherwise, if they can't find out, they won't have to come back. The 2 inner sect elders were trembling with fear. Take the order immediately. Taking the outer sect elder with him, he quickly arrived at the Lin family and over the Lin mansion in a warship just 2 days later. Where is the head of the Lin family? One of the inner sect elders asked sternly. The voice was extremely cold. There is quite a condescending attitude, as if he is dismissive of everything. And this is indeed the case. Young Master King Yun sect is said to be one of the top sects in Zhao Kingdom. There are even more masters in the sect. In a small place like Tianluo City, there might not even be a strong person from the Heavenly Dipper realm. What's more, a small Lin family. Of course not worthy of their attention. Although, they were ordered by the sect master to investigate the reason why the He family was destroyed and the cause of He Chen Yang's death. But so what? No matter what family it is, it doesn't matter what family it is, or the Lin family. In their eyes, they are just ants. One party was wiped out, and to them, it was of no importance at all. They can completely shift all the blame to the Lin family. Let the Lin family take the lead. Thus, no matter whether this matter was done by the Lin family or not, they can all give the Lin family a good lesson, search for some property, and end the mission. Don't be too relaxed. Chapter 12. Noisy. No one dares to be so arrogant in the sky above our Lin mansion. As the voices of the 2 people fell, inside Lin Mansion. Soon there was a deep and angry voice. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back and walked out. Suddenly, a coercion filled the sky, terrifying to the extreme, and fell from the sky. In an instant, the three people and their warships were shot down to the ground. There was a burst of dust and a loud noise echoed. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. Wei Wei was a little angry. He is now, after all, one of the top and most powerful people in this world. How could he tolerate these little fishes and shrimps being arrogant and domineering in front of him and provoking his dignity? Just looking for death. Big, bold. One of the inner sect elders immediately looked furious and shouted, do you know who we are? We are all elders of the King Yin sect. How dare you do this to us? Aren't you afraid of the King Yin sect? Revenge. The inner sect elder was lying on the ground in a panic. The clothes are disheveled and the breathing is disordered. Said in shock and anger. However, his body could not help but tremble. In fact, the coercion just now frightened him to the extreme. He really can't imagine. How could there be such a strong man in Tianluo City? Still in the Lin family? Just by coercion. This will give them 2 Heavenly Dipper realm powerhouses and 1 Qi Si realm powerhouse. They all fell into the air and fell to the ground, unable to get up at all. It was simply 100 times more terrifying than the feeling the sect master gave him. This time, they really hit the wall. King Yin sect. What the hell? If you offend me, you will die. Lin Feng said lightly, then pointed out. The 3 people who were still lying on the ground, unable to move, immediately exploded into a pool of blood mist and dissipated. Ceased to exist. Before dying, in the eyes of the 3 of them, they are all still filled with the ultimate fear. It was as if it was extremely unbelievable that he died inexplicably like this. Not even a trace of strength to resist. They originally hoped that the sect behind them would be able to intimidate the people in front of them. Spare their lives. But they still miscalculated. Lin Feng didn't take their King Yin sect seriously at all. Their deaths are simply unclear. And this is when he is about to die. The 3 of them suddenly remembered that they were in the direction of Tianluo City a few days ago. There seems to be the aura of a powerful person in the Holy Realm. Spread? Could it be that he is from the Lin family? The 3 people suddenly thought in horror, but it was too late to regret it. What happened? Hearing the violent explosion, Lin Yan, Lin Feng's parents, Lin Xingtian and Lu Lian soon walked out of the inner courtyard and asked with doubts on their faces. Then the 3 of them looked into the courtyard. It exploded into pools of blood mist, the blood stains left by the 3 people. And the warship that had been broken into pieces. Dumbfounded, full of surprise. They're just clowns, don't worry about them. Lin Feng clapped his palms and explained with a smile. Then he ordered Uncle Fu and sent his servants to clean the courtyard. He himself raised his foot and disappeared into the Lin mansion in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already in the sky above King Yin sect in Qingling Mountain. He stared down with cold eyes. Where is Master King Yuan? Lin Feng spoke lightly, and his voice was like a mighty demonic sound that spread throughout the mountain peak. At this moment, thousands of inner and outer disciples of King Yin sect, as well as dozens of elders, all appeared one after another. He stared at the person above in horror. My mind was agitated, filled with fear and awe. Stepping on the void. This is something only a strong person in the reincarnation realm can do. Why did this senior suddenly come to our King Yin sect? Is there something you want us to do? For a time, dozens of King Yin sect elders were all thinking this in their hearts. There is both excitement and fear. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Usually there are senior powerful people visiting. Either repay a favor or take revenge. They don't want it to be the latter. As Lin Feng's voice came out, soon, a middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe walked out of the King Yin sect's main hall. Eyes sharp. He bowed respectfully to Lin Feng in the sky. He asked aloud, Junior Luo Tian, the sect leader of King Yin sect, I wonder why Senior suddenly came to visit. The leader of the King Yin sect felt uneasy. The emotions on his face are also complicated. It seems to be for those above. He was also filled with as much awe as fear. Who says someone is at least a strong person in the reincarnation realm? He can only deal with it more carefully. Humph, you just sent 3 ants to the skies above my Lin family's house to provoke me. You don't remember who I am so soon. Lin Feng said with a hint of sarcasm, his breath spreading out. Suddenly it enveloped the entire Qingling mountain peak. At this moment, including the King Yin sect leader, dozens of King Yin sect elders and thousands of inner and outer disciples, they all felt as if a mountain weighing tens of millions of kilograms was pressing down on them, and they all immediately fell to the ground. On the ground. He couldn't move at all. His face was extremely pale. It seems that they are here for revenge. King Yin sect is in great trouble. One of the inner sect elders thought so in his heart. The face was even more horrified and horrified. This is a misunderstanding. King Yin sect leader Luo Tian suddenly vomited blood from his mouth and returned like this. Thoughts were racing. For a moment, he didn't even think about how to deal with it. After holding it in for a long time, I suddenly replied with this sentence. I already regretted it deeply in my heart. 2 days ago. He seemed to have indeed sent 2 inner sect elders to the Lin family in Tianluo City. Investigate the reasons and truth behind the destruction of the He family? Could it be that this was the reason why he offended this strong man? Could this strong man be from the Lin family? King Yin sect leader Luo Tian already had some such speculations in his mind. Suddenly he was shocked. Is there such a strong person in the Lin family? If only I had known earlier. Even if you give him 100 or 1,000 courages, he won't dare to provoke the Lin family easily. Luo Tian felt even more regretful. Haha, misunderstanding. Lin Feng's mouth showed a hint of sneer again. His eyes were extremely cold. In this southern underworld, the law of the jungle has always been predatory, extremely cruel. Whoever is stronger is justified. He is now stronger than the King Yin sect, and he, the King Yin sect, can naturally say that this is a misunderstanding. But if he didn't have the strength he has now, so what will happen to the King Yin sect? He had no doubt. The King Yin sect would kill the entire Lin family without hesitation. Kill all the children of his Lin family, not a single one will be left. I will never say this was a misunderstanding again. Since you have nothing to say, then your King Yin sect, there is no need to exist. Lin Feng said lightly. Then he raised his hand and pointed, and instantly there were streaks of blood mist on Qingling Mountain, roaring and exploding like gorgeous fireworks in full bloom. Unstoppable. Thousands of King Yin sect disciples, including the patriarch and elders. In this short moment, the body exploded and turned into pools of blood mist, floating into the air. The scene is magnificent and extremely bloody. Not for a while. In the blink of an eye. The entire Qingling Mountain was dyed blood red, and everything you could see was stained red with blood. It's like the 9 nether purgatory, covering the heaven and earth. After a while, Lin Feng collected all the elixirs, exercises, spiritual stones, elixirs, etc. in King Yin sect. After searching a lot, then he turned around and stepped back to the Lin family. Now that the Lin family is rising, these things are indispensable. As the saying goes, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, so of course he is not willing to let it go easily. Chapter 13. Wanyu Sect. Located in the eastern polar region of the southern domain. This is the real first-class top power in addition to the 3 holy places of southern domain. There are hundreds of thousands of disciples in the sect, and there are many strong ones in Dongxi realm and Yingdan realm. The sect leader and several supreme elders are even more powerful in sovereign realm. In the ears of the senior leaders of various forces in the southern domain, he was famous and was originally called the human sovereign. This day, Wanyu sect, Qingxia Peak. In a quiet and elegant courtyard on the top of the mountain, the breeze blows slightly and the pink petals gradually fall. There was a charming piano sound coming from a closed wooden door in the courtyard. Crisp and melodious, poetic and picturesque, like the sound of nature, it lingers in your ears. After people listen to it once, they will want to listen to it a second time. Unforgettable in this life. But with the arrival of a shadow, the music of the people in the room suddenly stopped playing. Master Dongfeng, please stop pestering me. I have said many times that there is no possibility between us. 11 is burdened with a blood feud. I have no intention of not avenging this revenge. As for men and women, I ask you, sir, to choose another good partner. The woman in the room spoke out. The sound is like an aureole coming out of the valley, gentle and soft, and like a silver bell ringing softly. It is really nice to hear. Junior sister Lin Xi. You know how much I feel about you, and I will never give up easily. I am the young master of the Dongfang family. As long as you are willing to combine with me, I can guarantee that I will use the power of the family to help you find your parents and brothers and avenge you. Why are you so persistent? You refuse. See me. Am I, Dongfang Yueming, no better than others? The man outside the door said with a sad expression. Pretending to be affectionate. Master Dongfang, there is no need to say any more. Even if Master personally advises me on this matter, I will not agree. Master, please leave. The woman inside the door continued to decline, her voice carrying a bit of coldness and a bit of strength. In that case. Then junior sister Lin Xi, I'm leaving right now, don't be angry. After saying that, the man outside the door seemed to give up, turned around and left. But it was also at this time. But he suddenly stopped. Then he turned around again. He took something out of his sleeve, carefully placed it at the door of the woman's wooden door, and spoke softly at the same time. This is a heaven-grade defensive treasure that I asked someone to bring from home. It's a jade bracelet. I hope you like it, junior sister Lin Xi, you must accept it. After saying that, Dongfang Yueming turned around and left without looking back. There was also a hint of coldness in his eyes, even teasing. The defensive spirit treasure was indeed brought by him from home. Only, there was a restriction placed on the jade bracelet spirit treasure by him. As long as anyone wears the jade bracelet, his soul will be imprisoned instantly. Turned into a walking zombie, ready to be slaughtered. When the time comes, will junior sister Lin Xi just let him choose? Just do whatever you want? GG. When he thought of junior sister Lin Xi's figure and appearance, Dongfang Yueming felt a little unbearable and the heat was unbearable. A few wisps of evil fire rose up in his lower abdomen. After leaving, he immediately ran down the mountain. I found a Yanchun tower and listened to music by hooking up the fence. After a few hours of happiness. Then I left with satisfaction and ease. On Kingxia Peak, in the courtyard. After Dongfang Yueming left, Lin Xi walked out of the wooden house and exhaled orchid. Her eyes are picturesque and her eyes are full of beauty. With flowing eyes and longing, the red lips slightly opened, and it was like countless others in the world. A pale pink long skirt with a tight waist. It set off her exquisite and graceful figure, graceful and graceful, as if she was descended from heaven. Lin Xi bent his knees slightly. Picked up the exquisite wooden box on the ground, opened it and looked at it. A jade bracelet that was completely green, polished smooth, and emitted a blue aura suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. The classification of Lingbao classes is the same as that of Kung Fu. They are divided into 9 levels: mortal, spiritual, mysterious, earth, heaven, emperor, king, saint, and emperor. Usually an earth-level spiritual treasure. It was enough to attract a third-rate force to snatch it crazily. What's more, this is a heaven-grade spiritual treasure. Even within the Wang Yu sect, a heaven-grade spiritual treasure is something that can only be encountered but not sought. Only the elders of each peak and their direct disciples can own one. Extremely precious. I can give this away. It is enough to see that Dongfang Yueming has put a lot of thought into it. However, Lin Xi just picked up the jade bracelet and looked at it briefly. Then she immediately placed it outside the house without thinking at all. Because she knows it very well. There is absolutely no possibility between her and Dongfang Yueming. Putting aside her personal situation, she didn't like Dongfang Yueming, she always felt that there was a trace of hypocrisy in him that she couldn't see through. And that's it. Her Lin family is on the verge of being wiped out, her parents and brothers are missing, and there is still no news. Bearing a blood feud. She has no thoughts at all about men and women. She naturally refused Dongfang Yueming's pursuit. So now, she can't even accept what Dongfang Yueming gave her. However, the Eastern Moon has a great origin and a profound background. I heard that even the sect leader was extremely wary of him and did not dare to punish him easily. Therefore, although Dongfang Yueming has been pestering her over the years, she dare not refuse it too openly. It has been delayed until now. I don't know what to do. Alas! Lin Xi sighed softly, with a sad look in his eyes, and raised his eyes to the sky. I wonder how her eldest brother and second brother are doing? Have you ever returned to the Lin family in these years? Get your parents back? Every time he thought about this problem, Lin Xi had a headache. He was exhausted mentally and physically, and his face looked painful. The cold poison in her body almost caused another attack. She quickly took a 9-yang life-sustaining pill and suppressed it before her complexion returned to normal. Turn around and continue walking towards the house. Her name is Lin Xi, and she is Lin Feng's sister. She is also the daughter of the Lin family from Tianluo City in Yanwu County. 10 years ago, after her Lin family suffered great changes, she was spotted by a passing sect elder and taken away. Arrive at Wanyu sect. And he became a disciple of that sect elder and became his direct disciple. This stay lasted 10 years. During this period, she also returned to the Lin family several times to visit the Lin family's mansion. But after seeing that no one from the Lin family came back. Moreover, all the mansions were occupied and robbed by the Li family. Lin Xi was already heartbroken. It's rare that I go back to the Lin family again. During this period, she also asked her master to find her family. But southern domain is too big. Their Wanyu sect is located in the eastern part of the southern domain, and Tianluo City is located in the southwest area of the southern domain. The distance between the two is huge. Her master's search was also futile. For many years, there was no result. So she could only search behind her back silently, hoping that one day she would be able to find some clues. Why don't you accept things given by others? At this moment, Lin Xi was about to enter the house and close the door when suddenly, behind her, there was a deep laughter. Lin Xi looked suddenly shocked. When she looked back, she saw an extremely familiar yet unfamiliar face that suddenly came into her eyes. Brother! Lin Xi looked excited and shouted with tears in his eyes. Chapter 14. The person who came was none other than Lin Feng. He was playing with the jade bracelet in his hand, and the restrictions inside it had been quietly eliminated by him. He put it back into his bag. Little sister! Lin Feng looked extremely excited. He opened his arms, and Lin Xi couldn't wait to hug her up. Like a child, Lin Feng gently stroked her hair. Not seeing each other for 100,000 years. Lin Feng's longing for his parents, siblings, has long been comparable to that of rivers and oceans. Although for his siblings, only 10 years have passed. But this period of time was extremely long for him. Looking back at that time, he was helping his sister Lin Xi to find Xuanyang grass to cure cold poison. That's why we went deep into the 100,000 mountains. Once you fall into that restricted area, you will be there for 100,000 years. Brother, how did you get up here? Are mom and dad back now? After a while, Lin Xi finally let go of his hand, looking a little worried and asking in surprise. The Wanyu sect is a famous sect. There are countless strong people in the sect. The guards are even tighter. If the experts in the sect noticed it, Lin Feng, an outsider, sneaked in. Lin Feng will definitely be held accountable. She didn't want to see her big brother and something happened because of it. My parents are still fine, and they are at home now. I'm here to take you back to reunite. In contrast to Lin Xi's worry, Lin Feng's face looked very calm and he spoke calmly. This Moon sect does have several human sovereigns. There are also many strong people in the cave void realm. But that is nothing to him. He has destroyed all the saint-grade forces in the palace of the Queen Mother of the Western regions. What's more, this little Moon sect. What can be done to him? That's great. Lin Xi danced for joy, and his whole body became cheerful, as if all the melancholy just now had been swept away. There was a smile on his face. She knew it. Now that her eldest brother is back, her parents will be fine. She always has some kind of inexplicable trust in her eldest brother. Just now. After a brief moment of happiness, Lin Xi felt a little sad again. After hearing that my parents had gone home, Lin Xi didn't mention how much he was thinking about it now, and hurried back home. But before, she had contradicted her master because of Dongfang Yueming's matter. Now she is still confined in this courtyard and cannot go out. You can't even take half a step away. Otherwise, the consequences will be extremely serious. This gave Lin Xi a headache. She could force her way out, but this would definitely make her master even more angry. Lin Xi didn't dare to do this easily. In addition, there is how to successfully bring her eldest brother Lin Feng out in front of everyone. And it will not be known to the senior leaders of the sect. This also made Lin Xi feel a little embarrassed. What should I do? Lin Xi frowned deeply, pouted, crossed his arms, and began to think hard. See her looking so serious. Lin Feng couldn't help but put his forehead on his head and smiled. Then he took a step forward, taking Lin Xi with him, and returned to the courtyard of Lin Mansion in an instant. Looking at the scene in front of me, it changes rapidly, and then becomes familiar in the blink of an eye. Returned to Lin Mansion. Lin Xi's eyes immediately widened and his mouth opened wide. His face was full of disbelief. Brother, are you so awesome now? The Wang Yu sect is hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Lin family. You just teleported and came back. Lin Xi pinched his cheek. Still can't believe it. The shock on his face could not be overstated. She is no longer the little girl she was when she first started practicing. Over the years, she has gained a lot of knowledge within the Moon Wuan sect. We know that only those who are strong in the cave realm have the divine ability to teleport through space. Her master is a strong man in the cave void realm, and he often takes her to teleport. It is precisely because of this. That's why Lin Xi is now even more shocked and unbelievable. Because she clearly remembered that she asked her master. Generally, a strong person in the cave void realm can teleport tens of thousands of kilometers, which is already the limit. But like her elder brother, teleport instantly, hundreds of thousands of kilometers? This is only possible unless you are a sovereign, or even a powerful person in the holy realm. This also made Lin Xi a little curious about Lin Feng's true cultivation level. Good. Your brother and I are now in a realm above Emperor Venerable. Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back. With an enigmatic attitude, he said calmly. There is nothing to hide Lin Xi's thoughts. Just tell the truth. However, when he said this, no one might believe it. After all, he said he was the Emperor Venerable realm. No one believed it. What's more, the realm above Emperor Venerable. It's so ridiculous. Sure enough, after Lin Feng finished speaking, Lin Xi gave him a look of disbelief and contempt. Then he ignored him. He ran straight towards the living room and quickly ran over. After not seeing each other for 10 years, she missed her parents very much. After dozens of breaths, Lin Xi quickly arrived at the backyard. I saw Lin Qingtian and Lu Lian playing with flowers and plants in the living room. Father, Mother! Lin Xi shouted excitedly, with tears in his eyes, and immediately hugged him. 11 When Lin Qingtian and his wife saw this, their faces were filled with shock, excitement, and joy. Then it quickly calmed down. Knowing that this was Lin Feng, he brought Lin Xi back. Just like when I brought Lin Yan back, it was exactly the same. 11 Lin Xi and Lu Lian hugged each other, with tears in their eyes, as if they were extremely reluctant to leave. Lin Qingtian was also at this moment, stepping forward and stroking Lin Xi's head. A look of kindness on his face. The family is having fun. Lin Feng saw this scene from behind and was extremely happy. It seemed as if his 100,000 years of suffering and waiting were all worth it. Master, we have guests arriving. This is also the time. Uncle Fu, the chief manager of the Lin Mansion, suddenly ran in from the front yard in a panic. He bowed and said to Lin Feng. The envoy of the state of Zhao, the eldest prince and the imperial master are outside the door, asking to see the young master. Master, how do you think we should respond? No. Lin Feng waved his hand directly and returned casually. Now that his sister has just come back, how can he be in the mood to meet foreigners? Now their parents, siblings, and family are reunited. That's the most important thing. He has been waiting for this moment for 100,000 years. As you command. After hearing this, Uncle Fu immediately responded respectfully, and then carefully backed away. But he was thinking in his mind. How to handle this better? After all, the other party is the sovereign clan of Zhao State, which is in charge of the prosperity and decline of a country. Now an envoy was suddenly sent to visit. Or the eldest prince and imperial advisor of the current dynasty. This time, Uncle Fu couldn't help but have to deal with it carefully to avoid making any mistakes. If not, it would be bad if it brought any disaster to the Lin family. Uncle Fu came to the gate cautiously and respectfully. First, he saluted the old man and the young man in front of him, and then he said with great respect, "First Prince, Imperial Master, please forgive me. Our young master is not here today, so it is really inconvenient for us to have guests. Could you please forgive me? The eldest prince and the Imperial Master, go back and take a rest. How about we come another day? The Lin Mansion will treat you kindly." Chapter 15. Bang! Before Fu Bo finished speaking, a guard following the eldest prince instantly kicked Fu Bo. He kicked him far away and hit the door behind him before he stopped. Several ribs in the chest were broken. "You!" Uncle Fu's face turned red and he glared at the guard, unable to say a word for a long time. He never expected it. He was so careful and polite. But the eldest prince's guard still wanted to treat him like this? On the other hand, look at the eldest prince and the imperial master. After the guard took action, it seemed as if he didn't see him at all. Still not looking at him with a straight face. It is always filled with a noble and elegant temperament that belongs to the royal family. In the eyes of the royal family, the Lin family was an insignificant force, like ants. What's more, Lin Fu is just a mere manager of the Lin family, a servant? Then it won't catch their eyes even more. If they hadn't come from the city lord's mansion this time. I learned that the powerful man in the Holy Realm may have some relationship with the Lin family. They will not be polite before fighting. He also asked this dog slave to go in and report before letting them in. If not, with their identity and status, wherever they go. Didn't you just break through the door? Maybe the owner of the house liked them very much and licked them. Where will it be like now? Actually, I was rejected by the Lin family here. Not to be liked. This naturally made the eldest prince and the imperial master feel a little angry. Naturally, at this time, my subordinates want to teach this dog slave a lesson. They didn't stop or say anything. I what? You BCH slave, my eldest prince came to your Lin family because he thinks highly of you. Letting you go in to inform you is also to give you face. But you don't know what is good and what is good, and you dare to shut out our eldest prince and the imperial master. Have you eaten the courage of a bear's heart and a leopard's courage? The guard scolded with a sarcastic look on his face. There was no politeness in his tone. After hearing this, Uncle Fu's face became even more gloomy. But he didn't dare to refute a word. Because he didn't want to cause more trouble to the Lin family and offend the royal family. In addition, there is another reason. Although he was promoted to Ki second layer mirror with Lin Feng's help. But the prince in front of him was accompanied by a guard. But it is full of Chi High 6th layer realm. He fought against it and was almost completely defeated. Otherwise, he would not have been kicked by the guard just now, vomiting so much blood and being seriously injured. My young master. Uncle Fu was lying on the ground, covering his chest with a difficult look on his face. Just about to say something. At this time, in the inner courtyard of Lin Mansion, a cold and deafening sound suddenly sounded. Who is chattering outside? Keeping the noise. Lin Feng's faint voice echoed in everyone's ears. Like a thunder drum vibrating, resounding throughout the sea of consciousness. Roaring in their hearts. At this moment, an unparalleled pressure fell from the sky and enveloped them. This moment. Whether it's a national teacher. Or the high and mighty eldest prince, and the accompanying guards. All in this moment. He lay on the ground, his cheek pressed tightly against the floor, unable to move at all. The look on their faces. There was both surprise and fear, but also a kind of humiliation. It seemed unbearable. As the eldest prince and national advisor, have they ever received such treatment? Being pinned to the ground? Immediately, the eldest prince's expression suddenly changed. His face gradually showed a sinister look, full of ferocity. He wished he could crush the Lin mansion immediately so that he could eliminate the hatred in his heart. Soon, as the sound fell, Lin Feng also raised his feet and walked slowly out of the Lin mansion. Then he saw Uncle Fu lying on the ground, with a hint of anger in his eyes. As soon as he pointed out, a burst of heaven and earth energy and spiritual energy gathered on Fu Bo again. In a short while, Uncle Fu's injuries all improved and he recovered as before. Even the bones that were broken just now were all reattached. It was as if he had never been hurt like this before. Thank you, Master. After Uncle Fu's injury improved, he immediately stood up, bowed respectfully to Lin Feng, and said excitedly. My heart was already full of horror. Although he had already seen it once before. The young master waved his hand and used this method. Let his cultivation level rise to the Qi realm. But now I see it again with my own eyes. His mind was still as shocked as ever. At the same time, he was even more shocked and horrified at the young master's strength. It was really unbelievable. Uncle Fu was feeling so emotional at this moment. As for the eldest prince and the imperial master in front of them, it has been completely forgotten by him and no longer takes him seriously. Who hit you just now? Faced with Uncle Fu's thanks, Lin Feng waved his hand nonchalantly, and then asked indifferently. Lin Fu is the general manager of his Lin family. He is the face representative of the Lin family to the outside world. Now, this group of so-called eldest princes and imperial advisors not only beat up the general manager of his family. He was also verbally abusive. Where will he put the Lin family's face from now on? So Lin Feng's immediate thought was to fight back whoever made the move. People from the Lin family don't have to be afraid of anyone. This will be one of the principles by which the Lin family behaves in the future. It's him. Uncle Fu was not polite immediately. He raised his hand and pointed at the guard closest to the eldest prince, with a little anger surging in his eyes. It's a pity that if he wasn't strong enough, you can't call back in person. Otherwise, why would the young master need to take action to avenge him? Fu Bo was so angry that he gritted his teeth. My eyes are a bit red. Very good. Lin Feng's eyes were cold and he nodded slightly, then raised his hand and waved, and the pressure that suppressed everyone quietly dissipated. Then, Lin Feng raised his hand and pointed again. A pill floated quietly in front of Uncle Fu. Keep spinning. Eat it. Lin Feng didn't look back and gave the order. When Uncle Fu heard this, he didn't hesitate at all. He immediately took the elixir with both hands and took it into his mouth. Swallow. Then the next moment, a violent spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Then it suddenly burst out from Fu Bo's body. Then it was all transformed into the power of Heavenly Dipper. The powerful aura spread out from Fu Bo's body like ripples. Describe a hurricane. In an instant, it spread to the entire streets of Lin Mansion. Everyone present was horrified. Uncle Fu actually broke through to the Heavenly Dipper realm in just a few breaths? What kind of elixir is this? It has such a miraculous effect. At this moment, everyone present, except Lin Feng himself, was stunned. His expression was astonished. His face was filled with disbelief. Lin Feng healed Uncle Fu's injury in an instant and let it go. But now that he was given a pill, Uncle Fu was directly promoted to the Heavenly Dipper realm? How could this not surprise them? Simply unheard of. Fight back. After a while, waiting for Fu Bo's promotion to be completed, the realm aura was completely stabilized. Lin Feng then pointed at the guard. Calmly gave orders to Uncle Fu. After hearing this, Uncle Fu immediately understood. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He quickly punched it. Chapter 16. Bang! There was a loud noise, and Fu Bo raised his fist and quickly rushed out. One punch. Although the guard raised his hand to resist, there was a huge gap between the Heavenly Dipper realm and the Qi realm. Almost at the moment Forbes arrived, the guard immediately retreated and flew away. It hit a wall hard and was half dead before stopping. You wanna die? Seeing his guard being blown away, the eldest prince became angry at this moment. He suddenly gathered energy into palms with both fists, and the huge power was blasted towards Fu Bo's mind, obviously with murderous intent. He wants to put Fu Bo to death for real. The eldest prince is also a Heavenly Dipper Realm strongman, and has reached the Heavenly Dipper Realm 7th layer. After all, he is also the prince of a country. In addition to the eldest prince's own astonishing talent, Zhao's countless resources have also been piled on him. So it's not surprising that he arrived at the Heavenly Dipper Realm 7th layer. Compared to the recently promoted Heavenly Dipper Realm. At this time, the eldest prince naturally has the power to crush him, and it would be easy to take Uncle Fu's life. But it was also at this time. Just when Uncle Fu was horrified and felt that he could not escape, Lin Feng suddenly waved his sleeves. All of a sudden, an invisible coercion and force instantly restrained the eldest prince. And he also blasted his figure far away. He also fell to the wall before he stopped, vomiting blood and turning pale. Anyone who offends our Lin mansion should be killed without mercy. But since you are the prince of a country, I can spare your life. Take people away quickly. If you dare to mess with me again, don't blame me for uprooting your entire imperial city of Zhao Kingdom. Lin Feng said coldly. Immediately, he took Uncle Fu back to the Lin mansion. The door was closed tightly and he no longer paid attention to the eldest prince, the imperial master and others. This guy is quite capable. At this time, after Lin Feng and the others left, the imperial master, who had never spoken a word, suddenly whispered something. His brows were furrowed. Could it be that he really has some relationship with that powerful man in the Holy Realm? After today's incident, he also realized it deeply. Linear. Maybe it's not an easy bone to chew. If it can be used by them, that's it, if not, then this enemy must be destroyed as soon as possible. Only in this way will it be of great benefit to Zhao state. A flash of coldness quickly flashed across the eyes of the imperial master. Then he ordered someone to help the prince up and left Lin mansion happily. Returned to the city lord's palace. The imperial preceptor immediately wrote 2 letters, and one of them was delivered to the emperor of Zhao in the imperial city. Tells what happened today. Another letter. He sent people secretly to a power hidden in Tianluo city, the Ghost Pavilion. The Zhao family ruled the country for thousands of years. During this period, he naturally also cultivated a lot of his own underground secret forces. Remove and clean up for them, all overt and covert factors that are detrimental to Zhao state. This is the case with Ghost Pavilion. Enter by publishing bounty tasks and recruiting talents. Over the years, the power of Ghost Soul Pavilion has spread to every corner of the Zhao kingdom. Even outside Zhao state. There are many cities and places that have the shadow of Ghost Pavilion. Among them, there are even 1 or 2 strong men in the reincarnation realm who stand on the top of the pyramid and remain standing. The methods of Ghost Pavilion are far beyond comparison with others. Now the Imperial Master has compiled a letter and sent it to the Ghost Pavilion, which is to issue a wanted reward for the Lin mansion. Use this to test out the true strength of the Lin family. And whether it has anything to do with that powerful man in the Holy Realm. If there is, it will naturally be necessary to try hard to win over. No matter what price you pay. If not, just based on today's insult to the royal family, the Lin family needs to be completely eliminated to avoid future troubles forever. The imperial preceptor thought so. Late at night, Lin Mansion. Lin Feng had just finished attending the banquet to welcome his younger siblings Lin Xi and Lin Yan back, and was about to walk towards his bedroom. At this time, outside Lin Mansion. But suddenly, several people with masks and black clothes climbed over the wall and rushed in. Lin Feng paused. The figure gradually disappeared into nothingness. When he reappeared, it was already quietly, behind the few people who had just landed. One hand reached out. Then he imprisoned the men in black. He followed the voice interestingly and asked, "Who are you? Why did you break into my Lin mansion?" Lin Feng's sudden appearance immediately startled the men in black. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His face became a bit pale. Because they discovered that their cultivation and bodies seemed to be imprisoned at this moment. Can't move at all? let alone action, escape, or resistance. Linear. Lin Feng. One of the men in black seemed to recognize the person in front of him, and spoke with difficulty, with a look of horror on his face. They are all Heavenly Dipper Realm powerhouses. They all accepted the mission in Ghost Pavilion, so they decided to come here tonight to test the depth of the Lin family. But they didn't expect it. They had just stepped in, and someone was imprisoning them on the back? How could this not horrify them? The Lin family is indeed a place where dragons and tigers den. It's simply too unfathomable. Horrible. These men in black suddenly thought of this in their minds. Suddenly I felt a little regretful, wondering if I had come to the wrong place. You know me. Listening to the other party calling his name, Lin Feng suddenly became a little surprised and couldn't help but become more interested. Although he is now famous in the Lin family, many people are afraid to avoid the Lin family. Afraid of getting into trouble. But now, just a few people who come here actually know him? This made Lin Feng feel a little strange. Well, since you won't tell me, then I have no choice but to search for souls. After a while, he saw that the other party was still mumbling and refused to answer his question. Lin Feng directly pressed his hand on his head, and then searched his memory. A scream sounded. After a few more breaths, Lin Feng gradually opened his eyes, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Hi, Ghost Pavilion. There is actually someone on the list who has placed a reward on the names of all of us in the Lin family. Who is so bold? Lin Feng felt that he was still a little too low-key. It did not cause enough deterrence to the outside world. If not, how could anyone dare to do this and cause trouble for the Lin family? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He casually picked out the few people who had just broken into his Lin mansion, and instantly exploded into a pool of blood mist, without any trace of death. But the Ghost Pavilion does seem a bit difficult to deal with. The power spreads all over the Zhao Kingdom, and there is no fixed location. The personnel are mainly recruited from outside, and are carried out by issuing rewards. We can't throw them all away in one pot. The Lin family's name is always hanging on it. I'm afraid there will be constant trouble in the future. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a headache. Chapter 17. No matter what, if you go to the Ghost Pavilion stronghold in Tianluo City and take a look, you should be able to find some clues. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng made up his mind. Then in a flash, he arrived at Tianluo City, walking slowly in a dark and secret alley. This dark alley is not big and straight. There are two high walls on the left and right sides, which can only accommodate two people passing through at the same time. Usually almost no one comes here. But at the end of this dark alley, there is a hotel. According to what I just learned from the soul search in the sea of consciousness of the man in black, Lin Feng knew that this hotel was one of the strongholds of the Ghost Pavilion in Tianluo City. There is almost only one shopkeeper and waiter inside, who are stationed permanently to serve as reward recipients and recipients of daily tasks. Some martial artists who have registered as killers in the Ghost Pavilion. Regardless of origin. With the token, you can receive tasks here, then execute them and get rewards. Lin Feng took a step forward, and no aura leaked from his body. The two shopkeepers and the waiter glanced at Lin Feng with gloomy expressions. There didn't seem to be any big mood swings on their faces. He only regarded Lin Feng as an ordinary guest. Stay in a hotel or have a meal. The famous waiter came over with a dissatisfied look and asked coldly. This is not a normal hotel. But in order to cover up others' eyes and ears, we cannot directly reject the guests who come in. So I had to deal with it perfunctorily. Asking about something. Lin Feng walked to the counter and stopped, suddenly threw out a few tokens and said aloud. Those tokens were all those he had just searched for from those men in black. I thought it might be of some use here. Oh? I wonder what the guest officer wants to ask. What our yellow level killer can ask is very limited, but if we have enough spirit stones. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. The hint is very obvious. When he saw Lin Feng taking out the token, he immediately regarded Lin Feng as the killer of Ghost Pavilion. So he explained aloud. But soon, the look in his eyes changed, showing a little surprise, and he stopped talking. These tokens. Are they obviously not from the killers he sent out just now? How could it suddenly be in the hands of this young man? The shopkeeper was in shock at the same time. Lin Feng had already spoken slowly again. I want to know who put a reward on the name of my Lin family. Can you tell me this? There was a faint smile in the corners of Lin Feng's eyes. But this smile looks so terrifying to the shopkeeper. Sorry, the identity of the employer is regulated by Ghost Pavilion and we cannot disclose it. You can ask another question. After being shocked for a moment, the shopkeeper seemed to calm down quickly and returned. There is a bounty mission about the Lin family. But that lord personally stamped the letter and sent it over quickly. How dare he reveal it so easily? Otherwise, even if he died 100 times, it would not be enough. Isn't it okay to give spirit stones? Lin Feng did not give up and asked again. The shopkeeper still shook his head. No. That's it. Then you guys just go and die. Lin Feng shook his head with a sigh, and then grabbed it with his palm. The shopkeeper didn't resist at all, and his head was blown off after being caught. When the waiter at the shop next to him saw this, his eyes showed horror. He turned around and wanted to run away. But how can he compare to Lin Feng? Under Lin Feng's point, the waiter's body quickly exploded into a ball of blood mist and dissipated. Lin Feng then grabbed the soul of the store owner and began to search for it. Not long after, Lin Feng's eyes gradually opened, and the chill in his eyes became even worse. Oh! It's quite interesting. Then the sovereign clan of Zhao State, and the national master, are actually the actual controllers of the Ghost Pavilion. So, the one who issued the bounty mission should be the prince or the national master. Lin Feng said quietly. I already have some ideas in mind. The prince of Zhao Kingdom was seriously injured by him just this morning. Without 2 or 3 months of training, he couldn't get up at all. So speculated. The only one who can issue a bounty mission is the national master. Lin Feng suddenly sneered a few times. Unexpectedly, he spared the lives of 2 people just this morning. Did you get yourself into such a big trouble at night? Sure enough, in the future, we should still not show mercy to provocative people. Lin Feng also felt a little regretful. He was not a murderous person in the first place. The reason why he left 2 people alive in the morning was because he did not want the Zhao kingdom to fall into chaos due to the death of the prince and the national master. Let more innocent people be implicated. But it looks like this. Zhao Guo's sovereign clan still needs a major blood replacement. Lin Feng frowned and thought deeply. Then he took a step forward and disappeared into the hotel. In an instant, he had arrived at the city lord's mansion and was standing in the room of the Imperial Master. Imperial Master has not rested so late. Are you waiting for Lin? Lin Feng appeared in the Imperial Master's room and laughed lightly, but there was a hint of chill in his eyes. Little friend Lin Feng. Is there something wrong with you coming to see me so late? Imperial Master Zhuang Yanzi also pretended to smile gently, his expression remained unchanged, but he was a little surprised in his heart. The reason why he was up so late? Naturally, he is still waiting for the results of the search for the Lin family in the Ghost Pavilion. But now the result has not come yet. But wait until Lin Feng? This gave the Imperial Master a sudden bad feeling in his heart. Doesn't the Imperial Master still know why I'm here? Lin Feng also continued to smile. As he spoke, he threw out an envelope from his hand and floated it in front of the National Master. Looking at this familiar envelope, the Imperial Master's face was suddenly stunned and full of horror. This is... The Imperial Master was so surprised that he could not utter a word. He really couldn't imagine how Lin Feng got this envelope. He had clearly entrusted this envelope to the people in the Ghost Pavilion. Now this envelope appears in Lin Feng's hands again. So this means that Lin Feng already knows everything. It was he who sent someone to put a reward on Lin's list. It seems that the group of killers tonight failed. Since Lin Feng chose this time to come here, it seemed that he was also here to kill him and silence him. The Imperial Master suddenly became enlightened. My little friend, do you want to kill me? But can your Lin family afford the consequences? After the Imperial Master calmed down, he asked calmly. Although Lin Feng appeared here strangely, he didn't think that Lin Feng dared to really take action. After all, he represents the imperial master of the state of Zhao. Once you kill him, you are going against the entire Zhao royal family. He didn't believe that the Lin family could afford this consequence. No. Lin Feng shook his head. Subsequently, he continued, I not only want to kill you, but also, the entire Zhao kingdom sovereign clan. Chapter 18. After these words came out, the imperial master's face became even more shocked. But before he could say another word, Lin Feng had already sent him to death. Turned around and went to the eldest prince's room. After killing him in the same way, Lin Feng left. Returned to Lin Mansion again. Now, although the eldest prince and the imperial master are both dead, the ghost pavilion has also lost its leader. But the reward list for the Lin family was still sent out and could not be withdrawn. Information is all connected between the various strongholds in the ghost pavilion. In other words, after Tianluo City releases the reward, other secret strongholds outside Tianluo City will also receive rewards for Lin Mansion. Killers will keep coming. Unless his Lin family is really destroyed. Or maybe someone withdrew the reward, otherwise, the pursuit will never stop. This is one of the reasons why Lin Feng feels so troublesome. First of all, Ghost Pavilion only has countless strongholds, not a fixed sect or family. He just couldn't annihilate them all. Furthermore, the people who join the Ghost Pavilion may come from all over the world, from the eastern region to the western region, or even from the northern region. Countless. He simply couldn't find them all. This is equivalent to a dead end, I don't know where or when. Suddenly a killer will come to the Lin family and make it impossible for the Lin family to live in peace. Lin Feng himself didn't care. But other disciples in his family have to face such crises and dangers all the time. This is what Lin Feng does not want to see. It looks like we have to solve the Lin family's dilemma. The only way is to completely improve the strength of the Lin family. After hesitating and thinking for a while, Lin Feng murmured, as if he had made some kind of determination. Then the next day, early in the morning, Lin Feng then gathered the disciples of the Lin family who had returned these days, as well as Lin Yan and Lin Xi. They were all called to the martial arts arena to assemble. Prepare to announce something extremely important. On the martial arts field, more than a dozen disciples of the younger generation of the Lin family stood side by side, looking at each other. I wonder what is going to happen to the Lin Mansion? Including Lin Yan and Lin Xi, their faces were full of doubts at this time. He looked at Lin Feng with a questioning look on his face. I desperately want to know what he wants to say. Lin Mansion has just stabilized in recent days. Generally speaking, unless it is a big event, it is very rare to see a scene like this. All the younger generation disciples of the Lin family gathered together. This also made everyone suddenly feel a little worried. Somewhat unclear. Seeing everyone's doubts and confusion, they were even a little worried. Lin Feng just smiled calmly and did not show off. Then he turned his palm. A jade slip with the technique engraved on it floated quietly in his hand, burning with an extremely bright red flame. This. Feeling the flames on the jade slip, everyone was shocked and their faces were full of horror. Of course they can also see that this jade slip is a skill. I just don't know what the level of this skill is. As soon as it was revealed, visions of heaven and earth spread out. This is so terrifying. Compared to these ordinary disciples, Lin Yan and Lin Xi have been exposed to higher-level martial Dao experts and have extensive knowledge. Naturally, he recognized it at a glance. Emperor-grade Kung Fu. Lin Yan and Lin Xi said in unison. The expression on his face was even more shocked. The levels of Kung Fu are the same as those of Ling Bao. They are divided into 9 levels: mortal, spiritual, mysterious, earth, heaven, emperor, king, saint and emperor. There is a huge difference between each grade. According to legend, only emperor grade level skills will cause visions of heaven and earth to appear when a person is born. Demonstrates the power of the great Dao. Now this technique was taken out from Lin Feng's hands. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon from heaven and earth appeared. If this isn't the emperor grade technique, what else could it be? Lin Xi and Lin Yan both swallowed their saliva. I feel extremely unbelievable. Even the saint-grade forces may not be able to have one of the emperor-grade techniques. Most of what is circulated in the world are fragments. Only those emperor-grade forces who were hidden from the world hundreds of thousands of years ago may have the complete emperor-grade technique. Now the Lin family has one. Doesn't this mean that the Lin family can almost compete with the emperor-grade forces? Yes, this is indeed the emperor-grade technique, flame split wave devouring ruler. Hearing that Lin Xi and Lin Yan recognized the grade of this technique, Lin Feng glanced at them appreciatively. Said calmly, "Now my Lin family is weak and facing strong enemies. So from today on, I need you to practice hard and improve your strength to protect my Lin family forever. This technique is given to you, Lin Yan." After saying that, Lin Feng raised his hand and handed it out, and the exercise naturally floated in front of Lin Yan, motionless. Including Lin Xi, all other Lin family disciples saw this scene. All of them took a breath. There was surprise and enthusiasm in his eyes. They all started to feel jealous and expectant. Such an emperor-grade technique was handed over to Lin Yan? They all felt like it was a dream. In this case, can they all also get an emperor-grade skill? Gilu. Countless fanatical eyes looked at Lin Feng. It seems that he can't wait very much. Especially Lin Xi. At this moment, her eyes were wide open and her mouth was almost full of tears. Just waiting for Lin Feng to give her a technique. "Zimei, your physique is quite special, so the exercises I prepared for you are also quite unique." As he spoke, Lin Feng turned his palms. Another jade slip with martial arts engraved on it was taken out by Lin Feng. However, with the advent of this technique, a bone-chilling ice also spread out from the jade slip. It instantly permeated the entire martial arts arena. At this moment, it seemed that even the temperature in the air suddenly dropped by dozens of degrees. The breath turned into ice visible to the naked eye. It was so cold that everyone shivered. Only Lin Yan, who also held the emperor-grade technique, flame-devouring wave ruler, was hardly affected at all. Emperor-grade technique. Ancient ice sword technique. Lin Feng murmured an explanation. "Zimei, the poison of cold veins in your body over the years is actually because you have the extremely rare Juya cold body, and this technique can just help you restrain the Juya cold qi in your body, so that you can avoid suffer from the cold poison again. At the same time, it can also improve your cultivation. More good with each passing day." Lin Feng had a smile on his face. With that said, he pushed this technique into Lin Xi's hands. "Let it be accepted. We haven't seen each other for 10 years. Lin Xi's current cultivation level has actually reached the 8th layer realm of Qi Si. Compared to Lin Yan, he was even more generous. After all, Huanya sect is also a large sect. There are countless resource techniques. It is very rare for her to be able to practice to this level in such a short period of time," Lin Feng said with emotion. Chapter 19. "Thank you, Brother Feng." With surprise in Lin Xi's eyes, she happily accepted this technique. "Then I let go of my spiritual consciousness, integrated into it, and quickly started observing and practicing." It was at this moment that an astonishing cold air came out of Lin Xi's body. Visible to the naked eye, water droplets in the air condense into snowflakes. Then slowly floated down. Waves of white mist appeared, rising straight into the sky. Lin Xi's cultivation aura increased rapidly in just this moment. From the Qi 8th layer realm, almost in an instant, it broke through to the Heavenly Dipper realm, and it didn't stop until it reached the Heavenly Dipper realm 6th layer. So scary. It truly is the Emperor-grade technique. He only practiced for a short time and quickly reached the Heavenly Dipper realm? Is it the 6th layer day yet? The eyes of the Lin family disciples who saw this scene turned red almost instantly. Full of jealousy and envy. He is very unbelievable and enthusiastic. More than a dozen gasping sounds resounded in the martial arts arena. Everyone's eyes turned to Lin Feng again. The current actual controller of the Lin family. I also hope that he can give them some high-level skills, not to mention emperor-grade skills. Even if they are holy grade, they will be happy to do so. Lin Sun. Lin Feng shouted slightly. After his sister Lin Xi, another young disciple of the Lin family stood up after being named by him. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng raised his hand, and another exercise was handed to him. Holy level skill, 6 Desolate Divine Fist. Your physique is different from Lin Xi and Lin Yan. You don't have the same background and qualifications as them. So it is only suitable for practicing holy level techniques. But don't be discouraged. This is also a method that can lead to the holy realm. When you have completed your practice, I will give you another one, the Emperor Grade Technique. Lin Feng opened his mouth slightly and explained. Lin Yan has been taught by Yao Chen for these years. Combined with the elixir and special practice methods, this laid a very good foundation for him. By practicing the Emperor Grade exercises, you can make great strides in one day. Lin Xi also had a special constitution, so the Emperor Grade technique was almost tailor-made for her. On the other hand, these ordinary Lin family disciples. Then there is neither Lin Yan's adventure. He doesn't have Lin Xi's special physique. Practicing holy level skills is already the limit. Otherwise, it will cause damage to their bodies and be harmful rather than beneficial. Lin Feng actually wanted to give them the Emperor Grade technique. Thank you, young master. The young man named Lin Xun quickly flashed a trace of frustration on his face, but he heard Lin Feng say that after he completes his practice, he will be given an Emperor Grade skill. He soon became excited and took the technique respectfully with both hands. Expression of enthusiasm and joy. Compared to Lin Xi and Lin Yan, the dozen or so of them are actually just distant relatives of the Lin family. Belongs to the direct lineage of the Lin family. I don't know how many generations separated me from the Lin family. Naturally, it is impossible to compare with Lin Yan and Lin Xi, who are directly related to the Lin family. So based on their status, they have already thought that it is impossible for them to obtain the Emperor Grade technique. Although he has obtained the holy level skills now, this is already a great gift to them. Of course they can't complain. In addition to him, Lin Feng then gave the other remaining clan members a holy level skill one after another. There is only one Lin family disciple. His talents and qualifications seemed to be pretty good, so Lin Feng gave him another Emperor Grade technique. This morning's exercise release event is finally over. Just having the skills and qualifications won't do it. To strengthen the Lin family, I still need you to work hard and practice hard. In this way, you can improve your overall strength. So, Lin Feng said solemnly, then raised his hand and pointed again. On the martial arts field, a 9-story pagoda with a height of more than 10 feet, emitting golden light, suddenly appeared out of thin air, and then lowered heavily. It fell right in the center. Exudes terrifying power. This object is called the 100 Refining Pagoda, and it is an Emperor Grade spiritual treasure. The tower has its own space, divided into 9 upper and lower floors. When practicing in this thing, the first level is 10 times that of the outside world, the second level is 20 times, and so on. And based on your respective cultivation progress and strength, you can also transform your opponents in the tower to fight with you. Only after defeating them can you go up to the second floor and continue practicing. Lin Feng said quietly. As soon as these words came out, the dozen or so Lin family disciples present were even more shocked, with inexplicable horror on their faces. It doesn't matter if you have Emperor Grade skills and holy level skills. Is there such a treasure of cultivation now? Cultivation in one level of space is 10 times that of the outside world. The second floor is 20 times more. Then wouldn't the Lin family be able to possess a Disha or a powerful person in the reincarnation realm within a year or two? The Lin family is about to go against the grain. Many Lin family disciples thought this in their hearts. At this moment, everyone including Lin Xi, who was still sitting cross-legged on the ground cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes, and when he looked at the tower, his eyes were filled with enthusiasm. Emperor Grade Kung Fu. She has already advanced to the Heavenly Dipper 6th layer realm in the short period of practice, and she can continue to improve. Now I have this cultivation treasure. She has absolute confidence. Able to break through the Heavenly Dipper and reach the earthly evil realm within a month. Lin Xi could hardly wait to enter the 100 refining tower to practice. This thing can not only help you practice. When the Lin family encounters an irresistible crisis, if I am not here, you can also enter this pagoda to take shelter. As long as it's not a strong attack from the Emperor realm. This thing will not pose any danger in a short period of time. As if he saw through Lin Xi's gaze, Lin Feng smiled lightly and then continued. Leisurely. After explaining some more, Lin Feng waved out more than 10 rays of light, floating in front of everyone's eyes. Wait for the aura to disperse. More than 10 storage rings were exposed inside, filled with various elixirs and spiritual stones. After forcing them to accept it, Lin Feng then said to everyone, from now on, you can enter and practice at any time, but you must remember that I have placed a ban on the Balian Pagoda. Only people of our Lin family bloodline can enter it. If you want to bring other outsiders in, you need to inform me in advance. Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his hands. After saying this, he turned around and disappeared. Lin Xi saw Lin Feng leaving. There was a hint of joy in his eyes, and then turned into a stream of light, and quickly got into the 100 refining tower. She couldn't wait to start practicing. Apart from her, Lin Yan saw Lin Xi like this. He also gave a helpless and doting smile. Immediately afterwards, he also got into the 100 refining tower, seizing the time to practice the exercises. This emperor grade technique made him very envious. Seeing that both Lin family members have entered the 100 refining tower, the other dozen or so Lin family members also stopped being polite and entered the 100 refining tower in an orderly manner. I started to become familiar with and practice the exercises. Holy grade techniques and emperor grade treasures. Such training conditions are not available to even the top saint grade forces. They could not imagine what kind of opportunity this was. Chapter 20. Zhao State, Imperial City. This place is more than 26,000 kilometers away from the Lin family. Very prosperous. There are countless magnificent buildings. At this time, Lin Feng disappeared from the Lin family and came here in the blink of an eye. Looking down, he stood with his hands behind his back. Is the Emperor of Zhao here? Lin Feng said lightly. The sound was like thunder from the sky, roaring and vibrating, spreading in all directions. This moment, everyone in the imperial city heard these words from Lin Feng's mouth and saw his figure standing in the sky. It's obviously very close. But in the eyes of everyone, they don't know why. I just can't see clearly the person in the sky. It was as if there was some kind of invisible and secret mist, covering the figure of the man, making Lin Feng look extremely mysterious. It also seems unfathomable. Until a certain moment, Lin Feng seemed to notice the abnormality in everyone. He frowned slightly and instantly dispersed the power. Let his figure be clearly revealed in the eyes of everyone. Can't blame him. In fact, after his cultivation reached the venerable realm, he seemed to be automatically shielded by heaven, preventing anyone from being able to detect anything about him. But now, Lin Feng needs to make a name for himself. Let the Lin family be completely exposed in front of Zhaoguo. So this shielding, he needs to let it dissipate. So, it completely dispersed. The Lin family is now weak, Lin Feng thought about it. In order to let more Lin family members return to the Lin family, he must tell the whole world. Their Lin family has risen. There is a strong man who sits in the Lin family. Only in this way can the Lin family become more famous outside. He gained the trust of the clan members who were on the run and returned to the Lin family. Only in this way can the Lin family become completely stronger. In addition, the prince and master of the Zhao kingdom happened to offend him yesterday, so Lin Feng also thought about it. With the help of Zhaoguo's sovereign clan, the Lin family will be completely famous. Let the Lin family become famous. Who are you? How dare you shout over sovereign clan? Could it be that you want to die? Not long after Lin Feng's voice came out. Soon, in the imperial city palace, the commander and guards of the royal forest army came under Lin Feng's figure and stared at Lin Feng angrily. Asked sharply. Yang Shui, the leader of the Yulin army, is the pinnacle of the heavenly Dipper realm. There is only one step left to enter the earthly evil realm. The dragon control spear in one hand is a Xian level low-grade technique. Kill countless enemies. He is well known throughout the Zhao kingdom. He has commanded the Royal Forest Army for more than 10 years and has never made any mistakes. Today, the deafening voice made his mind roar. But at this time, Yang Shui still showed no fear. He held the dragon control spear in one hand and pointed it at Lin Feng, the man in the sky. Hi, noisy! As Yang Shui's words came out, Lin Feng, who was standing in the sky, immediately snorted coldly. Frowning slightly. What followed was an extremely tyrannical pressure. It shrouded down in an instant. It descended on the leader of the Royal Forest Army and a group of guards, causing them to crawl on the ground with their faces pressed to the ground. Couldn't move at all. Lin, a strong person in the Wheel Realm. Feeling this coercion, Yang Shui, the commander of the Royal Forest Army, suddenly woke up. The other party seemed to be stepping on the void. Standing on the void? This is at least something that only a strong person in the reincarnation realm can do. This time, he was finally a little overconfident. Lin family Lin Feng. Where is the Emperor of Zhao? Lin Feng said lightly and asked calmly for the second time. As his words came out, all of a sudden, a phantom appeared over the entire imperial city, shooting straight into the sky. Huge. The tall body is tens of millions of feet tall. It penetrated the nine sky, exuding frightening pressure. Everyone in the imperial city saw this phantom in this instant. It was like seeing Emperor Venerable coming. I'm alone here. Who are you? Why do you want to come to my imperial city to cause trouble? A middle-aged man wearing a yellow robe finally walked out of the palace with a pale face. He asked while holding back a mouthful of blood in his chest. Those two questions just now. It was as if it was pointing at him alone, causing him to suffer internal injuries from the shock. It seemed like the next moment, if he didn't come out again. Just these few questions can kill him invisibly. This made Emperor Zhao feel extremely frightened. But at this time, he is still the emperor of a country after all. So I had to suppress my fear and pretended to be calm and asked. You, the eldest prince and the imperial master, just came to my home yesterday. How? You won't remember me so soon. Lin Feng raised the corners of his mouth and asked teasingly. He didn't give the emperor of Zhao any face at all. In the southern underworld, force is respected. Even if he is the emperor of Zhao state, as long as his strength is not strong enough and his power is not large enough, then he will also be stepped on by him. Of course he doesn't need to give him any face. The state of Zhao and the entire imperial city were no more than the size of an ant in the Great Xia dynasty. The emperor of Zhao state, to put it bluntly, is nothing more than a frog in the well. The eldest prince and the imperial master, Zhao Yi, the emperor of Zhao state, endured the pain in his chest and asked aloud. There was confusion on his face. Thoughts were racing. The eldest prince and the imperial master. Wasn't he sent to Tianluo city to look for traces of the powerful man in the Holy Realm? How could he suddenly offend this person? Zhao Yi, the emperor of Zhao state, was horrified. But at this time, he still pretended to be calm and asked, I wonder how my son and the imperial master have offended the master? I am here alone. I will pay for the two of them. Zhao Yi, the emperor of Zhao state, showed great respect. The tone is obviously a bit lower. There is no longer the arrogance and indifference of the ordinary emperor period. Obviously he also understands the principle that the strong are respected. Although he is the emperor of a country, in the face of absolute strength, he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Temporarily lowering some of your brains is a long-term life-saving strategy. The two of them hired murderers to kill members of my Lin family, and I have already killed them. I'm here now. Just to destroy your sovereign clan. Lin Feng said indifferently, without any emotion or fluctuation in his eyes. And as he said these words, Lin Feng immediately pointed out, and an invisible force instantly rushed to the head of Emperor Zhao, Zhao Yi. Blast his skull through. Only then did Lin Feng take back his hand. He turned around and went to the emperor's palace, sat on the dragon throne, and announced that the order had arrived. Let all the civil and military ministers of Zhao state and the emperor's sons come to the palace to see me. I will declare a new emperor. Lin Feng's voice blurted out calmly. Only then did the people in the imperial city become inexplicably horrified following the death of Emperor Zhao. The whole city was shaken. Immediately afterwards, dozens of civil and military ministers and the prince entered the palace and arrived at the main hall. Kneel down in fear. Waiting for Lin Feng's announcement. Chapter 21. In the court hall, Lin Feng looked at the dozens of people kneeling densely below, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. He truly deserves to be the emperor of a country. Although the state of Zhao is not big, the emperor has an unusually large number of heirs. There were 70 or 80 people in total, including civil and military ministers and princes. Among them, there are 20 or 30 princes. This does not include some infant princes, princess babies, etc. The emperor's harem is indeed very enviable no matter what time it is. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. I would like to inform you, sir, that there are 56 civil and military ministers and 28 adult princes, all of whom have arrived. Please, Your Excellency, issue a ruling. An old eunuch came to Lin Feng tremblingly and said in a sharp voice. His expression was frightened and trembling. After hearing this, Lin Feng nodded lightly. He asked aloud, the Emperor of Zhao, Zhao Yi, as well as the eldest prince and the national councillor, were all killed by me because they hired assassins and offered rewards for the Lin family. Now I need to choose a new emperor to take charge of Zhao country. Do you have any objections? Lin Feng spoke calmly. Although it is extremely ordinary. But to everyone below, it sounded like it contained incomparable majesty and domineering power. After all, this person has just shown such strength. Not only did he kill the Emperor of Zhao with one blow, he also dared to sit on the dragon throne and choose a new emperor blatantly. This means that the other party has enough confidence. It's not something they can afford to offend. Many civil and military ministers in the hall looked at each other. Both sides saw hesitation in each other's eyes. No one dared to say a word at this time. You don't have to be afraid. This matter is only for the sovereign clan of Zhao State and has nothing to do with you. Lin Feng said calmly. After hearing this, many ministers in the hall breathed a sigh of relief and looked relaxed. Just now my heart was so nervous that it almost jumped out of my chest. It didn't take long. Then a minister with grey hair and beard stood up and said respectfully, Sir, I think this matter is inappropriate. The kingdom of Zhao has lasted for thousands of years, and the inheritance of the throne has always been based on the eldest son first and succeeded by the eldest prince. Now that the eldest prince has also died, it is natural that the second prince should succeed. Don't choose randomly. The minister's tone was respectful and there was nothing wrong with it. But at this time, after hearing what he said, Lin Feng smiled coldly. Just point it out and the minister explodes to death in an instant. Broken flesh and blood stained the entire Jinluan hall. Many other civil and military ministers and princes were stained with bright red blood. The scene was horrifying. This horrific scene. This once again made everyone tremble with fear. They did not dare to stand up and speak easily. They were all extremely cautious and vigilant. Didn't this lord say that he only targets the sovereign clan of Zhao State? Why do you still want to kill the Minister of Civil and Military Affairs? Above the main hall, many civil and military ministers had this thought in their minds. His face was horrified. Changing. I really can't figure out what the adult above me is thinking. I'm here to give you your opinion. I'm not here to make you question my decision. Lin Feng said calmly. As soon as these words came out, many civil and military ministers in the hall finally understood why the minister just died. This gentleman has clearly said this just now. He wants to choose a prince to inherit the throne. Take charge of Zhao State. But that minister just now dared to blame the Lord for his decision? Think this is inappropriate? You shouldn't pick randomly. This is simply not seeking death, so what is it? Since it is selection, it is not just as simple as succession. If not, Sir, why do you need to make such a big show of calling all the ministers to the court? Seeking people's opinions? I would like to inform you, Your Excellency, that I believe that the third prince is well educated, knowledgeable, and has the talent to govern the country, and is suitable to inherit the throne of Zhao Kingdom. After understanding what Lin Feng was thinking, soon, another minister plucked up the courage to stand up. He bowed and said, "As a minister in the DPRK, he is naturally indispensable in normal times and can form factions. When the eldest prince was still in power, he just supports the eldest prince and is a loyal dog beside the eldest prince. But now the eldest prince is dead. There is another vacancy in the succession of Zhao Kingdom's sovereign clan throne." At this time, the minister was naturally anxious to come out and stand in line. The eldest prince is dead. The power he relied on before has dissipated. At this time, if he could take this opportunity to support another prince to ascend to the throne, he would become the emperor. After that day, with his power and status, what else can he do without it? Maybe the prince sent him to the throne out of gratitude. Just give him the title of national master. At that time, he would truly enjoy endless glory and wealth. One person is inferior to 10,000 people. Well, continue, are there any other ministers you would like to recommend? After hearing what the minister said, Lin Feng finally nodded with satisfaction. Indicated to other ministers to continue the recommendation. Use the mutual recommendations of ministers to select the successor of the next emperor of Zhao. This is the result Lin Feng wants. After the first minister came out to recommend, he survived and was appreciated by the adults. Soon, many other ministers also began to give advice. I recommend the sixth prince, Zhao Huan. The sixth prince has superb martial arts skills, unique talent, outstanding talent, and is the leader among the heroes. It has the style to unify the Zhao kingdom, so that other foreign countries dare not invade. Humph, the eighth prince Zhao Gao is my first choice for the throne. The eighth prince is patriotic and loves the people, is good at charity, generous and elegant. In terms of knowledge and cultivation, who can compare with him? I recommend the ninth prince Zhao Min. Everyone was arguing fiercely for more than half an hour. Listening to their intense conversation, Lin Feng felt even more satisfied. Finally, among the many princes, Lin Feng had probably heard it. Except for the 16th prince and the second prince, almost all the other princes have been recommended one by the civil and military ministers of the dynasty. So far, Lin Feng's first choice for the emperor has been roughly settled. Everyone, please stop. I already have some ideas in my mind regarding the first choice for the throne. The emperor of Zhao has been chosen. Lin Feng calmly waved his hand and spoke to the ministers. After hearing this, in the court hall, the civil and military ministers of the Manchu dynasty, who were blushing and arguing fiercely just now, it fell silent almost instantly. Don't dare to make any more noise. After all, they don't dare not listen to what this adult says. After all, their lives were at stake, and they did not dare to be careless at all. Half a point for being sloppy. From now on, the 16th Prince Zhao Heng will be the new emperor of Zhao Kingdom. The succession ceremony will be held in a few days. You are not allowed to raise any objections and withdraw from the court. With that said, Lin Feng stood up, took a slight step forward, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. No one was allowed to resist or question at all. And with his departure, in the main hall, except for the 16 princes, the other 27 princes all died suddenly in the blink of an eye. There was not a trace of flesh and blood left in his body. Everything suddenly burst into blood mist and dissipated in the air. The whole hall was dyed red. This horrifying scene and decision. Once again, all the civil and military ministers of the dynasty looked horrified and terrified. Not sure why. A look of confusion and confusion. Because the second prince was the successor, they all did not dare to choose again. The minister who died just now is a lesson from the past. But that 16th prince is almost completely stupid. If you don't succeed in writing, you won't speak. If you don't succeed in martial arts, every day he still looks like a pustule. How could your lord choose such a prince to become the emperor of Zhao? God is really going to destroy our Zhao country. Many civil and military ministers were in the court, beating their chests and stamping their feet like this. His face was full of hatred. But he didn't dare to show it too blatantly. They were afraid that the adult would suddenly come back and hit them by surprise. They don't even know how they died. Chapter 22. The second prince was confused from beginning to end. Originally, whether it was the death of the emperor or the death of the eldest prince, it was actually a good thing for him. Because they are inherited in order. The next emperor should be him. But until just now, the ministers were arguing endlessly, and then all their princes died. The second prince still couldn't figure it out. Why was it that only the first minister recommended him just now, but no subsequent minister recommended him? This really made him unwilling. Too strange. You know, he is the second prince. Regardless of whether they are inherited in order. In terms of character, knowledge, martial arts, and strategy, he was far superior to other princes in almost all aspects. This was something he had made sufficient preparations for when the eldest prince was still in power. Externally, he appears knowledgeable and gentle. Just waiting for this day. Now that the eldest prince is gone, other ministers can recommend him to become the heir to the throne. Let him become the emperor of Zhao. Even he has already thought about it. After he became the emperor of Zhao state, the first thing he did was to completely eradicate the Lin family. Whether it's using the power of the Ghost Pavilion or relying on the Great Xia dynasty. He wanted to completely eradicate the Lin family. Because the feeling given to him by that adult just now was so unfathomable and terrifying. This made him feel restless. I couldn't even sleep well at night. But what the second prince never expected was that in the end, the 16th prince, the most useless and psy among all the princes, would get the throne. This made the second prince even more confused and confused. Why? Why? I hate it so much. The second prince uttered these words through gritted teeth, and then his whole body. It turned into a ball of blood mist and dissipated. He will never rest in peace until death. In addition to him, Yang Shui, the commander of the Royal Forest Army who was stationed outside the palace at this time, witnessed this scene with his own eyes. There was also extreme disbelief and astonishment in his eyes. You know, the entire Zhao kingdom. Zhao Yi, the emperor of the Zhao kingdom, is powerful enough to reach the 6th layer of the earthly evil realm. He can be said to be the true number one person in the entire Zhao kingdom. Even he is no match for it. But even so, he was still killed so easily in front of a strong person in the rotation realm. And in just 1 hour. This completed the series of events in which the dynasty changed, the new emperor succeeded to the throne, and many princes died. This made Yang Shui, the commander of the Royal Forest Army, still feel like he was in a dream. I simply didn't believe the facts I saw before me. This shocked his mind so much that he couldn't calm down for a long time. The Lin family. Yang Shui's eyes flashed with a hint of sternness. Destroy the state of Zhao and change the dynasty. What a great gesture! One day, your Lin family will pay a heavy price for this. Yang Shui murmured, clenching his fists in his hands. In his early years, he accompanied the late emperor on his expeditions, and his relationship with the royal family was extraordinary. Now I see the royal family withered and reduced to this. Naturally, I can't help but want to say a few more words for them. But just after he finished speaking, the next moment, Yang Shui suddenly felt a huge force pouring into his body from all directions. It made it difficult for him to move at all. Can't even resist a little bit. This. Yang Shui looked horrified, and then he made a loud noise in the eyes of many imperial guards. It turned into a mass of blood mist and dissipated. It exploded in place. This strange scene once again made everyone in the court stunned and terrified. They all closed their mouths tightly. I dare not say anything negative about the Lin family. I'm afraid that I will become like this. At this time, Lin Feng, who was more than 20,000 kilometers away, had returned to the Lin family. Perceived this scene. I couldn't help but shake my head slightly. Yami sighed. I just feel like he's looking for death, and I can't blame him for that. He went on this trip to establish his authority and eliminate some hidden dangers and hidden factors for the Lin family. But it was Yang Shui, the commander of the Royal Forest Army. Even after he left, he still showed a trace of hostility and regarded the Lin family as a foreign object. Of course this would force him to strangle this person in place. He would never let a person who was a threat to the Lin family survive in the world. As for the choice of Emperor Zhao, Lin Feng chose Prince 16, the useless pustule who was least favored by ministers and others among all the princes. Naturally, he has his own intentions. An emperor who is too shrewd will only repeat the mistakes of his predecessor. A stupid emperor would not think of provoking him all the time. He will also have a lot less trouble. Lin Feng thought so. As for other things, it is for the ministers to worry and worry. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 2 days, almost none of the Lin family disciples in Balian Pagoda came out. They are all in the 100 refining pagoda, practicing hard and studying the techniques. Then it's time to challenge yourself. Try to break through to the second floor of the tower as soon as possible. Emperor-grade exercises and saint-grade exercises. To the outside world, almost all of them would be enough to cause a bloody storm. I am afraid that even the emperor-grade forces will desperately want to snatch it. This shows their importance. But now such an important skill is in their hands, and there is such a good cultivation environment. Of course, no matter what they say, they will be reluctant to come out. Within 2 days, almost every one of the dozen or so Lin family disciples improved to a great level. Those in the body tempering stage have reached the peak of the Qi refining stage. Those in the Qi refining stage have suddenly reached the peak of the Qi Si realm. And Lin Yan and Lin Xi are the two who have grown and improved the fastest among everyone. Lin Xi has approached the peak of the Heavenly Dipper realm. There is only one step left before you can enter the evil realm. Become the leading strong man in Zhao country. And Lin Yan was even more like this, he had to take one step further and entered the earthly evil realm. Now he has defeated the opponent transformed in the tower. Entered the second floor of Balian Tower and started practicing. He is gradually moving towards becoming a powerful person in the rotation realm. Why is the second brother so fast? No, I have to step up my practice and make breakthroughs. I can't be outdone by my second brother. Lin Xi saw Lin Yan walking towards the second floor. Suddenly she was almost crying, Nu said anxiously. Immediately afterwards, a loud roar exploded inside Lin Xi's body. At this moment, countless cold Qi were all transformed into Heavenly Dipper Qi, and Lin Xi reached the peak of the Heavenly Dipper realm. But it was followed very quickly. Countless Heavenly Dippers Qi turned into a colder and colder Qi of earthly evil. This meant that Lin Xi had broken through the earthly evil realm. Already qualified to challenge the opponents in the fantasy world in the tower. Lin Xi walked forward with a smile on his face, ready to defeat the opponent quickly, and walked towards the second floor. But it was also at this time. A token on her waist suddenly vibrated and emitted bursts of white light. Lin Xi picked it up and looked at it. Her consciousness merged into it, and the next moment, her face suddenly became a little depressed and decadent. The joy and excitement of the breakthrough were all gone. She is the master of the Wan Yu sect. He found that she had left the courtyard without permission and gave her a summons. Chapter 23. The moon-waving summons is usually only used when something big happens. It will be issued by their respective masters to their respective disciples. To signal the disciples to rush back to the sect as soon as possible and obey the dispatches and arrangements. But now, her master did not send her a message in advance, but directly issued the moon-waving summons to her. From this, we can see how angry her master was, and he must have discovered that she had sneaked out of the Qingxia Peak courtyard. What to do? What to do? Lin Xi was so anxious that he stamped his feet. On one side was the path of cultivation and improvement that he yearned for. On the other side is his master. Lin Xi really didn't know how to make a decision. Finally, after hesitating and thinking for a while, Lin Xi gritted his teeth. Decided to exit the Balian Tower. She wants to ask Lin Feng to send her back to the Moon Wan sect. Her master treated her with great kindness. Over the past 10 years, he had taken almost every possible care of her, treating her like his own daughter. Teach her the skills. Take her to practice. He even depleted his cultivation countless times to suppress the cold poison and find elixirs for her. Lin Xi had absolutely no choice. Disobeying her master's orders. So for the current plan, she had no choice but to go back to Yuezhong first and explain everything to her master. When she has a chance, she will come back to the Lin family. Brother. After Lin Xi left the Balian Pagoda, he went straight to where Lin Feng was, and then shouted. What's wrong? Looking at you, why are you still a little unhappy? Seeing Lin Xi's arrival and her cultivation reaching the earthly evil realm, Lin Feng was of course very happy for her. So he asked slightly. But when he saw that Lin Xi's face seemed to be filled with sadness, Lin Feng was also a little confused. There was some concern in his eyes. Brother, I may need to make a trip to save Yuezong. My master found me sneaking out of the courtyard. A recruitment order was just issued to me, asking me to rush back as soon as possible no matter what. Lin Xi hesitated a little and spoke in a low voice. I really feel a little guilty in my heart. Their families have been separated for 10 years, and now they finally meet again. But she was leaving in less than 2 days. This made Lin Xi feel very uncomfortable. Well, that's it. Lin Feng pondered for a while, then returned with a smile. In that case, then you say hello to your parents and I will take you back. If you still want to ask me to pick you up again, recite my name 3 times in your heart and I will feel it. I will appear in front of you immediately. Lin Feng said with a faint smile. After hearing this, the melancholy expression on Lin Xi's face immediately disappeared, revealing surprise. After kissing Lin Feng quietly on the face, he immediately blushed with embarrassment and ran away from here. He headed towards his parents, Lin Qingtian and Lu Lian. Thank you, Brother Feng. When I come back next time, I will never leave again. Lin Xi said happily, with determination on his face. With a wave of his hand, the whole person ran away without a trace. Half an hour later, when Lin Xi came back again, his eyes were already red. Lin Feng knew the reason and didn't ask any more questions. With just a wave of his sleeves, Lin Xi was sent back to the moon-wanting sect hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Not a trace left. At the same time, he also left a piece of advice in her ear, the young man who gave you the jade bracelet has his intentions. Sister, she must remember to stay away from this person and don't get too entangled with him. Lin Feng's voice was calm and concerned. It seems to be filled with endless gentleness. Unlike other clan members, Lin Xi and Lin Yan are both his biological brothers and sisters. Except parents. These 2 people are the most important people in Lin Feng's life. Of course Lin Feng gives them endless care and concern. Know it. On the moon sect side, Lin Xi, who heard Lin Feng's words, waved her hand as if she didn't care. Back out loud. Regardless of whether Lin Feng heard it or not, he walked quickly towards Qingxia Peak. I don't know who her current master is either. After knowing that her cultivation level has reached the earthly evil realm, what will be the reaction? Lin Xi could not wait and looked forward to it. This little girl. After hearing Lin Xi's reply, Lin Feng smiled dotingly. He shook his head and quickly left here. In the blink of an eye, we were thousands of kilometers away, on top of an unfamiliar mountain range, with our hands behind our backs, looking down. There was a little indifference in his eyes. In the dense forest below, there was a young man who was being chased by a group of strong men from the Qi realm. The young man was covered in blood and scarred. But he has a resolute face and deep eyes. Reluctant to bow his head and admit defeat easily. Obviously I am only in the Qi realm. But many times, they were chased by those strong men in the same realm and escaped from death in a critical moment. Mastery of one's own strength and body skills. Even Lin Feng now is a little surprised. I admire it endlessly and appreciate it quite a bit. If it weren't for the fact that the opponent was overwhelming them with numbers, otherwise, there wouldn't be many people in the same situation who could be this young man's opponent. Humph, Lin Qing, you can't escape. If you dare to steal our Gu family's immortal jade spiritual root, you will really have a bad life. Our Gu family will hunt you to the end of the world and never stop. Behind him, a leader of the Gu family said with a smile on his face. Fierce and evil. His eyes were fixed on Lin Qing in front of him, as if he was looking at some kind of prey. At the same time, he also directed several other people to quickly surround him from the surrounding area. It seems that soon, Lin Qing will fall into their encirclement again. Hard to escape. Humph, you Gu family people are really shameless. This immortal jade spiritual root was obviously obtained by me from a secret realm, but you, the Gu family, wanted to take it away by force. so you found such an excuse. If you want to kill someone and seize the treasure, just say so, so why bother to make excuses? Making a fuss. Making these fancy excuses. Lin Xi came back with the same vicious words, and snorted coldly on his face. Then his figure swayed. It actually moved straight forward almost instantly, moving more than a few feet. This is a space-moving martial art. At least it has the rank of Earth class. I don't know where Lin Xi got such a skill. It was truly an amazing encounter. You must know that ordinary space-moving techniques are extremely rare, and not even one of them can be found in a million copies of the technique. But now Lin Xi has a copy in her hand. And it's still at least an earthly level. How can this not make the people behind you jealous? Immediately, the leader of the Gu family's eyes became bloodshot, and his expression showed ecstasy and fanaticism. Lin Xi relied on this technique. Only then did he escape the pursuit of 7 or 8 of them dozens of times. This shows how extraordinary this skill is. If this skill can come into his hands. Gu Sahai became a little excited. He would definitely become a strong person in the same realm, and few others could rival him. Chapter 24. Lin Xi, I'll give you another choice. How about handing over your skills and immortal jade spiritual roots? I will let you live and I will never break my promise. Otherwise, you know what the consequences will be if you are caught and look back home. Gu Sahai, the leader of the Gu family, said with a gloomy expression again. In his eyes, except for a little fanaticism. At this time, there was obviously a bit of coldness and strong murderous intent. If it weren't for fear that this kid might have some backup plans, it would be beyond his expectations and beyond his control. Gu Sahai would not negotiate with him like this. He had long ago killed him desperately and then searched for his belongings. Wishful thinking. If you have the ability, come and try again. Lin Xing's eyes were sinister. He also replied coldly, and used the space-moving martial arts again. The figure instantly moved forward several feet. There are too many people beyond Gu family. Suddenly he broke out of the circle of people from the Gu family. Those Earth-level martial arts skills have been the foundation of his life for so many years. He also found it by chance in a cave 10 years ago after escaping from the Lin family in Tianluo City. With this technique, Lin Xi was able to kill countless monks of the same level. At the same time, he escaped countless times from being hunted by high-level martial artists. How can you hand it over so easily now? Lin Xi will be eager to kill anyone who wants to take away this skill. Stubborn and unclear. Gu Sahai, the head of the Gu family, snorted and immediately stopped holding back. Blow out with a palm. It was a palm print composed of huge spiritual energy, grabbing straight forward. The speed is so fast that you can reach it in the blink of an eye. Wherever it passes, everything is destroyed. The power is huge and really amazing. This Gu Sahai is a martial artist at the pinnacle of the Qi Si realm. He is only one step away from entering the Heavenly Dipper realm. Now he was dealing with Lin Xi, who had just entered the second layer of Qi Si. Isn't this already within reach? Gu Sahai believes that Lin Xi won't be able to use that level of martial arts a few more times. After all, the higher the level of the skill. When it is displayed, the amount of spiritual energy consumed becomes even more astonishing. With Lin Xing's cultivation level, he definitely wouldn't be able to use it too many times at this time. Gu Sahai dared to be so sure. Oops. Then Gu Sahai is really murderous. Lin Xi secretly thought something was wrong, looking anxious and pale. Feeling the rapidly approaching palm print behind him, he had to deal with it with all his strength. Don't dare to contact him hard. Forcibly mobilizing the spiritual energy in her Qi Si, Lin Xi spit out blood. He performed that martial skill again. It caused him to move forward several feet, barely escaping the spiritual energy palm. But it was also because of this. There is not much spiritual energy left in Lin Xing's body. If it happened again, he might just fall to the ground and die. Let's see how many more times you can use it. The spiritual energy palm was dodged, and Gu Sahai behind him became a little angry, his face turned red. Directly blasted out with several palms. 5 or 6 lines of spiritual energy turned into palms and attacked Lin Xi from behind. It is destructive and the breath is overwhelming. At this moment, Lin Xi had no choice but to look pale and gloomy. Gu family. Even if I die, I won't let you get that skill. I won't even let you get the immortal jade spiritual root. Lin Xi stopped and said with a sad and angry expression. Immediately, he placed the jade slips and the immortal jade spiritual root engraved with that technique in front of him. Prepare to use these spiritual energy palms from Gu Sahai. Let the jade slips and the immortal jade spiritual root be completely turned into powder and disappear from the world. Lin Xi stood where he was, not moving an inch. His expression showed despair. Quietly waiting for death to come. This immortal jade spiritual root was the reason why he risked his life to break into the depths of the secret realm. After all the hard work, he was finally found. The reason is to save the life of his fiancée, Su Mo. How can it be handed over so easily now? In the past 10 years, although he had been running around for his life, he also met the person he wanted to protect his whole life. He and Su Mo depended on each other countless times in life and death. Su Mo was even more in danger. Saved his life countless times. She even didn't hesitate to abandon her family for her sake. Let me ask, how could he, Lin Xi, let her down? It's a pity that he hated himself for not being able to protect Su Mo. Only then did Su Mo get found by his enemies, he was poisoned, and he urgently needed the immortal jade spiritual root to save his life. Su Mo, I'm sorry for you. I will still be with you in the next life. Lin Qingyang sighed sadly, looking extremely sad. He could not care about his own life, or even ignore it. But towards Su Mo, he felt infinite debt. He only felt that he was sorry for Su Mo. Su Mo was not given a stable and reliable future, so Su Mo followed him, and suffered. Lin Xi fell into his own memories. He closed his eyes and waited. I waited for a long time, but it passed after a few breaths. Gu Sahai's few palm prints still haven't arrived yet. Even the space in front became somewhat quiet. There didn't seem to be any trees, and the sound of being broken made Lin Xi feel a little strange. He opened his eyes in confusion. Then he saw a familiar and unfamiliar face come into his eyes. That was the face of a young man. Somewhat similar to him. He seemed to feel very familiar, but for a while, he just couldn't remember who he was. Young brother, I haven't seen you for 10 years. How are you? Uncle, are they okay? Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his hands and asked with a faint smile. As for the few spiritual energy palm prints that attacked Lin Xi, they were resolved by him extremely easily. The Gu family and a few others were left behind, dumbfounded. The face was extremely shocked. You are. Q. Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Xi took a deep breath. He seemed to remember the identity of the person in front of him and asked in shock. His eyes seemed to be about to pop out. Lin Feng. His cousin, the son of his second uncle. He disappeared 10 years ago. At that time, the family even sent people to search for him for more than half a month, but in the end they found no results. This was almost considered by many tribesmen at that time. It was the trigger that caused the destruction of the Lin family. It was he who provoked powerful enemies outside and then hid, causing the Lin family to encounter this disaster. Everyone in his family thought he was dead. How could it appear here now? Lin Xi was confused for a moment and had not yet reacted. Yes, it's me. Lin Feng walked forward, patted Lin Xi's shoulder, and said with a faint smile. I haven't seen you for 10 years. I didn't expect you to have grown so big. As expected of my uncle's son. You are still the pride of my Lin family. Lin Feng's eyes showed appreciation. In addition to the appreciation for his strength and cultivation, there is also the appreciation for his own character. 10 years of exile. He has cultivated to the Qi realm by himself alone, and he has persisted until now while being chased by many strong men in the same realm. Undaunted. Such achievement. At least they are higher than Lin Yan and Lin Xi, who only reached such heights with the support of their master and sect. It's extremely difficult. Chapter 25. Not good, Brother Feng. Get out of the way, the Gu family's people are still behind and are chasing me. Lin Feng's sudden appearance interrupted Lin Xing's thoughts. It was only now that dozens of breaths had passed that he suddenly remembered that someone was chasing him from behind. He immediately pushed Lin Feng away, and then prepared to deal with those huge palm prints with all his strength. If you don't see your relatives, Lin Xi may still think that if he dies, he will die. At worst, he will be a good man again in his next life. He has never been afraid of death. I just feel a little sorry for my beloved. But now, the relatives who had been away for nearly 10 years appeared in front of them. Lin Xi suddenly had the will to live. He wants to survive. Then reunite with his relatives, and then go to rescue Su Mo, so no matter what, he must survive today. Lin Xi's eyes were fierce, and an unprecedented momentum burst out from his body. Extremely huge. It seemed as if all his heritage and potential were exploding crazily at this moment. The air and trees all around were buzzing and vibrating. So much so that his originally exhausted spiritual energy, I actually recovered a little bit. Lin Xi broke through to the third layer of Qi Si. Breakthrough in battle. Yes, it seems that Lin Xi's qualifications are also excellent. Seeing the changes in Lin Xi's body, Lin Feng's eyes filled with appreciation again. He nodded secretly and murmured in his mouth. He had even thought about it. After returning this time, I can also give Lin Xi an emperor-grade technique. Soon after, the Lin family may be able to add one more emperor realm strongman. The aura on Lin Xi's body increased by several breaths. Then it stopped. Then he was ready to go up and break those spiritual energy palms, but the next moment, almost instantly too, Lin Xi just pushed Lin Feng away and looked forward. Then he discovered, the few spiritual energy palm prints that had just attacked him from behind suddenly disappeared for some unknown reason. Only a few members of the Gu family were left. He was also stunned and froze in place. Not moving at all. It was like seeing something extremely terrifying. Are these people hunting you? Do you want to do it yourself, or should I help you? Seeing the shock on Lin Xi's face, Lin Feng smiled slowly, then stepped forward and stood in front of him, while walking slowly towards the Gu family members, asked aloud. Every step you take. There was a ray of coercion released from Lin Feng's body. Until he took 2 or 3 steps. Those few people from the Gu family finally couldn't stand it anymore. Then, with a look of extreme fear on his face, he knelt on the ground with a pop sound. It smashed 2 deep pits into the ground. Dong, a strong person in the Dongxi realm. Gu Sahai said in horror, his face turned pale and his whole body was trembling. The flesh on his face was trembling at this moment. I was really scared to death. Because they clearly saw just now. Lin Feng appeared in front of him out of thin air. As for his palm prints, the other party didn't even look at them. It completely collapsed. Disappeared into the air. Apart from the cave void realm, Gu Sahai could never imagine what kind of strong person it would take to be able to do this. Sir, spare your life. We weren't chasing Lin Xi just now. Just a joke with him. Gu Sahai's mind collapsed and his mind roared. He quickly took advantage of this opportunity and kowtowed several times, causing blood to flow from his forehead. He explained anxiously. If he was an ordinary strong man, he might be able to use the name of the Gu family to intimidate him. But if the opponent is a strong person in Dongxi realm, the more threatening he is, the faster he will die. It's better to beg for mercy immediately like now. Maybe there is still a chance of survival and transformation. A joke. Hearing Gu Sahai say these words, Lin Xi immediately snorted coldly, her face gloomy. My lungs are about to explode. Roared angrily. The 7 of you Gu family came out from Shuangyuan's secret realm and have been chasing me for 8 days. During this period, I was almost killed more than 10 times. How dare you tell me now, that you were just kidding me? Lin Xi's face turned red with anger. Veins popped out on his forehead, his hands were clenched into fists, and the thumb joints turned white. Now he couldn't wait to step forward immediately. Only by hammering the entire Gu family into a pile of minced meat could he eliminate the anger in his heart. In that case, then it's up to me to help you get rid of these people. Lin Feng blinked slightly. He said with his expression still very calm. Then came a pointer. Almost at the same time, one of the 7 people in the Gu family exploded into a pool of blood mist. Only a ball of clothing was left, still in place. The person has completely disappeared into the air. The blood mist that filled the sky lightly sprinkled on everyone's faces. This horrifying scene once again made the remaining 6 members of the Gu family look even more frightened. He hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. Bang! 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 Several more sounds came out one after another, and 3 more people from the Gu family burst out. Only some broken limbs were left, messing up the air. The scenes are extremely horrifying. I am the deacon of the Gu family, you dare to kill us. The Gu family will never let you go. Seeing that there was no hope of survival, Gu Sahai's expression suddenly became a little crazy, and he laughed wildly. His eyes were ferocious, bloodshot, and his teeth were bared. The words in his mouth were full of threats and intimidation to Lin Feng. Because he just discovered that no matter how they begged for mercy, Lin Feng would not let them live. If that's the case, then they might as well let go of their courage, scold them whenever they want, say whatever they want. It would be better to come here more happily. The Gu family, aren't they amazing? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He asked lightly, without any emotion. Even, there is a little indifference. The Gu family is a 3rd-level force in Qingyang City, and there are powerful people in the earthly evil realm in the family. The Yuan Yang sect is behind us. Although you are a strong person in the cave void realm and the Gu family can't do anything to you, your family members. But you may not be able to bear the Gu family's anger. Gu Sahai smiled ferociously, as if he didn't care. When he reaches the point of death, he has nothing to fear anymore. Do you think the Gu family would offend a strong man like me just because of you, a mere deacon? It's really a big deal. I'll destroy the Gu family together, that's it. Lin Feng grinned and mocked Gu Sahai, the Gu family member, but his tone was still calm. Then another point came out. This time it included Gu Sahai and the remaining 2 members of the Gu family. They all exploded into a pool of blood mist. All dissipated. Lin Feng then turned around and walked towards Lin Qing, preparing to take him back to the Lin mansion for a family reunion. Chapter 26. Gu Sahai was stunned. After listening to Lin Feng's words, he also came to his senses. Despair showed on his face. Indeed, judging from the Gu family's genealogy, although his surname is Gu, he is not even a real Gu family member. Just a thug of the Gu family. Because he has served the Gu family all year round. Only then was he given the surname Gu. If he dies now, the Gu family may simply investigate him out of concern for their face. But what if, facing a strong man like Lin Feng, it is indeed possible for the Gu family to dare not even fart? Otherwise, if you are not careful, it will bring disaster to the Gu family, and the gain will outweigh the loss. Gu Sahai's expression showed sadness. I hate it so much. Gu Sahai shouted in his heart. But before he could scream, he was killed by Lin Feng with one finger. Until his death, he had no power to resist at all. Feng, brother Feng. What state are you in now? Seeing Lin Feng so easily, he killed several people without any effort. Lin Qing's eyes almost froze, and she asked aloud in a daze, with an expression of shock and disbelief. From just now to now. Only a few short breaths have passed. Then he saw Gu Sahai and several others suddenly kneeling on the ground. Kowtow crazily to apologize. Then they exploded one after another. It's like exploding fireworks, crisp, neat and extremely gorgeous. Beyond Emperor Venerable, the realm. As for the specific realm, I don't know. Lin Feng was still calm and honest, without hiding anything. He really doesn't know where he is now. He just knows. In his eyes, Emperor Venerable was as weak as an ant. It will never be his opponent. Now, if his power is fully unleashed, I don't know how powerful it will be. Just what he said. Even the people closest to you may not necessarily believe it. Ha 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 ha. Since Brother Feng doesn't want to say anything, I won't ask any more, that's all. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Feng said these words, Lin Qing immediately laughed heartily and said aloud. There was no intention of blaming him at all. Apparently everyone has their own secrets. Since Lin Feng wanted to keep his own secret, he naturally would not press for further questioning. Regarding this point, Lin Feng was also very helpless. With a wave of his sleeves, he wanted to take Lin Qing back to the Lin mansion. But it was also at this time. Lin Qing's expression suddenly became solemn, and he said solemnly, "I know that Brother Feng wants to take me back to the Lin family immediately, but I ask for your forgiveness. Before returning to the Lin family, I still have some important things to do. I only need a few days. That's all, please give me Brother Feng's permission." Lin Qing said solemnly. The expression is extremely respectful. He even saluted Lin Feng and held his fists in greeting. Seeing how Lin Qing attached so much importance to him, Lin Feng certainly couldn't refuse. He just hesitated and thought for a moment, then nodded slightly in response. "Well, it doesn't matter. I can go with you." Lin Feng said calmly. The clouds were calm and the wind was gentle. After hearing this, Lin Qing's face showed a burst of surprise, and she quickly walked ahead, leading the way. The strength displayed by Lin Feng had already exceeded his expectations. Now that Lin Feng is with him, he naturally doesn't have to be afraid anymore. The Gu family will send people to trouble him. When Su Mo is treated after returning home, he will have one more helper at his side. Lin Qing was of course very happy. From the moment he entered the secret realm to when he came out, he was hunted down by the Gu family. For Lin Qing, more than 10 days have passed. His fiancée Su Mo was placed by him in a secluded thatched house in the mountains and there would be no danger in the short term. But now more than 10 days have passed. Lin Qing couldn't help but feel a little worried in her heart. Therefore, Lin Qing was almost in a hurry along the way and rarely talked to Lin Feng. It was just due to his previous injuries. No matter how hard he hurried, his speed was extremely slow. Seeing this, Lin Feng had no choice but to heal all Lin Qing's injuries. The two of them were traveling at a much faster speed. Just 2 days later, Lin Feng saw Su Mo lying on the bed in the thatched house, his face pale and almost dying. Frowning slightly. Deadly ill. The toxins in her body have penetrated deep into her internal organs. No medicine or stone can save you. The first time he saw this little girl, Lin Feng gently expressed his judgment. If he had come back a few days earlier, he would have been able to save this little girl's life with the help of his immortal jade spiritual root. But during those days when Lin Qing was being hunted by the Gu family, the best time for treatment has been missed. Taking the immortal jade spiritual root now has no much effect. Lin Feng couldn't help shaking his head and sighing softly. Why is this happening? After hearing this, Lin Qing showed despair and wailed in pain. Su Mo was almost more important to him than his life. If Su Mo can't live, then he would also have to die before he could repay Su Mo her kindness. As he said this, Lin Qing had a dagger in his hand. He was about to stab himself in the chest. Seeing this, Lin Feng frowned, and Lin Qing's hand stopped in midair in shock, unable to move forward at all. There is indeed no way to save her through ordinary means. But what I want to use will not be ordinary methods. Lin Feng smiled indifferently, and his words were full of extreme pride and confidence. Said. He pointed at the top of Su Mo's head, and a great wave of heaven and earth, an infinite vitality, began to slowly gather in Su Mo's body. As long as Su Mo is not dead yet. If she still maintains that tone, then Lin Feng can make her come back to life completely. And her cultivation level skyrocketed compared to before. The great Dao of heaven and earth poured into Su Mo's body is the source of life. As long as the origin is immortal, Su Mo will never die. Just to remove the toxins from her body, pills are still needed. Lin Feng frowned slightly. After a few breaths passed, the infusion was completed along with the origin of heaven and earth. Lin Feng pointed out again, and a glowing red pill suddenly appeared in the air, exuding a strong medicinal fragrance and vitality, and then slowly fell into Su Mo's mouth. As the elixir went down, it's almost visible to the naked eye. Su Mo's pale face quickly turned rosy. The aura of death and withering that lingered on her body was quickly restored. The whole person exudes a dazzling red light. Brother Qing. After a while, Su Mo slowly opened his eyes and called out softly. Then it quickly closed again. Then he sat up cross-legged and began to circulate the breath and exercises around his body. Her cultivation level has already begun to make breakthroughs at this time. From Ki 1st layer day, to Ki 7th layer day. It's the Ki 9th layer day again. Then he broke through the heavenly dipper realm, finally stopped, opened his eyes again, and looked at Lin Xi and Lin Feng. Chapter 27. Su Mo, thank you, Senior, for saving your life. After Su Mo's breakthrough was over and she woke up, the first thing she did was to kneel down to Lin Feng and salute respectfully. Although she was in a coma due to poisoning just now, she was in a daze. But he also knows who saved him. So Su Mo immediately expressed his gratitude to Lin Feng. Get up, there's no need to be so polite. The person you want to thank is not me, it should be Lin Xi. If it weren't for him, I would never save you. Lin Feng smiled flatly, with a gentle expression on his face, then gently raised his hand, and an invisible force enveloped Su Mo. He helped her up. There was no room for her to resist at all. Su Mo was also surprised when he sensed this strange power. Wei Wei was surprised. Her family is also considered the mainstay in the entire southern domain. The ancestor of the family is even more powerful in the reincarnation realm. She usually meets many high-level martial artists. But now in front of Lin Feng, she completely felt her own insignificance, how weak she was. Even she felt it. Even if their ancestors were here, they would probably be like ants in front of Lin Feng. How advanced is this senior? Su Mo couldn't imagine it. Moer, this is my eldest brother, the son of my second uncle. Call brother Feng quickly. I saw Lin Feng and Su Mo being so at odds with each other. Lin Xi couldn't help it and quickly introduced Su Mo. Q. After hearing this, Su Mo bowed slightly to Lin Feng again, feeling a little shocked in his heart. She didn't expect that. Such a powerful senior is actually Lin Xing's eldest brother? So, isn't the Lin family equivalent to a top force? Their marriage may be somewhat settled. Su Mo looked slightly shy. Yet, listening to Su Mo's words, Lin Feng nodded slightly. Since you call me brother Feng and you are King Di's fiancé, then as the eldest brother, I am not allowed to give you a greeting gift for anything. Lin Feng smiled gently. Then he turned his palm, and a transparent bead of primordial origin was placed in front of the two of them. Emperor-grade primordial origin beads. It has the effect of automatically protecting the owner and healing wounds. Wear it on your body and no one can hurt you. Lin Feng said calmly. After hearing this, both Lin Xi and Su Mo showed extremely shocked expressions on their faces. Horrified and shocked. Emperor-grade treasure. Lin Xi muttered and repeated. He really couldn't see it no matter how he looked. Could this seemingly ordinary bead be an emperor-grade treasure? According to legend, there is only one emperor-grade treasure for each emperor-grade force. Every emperor-grade treasure. All of them are of unpredictable power and shocking to the world. When did the Lin family have another emperor-grade treasure? Moreover, even if this was really an emperor-grade treasure, how could it be given away so easily? Lin Xi shook his head somewhat self-deprecatingly. Smiled. Su Mo just thought that the senior was joking and didn't show it too obviously. But she still stretched out her hand and took the bead. But also in this moment, emperor-grade primordial origin beads are no longer suppressed by Lin Feng. In an instant, its brilliance and power were released overwhelmingly. In an instant, it spread throughout the surrounding area. Soaring straight into the sky. Colorful glow lingers. At this moment, countless powerful people from southern domain raised their heads. I sensed the aura of this emperor-grade treasure. Greed and fanaticism were revealed in his eyes, and then he rushed towards here crazily. The speed is as fast as lightning. Lin Xi and Su Mo. Sensing the aura emanating from this emperor-grade treasure, at this moment, his expression was even more astonished to the extreme. Eyes wide open. My jaw almost dropped. They never expected that this was actually an emperor-grade treasure. If this is given to them, how can it be repaid? Don't be surprised, let's go. Looking at their expressions and reactions, Lin Feng smiled calmly. Then with a wave of his sleeves, the three of them disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he was back at the Lin mansion, in the martial arts field in the backyard. The aura of the primordial origin bead was concealed by Lin Feng in a secretive way. Unless Su Mo uses it. Otherwise it will not appear again. But this divine ability to teleport in space surprised Lin Qing and Su Mo for a long time. Only then did he come back to his senses. He looked at Lin Feng with an almost admiring look, no longer having the same doubts and questions as before. My eldest brother is actually a strong man in the cave void realm. As far as I know, only those who are strong in the cave void realm have the ability to move through space. Su Mo covered her mouth and asked in shock. The little face was flushed. Lin Feng nodded slightly and didn't bother to explain. Anyway, even if he told the truth, others would not believe him. In this case, he might as well save the effort. Don't waste your time talking. Waste your energy. After returning to the Lin mansion after a long absence, Lin Qing immediately looked around with emotion in her eyes. Expression of urgency. Ever since he left the Lin mansion 10 years ago, he has never wanted to come back here again. After all, this is his home too. It's where he grew up. It was only later that his parents died and the Lin mansion was occupied. He was constantly being hunted and on the run. Lin Qing never came back to Lin mansion again. Now, after many years, I am back again. One can imagine how excited Lin Qing was. What is this? I remember that there was no such thing here before. Soon, as Lin Qing looked around, the Balian pagoda standing in the center of the martial arts field was discovered by Lin Qing. As Lin Qing exclaimed. Soon, Su Mo also noticed the Balian pagoda behind him. Then the two of them walked over together. A tyrannical coercion and aura came toward both of them at the same time, oppressing them. The feeling this breath gave them was very familiar. Almost identical to the primordial origin beads. Is this also an emperor-grade treasure? Lin Qing and Su Mo thought of this at the same time in their minds, and were shocked again. He made a sound unconsciously. Good. Lin Feng smiled faintly and explained aloud, Emperor-grade's most precious treasure, the 100 refining pagoda. In the first floor tower, the training in the outside world is 10 times that of the outside world. In the second story tower, the training in the outside world is 20 times. And so on. Now, there are already more than 10 Lin family disciples practicing inside. The person with the lowest cultivation level has already reached the Qi Si realm. The one with the highest cultivation level is Lin Yan. Second layer heaven of earth evil realm, I have probably been practicing for more than 10 days. Currently on the second floor of Balian Tower. Lin Feng's tone was very calm, even calm, as if he didn't care. It seems that in just over 10 days. He had expected these huge breakthroughs for Lin family disciples. But Lin Qing and Su Mo heard this. There was a roar in my mind, and the blood in my body seemed to be boiling. So excited. Earthly evil realm. Brother Yan has actually reached the earthly evil realm? And it only took a few days. Lin Qing kept repeating these words. It still seemed extremely unbelievable. Although Lin Feng had given them a lot of surprises today, Lin Qing still felt a little hard to digest them at the moment. Chapter 28. Lin Qing, do you dare to come in and fight? It seemed that he was aware of Lin Qing's arrival outside the tower. Inside the tower, Lin Yan took off the Xianzhong ruler from behind and rushed towards Lin Qing with a fighting spirit and shouted loudly, his eyes full of provocation. Good. Fight, fight. Outside the tower, after Lin Qing heard Lin Yan's provocation, he smiled coldly and immediately became excited and agreed. Although he knew that Lin Yan was already in the earthly evil realm at this moment. His cultivation level has far exceeded him. But at this time, Lin Qing still had no timidity on her face. Instead, he became more motivated. Eager to give it a try, Lin Yan's current combat power is very low. With a flash of body, Lin Qing quickly got into the Balian Tower, and Lin Yan returned to the first floor. He soon got into a fight with him. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng smiled lightly. It didn't stop the two. Just wave it around. A screen like light and shadow was revealed in the sky above the Balian Tower, and inside it was the scene of Lin Qing and Lin Yan's duel. Bang! There was a loud noise. Outside the 100 refining tower, the picture has just been revealed. Then Su Mo, who was still outside the tower, saw Lin Xi defeated by Lin Yan with one move. His body retreated violently and flew wildly. Then he fell heavily to the ground, clutching his chest. The gap in strength between the two is so huge. Come again. Lin Xi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, laughed loudly, and continued to charge forward. This time, he didn't spare any effort. The martial arts that can teleport, as well as his most powerful boxing skills, were all displayed. Boom! Lin Yan looked at Lin Xi with a sneer on his face as he rushed over, with a playful look in his eyes, not taking him too seriously. He is still prepared this time. When Lin Xi rushed over, he then gently blew him away. But this time, Lin Yan made some miscalculations. He saw Lin Xi rushing over just now, and then the next moment, Lin Xi actually disappeared in front of his eyes. When it reappears, Lin Xi was already 2 feet in front of him. The punch was powerful enough to shake mountains and rivers, and it hit him directly in the face. Lin Yan was a little surprised at this time. Just as he was about to take a step back, he avoided Lin Xing's punch. But who knew that Lin Xing's fist actually had some kind of suction? Lin Yan just took a step back. He was quickly pulled over again, and as a last resort, he had no choice but to activate the earthly evil spirit to protect his body. Lin Xing's fist hit the shield formed by the evil spirit. He was knocked back and flew back. Only then did Lin Yan win again and again, never daring to be careless again. Brother Qing, I'm sorry. Lin Yan stepped forward, helped Lin Xing up, patted his shoulder, and said apologetically. To know. He is a strong person in the earth evil realm. And what he practices is the emperor grade technique. Now, he was forced out of the earthly evil chi body protection by a mere chi si realm? He almost lost. If you tell me this, no one may believe it. At this moment, he no longer looked down upon Lin Xing. If this were Lin Xing, he also had the emperor grade technique. Or maybe he is in the same situation as him. In this competition, he may be the loser. Likewise, this also illustrates the shortcomings in his practice. Fine. With Lin Yan's help, Lin Xing stood up tremblingly, her chest still aching. Said with a slight smile. However, there was no intention of blaming Lin Yan in his eyes. Instead, his expression was filled with eagerness to know why Lin Yan could. The reason why he became so strong? If he can become so strong, then his loss this time will not be a loss at all. It seemed as if he could read Lin Xing's inner thoughts. Lin Yan just smiled, pretending to be mysterious. Then he led Lin Xing out of the Balian Tower and came to Lin Feng. What Lin Yan practices is the emperor grade technique. It's normal for you to lose to him. After more than 10 days, you will obtain the emperor grade technique and practice for a period of time. You should be able to compete with him. Lin Feng said with a faint smile, and then with a tap of his fingertips, an emperor grade technique was entered into Lin Xing's mind. Lin Xing's mind was buzzing. He immediately started practicing by sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes to digest. After a while, he just opened his eyes, and at this time, Lin Xing's cultivation had reached the 8th layer of Qi Si realm. Distance breakthrough Heavenly Dipper realm. It's only one step away. It is indeed the emperor grade technique. This technique is so miraculous. Lin Xing's eyes showed horror. I can't help but feel a little surprised and admired. What he originally practiced was the Xian level low grade technique. It took him nearly 10 years to finally reach basic accomplishment and reach the 2nd layer of Qi Si. He already felt that this was already a genius level existence among his peers. The cultivation speed has been extremely fast. But now Lin Xing discovered it. It turns out that he was just a frog in a well. There are people and techniques in this world who can practice faster. He is a little too arrogant. Seeing Lin Xing's rapid breakthrough, Lin Xing's fiancée Su Mo, next to her, was also a little hesitant and envious. I also want a technique like this. There was a slight hint of sourness in his eyes. She wanted to say something, but she was a little embarrassed. Because she had just obtained an emperor grade treasure not long ago. But now how can I have the nerve to speak? Want another emperor-grade exercise? This just made Su Mo blush when he thought about it, and he was too embarrassed to speak. It was as if he could read her thoughts. Lin Feng smiled slightly, then lightly tapped his fingertips, and an emperor-grade technique was transmitted into Su Mo's mind. This surprised Su Mo. He immediately followed Lin Qing's example, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to practice with his eyes closed. Digest it. After a while, Su Mo finally stood up and bowed respectfully to Lin Feng. His face turned red and he said, "Thank you, brother. An emperor-grade treasure, plus an emperor-grade skill." Su Mo didn't know how to repay such a huge favor between the two. The only thing she can think of is to become a member of the Lin family as soon as possible, so that she can pay off the debt. Su Mo quietly gave Lin Qing a hand. The two looked at each other and quickly entered the 100 refining tower. Started to practice and improve like crazy. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. In the past few days, almost all Lin family disciples have been practicing hard in the 100 refining tower, and their strength has also been rapidly improved. Among them, Su Mo and Lin Qing. His strength has broken through directly from the Qi realm to the Heavenly Dipper realm, growing tremendously. Lin Feng saw this scene outside and felt very relieved. After all, the stronger the disciples of the Lin family are, the stronger the Lin family is. In this way, the future rise of the Lin family is just around the corner. Suddenly, Lin Feng seemed to sense something, and slowly raised his head to look towards the horizon, thousands of miles away from the Lin family. There is a long rainbow. It was quickly heading towards the Lin family. The speed was so fast that he was in front of Lin Feng in an instant. The person coming here clearly has the cultivation level of the Holy Realm. Just the breath is enough to destroy the entire Tianluo city several times. But Lin Feng didn't panic at all when he saw this. He still stood calmly with his hands behind his back, looking at the rainbow falling to the ground with a smile in his eyes. He transformed into an old man in white robes. It turned out that Elder Yao Chen, who was out for revenge, finally returned from the medicine sect in the eastern region. He still hasn't forgotten the promise he made back then. Chapter 29. Yao Chen pays his respects to the young master. After the medicine fell to the ground, he calmed down his aura, and then immediately saluted Lin Feng in front of him with cupped fists. "Get up." Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his hands and spoke calmly. "Since you have chosen to join my Lin family, from today on, you will be the elder of the inner sect of my Lin family. You will be responsible for guarding my Lin family and teaching my Lin family disciples how to refine elixirs. 100 years later, if you still abide by the contract, I will guarantee your admission to the Emperor realm." Lin Feng's voice came out faintly, but when it fell into Yao Chen's ears, it was like the sound of 9 heavens thunder tribulation, roaring and trembling. "Enter the Emperor realm." Yao Chen looked shocked, as if he still couldn't believe it. But then he reacted quickly. He immediately cupped his fists slightly towards Lin Feng, saluted, and said, "Thank you, young master. From now on, Yao Chen will dedicate himself to the Lin family until his death. I will try my best to protect the prosperity of the Lin family for generations to come, and protect the Lin family from danger and annihilation." Yao Chen looked horrified. There was both shock and joy and excitement. In 100 years, you can enter the Emperor realm. For countless martial artists in the Holy Realm, this is definitely something that can only happen. What a great deal! You know, countless powerful people in the Holy Realm have been stuck in the Holy Realm for hundreds of thousands of years without making any progress. It's all commonplace. Now, he only needs to stay in the Lin family for 100 years to ensure his entry into the Emperor realm. How could he not be happy about such a good thing? As for whether what Lin Feng said will definitely come true, Yao Chen didn't have the slightest doubt. After all, Lin Feng used the Great Dao Law to condense his body for him. It also allowed him to directly cross the sovereign and enter the Holy Realm. It was enough to shock Yao Chen. Naturally, he believed everything he said to Lin Feng. "Well, please step back." Lin Feng waved his hand, and Yao Chen bowed respectfully again and quietly retreated. Lin Feng stepped forward. Shifting body shape. He came to the western region again, over the palace of the Queen Mother of the West where his parents had been imprisoned. He turned his palms. A simple jade pendant appeared in his hand. Glowing with weakness. This burst of light condensed into a beam of light, which seemed to be pointing to a certain place in the western region. And trembled slightly. It felt as if something was calling him where the dim light pointed. That thing seemed to be connected to his blood. And very ancient. At least, it was something from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Follow the direction of this glimmer of light. Then he stepped forward again, and Lin Feng soon arrived outside an abandoned valley. This valley is located deep in the mountains. Deep and hidden. If it weren't for Lin Feng's space crossing, otherwise, the ordinary martial artist would never have found this place. Because it's near the mountains here. Lin Feng also clearly felt a few demonic beasts, at least around the powerful ones in the Holy Realm, sleeping prostrately here. If someone breaks in from the outside world, will alarm them. So that the foreign martial artist died, how terrible. I originally learned from the soul search of the Holy Mother and King Naxi that this jade pendant seems to be related to an ancient tomb in our Lin family hundreds of thousands of years ago. Could this valley be the entrance to that ancient tomb? Lin Feng looked at the scattered valley in front of him and muttered to himself with some confusion. Ever since I learned about the existence of the Lin family ancient tomb. These days, Lin Feng has always wanted to find out. But how can we find the clan members soon? There is no strong person in the clan to guard it. Lin Feng was unable to escape. Now with the return of Yao Chen, how come the Lin family also has a powerful person from the Holy Realm stationed there? Lin Feng then thought of coming here and taking a look inside. In the ancient tomb of the Lin family. Maybe there is something that can help him understand what happened to the Lin family hundreds of thousands of years ago. Thinking back to the Lin family. It is also a force that has at least one powerful person in the Emperor realm. But now as hundreds of thousands of years have passed, the Lin family gradually withered, and the strong ones declined. There is not even a strong heavenly dipper realm left. Let others bully you. Not to mention the powerful ones in the Holy Realm, Dongxi Realm, and Rotation Realm. The reason for all this? Perhaps it has a lot to do with the war that took place hundreds of thousands of years ago. And in the Lin family ancient tomb. Maybe it can help Lin Feng solve this mystery. Lin Feng frowned slightly. After pondering for a moment, he stepped forward, and his figure immediately submerged into it and appeared in the valley. In the valley, there are signs of desolation and dilapidation everywhere, with broken eaves and broken walls everywhere. Even if hundreds of thousands of years have passed. It can also be vaguely seen that there once seemed to be a super huge force here that dominated one area. Just as time goes by. And gradually disappeared. No more. Lin Feng continued to walk forward, and after only 2 or 3/4 of an hour, he reached the depths of the valley. A teleportation formation appeared at his feet. There was a depression in the center of the teleportation formation. Its shape and size seemed to match the ancient jade in his hand. Exactly. Lin Feng pondered for a while. Then without any hesitation, he pressed the ancient jade in his hand. There was a bright flash of light. Lin Feng was enveloped by this brilliance, and his figure suddenly flashed, and his whole person disappeared from the spot. When it reappears, he was already in another space, walking around. Spread out your spiritual consciousness and perceive everything in the surrounding space. Is this the ancient tomb of the Lin family hundreds of thousands of years ago? It's really extraordinary, some methods. Lin Feng said with slight admiration, with a faint smile on his lips. Because of the investigation just now, he has suddenly discovered that this space does not belong to any place in the heavenly origin continent. It is a space that has been carved out independently. Such strength. Only those who have at least the strength of the Holy Realm can do it. And the area of this space. It's also extraordinary. The area is so large that it is comparable to the existence of the entire southern domain. If a strong person with the strength of the Holy Realm can open up space, then he can open up such a huge space. Only the powerful Emperor Realm can do it. Here. It is indeed the ancient tomb of the Lin family hundreds of thousands of years ago, and it is also the place where the great emperor of the Lin family fell and rested. Lin Feng continued to walk forward. One step is 100 miles, and I don't know how long I have walked. He finally came to the end of this space. I saw the skeleton of the former great emperor of the Lin family lying on the high platform. Exudes inexplicable terrifying power. It seems that even after hundreds of thousands of years have passed, some of the majesty of the Lin family's great emperor still remains. It didn't disperse for a long time. Disperse? Lin Feng raised his hand and pointed, then smiled faintly. The majesty of the great emperor of the Lin family that came to him inexplicably suddenly dissipated. Lin Feng also immediately walked up to the high platform. He grabbed the bones of the great emperor of the Lin family, trying to condense a trace of the remnant soul of the great emperor who fell from the Lin family hundreds of thousands of years ago. But a little later, Lin Feng gave up quickly. Because too much time has passed. There is indeed no trace of soul left on the skeleton of the great emperor of the Lin family. Otherwise, he might be able to resurrect it. Chapter 30. Who dares to trespass into the Lin family's forbidden area? Just when Lin Feng was exploring the bones of the great emperor of the Lin family to see if there were any abnormalities or remnants of the soul, a low and majestic voice suddenly sounded across the world, with a deafening roar. Is it possible that there are other souls of Lin family ancestors? Lin Feng raised his head slightly and said with some confusion in his eyes. Then, he quickly saw. A shocking palm composed of soul power suddenly fell from the sky. The majesty in the palm is comparable to that of a powerful person in the Holy Realm. Horrifying anomaly. In fact, even an ordinary powerful person in the Holy Realm might not be able to bear this palm. In this round, his soul will be scattered, and he will end up in ashes and smoke. Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged. He just released a wisp of his own pressure, and the shocking palm above his head suddenly dispersed. Bang! All turned into a cloud of grey smoke. That was also until this time. Up in the air, the low and serious voice came again, seemingly a little surprised. Hey! You can actually resolve this palm of my hand. Could it be that the one coming is a strong Emperor Realm man? In today's southern underworld, the Emperor Realm's powerful men are not completely extinct yet. Huh? No. This boy has the blood of my Lin family. Could it be that he is a descendant of my Lin family? The invisible low voice in the air shocked me for a while. Lin Feng slowly saw an old man wearing a grey robe suddenly appear in the sky. Like a ghost. The way it appears is extremely strange, making it difficult to be wary of. The powerful Lin family from hundreds of thousands of years ago really had some tricks up their sleeves. Lin Feng, a descendant of the Lin family, pays homage to his ancestors. I wonder what the ancestor's name is. This junior is here today to find out the reason why the Lin family fell hundreds of thousands of years ago. If there is too much trouble, I hope our ancestors won't blame you. Lin Feng bowed slightly, bowed respectfully to the grey-robed old man in the sky, and spoke calmly. After all, this is the ancient tomb of the Lin family. The soul that can appear here must be the ancestor of the Lin family. And Lin Feng is a descendant of the Lin family. At this time, it is natural to follow the etiquette of younger generations, regardless of personal strength. Some of them are just Lin Feng's respect for his ancestors. Ha 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 ha. Good. What a great job. I didn't expect that hundreds of thousands of years after my Lin family, there would be a strong emperor of the venerable realm. It's true that God will not destroy our Lin family. Boy, you said your name is Lin Feng. How is our Lin family developing now? Listening to Lin Feng's self-introduction, the grey-robed old man in the sky laughed loudly. Extremely hearty and friendly. The voice has softened a lot. He stared at Lin Feng closely, as if he wanted to look at him thoroughly from beginning to end. The more I look at it, the more pleasing it becomes. Since our Lin family has been in the family for thousands of years, there has been no strong person in the reincarnation realm. Nowadays, the Lin family, before the younger generation became emperor, can only be regarded as a third-rate force. Not long ago, the Lin family suffered a disaster. Now this generation is also looking for other Lin family members to rebuild and strengthen the Lin family. Lin Feng said it truthfully. He did not hide anything about this ancestor of his clan. Because there is absolutely no need. Well, 600,000 years ago, my Lin family was once one of the top forces that ruled the western region, a family with 2 emperors. A few 100,000 years have passed now. I didn't expect that I would fall to this level. What a vicissitudes of life, and the passage of time. After hearing what Lin Feng said, the ancestor of the Lin family frowned and sighed, seeming to be full of sorrow and reminiscence. May I ask my ancestors, why did I, the great emperor of the Lin family, perish? Why did the Lin family move to southern domain later? After hearing what his ancestors said, Lin Feng's expression remained calm. After all this information, he already knew something about them when he was searching for the souls of the 2 kings and the Holy Mother of Naxi. Now when I hear what my ancestors said again, I feel no more confusion in my heart. However, he still wants to know the answers to these 2 questions urgently. The Lin family has declined to this point. These ancestors naturally need to pay some responsibilities. It's all because of that war. Get up. Listening to Lin Feng's 2 questions, the ancestors of the Lin family seemed to fall into some memories again. The expression is slightly painful. After pondering for a moment, he seemed to have made some kind of determination again, and said in a solemn voice, "This is not something you can know now. Knowing too much will only do you a lot of harm and no good." The ancestor of the Lin family has kindness and gentleness in his eyes. Speak sincerely. It seems that he also hopes that Lin Feng can stop here and stop asking further questions. He hopes to protect the Lin family and make it prosperous in his own way. After all, once those 3 words are spoken, they will be noticed immediately. This once again brought disaster to the Lin family. Repeat the disaster hundreds of thousands of years ago. This is something the ancestor of the Lin family never wants to see. Isn't it also possible in Emperor Venerable realm? Lin Feng asked slowly. No. The ancestor of the Lin family came back decisively, as if he expected Lin Feng to ask this question, and smiled softly. So, what about the strength above the Emperor realm? Lin Feng asked slowly again, his voice full of calmness. Or not? After hearing this, a trace of surprise appeared on the face of the ancestor of the Lin family, but it quickly calmed down. He shook his head and said firmly, "Emperor Venerable realm cannot. The realm above Emperor Venerable is still not enough." In this sentence, he was indeed not lying. Otherwise, hundreds of thousands of years ago, countless emperors and powerful men of the Venerable realm would not have all perished. All right. Since that's the case, forget it. Lin Feng shook his head lightly. He sighed helplessly. His current realm, to be precise, should be above the realm of the Emperor Venerable realm, and several realms higher. There is no need to fear anything anymore. Since the ancestors of the Lin family refused to say, then he will naturally not force it. When he is willing to talk again in the future, then just listen to him again and that will be fine. Lin Feng thought so in his heart. Since the soul of the ancestor is still there, the descendants will reshape the body for the ancestor to help the ancestor regain his strength. I also hope that my ancestors will follow me back to the Lin family, to guard it. To help my Lin family prosper and live forever. Lin Feng bowed and spoke lightly again. Without waiting for the ancestor of the Lin family to react, Lin Feng raised his hand and grabbed it. On the high platform, the bones of the great emperor of the Lin family and the old man in grey robe, the ancestor of the Lin family, were all caught in his hands at the same time, as if they were like has been reduced several times. Lin Feng's expression condensed slightly. Countless great Dao rules suddenly gathered towards his palm at this moment, emitting colorful divine light. Rich Taoist charm. It seemed to make this independent space of heaven and earth buzz and tremble, as if it was about to collapse and shatter. This. Feeling the infinite Tao Yun gathered in Lin Feng's palm, the bones of the great emperor, white bone flesh generation, and gradually merged with his own soul. This moment, the ancestor of the Lin family could no longer hide the shock in his eyes. Started to be stunned. I couldn't believe it for a long time. In this regard, even the great emperor of the Lin family at his peak might not be able to do this. This kid. Could it be that he has the strength above the Emperor Venerable Realm? The ancestors of the Lin family were stunned. Chapter 31. Borrow the bones of the great Emperor of the Lin family to condense flesh and blood and fuse the souls of the ancestors of the Lin family. Because they share the same blood, the whole process went very smoothly. Almost just a few dozen breaths later, the soul of the ancestor of the Lin family quickly merged with the new body, exuding a dazzling light. Boom! A shocking loud noise rippled through the space. As the ancestors of the Lin family completely merged with their bodies, his whole body also erupted with an unprecedented monstrous aura, which was extremely huge. Countless Tao Rhyme rules automatically gathered and entwined on his body. Amazingly, I have stepped into the Emperor Realm cultivation base. At this moment, the Lin family's ancient tomb was finally shattered. Countless space law fragments fell from the sky, revealing the dark and chaotic space outside. Give it to me! Lin Feng shouted coldly. Seeing that the Lin family ancient tomb was about to shatter if it could not withstand the power of the Emperor's venerable realm's breakthrough, he immediately accelerated the movements of his hands, and then pointed towards the sky. Follow your words. At this moment, this space seemed to feel some kind of will, and it actually stopped fragmenting. It was rumbling just now. At this moment, it was completely quiet. Countless space law fragments stay in the air as if they are still. And as Lin Feng said these words, he came out. They flew back violently. All returned to their original positions again. The entire Lin family tomb space seemed to have recovered as before, as if the previous collapse had never happened. This scene. The ancestor of the Lin family who had fully fused with the bones of the great emperor and woke up was shocked. There are more surprises in the eyes. Old man Lin Yan. He is the 36th generation head of the Lin family 600,000 years ago. Back then, after the death of the last great emperor of the Lin family, the 35th generation head of the Lin family, I gave the order to move south to avoid the Lin family's enemies for generations. I stayed behind as a tomb keeper. I wanted to take advantage of this great emperor's opportunity to enter the emperor realm. I didn't expect it in the end. Thousands of years have passed, and I haven't been able to break through. Eventually, my lifespan was about to end, and I died here. After entering the Emperor realm through cultivation, the ancestor of the Lin family sensed the majestic power in his body, and his eyes were filled with joy. Then it became a little dim. He said with a sigh, and finally thought of introducing himself. After hearing this, Lin Feng nodded slightly. There is indeed a huge gap between the Holy Realm and the Venerable Realm. Thinking back then, it took him a full 1,000 years. Only then did he break through from the Holy Realm to the Venerable Realm, and then continue his cultivation. This is under the premise that he has top-notch skills, countless cultivation resources and treasures. This ancestor of the Lin family is alone. It is perfectly normal to have been unable to break through from the Holy Realm to the Venerable Realm for thousands of years. A saint, master the rules of heaven and earth for your own use. The Emperor creates the rules of heaven and earth, evolves the growth of all things. If you don't create your own cosmic life, you will never be able to enter the Emperor realm. This space in the ancient tomb of the Lin family is actually the great Emperor of the Lin family, leaving the opportunity for future generations to become Emperor. Lin Feng spoke slowly and explained. After hearing these words, Lin Yan, the ancestor of the Lin family, was like a thunderclap that exploded in his mind. This made him suddenly enlightened. As if he suddenly woke up, he thought about Lin Feng's words in a daze. After quite a while, he finally woke up. I'm so stupid, it's only now that I've figured it out. Lin Yan, the ancestor of the Lin family, had some regret on his face. Hammer your chest and stamp your feet. I was so angry that my beard became a little brittle. Eyeballs bloodshot. I remember that back then, he visited every corner of this ancient tomb of the Lin family in search of the chance to become the great emperor of the Lin family. Even under the feet of this earth. He looked through them all and dug 3 feet into the ground, but he couldn't find any clues. He really never expected it. This space itself is actually an opportunity left by the great emperor of the Lin family. If only he had known this. How could you waste so much time in the first place? Let your longevity be cut off and end. It was such a shame to die. Lin Yan, the ancestor of the Lin family, seems to be almost ashamed at this moment, seeing this junior Lin Feng. Haha, ancestors don't have to be so upset. As if he could see Lin Yan's troubles, Lin Feng smiled lightly and said with relief. Finding the opportunity itself is also an opportunity. 600,000 years ago, our ancestors failed to enter the Emperor realm. Now that we step into the Emperor realm, isn't it still the same? Lin Feng's voice was calm, but it was full of calming power, making people feel at ease. After hearing this, Lin Yan, the ancestor of the Lin family, calmed down quickly and the embarrassment on his face disappeared. Showing a faint smile. In this space, there are still many cultivation resources, techniques, and treasures left by the original Great Emperor. I'll go get it. Let's leave this place. Lin Yan smiled suddenly, then took a step forward and disappeared. I don't know where he went, after dozens of breaths. When he came back again, there were hundreds of storage rings in his hands. Sparkling. Like a sky full of stars. Let's go. Lin Yan said softly. Then he took Lin Feng and stepped out of the Lin family ancient tomb and came to a wasteland. Atop a scattered village with a few families. Look down and stand with your hands behind your back. This village was also left by the Lin family in my time. I didn't expect that hundreds of thousands of years have passed and the bloodline has still not been cut off. Maybe we can take them back and strengthen the Lin family. Lin Yan said in a deep voice with deep eyes. In his mind and consciousness, he seemed to be planning something, and even Lin Feng was a little unable to see through it at the moment. This old monster has lived for nearly 600,000 years. The depth of his thoughts is definitely not that of a descendant of the Lin family who has only lived for a mere 100,000 years. You can tell. Lin Feng even had some guesses. This ancestor of the Lin family saw someone from the Lin family's descendants entering the Lin family's ancient tomb. He already had thoughts of returning to the Lin family. Even if he didn't need to speak, this ancestor of the Lin family would still go back with him. Otherwise, he would not have come here as soon as he left the ancient tomb. Want to take back the Lin family members who are outside? Doesn't this just confirm his desire to strengthen the Lin family? That's it, it's natural. Lin Feng also nodded slightly in response without saying much. After all, this is the ancestor of the Lin family. Or hundreds of thousands of years ago. If we were to say who has the highest seniority in the Lin family, who has the greatest seniority, it must be him. Lin Feng at this moment. Naturally, you have to listen to the words of your ancestor. Suddenly. Just when Lin Feng and Lin Yan, the ancestor of the Lin family, were about to lift their legs and walk towards the village below. A burst of angry shouts suddenly came from below. The tone was slightly unkind. Lin Huan, get out of here. If you don't pay the land rent this year, don't blame me, old Bao, for killing your mother. Chapter 32. The speaker was a fat man with a fat head and big ears. He was bloated, but he was holding a piece of raw meat in his hand and chewing it with a playful smile on his face. Behind him, he was followed by 4 to 5 guards armed with sharp weapons. He was walking towards the village, extremely arrogant. When the villagers in the village saw the arrival of these people, their eyes showed fear. He quickly retreated into the house and closed the door tightly. No more steps out. It was as if the fear of these people had reached an extreme level. Bao San, how dare you? Obviously we only paid the land rent last month, and you're here to collect it again this month. Are there any royal laws and heavenly principles left? Soon. As the fat man's voice fell, a young man walked out of a simple thatched house deep in the village. He scolded angrily. He had an angry look on his face and no fear at all. His hands were tightly clenched into fists. As if something was wrong, he dared to go up immediately and fight those people. Haha, King's Law? Heaven's Law? Lin Huan, don't you know good from evil? In this Giwan town, our Bao family is the King's Law, and our Bao family is the law of heaven. What can you do to me? The fat man laughed coldly and obscenely, and his words were even more provocative. He didn't seem to be afraid of Lin Huan's anger. Instead, it was more like someone was deliberately irritating him. While saying this, he took a harder bite of the raw meat in his hand. His eyes were full of smiles. You are shameless! Lin Huan cursed angrily again, his face flushed. As he said that, he raised his fist and was about to run forward and hit the fat man in the face. However, it seems that he has not undergone any training. In the eyes of the fat man, his speed was like a turtle crawling. Extremely slow. Wait until he is close to you. The fat man just turned slightly and easily dodged Lin Huan's fist. At the same time, the fat man hit Lin Huan on the back. Huge impact. Lin Huan staggered and threw himself forward several meters before he finally stopped. A mouthful of blood spat out from his mouth. Shortness of breath and pale face. My whole body became weak and it was very difficult to stand. Snort. Don't overestimate your capabilities. Seeing Lin Huan fall, the fat man's eyes became even more mocking, and he snorted coldly. I have now reached the 6th layer realm of body tempering. You are just a mortal who has never practiced any exercises or body training. You actually want to take action against me. It's just a matter of life and death. The fat man said mockingly. Then he walked forward and stepped on it. Lin Huan was about to get up a little. This kick goes down. He immediately fell to the ground again. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth again. At this moment, several ribs were broken. Last year your mother was seriously ill. Our Bao family was so kind that we took a few pieces of land from you and asked you to exchange some money to treat your mother's illness. And I'm kind enough to rent the land to you again. You just need to pay us some land rent money every year. Our Bao family is already very kind and righteous. Lin Huan, I'm just asking you to pay next year's land rent in advance. Why are you so desperate? Ha 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 ha. The fat man laughed loudly, his eyes even colder. As if he was laughing at a beast and an ant, he showed no mercy or tolerance to Lin Huan. You're dreaming. Lin Huan opened his mouth, just about to spit out these words. Unexpectedly, the force under the fat man's feet deepened again, causing his chest to press tightly against the ground. Shortness of breath. These words were swallowed back again, making his eyes angry but unable to utter a single word. Enough. At this moment, another older young man in the village stepped out and said in a deep voice. His eyebrows are like a tiger's, swift and powerful. The burly figure seemed to have gone through some kind of forging practice. Sharp edges. Amazingly possessing the cultivation level of the 4th layer realm of tempered body. But compared to that fat man, he was still 2 levels below. Wang Meng, you are just a passerby. Do you still dare to interfere with my Giwen Zhenbao family's affairs? If I kill you, no one will know. Seeing this young man walking out, the fat man scolded him coldly, and a gleam of vigilance quickly flashed in his eyes. It seemed as if he had a lot of fears about this person. Although the person in front of him is only in the 4th layer realm of body tempering, his physique is different from ordinary people. Even if he is in the tempered body 6th layer realm, if he fights against him, I'm afraid it won't be possible to win for a while. This is also where fat people feel afraid and vigilant. Lin Huan is my brother. If you bully him, you are bullying me. If you dare to attack him again, I, Wang Meng, swear that I will fight against your Bao family until death. Wang Meng said in a deep voice, solemnly. Murderous aura burst out from his eyes. It seems that he wants to use this to intimidate and stop the fat man. Haha. I, Leopard 3, have never been threatened by anyone in my life. The fat man's eyes also burst out with a coldness, and he laughed sinisterly, and then he exerted force on his feet again, directly knocking the Lin Huan was kicked and knocked unconscious. His figure took a step forward. The roaring momentum emanated from him. He formed a fist with one hand and struck Wang Meng in front of him. With a little anger. It seemed as if he had been insulted in some way, which made the fat man angry inexplicably. Bang! There was a loud noise. Wang Meng concentrated his strength on his hands and punched out with the same punch, confronting the fat man. But just at this moment, Wang Meng's body flew backwards. The wolf was seriously injured and crawling on the ground, his eyes full of disbelief. You actually... Wang Meng pointed at the fat man with one finger and said with astonishment on his face. I what? After hearing this, the fat man sneered, his eyes full of ridicule. I just used a treasure before taking action. You don't have to be so surprised if I defeat you. With that said, the fat man gradually walked towards Wang Meng. At the same time, he clenched his fists and prepared to punch Wang Meng on the head. End his life. Since you dare to provoke our Bao family, and you want to be the enemy of our Bao family, you will fight to the death. So today, I have no choice but to get rid of you here. Remember, don't provoke our Bao family again in the next life. The fat man laughed coldly. The gathered fists were no longer polite and held nothing back. Then he hit Wang Meng on the head. From a mortal perspective, this punch is enough to punch a hole through a century-old tree. But in Lin Feng's opinion, this punch seemed very weak. It was countless times lighter than being lightly kicked by an ant. The figure swayed. Lin Feng had already appeared in front of the fat man, and then gently tapped the fat man's chest. The fat man was shocked and flew out suddenly. After flying dozens of feet out of thin air, it finally stopped. He looked at Lin Feng in front of him with an expression of extreme horror, full of incomparable fear. Chapter 33. Who are you? Why are you meddling in the affairs of my Bao family? After the fat man was pointed out and flew out, he looked at Lin Feng in front of him with anger and horror, and asked in shock. He is in the tempered body 6th layer realm. In Giwan town, he can be said to be a top-notch master, and few can match him. In addition, he is the third son of a landlord's family, and the family is powerful. In the entire Giwan town, no one dares to provoke. They regard them as tigers and beasts and avoid them. Now that the man in front of him can blow him away with one finger, the fat man is not stupid. I guessed it immediately. Lin Feng is at least a martial artist in the Qi refining realm. A martial artist of this caliber is definitely no match for him. Tianluo City, Lin Feng. Lin Feng returned calmly, his expression calm, but his thoughts were a little turbulent. This is the western region, and it is also a remote place like a village. He said that in Tianluo City, perhaps no one would know about it at all. Saying southern domain may be more shocking. However, at this moment, none of this is very important. Tianluo City? Your surname is Lin. The fat man repeated a few words in confusion, then murmured. His face looked strange. Although he didn't know where Tianluo City was. But when he heard that Lin Feng was also named Lin, he guessed that he was almost inseparable. This person. He must also be from the Lin family village. There is a blood relationship with this Lin family village. Otherwise, why would he take action to help the Lin family and repel him? The fat man muttered in his heart. I didn't know that the seniors are here, but the juniors were offended just now. I hope the seniors won't blame me. Junior, leave now. I won't disturb the seniors and my clan's reminiscences anymore. The fat man immediately stood up, bowed respectfully towards Lin Feng. Then he turned around and wanted to leave. Speed action, surprisingly fast. He had just beaten a member of the Lin family and insulted Lin Huan, and now such an expert appeared immediately. If he doesn't run faster, I'm just afraid that my life is about to be lost here. Haha, this guy is quite interesting. Listening to the fat man's series of words and watching his movements, Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back. But the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, and he sneered a little, feeling a little interested. This person is indeed a master who bullies the weak and fears the strong. To put it nicely, he can bend and stretch. To put it harshly, he only dares to bully those who are weaker than himself. If you meet someone stronger than yourself, you immediately acted like a coward, turned around and wanted to run away? Don't you dare to cause trouble anymore? How could Lin Feng let him go so easily? Immediately, Lin Feng pointed out. As soon as the fat man turned around and took a step forward, he was shocked to find out. Is my body shape constantly regressing? And this step? It made him fall back nearly a foot. The fat man seemed not to believe in evil. He took a few more steps, and this time, he retreated directly in front of Lin Feng. This made the fat man feel bitter. Suddenly he showed a smile that was uglier than crying. He looked back at Lin Feng with a little embarrassment. I don't know whether I should kneel down and kowtow to beg for mercy, or I should just run away immediately, which would be faster and safer. Senior. The fat man turned around and looked at Lin Feng, not knowing whether to cry or smile. He spoke with difficulty and shouted in a low voice. Huh? What's wrong with me? If you want to leave, I won't stop you. Lin Feng returned with a faint voice, a smile on his lips, and he also looked at the fat man teasingly. People from the Lin family who bullied him. Naturally, he will have to ask for it back. Although this fat man is just an ant. But this is no exception. Since I have nothing to do, senior, I will take my leave. The fat man muttered respectfully again, and then ran out quickly again. But this time, after the fat man quickly ran a few feet away, his body suddenly exploded into a pool of blood mist. Dissipated in the air. Never again. Such a weird method once again shocked the guards who followed Fatty, as well as Wang Meng, who was still watching. They all immediately looked horrified and horrified. I couldn't believe it for a long time. Their arrogant young master actually died here like this? That body-tempering 6th layer realm powerhouse. He actually died here like this? Several followers and Wang Meng were so horrified at the thought that their hearts were shaken and huge waves arose. The young master of the Bao family in Giwan town died here. This is definitely a big deal. The entire Lin family village may suffer the wrath of the Bao family because of this. This moment, even Wang Meng's expression couldn't help but change a little. His expression was full of solemnity. He was just a foreigner, so he dared to meddle in other people's business just now. In this way, even if the Bao family is angry, it will only be directed at him and will not affect the entire Lin family village. But not now. The young man in front of him, also named Lin, is from the Lin family village. This will inevitably involve the entire Lin family village. There's going to be big trouble now. Wang Meng couldn't help but feel worried and sad. As for the guards, the moment the fat man died, their expressions immediately changed from frightened to angry. He rushed over quickly. If you want to kill Lin Feng, you should kill him here immediately. Otherwise, wait until they return to the house. Facing them, there is still only one death. Why not stay here and give it a try? Boom! 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 Several bursts of explosions were heard, and the guards were not even close to Lin Feng's figure. It all exploded into a pool of blood mist. They all collapsed one after another. This horrifying scene once again made Wang Meng freeze up and take a sharp breath of air. Only then did he force himself to calm down. Then step forward. He rushed to Lin Feng and bowed respectfully, and said, "Brother, Wang is really impressed by his good tactics. But what will happen to the entire Lin family village? The Bao family is extremely powerful in Giwan town. The power is huge, and there are many martial artists under his name. It is said that there is a martial artist in the Qi realm. Recently, they have all surrendered to the Bao family. Now if they know that Bao San died here, I'm afraid that the Lin family's village will suffer a disaster." Wang Meng's tone was low, with a lot of worry flashing in his eyes. Obviously he believed that Lin Feng could kill Bao San. But I don't believe that he can resist the entire Bao family. After all, that's a family. What can he accomplish by himself? It doesn't matter. If the Bao family dares to come, I will wipe out the entire Bao family. Faced with Wang Meng's worries, Lin Feng waved his hands as if he didn't care. Anyway, after today, the entire Lin family village will be relocated to his southern domain Lin family. Just a leopard family. In his eyes, nature can't make any waves. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Immediately afterwards, Lin Zhan, the ancestor of the Lin family who was in the air, quickly fell to the ground. He stood next to Lin Huan who fell to the ground and passed out. He lifted him up with one hand. Then close your eyes and explore. Help him repair his injuries by the way. It was also at this moment that as Lin Zhan's spiritual consciousness merged in, wisps of shock soon appeared in Lin Zhan's eyes. Then he was stunned. This kid actually has supreme bone. Chapter 34. Lin Zhan's eyes were shocked and his expression showed horror. Supreme bone. Some ordinary martial artists may not know it. But how could an old monster like him, who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, not know this? According to legend, every martial artist who owns Supreme Bone is a genius and a human race supreme. Has the potential to become a saint or even an emperor. There are even rumors. Every piece of Supreme Bone contains a shocking secret technique. This secret technique can unleash different shocking abilities depending on the runes on the Supreme Bone. It may give people a surprising response. It can also increase martial artist's combat power 100 times, and his vitality will never be cut off. So scary. I think back then, the first great emperor of their Lin family owned a Supreme Bone. Only then did the Lin family take the road to the top of the hegemony. Lin Yan still remembers it clearly. The punch of the great emperor of the Lin family shattered countless mountains and rivers, changed the color of the sun and the moon, and turned the stars upside down. Even, a venerable realm martial artist of the same realm. They all fell under that punch without any resistance. It's especially terrifying and frightening. Lin Yan never expected that in such a small Lin family village. Is there actually a descendant of the Lin family who owns the Supreme Bone? This really surprised and incredible him. Lin Yan's eyes were filled with excitement. Compared with Lin Yan's shock, Lin Feng's face looked slightly calm. Make no waves. Supreme Bone is indeed rare. However, he collected dozens or even hundreds of pieces of Supreme Bone in the penalty area. If all these Supreme Bones were taken out, then the ancestor of the Lin family fainted from excitement. Lin Feng suppressed this impulse. In this case, then this Lin family disciple will be left to our ancestors to teach him carefully. I hope that my Lin family will. Can we add one more strong man from the venerable realm? Lin Feng smiled faintly, raised his hands respectfully and said. When he saw the love for Lin Huan in Lin Yan's eyes, he knew that he would never let go easily. In this case, Lin Feng had no choice but to be a favor and hand over Lin Huan to him. Anyway, when the time comes, he will give him another emperor-grade technique. It doesn't matter who Lin Huan grows up under. So, very good. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yan stroked his beard and laughed heartily, with a smile on his face. Hearing that Lin Feng wanted to hand Lin Huan over to him, he didn't believe it at first. But when he saw Lin Feng's serious and unfailing look, Lin Yan felt happy and quickly agreed. He was afraid that Lin Feng would suddenly regret it the next second. Supreme Bone. That's Supreme Bone. Has the potential to become an emperor directly. During his lifetime, he himself was only in the Holy Realm. Now if he could cultivate a strong man from the Venerable Realm, he would be able to fulfill his long-cherished wish. Lin Yan suddenly felt that Lin Feng, a junior, is indeed more pleasing to the eye the more he looks at it. Not only did he reach the Emperor Venerable Realm at a young age, he also understood the thoughts of the elderly so well that Lin Yan wished he could treat Lin Feng as his own son. He has confidence. Within 1,000 years, Lin Huan can enter the Holy Realm. In another 1,000 years, Lin Huan will be able to enter the Venerable Realm, a half-step emperor. This kind of cultivation speed, looking at the entire heavenly origin continent, is extremely evil and terrifying. This is all due to the effect of Lin Huan's Supreme Bone. Under Lin Yan's healing. Soon, Lin Huan, who was floating in mid-air, slowly opened his eyes and looked around blankly. Then, he suddenly woke up. Soon he became angry. He shook his head from side to side, as if looking for someone. Stop looking. Everyone in the Bao family is already dead. We are also members of the Lin family, but we are the Lin family of Southern Domain Tianluo City, the origin of your Lin family village. The person in front of you is Lin Yan, the ancestor of the Lin family. Emperor Venerable's initial cultivation level. As if he had read Lin Huan's thoughts, Lin Feng slowly spoke out and explained in a calm tone. As soon as these words came out, including Wang Meng, both of them looked shocked and in disbelief. Lin Huan also looked at Wang Meng. It seemed that he wanted to seek some confirmation from him. Until he saw Wang Meng also nodded. Only then did Lin Huan suppress the shock in his heart. He stood up respectfully and bowed to Lin Yan, "Disciple Lin Huan, pay homage to the ancestor of the Lin family. Lin Huan's voice was sonorous and powerful. The mighty sound wave echoed in the chest, low and steady. It seems to be the reason for the experience between life and death. At this moment, Lin Huan's temperament is more calm, and his whole person exudes a tenacious aura. Like a sharp sword waiting to be sharpened. The Lin family has ancestors. And he is also a powerful emperor venerable realm? Lin Huan was shocked. Although he never came into contact with Martial Dao. But over the years, he also learned a lot from his good friend Wang Meng. Martial Dao all the way. At the end of the road is the so-called Emperor Venerable, the top existence in the world. Dominate one side. And now, such a big shot was right in front of him. And he is also the ancestor of their Lin family. How could Lin Huan not be shocked by this? From this moment on, he also knew that his future path would not be ordinary. Martial Dao is a strong man all the way. There will definitely be a place for him. Haha, get up. Since you call me ancestor, I naturally can't treat you badly. From today on, you will be with me, and I will personally teach you how to practice. Lin Zhan stroked his beard and smiled happily. Looking at Lin Huan, he seemed to be looking at his own child, and his eyes were also full of kindness and gentleness. Senior. My wife, Wang Meng, is Lin Huan's best friend. I hope Senior will also accept me as his disciple. From now on, I, Wang Meng, will go through fire and water for the Lin family without hesitation. Even if I'm just a sweeper of the Lin family. I do too. At this time, Wang Meng suddenly knelt down, clasped his fists, and spoke with a sincere expression. I saw a powerful Emperor Venerable in front of me. He is also the ancestor of his best friend. How could Wang Meng let go of this great opportunity? After all, that's a strong man from the Emperor Venerable realm. Looking at the entire heavenly origin continent, there are only a few. Even if he dies, he may not be able to see him again. But now, he had the opportunity to speak to this strong man. Wang Meng felt it. This must be an opportunity that he has spent 8 lifetimes burning incense. There must be smoke rising from his ancestral grave. Ancestor, he is indeed a close friend of mine and has helped me many times. I also asked the ancestor to give him a chance and accept him as his disciple. Lin Huan is very grateful. Seeing Wang Meng kneel down to be his disciple, Lin Huan also knelt down at this moment and spoke for him. This. Listening to these 2 words, Ancestor Lin Zhan also hesitated and hesitated. Can't decide. He is a person who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and he really has no plans to recruit disciples now. When he taught Lin Huan, he also took a fancy to his talent for cultivation. More importantly, it is because he is a disciple of the Lin family. That's why I have the heart to love talents. But about Wang Meng, one thing is that his cultivation talent is average and he is not a disciple of the Lin family. This is something he doesn't like. Another reason is his current identity is the ancestor of the Lin family. If he accepted a disciple, wouldn't that disciple's status be directly above that of the entire Lin family? Lin Zhan, the ancestor of the Lin family. How could we let this happen? It was precisely because he had considered so much that Lin Zhan was a little hesitant. Don't know what to do. There's no need to accept a disciple. The Lin family really still lacks one, a miscellaneous disciple. If you are willing, come to Lin's house. Within 100 years, I can guarantee your entry into the Holy Realm. Just when the ancestor of the Lin family was in trouble, Lin Feng slowly walked out and laughed out loud. Chapter 35. Wang Meng is willing. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Wang Meng quickly knelt down, kowtowed in thanks, and agreed. Although he didn't know who the person in front of him was. What kind of cultivation and status do you have in the Lin family? But I saw Lin Feng take action just now. Wang Meng also dared to make a bold guess that this young man must be extremely extraordinary in the Lin family. He must have extremely high cultivation and status. Being able to walk side by side with the ancestors of the Lin family. Wang Meng felt as if he dared to say that he would be able to enter the Holy Realm within 100 years. I feel like I'm in a dream. Within 100 years, enter the Holy Realm. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Lin Zhan, the ancestor of the Lin family, couldn't help but be a little shocked. There was bitterness on his face. Just now, he was still thinking that within 1,000 years, he could let Lin Huan, who owned the supreme bone, enter the holy realm. This kind of cultivation speed is already extremely fast. But now, an ordinary person, Lin Feng was able to make him enter the holy realm within 100 years? Lin Yan, the ancestor of the Lin family. They all felt like they couldn't believe it. But I think about it carefully. This kid just created a physical body for himself. He also allowed himself to step into the venerable realm in an instant. Maybe this kid can really make people enter the holy realm within 100 years. Lin Yan suddenly felt something. Lin Huan fell into his own hands, which was a waste of his talent and talents. Alas! Lin Yan sighed, and he didn't want to continue to be entangled with Lin Feng. Turn around. Then he appeared in the entire Lin family village, high in the sky, looking down, standing with his hands behind his back. He said calmly, I am Lin Yan, the ancestor of the Lin family. I am an ancestor of the Lin family who existed hundreds of thousands of years ago. And God, our Lin family has risen, and I am here to lead you back to the Lin family. Anyone who comes back to the Lin family with me, I can protect you for the rest of your life. Glory, wealth, and honor are endless. The blessings will continue for generations to come. Lin Yan's voice spread faintly, low and steady, like thunder exploding in his ears and roaring in his head. Even, at this moment, in order to make everyone believe his words, Lin Yan also turned on blood induction. This moment, the entire Lin family village, including Lin Huan and Lin Feng, the blood in the body seemed to be boiling and flowing endlessly. That kind of intimate and familiar feeling of being connected by blood and inheriting the same blood began to pop up in everyone's heart. Not long after, all the residents in the Lin family village walked out of their rooms. He began to kneel down respectfully to the ancestor of the Lin family. Welcome to the ancestor of the Lin family. Hundreds of villagers knelt down and shouted loudly, looking extremely pious. Seeing this, Lin Feng waved his sleeves. Then all the Lin family members, including Lin Huan and Wang Meng, disappeared in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the Lin family in Tianluo City, southern domain, including the ancestors of the Lin family. He soon followed. When everyone showed up again, they were already in the Lin family's backyard, on the martial arts field. Uncle Fu, please settle down these hundreds of tribesmen, and select some tribesmen to teach them martial arts and techniques. The rest of the tribe will be assigned some fields and houses to them, so that they can rely on themselves and be protected by our Lin family. Just after returning to the Lin family, Lin Feng immediately sent a message to Fu Bodao after landing. As you command. After hearing this, Uncle Fu immediately came to the backyard and left with the hundreds of tribesmen. Lin Feng then called Lin Yan and a group of young people out of the 100 refining tower, and took Lin Huan and the ancestor of the Lin family with him. Came to the Lin family meeting hall. At the same time, he also called his parents and Yao Chen over and introduced him to them. After all, this will be the ancestor of the Lin family from now on. He is the future pillar of the Lin family. If he is not allowed to show his face, most of the Lin family disciples may not know him. Meet the ancestor of the Lin family. Hearing Lin Feng's introduction, Lin Xi, the head of the Lin family, was shocked, and immediately led Lin Yan, Lu Lian and other people to bow to Lin Yan. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Lin family was still an emperor-grade force? And there is still an ancestor who survives to this day? Lin Xi only felt in a trance and could not calm down for a long time. Especially when he still hears it. This ancestor has already advanced to the imperial venerable realm. Lin Qingtian's mind was even more horrified to the point of being extremely frightened. The Lin family actually has a great emperor. Listening to the voice of ancestor, Lin Yan stroked his beard and nodded with satisfaction. The more I listen to it, the more I feel comfortable with it. Thinking back to 600,000 years ago, even though he had advanced to the holy realm, there was always the great emperor of the Lin family pressing down on him above his head. This is why Lin Yan has never become the leader of the Lin family. And now 600,000 years have passed. When Lin Xuan returned to the Lin family, he didn't expect that he would directly become the ancestor of the Lin family. This must not be respected by human venerable wherever it goes? Lin Xuan suddenly felt happy in his heart. Lin Xuan waved his hand. Immediately, the dozens of storage rings he obtained from the Lin family's ancient tomb appeared in front of everyone. Lin Xuan spoke slowly. This ring contains all the information left by the great emperor of the Lin family 600,000 years ago. There are countless skills, treasures, elixirs and spiritual materials. Master Lin, please take all of these. Take it, distribute it. Just treat it like an old man. Some greeting gifts for the Lin family and all the geniuses. Lin Xuan grinned. Lin Feng looked on, feeling a little want to laugh in his heart. This old guy. Finally, you still want to spit out all these things? Although these things are not as good as 1/10,000th of his net worth. But it is more than enough to help the current Lin family. Thank you, ancestor. Compared with the calmness on Lin Feng's face, at this time, the expression on Lin Qingtian's face was extremely excited and ecstatic. It's not just him. Even Lin Yan, Lin Sun, and others behind him were also incredible. A burst of ecstasy. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, all the resources of an emperor-grade family. Now it's all left to the Lin family? Then the Lin family can't soar into the sky immediately? Who else can stop it? Lin Qingtian could hardly close his eyes with laughter. After Lin Feng's introduction, Lin Xuan quickly consolidated his position as the ancestor of the Lin family. The following few days, Lin Feng's father allocated some of the resources in the ring to the Lin family disciples. Lin Xuan immediately pulled these disciples to teach them how to practice. As for Lin Huan, Lin Xuan asked him to follow him at any time and listen to his explanations to others. Beautifully named. It is to lay the foundation for his future. The way of martial arts, how wide the vision of a martial artist is. This often determines it. How far will this person go in the future? The reason why Lin Yan and Lin Xi are far superior to other children of the Lin family is not only because of their amazing talents. Another reason. It is because their vision is much broader than other disciples. Lin Huan is immortal. Lin Xuan's words were indeed correct for him. But a few days later, Lin Feng passed on an emperor-grade technique to Lin Huan. After taking him into the 100 Refinements Tower, saw this emperor-grade skill and treasure. Lin Xuan, the ancestor of the Lin family, almost regretted his eyes. I have long said that there is such a skill and treasure. Why should he waste this time? Lin Huan had long been asked to practice while listening to his explanations. Lin Xuan was so angry that his beard almost stood on edge. Chapter 36. In the blink of an eye, another month has passed. In this month, Lin Xuan has become completely accustomed to the life of the Lin family. I don't go out for a walk every day. That is to enter the 100 refining pagoda to guide the Lin family disciples in their practice, or to see Yao Chen Lian Dan. It's such a relaxing life. In his words, this is how the ancestor of the Lin family should be. Protect the family. Occasionally guide Lin family disciples in their cultivation. At the critical moment, saving the Lin family from fire and water is the life he wants. Naturally, Lin Feng didn't care too much about this ancestor of the Lin family. As long as he likes it, just let him go. Sometimes, the point is not what he did, but as long as he existed, it will be of great help to the Lin family. Lin Xuan was like this at the moment. The combat power of an emperor venerable realm powerhouse is absolutely indispensable to the current Lin family. This is one of the top combat forces protecting the Lin family. Except Lin Xuan. In this month, thanks to his blessing, Lin Yan, Lin Qing, as well as Lin Huan and others have grown greatly. Lin Yan has completely reached the peak of the earthly evil realm, and is only one step away from entering the reincarnation realm. Become one of the real powerhouses of southern domain. And Lin Qing and Lin Huan, also with the help of Lin Xuan, entered the heavenly Dipper realm and the Qi Si realm. The overall strength of the Lin family has once again improved by leaps and bounds. It can be said that in the entire Zhao country, the Lin family is already the leading force, and no one dares to mess with it. And with last time. After Lin Feng almost wiped out the entire Zhao Kingdom sovereign clan, the reputation of the Lin family has completely spread far and wide. Including the head of the Lin family in the imperial city. They all personally came to Tianluo city. I want to integrate the Lin family in the imperial city and return to the Lin family in Tianluo city. However, he was rejected by Lin Feng. The reason given is that the Lin family in the imperial city is still part of the Lin family. It's just that Lin Feng needs them. Continue to develop in the imperial city and consolidate the Lin family's power in the imperial city. The Lin family in Tianluo city. We will still provide them with shelter, elixirs, exercises, etc. After receiving the news, the head of the Lin family in the imperial city returned with peace of mind. All smiles. Because as long as there are these words from Lin Feng, then the forces within the Zhao kingdom will completely recognize that the Lin family in their imperial city and the Lin family in Tianluo city are still one family. There is a blood relationship. No one dares to offend the Lin family in their imperial city, which is very conducive to their development and growth. At the same time, as the Lin family's reputation spreads further, many members of the Lin family who had fled 10 years ago finally had a backbone and began to gather towards the Lin family at full speed. Just this month. Then hundreds of clan members returned to the Lin family. The Lin family has completely recovered to its grandeur 10 years ago. Wanyu sect, Qingxia Peak. When the Lin family was developing at a rapid pace, Lin Xi also encountered a big problem. 11 why are you so stubborn? Behind Dongfang Yueming is the Dongfang family, one of the 3 leading saint-grade forces in the southern domain. Even our Wanyu sect can only be reduced to a vassal in front of the Dongfang family. Only by marrying him, you will transform. Become a phoenix on a branch. What else are you dissatisfied with? Above the courtyard, a woman with beautiful eyes looked down. Facing Lin Xi who was kneeling on the ground below, he said earnestly. The tone was slightly unkind. Master, how can you force matters of love? My disciple doesn't like Dongfang Yueming. Why do you have to force me? To force me to marry him? Lin Xi said with red eyes. She glanced at the red wedding dress and phoenix crown and harem that her master had prepared for her on the stone table next to her. Looking lonely. She didn't expect that. The master who always loved and protected her Yujia now actually wanted to force her like this. This was hard for her to accept for a while. 11 Dongfang Yueming has gone back to report to their ancestor. The Moon sect must hand you over within a month's time limit. Now there are only 3 days left. Otherwise, their ancestor will issue an extermination order to the Wanyu sect. Even our Moon sect cannot afford to offend a saint-grade force. Can you just bear to see your master, the sect, and countless fellow disciples die tragically at the hands of the Dongfang family? The beautiful-eyed woman once again tried her best to persuade him. There was a bit of helplessness on his face. Now there are only 3 days left before the 1-month deadline. If it is within these 3 days. If she still can't persuade Lin Xi to marry Dongfang Yueming, the entire Wanyu sect might suffer disaster as a result. And vice versa. If her persuasion succeeds, Lin Xi will marry Dongfang Yueming and marry into the Dongfang family. They hold the Moon sect. This will also lift all boats. Become the leading force in the entire southern domain. This is definitely a great respect and honor. Master, there is no need to say more. Even if 11 dies, she will never marry Dongfang Yueming. If Master insists on forcing 11 then 11 doesn't have family power that can be used. Lin Xi said with a bit of determination and a bit of coldness on his face. Hey, stubborn. How can your little Lin family, which is tens of thousands of miles away, stir up trouble? Don't talk about the Dongfang family. Even a random outer sect elder under the Wanyu sect can make your Lin family disappear in an instant and cease to exist. The beautiful-eyed woman also said with a hint of threat in her tone. She saw a hint of determination in Lin Xi's eyes. Immediately she became rude again. He directly revealed his trump card and wanted to use Lin Xi's family to threaten Lin Xi. Master! Are you really going to do this? Lin Xi was heartbroken. As if unwilling to give up, she stood up directly and asked her master again. "Hi, marriage is an important matter. Since ancient times, it has been the order of the parents and the words of the matchmaker. Your parents are not here now. As your master, I naturally have the right to choose a husband for you. Could it be that you still dare to disobey your master's orders?" Seeing that Lin Xi ignored the teacher's orders and stood up to talk to her. This moment, the beautiful-eyed woman's eyes were also a little gloomy, and she spoke coldly. If soft persuasion doesn't work, then she doesn't mind if some tough measures come next. Forcing Lin Xi to surrender. As she spoke, the beautiful-eyed woman pointed, and a cyan halo suddenly shot out and turned into a barrier. Lin Xi was enveloped in it and trapped in place. "Can't get out anywhere anymore. Master!" Seeing that he was trapped, Lin Xi shouted anxiously. But the beautiful-eyed woman remained indifferent. He turned around and left from the air. There was only one echo left, echoing emptily in Lin Xi's ears. "There are still 3 days, you better think about it yourself. I'll pick you up again in 3 days. By then, if you are still unwilling to agree, you can't blame me for not caring about the relationship between master and disciple." The beautiful-eyed woman spoke in an indifferent tone. Chapter 37. Looking at master's retreating figure, Lin Xi's eyes showed despair. She never thought about it. Master would actually treat her like this. Not only must she be forced to marry Dongfang Yueming. Now, she is even more imprisoned here and is not allowed to get out. Lin Xi felt sad. A flash of determination quickly flashed in his eyes. "Master, with this farewell, the relationship between master and disciple between you and me will be severed. 11 Thank you, master, for your guidance and upbringing over the years. Please forgive 11 for being unfilial." After saying that, Lin Xi knelt down on his knees, faced forward, and kowtowed. After standing up, in her hand, there was suddenly a spiritual sword, emitting astonishing cold air and inexplicable power. This spiritual sword. It was one that Lin Feng secretly gave to her before she left the Lin family. It is said to be an emperor-grade treasure, so she should never use it unless absolutely necessary. If not, it will be very easy to bring about the disaster of death to yourself. Lin Xi listened to Lin Feng's words very much. Therefore, during this period, she almost never used this treasure and hid it until now. Even her cultivation level, Lin Xi has never shown it to outsiders, including her master. Recalling that more than a month ago, when she returned to the Moon sect from the Lin family, her master immediately imprisoned her in the courtyard again. Until a few days ago, Lin Xi had just regained some freedom and was able to come out. So these days, Lin Xi had never told her master about her breakthrough in cultivation. Her master only knew that she was still in the Qi-Si realm. But she never thought that she had already reached the earthly evil realm. Although the barrier set up by her master was extremely powerful. But with this emperor-grade treasure and the skills she has cultivated, she can easily break it. This is also the reason why Lin Xi is so confident. Boom! Lin Xi raised his sword and stabbed it out. The cold energy all over his body condensed at the tip of the sword. The barrier suddenly shattered. A violent sound erupted. However, there was no one else in Qingxia Peak except her and her master. So Lin Xi opened the barrier and no one else knew about it. Her figure rushed out quickly. The moment the barrier shattered, Lin Xi had already escaped from Qingxia Peak. He quickly rushed towards the outside of the mountain gate of Wanyu sect and rushed away. Fengzi Valley, Longjiu Mountains. After Lin Xi escaped from the Wanyu sect, she ran all the way to this place. During this period, she did not dare to stop for a moment. Now she is far away from escaping. Exactly 3 days have passed. Lin Xi knew it well. With her master's cultivation in the cave void realm, she can reach here in just the blink of an eye. So before that, she had to find a place to hide and conceal her aura. Otherwise, her situation will be very worrying. Lin Xi was anxious. Keep running forward. Suddenly, a two-headed black-winged giant snake suddenly sprang out and stopped in front of her. Snakes are spitting out of his mouth. Lin Xi frowned slightly. Lifting the sword, he slashed out horizontally, and an icy sword energy slid past. The two-headed black-winged giant snake was beheaded. You can't die anymore. After Lin Xi took off its crystal core, he continued to move forward. Don't dare to stop for a moment. In the Langye Mountains, there are countless monsters wandering around. Lin Xi has encountered so many similar things these days. But fortunately, this place is only on the outskirts of the Langye Mountains. The level of monster beasts is almost not very high. Like the one just now, it is only a third-level monster, equivalent to a human Qi realm martial artist. But the further inside, the more clearly Lin Xi could sense it. The monster inside. It's getting stronger and stronger. Lin Xi's mind was raised to a peak at this moment, and he was always vigilant about the pursuers of the Wan Yu sect behind him and the surrounding monsters. I was afraid that I would be careless. He will die here. Girl, help! We are the herb collectors in Windbrook Valley. We were attacked by monsters just now, so we were forced to separate from the team. Girl, can you send us back? We Wu brothers and sisters will be extremely grateful. Just as Lin Xi was quickly transmigrating through a forest, a burst of urgent shouting suddenly sounded in her ears. Lin Xi turned around and looked. She saw a pair of young brothers and sisters standing a few feet away from her. Beside them, there were two second-level monsters waiting around. Feel free to devour them. And judging from the appearance of the two of them, they don't seem to have any cultivation. Lin Xi frowned slightly. I just want to speed up my pace and leave quickly. Ignore it. But at this time, the woman suddenly coughed a few times and turned pale. It seems like he is sick. Lin Xi sighed lightly, immediately stopped, turned around and ran back. After a few breaths, she then went to the brother and sister, raised her sword and killed the two second-level monsters. Lin Xi then said to them, it's impossible to send you back. However, Fengzi Valley is only 2 kilometers southeast of here. If you rush back carefully, you won't meet what kind of monster. I am also involved in important matters. Farewell. With that said, Lin Xi wanted to leave immediately. But at this time, the woman's cough worsened and her lips turned purple. He fainted immediately. Seeing this situation, Lin Xi sighed and had to stop. He walked forward and felt the woman's pulse. My sister-in-law has been frail and sick since she was a child and has been suffering from strange poisons. When we came out this time, we originally wanted to find a magical medicine for her to cure her illness. But I never thought that we would be separated from the team instead of finding the medicine. That's why I almost fell into the mouth of a monster. Thank you so much for saving me, girl. Seeing the woman in such a strange state, almost on the verge of death, the man seemed to be used to it. He calmly took out a medicine bottle from his sleeve pocket. Then he poured a pill of elixir and gave it to the woman to take. Said with a slight smile. However, after a while, the woman's complexion really improved, her expression returned to normal, and she woke up. Your sister is suffering from the poison of golden sun grass. After feeling her pulse for a moment, Lin Xi finally identified the poison in this woman's body. Speak slowly. In her early years, she also suffered from strange illnesses due to cold poison. In his spare time, he read medical books. That's why she could tell the poison in this girl at this moment. And there is a radical cure. Looking back at the beginning, her brother Feng was also like this. In order to cure the cold poison in her body, she went deep into the forest. Seek mystical grass. Her brother Feng just left and disappeared for 10 years before coming back. Lin Xi also felt a lot of guilt in his heart. So just now, when she saw the brother and sister being surrounded by monsters, only then would she choose to stop. Came back and rescued these two people. The reason is because these two people reminded her of her and brother Feng himself, who looked like this. This made Lin Xi deeply moved. Turning his palm, an elixir exuding a strange medicinal fragrance and red light appeared in Lin Xi's hand. Lin Xi handed the elixir to the brother and sister. Slowly said aloud. What you are looking for should be this elixir, right? Take it, grind it into powder, and take it 10 times. In half a month, your sister's illness should be better. I will also say goodbye. Yes, see you later. Said. Lin Xi ignored the astonishment of the two people. After forcing the elixir into their hands, they quickly rushed forward. Here she is. Too much time has been wasted. Chapter 38. Lin Xi's figure continued to rush towards the depths of the mountain range. Behind her. After she left, the expressions of the brother and sister quickly returned from shock to calmness. Then there was a burst of depth. It's as if there is a faint light emitting from the depths of the pupils, making it difficult to see through. What are the origins of these two? This red blood tree should have been completely extinct 100,000 years ago, right? This woman actually has such a magical medicine in her body. It's really incredible. In the jungle, after Lin Xi left, the man of the brother and sister had a profound look in his eyes. He carefully played with the ancient elixir in his hand. Looking at Lin Xi's retreating back, his expression gradually became confused. Then I felt a little interested. Indeed. The woman among the siblings also echoed at this moment. I just looked at the aura on her body. She must be the unique 9 nether cold body, right? This 9 nether cold body has always been extremely vicious. With this kind of people with weak constitutions will suffer from cold poison day and night. The combination of cold air will damage the internal organs. Very few people live past the age of 16. But someone with this kind of physique. Once she can survive, her achievements will definitely be extraordinary. The woman's eyes showed surprise as she continued. And just now, I observed the skills she practiced and the ancient sword in her hand. It's also extremely amazing. They are all emperor-grade techniques and emperor-grade treasures. The emperor's soul and the emperor treasure was a little dissatisfied just now because I probed it. That triggered my old illness. Nearly killed me again. The woman said with some trepidation. Thinking back, she still felt fear in her heart. His brows were furrowed. When looking towards the direction Lin Xi left, there are still many deep fears. As if he was afraid of offending her for some reason. Good. The man also spoke out at this moment. The person who can possess these things must have a great background. But the red blood tree she gave to us can indeed cure the golden yang in your body, sister. The poison of grass. Anyway. We all still owe her a favor. The man's eyes were soft and authentic. Compared to the woman's vigilance and fright, he still showed a hint of gratitude. It seems that there is indeed a great kindness. It's like he needs to repay Lin Xi. Then maybe, we can help her deal with the pursuers behind her. That human martial artist seems to be pretty strong. That girl should be invincible. The woman lowered her voice, thought for a moment, and made this suggestion. Well, there's no rush. Let's take a look later and then talk. The man pondered for a while and then spoke slowly. There seems to be a very casual and careless look on his face. Immediately afterwards, he took a leap. He and the woman beside him all disappeared at this moment. In the blink of an eye, we have entered the depths of the mountains. Not knowing where he was going, he silently observed and watched everything about Lin Xi. The middle of the mountains. Lin Xi continued to run forward, his mind alert to the extreme. Her speed has slowed down a lot. Because at this moment, in the middle of this mountain range, the surrounding monsters are extremely powerful. Most of them are already 5th to 6th level monsters. Comparable to humans in the earthly evil realm, and even strong men in the reincarnation realm. The powerful aura released was enough to shock all other low-level monsters, and they did not dare to approach. That rich ferocious aura and murderous intent. Even she has to be a little wary. Don't dare to approach easily. Otherwise, it would be very easy to cause death to oneself. Not to mention. Is she still evading pursuit by the Moon Wan sect? Lin Xi didn't even dare to make a fuss or be careless. Almost all of them could pass by in a low-key manner, so she passed by in a low-key manner. He lowered his breath as much as possible to the limit. Don't let anyone or monsters around you discover you. However, even though Lin Xi was extremely cautious at this moment. But what can she do? Can you escape the pursuit of a strong man in the cave void realm? Wanyu sect, Qingxia Peak. When the 3-day deadline came, Lin Xi's master Minjiu discovered that Lin Xi had broken through her barrier and escaped. Minjiu immediately launched a spiritual pursuit. Not long after, she immediately locked onto Lin Xi and hid in the Longjiu Mountains. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Immediately after delivering a message to the sect, Minjiu took several inner sect elders with her. The void moves. It appeared directly above Lin Xi's head, looking down. He said coldly, "My good disciple, I didn't expect that you could break through my master's blockade and escape here. Do you think that my master can't find you? That bracelet in your hand, I was assigned as a teacher early in the morning and was banned. No matter how far you run away. As a teacher, I can find you as soon as possible. You will never escape from the master's grasp." Minjiu smiled coldly and explained gloomily, without any gentleness in her eyes. When the 3-day deadline was up, Lin Xi fled. It almost harmed her and the entire Wanyu sect. They were all completely wiped out by the Dongfang family. This deep hatred was enough to make her no longer care about the relationship between master and disciple, and treat Lin Xi as her disciple. Now she just wanted to catch Lin Xi back quickly. Then give it to the Eastern family. In this way, she and the Wanyu sect and herself will be completely safe. Since you can't escape, then 11er has no choice but to risk his life. Listening to the words spoken by Minjiu, Lin Xi's eyes revealed despair. Said firmly. She glanced at the Lingbao bracelet on her wrist and felt sad. She never expected it. A month ago, when she had just returned to the Moonwuan sect, Master gave her this protective bracelet. This siege has actually been set up. She actually placed a restriction on that bracelet so that she could control her location at any time. He has such deep thoughts to plot against his disciple. You really don't deserve to be a role model. Lin Xi also knew it at this moment. She must completely break with her master. Humph, with your mere Qi realm cultivation, do you really think you can defeat your master and several inner sect elders? Hearing Lin Xi's words, he still wanted to resist. Minjiu immediately sneered, wanting to mock Lin Xi for overestimating his abilities. But it's also at this moment. Minjiu's eyes were suddenly startled, filled with a little horror. Because she suddenly discovered it at this moment. Her disciple Lin Xi didn't know when. Have you broken through to the earthly evil realm? Has it reached the second layer heaven of Disha? And the long sword in her hand is actually Emperor Grade Arcana. At this moment, not only her, but also several elders from the inner sect of the Wanyu sect accompanying her all exclaimed. Shouted. The expression on his face was one of extreme surprise. It seems as if it is extremely unbelievable. Staring straight at the long sword in Lin Xi's hand. Revealing fanatical greed. Chapter 39. Emperor Grade Treasure. According to legend, only among the Emperor Grade forces, there is only one Emperor Grade treasure. Extremely rare. It's enough to see how precious it is. Although the Wanyu sect is a top sect, it doesn't even have a king-level treasure. Behind Dongfang Yueming is the Saint Grade force. But there is only one treasure in their family, the Saint Grade treasure. Now an Emperor Grade treasure appears in the hands of Lin Xi alone? How can this not make a few people feel extremely greedy? And extremely crazy? Enough to make them desperate. Lin Xi, hand over the Emperor Grade treasure, and I will spare your life and let you go. Immediately, Lin Xi's master Minjiu said in a stern voice. When saying this, however, her figure swooped down rapidly. The power of Dongxu turned into a huge palm that was astonishing, and it fiercely grabbed Lin Xi below. He said that he wanted to let Lin Xi live. But Lin Xi's master showed otherwise. Under her palm, it obviously contains a lot of cultivation, enough to put Lin Xi to death. The Emperor Grade treasure is mine. Whoever robs me is going against me. Soon, not only Lin Xi's master, but also several elders from the inner sect of the Moon-wanting sect came out with her. Also at this time, completely crazy, desperately dive down. Vow to work with Lin Xi's master, Minjiu, to snatch the Emperor Grade treasure from her hand. Boom! 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 Several loud sounds echoed in my ears. Lin Xi's master Minjiu had gloomy eyes. The palm that was supposed to hit Lin Xi suddenly turned around. He bombarded the elders of the inner sect of Moonwan sect who had swooped down behind them. Show no mercy. The inner sect elders were caught off guard. They also never expected it. Elder Minjiu, who is also from the Wanyu sect, would suddenly attack them? Plus their cultivation. The difference is huge. Under this palm, those few elders from the inner sect of the Moon Waning sect who tried to come down to snatch the emperor-grade treasure were killed. They all turned into a ball of blood mist and dissipated. The strong smell of blood spread from the air. Countless drops of bright red blood. They all fell from the sky. It was like a rain of blood, and the scene was extremely bloody. No, run away. Then Elder Minjiu wants to kill people and silence them. Soon with the death of 3 inner sect elders. The remaining 2 are the elders of the inner sect of the Moon Wanting sect who have not come to snatch the emperor-grade treasure. At this moment, he was also shocked. His expression was extremely horrified. The whole body's cultivation aura was mobilized. I turned around and wanted to run back immediately. Because they suddenly discovered it. After Elder Minjiu killed the 3 inner sect elders. His eyes quickly focused on them again. Full of murderous intent. This is obviously because he doesn't want the news of Emperor Grade's treasure to be leaked, and instead chooses to kill them all. The 2 elders of the inner sect of Wanyu sect were horrified. They can become the inner sect elders of Wanyu sect. He has cultivated to such a state again. Which one is not a scheming person? This is all that's needed now. They could then see what Elder Minyu was thinking. So immediately, the remaining 2 elders of the inner sect of the Moon Wanting sect, without any hesitation, chose to turn around and run away immediately. If not, if it were a step later, their lives would be at risk. The 2 inner sect elders thought this with fear. Boom boom. 2 more loud noises came in succession. Minjiu returned her hand and grabbed nothing, but her eyes were not angry. On the contrary, I felt a little surprised. After a flash of cruelty flashed very quickly. Minjiu's figure flashed and quickly caught up with the 2 men. Then there was another hand, a giant palm grabbing it. The remaining 2 inner sect elders who were running wildly for their lives also died under Minjiu's 2 grasps. It exploded into pools of blood mist. Falling from the sky. It's like 2 bloody rains. After doing this, Minjiu returned to Lin Xi. He looked at her with a gentle smile and said aloud, "How is it? My good disciple, my master is good enough for you, right? Those people want to steal your emperor-grade treasure, so my master will kill them all. Yes. Give me this emperor-grade treasure, and I will let you go." "How?" Minjiu looked at Lin Xi with a sweet smile. Said with a smile. There was a touch of greed and fanaticism in his eyes. It seems like, as if possessed. Saying that, Minjiu wanted to reach out and take the long sword in Lin Xi's hand. But this is also the time. Lin Xi's eyes suddenly condensed. All the evil aura around her was released, and cold air surged around her body. The Emperor-grade technique is combined with the Emperor-grade long sword. Lin Xi used all his strength in an instant and struck out a sword towards Minjiu. From top to bottom. Just chop it down. The power was so powerful that Minjiu was afraid to avoid it, with a trace of fear on her face. She was close to Lin Xi now. Already defenseless. And she didn't expect that Lin Xi, who had always been honest, would suddenly attack her. Minjiu was a little unable to dodge. Lin Xi was struck by this sword. From his shoulder to his chest, there was a blood-red wound running through him. It made Minjiu feel a little painful. There is gloom and murderous intent in his eyes. "Okay, okay." After saying 3 good words in a row, Minjiu continued, "I didn't expect that you would dare to take action against my teacher now. So from today on, I, Minjiu, will declare that from now on, I will never have you like me again. Disciple. You die too. Take your life." Minyu smiled sinisterly on her face. Immediately afterwards, the power of Dongxu came out instantly. He immediately locked onto Lin Xi and grabbed him with one palm. Lin Xi's expression changed drastically. A strong life and death crisis emerged in my heart. Immediately, Lin Xi no longer hesitated, and his whole body cultivation began to work crazily again. The Emperor-grade sword thrust out with a sudden thrust. Collided with Minjiu's palm. Boom! A loud noise came out. Although he failed to stop Minjiu's palm from approaching, he still struck with all his strength. Lin Xi saved his life because of this. She quickly moved backwards and flew dozens of feet away before she finally stopped. He spit out blood from his mouth. He was already seriously injured. Emperor-grade cultivation technique? What you practice is actually emperor-grade cultivation technique. Seeing that Lin Xi could resist his palm, Minjiu's eyes were a little surprised. Then she looked carefully and suddenly discovered it. What Lin Xi practiced was actually the emperor-grade technique. This made Minyu suddenly feel even more ecstatic, her eyes red. Like madness. Then he quickly ran towards Lin Xi in a mad rush. Just an emperor-grade treasure. It is enough to make everyone crazy about it, no matter what they have. But now, Lin Xi actually has an emperor-grade skill in his body? This moment, even Minjiu's mind couldn't calm down for a long time. Shocked and horrified. You know, the emperor-grade technique is enough to allow a person to practice to become an emperor. Become this world supreme, one of the top strongest ones. How could Minjiu not be shocked? Shocked and inexplicable. Even if it's just for this skill. Minjiu asked her to defect from Wanyu sect immediately, but she was willing to do so. He even asked her to go against the Dongfang family. She will never frown. The emperor-grade skills and treasures are so alluring. Chapter 40. Lin Xi, hand over your emperor-grade skills and treasure. I can make you die happily. Minjiu's eyes were red, full of joy and enthusiasm, and her greed was undisguised. Even after the face-breaking incident just now, Minjiu no longer calls herself Lin Xi's master. Instead, he directly called Lin Xi by name. This is enough to show that she has completely treated Lin Xi as an outsider. You're dreaming. Even if I die, I will never hand over my skills and treasures to people like you. Lin Xi stared at Minjiu. The face was also firm and decisive. Through those things just now, she has basically seen everything clearly now, the true face of her master. She is one at all. Fear of power and only seeking profit. Selfish villain. Otherwise, how could she be afraid of the Dongfang family? Instead, he chose to cater to Dongfang Yueming. Do you want to force yourself to marry Dongfang Yueming? He also forced himself to this point. And just now, her master wanted to obtain the emperor-grade skills and treasure. Afraid of news leaking, he even chose to take action against his fellow disciples. He did not hesitate to kill all the elders of the inner sect. Extremely cruel. Such a person is indeed not worthy of being her own master. Lin Xi gritted his teeth and thought. At the same time, through today's incident, she finally understood something. Why did her brother Feng, when he gave her this emperor-grade ancient sword, repeatedly tell her not to use it lightly? Otherwise, it will easily lead to fatal disaster. It turns out this is the truth. The greed of the human heart can indeed make a person desperate. Become a different person in an instant. It's a pity that she only understands this truth now, it seems a little late. After today, she doesn't even know if she can still exist in the world. Lin Xi felt helpless in his heart. There is also immense hatred. In this case, then I have no choice but to use soul search on you. After you die, your emperor-grade skills and treasures still belong to me. Ha 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 ha. Minjiu laughed in an extremely gloomy manner, and immediately stopped talking to Lin Xi. The power of the cave poured out again. It turned into a sharp spear, spinning at high speed, with a strong force of breaking through the air. Then he suddenly attacked Lin Xi. The roaring sound is endless. The pressure on the spear seemed to be enough to penetrate the heaven and the earth, destroying everything it passed. Destroy everything. Feeling the terrifying momentum on the spear, Lin Xi also felt a sense of despair in his heart. There was a hint of unwillingness on his face. It had been 10 years since the Lin family had been destroyed, and she had just been able to go home and be reunited. Her parents and brother had just returned. She is now. That's what it's going to be like. Did he die here? Lin Xi felt very unwilling. As the spear continued to approach, the reluctance in her heart became stronger and stronger. Lin Xi's eyes narrowed slightly. He forcibly brought up all the breath in his body, just to make a last desperate effort. But those 2 blows just now. The emperor-grade treasure consumed her too much, and her master severely injured her again. She is now. I can only stay on the ground quietly and wait for death. Even if she is pregnant with the emperor grade technique, she cannot recover at this time. Boom! Just when Lin Xi closed his eyes and waited for death, his heart was filled with despair. An invisible barrier quietly unfolded in front of her, and she didn't know when. He stopped the spear and continued to approach. At the same time, a faint male voice also sounded in Lin Xi's ears. Ethereal and calm. You gave me a magical elixir. Now, I will save your life, and the matter between the two of us will be considered even. As this voice fell. Then, very quickly, Lin Xi opened his eyes and saw a brother and sister appearing in front of him. That brother and sister. Surprisingly, it was she who he met near Fengzi Valley. She gave a magical elixir to the other brother and sister. Is it you? Lin Xi recognized them immediately and asked in surprise, with disbelief on his face. She had met the brother and sister before. There is obviously no cultivation on his body. Moreover, there were 2 second-level monsters lying around, seemingly ready to devour them at any time. But now, this brother and sister. How could it appear here? And he took action to save himself? Countless thoughts and questions jumped out of Lin Xi's mind. But Lin Xi couldn't get an answer. Careful. My master is a strong person in the cave void realm, you may not necessarily be her opponent. Seeing the brother and sister appear, Lin Xi suddenly shouted anxiously. Expression of urgency. It seemed as if she was even more anxious than when she faced a life and death crisis. However, the man among the brother and sister just looked back at her. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Immediately afterwards, he waved his hand. From left to right, it flows smoothly. Lin Xi's master is Minjiu. Just under this simple touch, it was suddenly annihilated on the spot. It turned into a burst of ashes and gradually dissipated. Not even a shred of clothing was left. Her whole body just disappeared in place, which was extremely strange. I don't know how that man did it. Don't worry, it's just a hole, it's not my opponent. The man among the brother and sister still spoke in a very calm tone. It seems as if he is talking about an extremely ordinary thing. When the female brother and sister saw this scene, there was no surprise in her eyes and she was still very calm. Don't make any trouble. Only Lin Xi at this moment. His face was extremely shocked. His eyes were stagnant in place, and he hadn't come back to his senses for a long time. Junior Lin Xi, thank you senior for saving your life. After a long time, Lin Xi seemed to finally wake up. He immediately stood up and leaned over to bow respectfully. Not only can it easily block a blow from a strong man in the Dongxi realm. He is still waving his hands. Then a strong man in the cave void realm disappeared into ashes and ceased to exist. This kind of method was completely unheard of and unseen by Lin Xi. Only those in the sovereign realm or the holy realm can do it. At this point, Lin Xiruo didn't even understand that the brother and sister in front of him were not ordinary people. Then she could forget that she had lived for so many years in vain. No need to be so polite. Actually, even if we don't rescue you, you will be fine. We just happened to take this opportunity to repay the favor to you. The man smiled gently and continued speaking calmly. When he said this, he also glanced briefly at the emperor-grade treasure in Lin Xi's hand. The emperor's soul inside. It seems that he has just woken up completely. If they take action a step later, I'm afraid that even the emperor's soul will kill the person in front of him without mercy. Not a trace left. Lin Xi blinked. She didn't understand what the man in front of her meant when he said this, but she was still extremely respectful. I don't dare to have the slightest impression of the situation when I first met this brother and sister. So no worries. Chapter 41. Seeing Lin Xi looking so embarrassed and nervous, the man just smiled and said nothing. He turned his palm and a golden feather appeared in his palm. He pushed it in front of Lin Xi. He said aloud, "This feather should be regarded as a gift from us, a parting thing. It has a little bit of us in it. If we are destined to meet again in the future, we will naturally meet again." The man's voice was calm and extremely friendly. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xi had already seen The man and the woman gradually disappeared from the same place without leaving a trace. Such and such means. Once again, Lin Xi felt how extraordinary the two of them were. Lin Xi slowly stretched out his hand, took the feather, and put it into his storage bag. Then she sat up cross-legged and meditated. After taking a few pills, he immediately recovered his cultivation and injuries as quickly as possible. Although her master has fallen now, along with the elders of the inner sect of Moon sect, they all also died. But this matter is not over yet. On the contrary, it should be just the beginning. Every sect elder and disciple of the Wanyu sect will leave behind a trace of their soul when they enter the sect. Put it into the soul card. In order to observe the life and death situation of this disciple and elder at any time. Now the 5 inner sect elders of Wanyu sect and a peak master have all died here. At this time, I am afraid that the entire Wanyu sect's elders and disciples will be affected. Most of them will be dispatched. It won't be long before we may come here. Investigate the cause of death of this peak master and 5 inner sect elders. Her crisis has just begun. In addition, people from Dongfang Yueming are also looking closely for and staring at her figure. Lin Xi only felt that the road ahead was full of dangers. Gloomy. By now, I'm afraid she can only go deep into the mountains, conceal her presence, and hide for a month or 2. I hope I can use this to temporarily avoid being hunted by everyone. Lin Xi planned this in his mind. As the elixir was taken down, just over half an hour passed. Regardless of Lin Xi's injuries or cultivation level, all have been restored. It's really worthy of the elixir and emperor-grade technique given by Brother Feng. Lin Xi only felt this for a short moment. All the injuries all over her body were intact as before. Even his cultivation level seemed to have improved a bit after the competition just now. This allowed Lin Xi to regain some confidence. Standing up, Lin Xi took off the bracelet from his hand and glanced at it gloomily. Destroy it completely. Lin Xi then quickly stepped forward, heading towards the depths of the Longjiu Mountains, and quietly left. Wanyu Sect, Yunhai Peak. This is the place where the sect leader lives all year round. 3 days ago, inside the glorious hall. It was here that Lu Dongming, the leader of the Wanyu sect, received Chuanyu, the leader of Qingxia Peak. The news came that Lin Xi had escaped. Lu Dongming didn't take it seriously at first. I thought to myself. A small Qi realm martial artist ran away, and ran away. Isn't it a very simple matter to send someone to capture her? Not to mention. The leader of Qingxia Peak, Minjiu, has personally led the team. He took 5 inner sect elders to hunt him down. In such a formation, even if an inner sect elder runs away, he can be easily captured. What's more, a small disciple. Lu Dongming was still in the living room, drinking tea leisurely. Waiting for Minjiu to bring the person back, and then hand it over to the Dongfang family, and quickly marry Dongfang Yueming. Even Lu Dongming has already started to fantasize. After waiting for that disciple to get married to Dongfang Yueming, how will their Moon sect prosper? Became the leading force in southern domain. And he is the leader of the Wanyu sect. What status and glory will it achieve? Etc. Lu Dongming just thought about it. I already feel a little happy and want to miss Chu, and my lips are almost smiling. Ha 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 ha. Lu Dongming couldn't help but laugh twice, his face flushed. Sure enough, people feel refreshed when happy events occur. As long as he sacrifices a mere inner disciple, he can lead his sect to another high branch. Take it to the next level. Lu Dongming felt it was a great deal. I don't know why Dongfang Yueming fell in love with the little girl under Minjiu's hand. How many years have you been pursuing her so hard? There is no need to cultivate oneself. Need background, no background. He only has one talent and appearance, which is pretty good. In the Wanyu sect, things were going pretty well. He got such a huge advantage for nothing. Lu Dongming felt happy the more he thought about it. Even at this moment, he was already thinking about waiting for Dongfang Yueming to get married to the little girl. He should go to the Eastern family. What kind of gift is needed? He has been trapped in the human sovereign realm first layer for many years. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to ask for some elixirs or spiritual materials from the Dongfang family. To help you break through into the second layer sky. The more Lu Dongming thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible. This time, he must kill the Dongfang family severely. After all, the heritage of a saint-grade family. This is not something that his small Moon Huan sect can compare to. Lu Dongming took another sip of tea slowly. This fantasy of his. It wasn't until the third day that he was finally ruthlessly broken by a disciple who came to report the news. This made Lu Dongming's old face suddenly darken. My mind was filled with panic and fear. I finally felt a little disillusioned and scared. Reporting to the sect leader, the soul-granting cards of Elder Minjiu and the 5 inner sect elders who were out on a mission just now in our soul-residing hall have all been shattered and died outside. Do we need to send disciples and elders to find out? The disciple who reported the news knelt respectfully in front of Lu Dongming in the hall and said in a calm voice. What? After hearing this, Lu Dongming immediately shouted angrily. Even the teacup he was holding in his hand to drink water at this moment couldn't help but be violently crushed. Cracked tiles. Scattered all over the place. There was a crisp sound. This made the Moonwaning sect disciple who came to report the news couldn't help but look frightened. Terrified. I was afraid that this sect leader would be careless later and take out his anger on me. Then he was really wronged to death. Elder Minjiu, how could he die? The 5 inner sect elders are all dead too. Lu Dongming, the leader of the Wanyu sect, looked a little dazed at the moment. He repeated these words in a murmur. It seems a bit unbelievable. I can't believe that a peak master of the Moon-wanting sect and 5 inner sect elders died outside like this. To know. Elder Minjiu is a powerful person in the 6th layer of Dongxi realm. If even she died outside, not even the soul can escape and fall back. So this at least shows that there is human sovereign realm, or a powerful person from the holy realm takes action. Helped the little girl escape. Lu Dongming's old face suddenly darkened. So gloomy. He immediately passed a message to the ancestor of the Dongfang family. Notified of this matter. Immediately afterwards, he personally led the team and gathered most of the inner sect elders and thousands of inner sect disciples. Begin void teleportation. Rush towards the place where Elder Minjiu died. Chapter 42. Longjiu Mountains, the middle zone. In the sky, a dazzling brilliance flashed, startling countless birds and beasts running around in the forest. Immediately afterwards. Soon, after the light dispersed, many people walked out of it. There are thousands of them densely packed. They all floated in the air and then quickly landed on the ground. Those with the worst cultivation are at least in the Heavenly Dipper realm. The strongest one is naturally the leader of the Wanyu sect, Lu Dongming. Human Sovereign Realm First Layer Days. The huge momentum caused dust to fly all over the sky. There was a roar. At this moment, even some powerful great monsters do not dare to approach this place easily. For fear of being swallowed up by this powerful momentum. Not even the bones exist. Is this the place where Elder Minjiu fell? Lu Dongming, the leader of the Wanyu sect, walked at the front of the crowd and came to the place where Lin Xi had fought before. He knelt down and frowned. Deep and authentic. Here, there are still many of the 5 inner sect elders left, after they were killed by Minjiu. The blood stains left by the explosion. The bloody smell filled the sky and spread all over the ground. Lu Dongming gently pinched the blood stains and felt the breath still remaining on them. This, is this. Then, not long after, Lu Dongming's eyes suddenly became shocked. It seems even more incredible. He seemed a little more confused. My mind was thinking rapidly, trying to deduce and restore. Something happened here a few hours ago. His brows were furrowed. Because he suddenly discovered that every drop of blood was on it. Actually, they all still have the aura of Elder Minjiu's cave void realm? Could this mean that these people, these 5 inner sect elders, were all killed by Elder Minjiu? It's Elder Minjiu. Killed all these people. And then helped the little girl escape? How could this make Lu Dongming believe it? Moreover, Elder Minjiu's soul-carrying cards were also shattered. This also means Elder Minjiu also fell here and lost her life. That is the case. Then there is absolutely no way this could have been done by Elder Minjiu. Let's take a step back. Even if it was really Elder Minjiu who killed all these people, Lu Dongming would still believe it. She must also be under some control. Or maybe I was under some kind of coercion, and had to do it as a last resort. After finally doing these things, he was killed by the other party in the end. Lu Dongming's eyes darkened a little. My heart was extremely angry. Lu Dongming swore in his heart that anyone who dared to kill him from the Wanyu sect would be killed no matter who that person was. He must chase him back. Otherwise, it will happen and we will never give up. Lu Dongming was so determined in his heart at this moment. After thinking for a while, Lu Dongming stood up, his expression full of solemnity, no matter what. The first thing he had to do at this time. They all have to find that little girl first. If not, let alone Elder Minjiu's grudge, the Dongfang family has no business. Their entire Moon sect may be angered by this, and cease to exist. This is also the main reason why Lu Dongming has to take it seriously at this moment. The thief must have fled deep into the Longjiu mountains. Give me the order. Lu Dongming looked solemn and said in a deep voice, all the inner disciples of the Wanyu sect, in groups of 10, with the middle part of the Longjiu mountains as the core, are constantly surrounding and searching forward. All the inner disciples of the Wanyu sect are coming with me. Go to the depths of the Longjiu mountains to search together. Once discovered, with the secret message as an order, everyone moved forward to surround and gather together. I don't believe that a mere Ki realm girl can escape from my clutches. Lu Dongming is in control of the overall situation. Stand with your hands behind your back. He looks like he has a winning chance. Yes. As you command. After listening to his words, thousands of inner sect disciples and hundreds of inner sect elders soon came. They all moved together. A vigorous agitation and search began throughout the Longjiu mountains. This mighty momentum. Actually, even some powerful monsters don't dare to provoke them easily. He ran away quickly. Only a handful of people chose to stay, and battles broke out with the disciples of the Wanyu sect. Longjiu mountains, deep. After Lin Xi repaired his injuries, he left the middle area of Longjiu mountain range. He came straight here. During this period, we passed through several swamps, fog, animal nests and other very dangerous areas. Only then did we finally reach the depths of the Longjiu mountains. I found a place and hid. Keep an eye on your rear at all times for the people from the Wanyu sect who are pursuing them. The sound of the teleportation array was extremely loud. Coupled with the number of people teleported by the Wanyu sect, it was an unusually large number. Therefore, everyone from the Wanyu sect arrived almost at the same time. Lin Xi had already discovered their existence. As a result, he quickened his pace and came to the depths of the mountain range, where he lurked and lurked. But then again, it's strange. Lin Xi walked straight on. Although she had concealed her breath to the extreme and slowed down her steps and voice. But she still had it several times. They were all discovered by 2 7th and 8th level monsters, and they looked at each other face to face, holding their breath and concentrating. The monster's huge pupils. He stood in front of her and stared at her quietly, reflecting her entire figure. Lin Xi held her breath tightly, not daring to take a breath. I have already made preparations for the death of the monster beast. But here's the weird thing. Those monsters seemed to have no interest in her. It's like he's afraid of her. Did he just let her pass by? Not attacking her at all. This made Lin Xi feel puzzled. Fortunately, it was precisely because of this that she was able to successfully enter the depths and center of the mountain range. To avoid being hunted by the people from the Wanyu sect outside. Time passes by. In the blink of an eye, it took about half a month. During this period, many elders from the inner sect of the Moon sect had already thoroughly searched the depths of the Longjiu mountains. Lin Xi was almost discovered by them several times. But with this skill that the monsters ignore him, Lin Xi was able to avoid it just right every time. She even took advantage of it several times. Guide the elders of the inner sect of the Wanyu sect to encounter these powerful great monsters. This caused a fight between the two. He used this to escape smoothly, and furthermore, he was able to eliminate the number of people in the Wan Yu sect. It really kills two birds with one stone. Things were originally supposed to develop in this direction. Wan Yuzong couldn't find himself for a long time. At the same time, the loss is too large. Then he left. However, half a month later, people from the Dongfang family gradually joined in the roundup and manhunt. Especially with the ancestor of the Oriental family, the Holy Realm, also joined in and took charge. Lin Xi also suddenly felt it. My situation is starting to become a little dangerous. Chapter 43. Outside the Longjiao Mountains. In the sky, on the high platform, Dongfang Qiu, the most holy ancestor of the Dongfang family, is sitting here. Beside him, Dongfang Yueming and a group of guards also followed and stood solemnly. His eyes were looking into the distance, with a smile on his lips. Wherever they looked was the depths of the Longjiao Mountains. It seems that everyone is spreading their consciousness at this moment. Looking for Lin Xi's figure. Ancestor, Lin Xi can survive for such a long time in the depths of the Longjiao Mountains, and she can also block our spiritual consciousness, making us unable to find her for a long time. She must have a treasure in her body, and it is absolutely extraordinary. I hope that I'll trouble my ancestors to take action this time. Find the woman for Ming'er. That most precious treasure, Ming'er, is willing to dedicate it to the family with both hands to help my Dongfang family prosper and grow. Dongfang Yueming knelt on the ground with a sincere and respectful expression on his face. The smile on the corner of his mouth became stronger and stronger. Originally, the Wanyu sect let Lin Xi run away, which already made him very angry. But then, after he learned that Lin Xi actually ran into the Longjiao Mountains alone, and it is still in the depths, able to survive for such a long time, Dongfang Yueming felt happy in her heart. He immediately guessed that Lin Xi must have some kind of treasure on his body, keeping her safe. And the grade of this treasure is not low. Otherwise, how can it be explained? Lin Xi could be in the depths of the Longjiao Mountains surrounded by high-level monsters. Come and go as you please. The fact that it has survived for so long? Dongfang Yueming was almost bursting with joy from the bottom of her heart. This time not only can he successfully bring the beauty home. What's more, the Dongfang family can obtain a treasure that is at least king level, or even holy level. Let him make great contributions to the family. The moon is bright in the east, and you can wake up with laughter when you sleep and dream at night. Dongfang Qiu, the ancestor of the Dongfang family, nodded lightly after hearing this. There is depth in his eyes. Immediately after he closed his eyes, his consciousness unfolded and instantly extended to the depths of the mountains. But after a few breaths, the ancestor of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Qiu. Then he opened his eyes again. There was some confusion and embarrassment on his face. Because under his search just now, even though his consciousness was already in the Holy Realm. But just now, he didn't even find it. The trace of that little girl named Lin Xi. This made the ancestor of the Dongfang family feel a little embarrassed. I don't know how to step down. If it hadn't been confirmed from the elders of the Wanyu sect. That little girl is indeed in this mountain range. Otherwise, Dongfang Qiu, the ancestor of the Dongfang family, would doubt whether there is such a person in this mountain range? Is it really what Ming'er said? That little girl holds a treasure in her hands. Dongfang Qiu, the ancestor of the Dongfang family, was also a little suspicious. Immediately he closed his eyes again. He concentrated on searching deep in the mountains. The level of concentration is several times higher than before. If it is true as Dongfang Yueming said, the little girl holds a treasure in her hands. And that treasure, it can also shield him from the consciousness of the Holy Realm. Then that treasure must be at least of the holy level. Even for his Dongfang family, this is definitely a big event that can shock the whole family. Although they are an Oriental family, they are saint-grade forces. But there is only one piece in the clan, a holy treasure. Now if I can harvest another holy treasure from this little girl, that is absolutely of great significance to their Eastern family. This is of course worthy of his ancestor, going out with all his strength. Found it. After a few more breaths, Dongfang Chu's eyes gradually opened along with the ancestor of the Dongfang family. This moment, Dongfang Chu, Dongfang Yueming, and all the guards disappeared. When it appears again, already deep in the Longjiu Mountains, above the lair of an 8th-level monster, looking down. Because of this moment, Lin Xi's figure is lurking in the monster's lair. Hiding behind that monster. 8th-level monster. Red-winged Sirius. The shocking scene in front of them once again made everyone look horrified. Exclaimed. I couldn't close my mouth for a long time. You know, that is an 8th-level monster, comparable to a human being, a strong person in the cave void realm. She is a small air sea realm martial artist. How dare you hide behind such an 8th-level monster? Does she really not want to live? But it was also very fast. As everyone observed carefully, they quickly discovered it. That 8th-level monster. Not only did he not seem to have any hostility towards Lin Xi. Instead, he seemed very intimate with her. This once again refreshed everyone's outlook. I feel like the whole world is about to be turned upside down. It made their breathing become rapid, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. Are you Lin Xi? Hurry up and hand over the treasure in your hands, follow my grandson, go home and get married. In this way, I can still spare your life. Seeing Lin Xi below, so intimate with an 8th-level monster, Dongfang Chu's eyes narrowed slightly and he spoke in a low voice. I felt even more certain about the woman in front of me. There must be something extraordinary about her. If not, how could it be explained that even an 8th-level monster had to be submissive to her? Follow her orders? After seeing someone finally coming from the sky, Lin Xi's face remained calm. It was as if it had been expected. Lin Xi walked out gracefully, raised his eyes slightly, and stared at everyone coldly. He looked completely fearless. In fact, it was a few days ago. After Lin Xi learned that people from the Dongfang family were also involved, Lin Xi no longer thought about it. I can still escape from this matter. Especially now, even the saintly ancestors of the Dongfang family have appeared in front of him. Lin Xi seemed to be too lazy to despair. Instead, he directly used the weapon. Then they faced off with everyone from the Dongfang family and the people from the Wang Yu sect who came over. The look on his face was as if he were dead. The cold wind in the mountains seems to be extremely cold. It blew on Lin Xi's dress, making a rustling sound, drifting in the wind, and kept dancing. The 8th-level monster next to her is the red-winged Sirius. It seemed that he also noticed something strange about Lin Xi. His expression gradually became serious. It exudes a cruel and vicious aura. It seemed to be warning everyone not to approach easily and harm the woman in front of it. Otherwise, it will also fight for its life like crazy. Is your choice? Dongfang Chu, the ancestor of the Dongfang family, narrowed his eyes again and asked in a deep voice. There seemed to be a little astonishment in his eyes. An appreciation. Immediately, a chill filled with murderous intent burst out from him. It quietly descended on Lin Xi. Her face turned pale. His expression changed a lot. Facing so many powerful enemies, the woman in front of her was still so unafraid. One against many. This is indeed worthy of him, the ancestor of the Eastern family. I'm quite impressed by it. Chapter 44. Good. Lin Xi blinked his eyes, with a firm and determined expression on his face, and returned in a deep voice. There was calmness in her clear eyes. Like a deep sea, peaceful and stable. Although there are no raging waves, it is still full of incomparable power. If that's the case, then, tomorrow, you can figure it out yourself. Dongfang Chu, the ancestor of the Dongfang family, cracked his lips and smiled lightly. Xianji withdrew the murderous aura and coercion released on Lin Xi, closed his eyes, and said no more words. He is also an ancestor after all. The existence at the pinnacle of the holy realm. Now in full public view, how could it be possible for the big one to bully the small ones? Take action personally. Suppress the small air sea realm below, where is the martial artist? That's a bit too low priced. Dongfang Chu is also an aloof person. As you command. After hearing this, Dongfang Yueming immediately cracked the corners of his mouth and smiled, his expression full of obscenity. Looking at Lin Xi's eyes. All with a bit of wretchedness and disdain. Like this woman. The next moment she would be lying on his crotch, begging for mercy in pain. Wanyu sect, I will give you another chance to go up and capture this woman, and then bring her to me. If not. From today on, there is no need for your Wanyu sect to exist. Dongfang Yueming looked indifferent and glanced coldly at Moon sect. Just give the order directly. There was no politeness in his words. Even the master-disciple relationship between him and the sect leader Lu Dongming. He didn't care at all at the moment. In his eyes, the people of the Wanyu sect were just like trash and ants, completely useless. Not only did Lin Xi run away. He also had to invite the ancestor of the Dongfang family to find it. This Wanyu sect is indeed no different from a loser. Yes, obey. At this moment, Lu Dongming was the head of a sect, but under the coercion of the Dongfang family. But he had to grovel and bow his hands slightly. Facing the bright moon in the east, he bowed and answered. Get up. Lu Dongming gave an order to the dozens of inner sect elders and disciples in the sect. You guys, go and catch that traitor Lin Xi. Remember, don't hurt her life. We must bring her to young master Dongfang intact. Lu Dongming's tone was obviously helpless and defeated. Looks gloomy. I think of him as a dignified person, the leader of the sect. Now, he has actually been reduced to the point of bowing to a young boy? Especially this kid. Half a month ago, he was still his disciple. This made Lu Dongming feel like he couldn't get along no matter what. Yes, obey. After hearing Lu Dongming's order. Soon, several inner sect elders and more than a dozen inner sect disciples of Wanyu sect came out together. It instantly turned into several after-images. Then he attacked Lin Xi. The sharp sword shadow and profound martial arts turned into fierce offensive moves, all of them slashing and blocking Lin Xi. It stands to reason. To deal with a mere Ki realm martial artist. One of their inner disciples is enough. After all. One of the inner disciples is Heavenly Dipper realm. If you want to deal with a Chi-Si realm martial artist, isn't that easy? They also sent out so many people at once just to be on the safe side. But soon, these dozen inner sect disciples and several inner sect elders began to regret it. Because the aura on Lin Xi's body was revealed and opened. They suddenly found out. Lin Xi has actually reached the earthly evil realm cultivation level? Or earth evil second layer heaven. But according to their sect records, Lin Xi has always been in the Chi-Si realm. What is going on? They were a little confused for a while. The dozen or so inner disciples were knocked away by Lin Xi the moment they came into contact with her. A sword cut through his chest and throat. They were all killed on the spot. And those elders of the inner sect who have higher cultivation level are in the reincarnation realm. All of them were stopped by the red-winged Sirius. Swallowed them all in one gulp. No bones remain. Seeing this scene unfold, Lu Dongming's eyes almost darkened. Brute! How dare you be so presumptuous? Lu Dongming immediately shouted angrily. Then he raised his hand and grabbed it. Human sovereign realm first layer Tian's cultivation was undoubtedly revealed. Countless terrifying breaths. It transformed into a giant palm and grabbed the red-winged wolf. It seems that he wants to kill it on the spot, and never get over it again. Little wolf! Seeing such a critical scene, Lin Xi immediately shouted anxiously. I can't care about anything else. He immediately raised his sword and rushed forward. The aura of the earthly evil realm turned into countless ices. Cooperate with your own emperor-grade skills and emperor-grade treasures. Lin Xi actually forced Lu Dongming's palm. The obstruction stopped for 3 points. But she herself also paid a heavy price for this. The bones all over the body were broken, and there were tiny drops of blood. It constantly seeped out from her wounds and pores. It was like turning her into a bloody person. The scene is extremely tragic. Woo! The red-winged Sirius let out a cry and roared to the sky, as if it was extremely angry. Baring his teeth. The ferocious energy that exploded and spread throughout his body was met with Lu Dongming's palm. Boom! There was a loud roar. After all, the 8th level monsters are only comparable to the powerful ones in the cave void realm. Although this palm had already been weakened by 2 points by Lin Xi. But how can it be the opponent of human sovereign realm first layer Tian, Lu Dongming? Immediately, the red-winged Sirius was severely photographed and sank into the ground, dozens of feet deep. The sunken earth. It turned into a huge pit. Oops! After this palm fell, Lu Dongming immediately screamed secretly. Because his original intention was to kill the red-winged wolf. But who would have thought? That girl Lin Xi suddenly ran to his palm and tried to hinder him for a moment. He severely injured her this time. I wonder if young master Dongfang will blame him. Lu Dongming suddenly glanced at Dongfang Yueming with some trepidation. After seeing the other party's gloomy face, Lu Dongming suddenly wanted to die. Immediately, Lu Dongming could no longer care about anything else. Quickly rush forward. He just wanted to check if Lin Xi's girl still had breath and vitality. If there is even a trace of it left alive, then he has no choice but to fight to the death and save him at all costs. If not, he really can't do anything in the Dongfang family. Lu Dongming quickly approached the falling Lin Xi. But this is also the time. The ancient sword in Lin Xi's hand suddenly burst out with a burst of dazzling red light. The red light quickly turned into a ball of red fireworks, spreading within a radius of dozens of miles. A terrifying aura and pressure was released from inside. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw that after Lu Dongming came into contact with the wisp of red fireworks, he quickly turned into a ball of ashes and dissipated. He didn't even have time to utter a scream. He died on the spot. No more. Red light shines and red fireworks twist. This moment, the whole world seems to be filled with a kind of hellish blood red. Immediately afterwards, after Lu Dongming died, everyone saw it with their own eyes again. Among the red fireworks. But there was a huge flame tiger with a red body, slowly stepping out of the air and walking out. His expression was calm and intimidating. It seems like he still hasn't woken up from sleep. It is the Emperor's soul and the Emperor Grade treasure that has awakened. Chapter 45. The red flame tiger glanced around with lazy eyes. He immediately took it back, as if he had extreme disdain and contempt for these people in front of him. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying coercion burst out from it. Fullness enveloped the entire world. It lingered in the hearts of everyone present. It branches out a ray of flame. The package fell to the ground, and Lin Xi, who was already seriously injured. Surprisingly, not only did this ray of flame not cause any harm to her, but it seemed to be healing her injuries. Countless vitality and aura of heaven and earth. As this red flame burns, and gradually gathered into Lin Xi's body, every inch of her skin and meridians are being repaired, including her broken bones, which are also being rejoined, retaining her dying breath. After doing all this, the red flame tiger glanced at everyone again with sharp eyebrows. In the fierce eyes, full of cruelty and bloodlust. The next moment, the remaining clouds in the sky had gathered together at some point, reflected by the red firelight, became blood red. In the space, under this terrifying pressure, there was a slight distortion. Countless disciples of the Wang Yu sect with low cultivation level. At this moment, they all died violently, with blood overflowing from all 7 holes in their bodies. The scene is horrific. Dongfang Qiu, the ancestor of the Dongfang family, felt the terrifying strength and aura of Yanhu at this moment. He even took his tribe members directly with him. Even though I was thousands of miles away, I still felt a lingering fear in my heart. There was a little fear on his face. And, there is also a bit of surprise and excitement. Emperor Grade Treasure. Emperor Grade Kung Fu. And, the remaining soul of Emperor Realm. Dongfang Qiu, the ancestor of the Dongfang family, repeated this in a murmur with shock in his eyes. The whole person's face looked like crazy. Full of extreme desire and greed. Just now, Lin Xi took action to resist the palm of Lu Dongming, the leader of the Wang Yu sect. As the ancestor of the Eastern family in the Holy Realm, Dongfang Qiu was naturally recognized at a glance. The weapons Lin Xi uses and the techniques he practices are actually emperor-grade techniques and treasures? And the weapon spirit that just appeared from the emperor-grade treasure. The remnant soul of the flame tiger. He actually also possesses the strength of emperor realm. This made Dongfang Qiu, the ancestor of the Dongfang family, feel a little shocked, fearful and surprised, a mixture of mixed emotions. Extremely messy. To know. Those are all emperor-grade treasures and techniques. Their Eastern aristocratic families are nothing more than saint-grade forces. If they possess one of these things, Dongfang Qiu will have absolute certainty and confidence. Within 100 years, you can lead the Eastern family to advance to emperor-grade power. Dominate the entire southern domain. What kind of honor and status is this? The entire heavenly origin continent can be called the family power of emperor grade. They are less than 10 fingers. If they are an Eastern family, they can also become one of them. Dongfang Qiu simply couldn't imagine how far their Dongfang family would develop. Dongfang Qiu's whole body was filled with excitement. I must get that emperor-grade skill and treasure. Dongfang Qiu's eyes revealed firmness and determination. But as he just finished speaking, there was something troubled and a sad look on his face. That little girl is naturally not a difficult person. But the crimson flame tiger next to her is full of emperor realm strength. This is not something he can contend with and resist now. Dongfang Qiu also felt a little helpless. The other side. Everyone in the Dongfang family teleported away. The people of the Wang Yu sect who stayed behind seemed to have encountered a disaster. The red flame tiger rushed into the crowd and massacred them indiscriminately. Red fireworks touch. Many of their disciples and elders immediately turned into nothingness and disappeared. The flame tiger's claws clapped. Dozens of inner disciples and elders all exploded and died. Or even just the coercion it exudes. It also caused countless disciples and elders of the Wang Yu sect to die in horror. Such a terrifying monster. It has already caused them to lose their fighting spirit and reason. They were all going crazy. Then they used their own treasures and secret techniques to escape far away. I don't dare to stay here any longer. Ah, elder, help! What kind of monster is this? How could it be so scary? Countless howls, screams, and screams resounded throughout the heaven, earth, and mountains. It echoes endlessly. The red flame tiger seemed to have just finished warming up. Licking his lips. It seems that there is still something unfinished about it. It separated into thousands of red flames, which turned into streaks of hot red breath. Shoot out! Thousands of red streams of light. Like a sharp arrow, separation rushed in all directions, towards those. The disciples and elders of the Wang Yu sect who were thousands of meters away had already fled. Attack and kill. This moment. Of the thousands of disciples and elders of the Wang Yu sect, not a single one was left alive. After doing all this, the red flame tiger glanced at the Dongfang family members who had already escaped thousands of miles away. His eyes were cold. Didn't chase after him. Instead, it turned into a stream of light. Then he got into the ancient sword next to Lin Xi and fell asleep. Although it has the strength of Emperor Realm. But now, its soul is incomplete. Can't come out of this world, too much time. Otherwise, it will not let go of all the people here just now, including the ancestor of the Dongfang family. After a big battle, the entire Langye mountain range has been completely destroyed and devastated. Red fireworks. Even after the tiger's soul had left and disappeared, it was still burning the entire mountain range. Countless trees were destroyed. Only Lin Xi, who was also wrapped in fireworks, was still intact. Still the same. Thousands of miles away, Dongfang Qiu, the ancestor of the Dongfang family, sensed all this with his spiritual consciousness. His expression immediately changed from sad to sad. It turned into a surprise. Then there was a burst of ecstasy. The joy on his face is simply unbearable. The tiger soul actually returned to the treasure. Dongfang Qiu used his spiritual consciousness to see this scene. Simply ecstatic. He stood up immediately, wanting to go immediately and grab the treasure and Lin Xi in his hands. Get that emperor-grade treasure and technique. But it's also at this moment. Dongfang Qiu, who was naturally wary, immediately stopped again and suppressed the excitement and joy in his heart. Use your spiritual awareness carefully. Observed again. Because he was afraid that this was a trap set by the tiger soul. After deceiving him, then kill him. After all, a weapon soul of this level has already developed its own intelligence. Most of them can't stray too far from the objects they live in. Except. Another possibility is. After he ran over, the tiger soul ran out again. What to do? This is also a big crisis and potential danger for Dongfang Qiu. Chapter 46. Dongfang Qiu hesitated. He even wanted to send 2 disciples from the clan to investigate and then bring back the treasure and Lin Xi. However, this is also the time. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, in Tianluo City, the Lin family. Within Lin Mansion. The moment the red flame tiger woke up and was born. Lin Feng, who was sitting cross-legged in the room and adjusting his breath, finally felt something. He opened his eyes suddenly. His figure flickered and then disappeared. When it appears again, Lin Xi was already beside Lin Xi at this time, looking at the destroyed mountains and forests around him, as well as the still burning fireworks. And Lin Xi, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Lin Feng's eyes drooped for a while. There was a deep chill and anger. Endless killing intent burst out from Lin Feng's body. At this moment, the color of the world suddenly changed. Countless squally winds roared, thunder clouds loomed in the sky, and silver lightning rolled wildly. It was deafening. After dozens of breaths passed, Lin Feng forced himself to calm down. The world and the surrounding environment finally improved. The heavy dark clouds dispersed, a ray of sunshine fell lightly, and a gentle breeze blew. Lin Feng picked up the ancient sword beside Lin Xi. He picked her up silently. Both palms gather the spiritual energy and energy of the world hundreds of miles around. The perfusion was injected into her body. Accelerate the repair of injuries and vitality in her body. It wasn't until he confirmed that she was indeed fine that Lin Feng finally felt relieved. Divine consciousness extends to a radius of thousands of miles. Searching for everything, all people and traces that may have the slightest connection or trace with the battle just now. The Emperor's Soul and the Emperor Great Arcana. Of course Lin Feng put it in. He originally wanted to let him protect Lin Xi for him. So when he put the red flame tiger soul in, Lin Feng left a mark inside. As long as this tiger soul wakes up and is born, he will feel it immediately and come over. But when he came over just now, it was still a step too late. The red flame tiger soul had already burned most of the enemies around it. Although maybe, there are still some left. Still watching. And didn't leave. Thinking like this, Lin Feng raised his eyes slightly, and glanced indifferently towards the place where the Dongfang family was located. His face condensed slightly. I wanted to go over immediately and massacre the opponent. But who knows? The next moment, Dongfang Qiu was thousands of miles away. When he saw someone here, he suddenly picked up the ancient sword on the ground and took Lin Xi away. He looked gloomy. Then he took his clan members and teleported again in an instant, all of them returned here. His eyes were filled with murderous intent and coldness. He said lowly and indifferently, "Boy, put down the weapons and women in your hands, I can leave you a whole body." Dongfang Qiu looked indifferent on his face, but he was secretly happy in his heart. He was still thinking. If you want to sacrifice 2 tribesmen, go and check it out. Bring this woman and the treasure back into your own hands. But who would have thought? Now, a stupid boy came from nowhere and completed this task for him? How could Dongfang Qiu not feel happy and joyful? This not only helped him save the lives of 2 tribesmen. He even directly asked him to confirm. That red flame tiger soul will definitely never come out again. Otherwise, how could this young man pick up this treasure safely? Can you still leave safely? Dongfang Qiu's heart was filled with joy. But he had no idea that he was about to be in disaster. Oh? You want this sword in my hand, and my sister? Hearing Dongfang Qiu's words, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at him with a half-smile. Zishuo said. Not bad. Dongfang Qiu continued to nod and smiled lightly. Did you know that this sword is an emperor-grade treasure? This woman also possesses the Emperor-grade technique. There is even one sealed in this ancient sword, the Emperor Realm Soul. If I can get all three of these things, my Dongfang family can suddenly become the leading force in southern domain. No, it should be the entire heavenly origin continent. A force second to none. Dongfang Qiu said with a faint smile, stroking his beard, his eyes full of light and confidence. His eyes flashed. His consciousness was tightly locked on Lin Feng, the treasure in his hands, and Lin Xi. I'm afraid that this kid will run away quickly because he won't be defeated later. He didn't even bother to chase him then. Many accidents happened to the disciples, which was not good either. Dongfang Qiu thought with a smile. After a few moments, he suddenly reacted and came back to his senses. He asked aloud, "Sister?" Dongfang Qiu had doubts on his face. Very puzzled. Not bad. Lin Feng also nodded slowly and returned calmly. But his expression was like a vast ocean, deep and slow. Every word. They are all accumulating a monstrous force of destruction. That's it. As the ancestor of the Oriental family, Dongfang Qiu has lived for so many years. How could we still not understand some of the metaphors in it? Immediately, his heart skipped a beat, and there was a hint of fear on his face. He immediately held his breath and concentrated. Then he concentrated all his consciousness and looked inside the body of the young man in front of him. It was also this moment. Dongfang Qiu looked horrified, with a little cold sweat on his face. His face turned a bit pale. Because under the investigation just now, he actually discovered that he could not detect anything on this young man, not even the slightest trace of cultivation or aura. Even the other party's vitality. He couldn't even find it. It was as if he saw with his spiritual consciousness that the young man in front of him did not exist at all. There was no trace or breath of him at all. This made Dongfang Qiu, the ancestor of the Dongfang family, look horrified. Terrified. To know. His cultivation is at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm, infinitely close to that of the Emperor Realm. But now. But he can't even see through a young man's cultivation and aura. Doesn't this prove it? The other party's cultivation and aura are far higher than yours? Wouldn't that be? Does the young man in front of me already exist in the Emperor Realm? What a terrifying realization this is! Dongfang Qiu looked stunned. Unable to believe this fact, he turned around and wanted to take his people with him. If you want to teleport again, leave this place immediately. But this is also the time. Dongfang Qiu was shocked to find out. His teleportation divine ability is actually restricted by some invisible law? He couldn't show it at all. It is also this moment. Dongfang Qiu was stunned when he saw the young man in front of him gently raising his hand to grab it. There were hundreds of tribesmen behind him. As a result, they all exploded and died, their breaths cut off. There is no life left. Chapter 47. Ah, help me, ancestor! Why is this happening? How is this going? Countless screams and horrified sounds rang in Dongfang Qiu's ears, echoing endlessly like magic sounds. Stop it! Dongfang Qiu said angrily. He raised his hand and suddenly gathered the laws of heaven and earth, entangled with countless rules. Then he punched Lin Feng with a roar. It set off a shocking trend. The strong men in the Holy Realm have already touched some of the various laws that exist and operate in this world. Therefore, when Dongfang Qiu took action, he did his best. The holy power around him exuded a terrifying aura. The fist force was even more terrifying to the extreme, directly shattering a lot of voids, and in the blink of an eye it reached Lin Feng's face. It seems slow, but it's actually extremely fast. Seeing this punch approaching, Lin Feng's face was also calm and unhurried. Instead, he gently raised his hand, stretched out a finger, and touched Dongfang Qiu's fist. Bang! There was a loud noise. Powerful energy ripples spread out. Dongfang Qiu's fist seemed to have hit an iron wall, making it difficult for him to move forward at all. His fist touched Lin Feng's fingers. It was like hitting a giant tree. Huge counterattack force. Instead, it made his fists feel a little painful. On the other hand, Lin Feng did not give in at all. He couldn't even move his fingers at all. This moment, Dongfang Qiu finally realized how big the gap between himself and Lin Feng was. This is impossible. Dongfang Qiu said in shock. His face was extremely shocked, with a look of utter disbelief. Nothing is impossible. The gap between you and me is so huge. Lin Feng's face was still very calm and he spoke calmly. Then he pointed out. Dongfang Qiu's body suddenly exploded. Blood mist filled the sky. Only Dongfang Qiu's soul was left, still dazed in place. The look on his face could not be more frightening. You bully my clan sister, I will let you go today. Witness your family members all dying. Lin Feng said coldly. His eyes were cold. Immediately he raised his hand and sucked it in, and the remaining Dongfang Yueming was also held in his hand. Grab your throat. Lin Feng conducted a soul search on him. I learned a little bit about what happened just now. Then his eyes became even darker. The cold air bursts out, and the anger surges to the sky. Lin Feng had a thought. The space between Dongfang Yueming's legs suddenly burst open and turned into minced meat. Then Lin Feng threw him out again. Blow out with a palm. Dongfang Yueming didn't even have her soul left, and she turned into a pile of minced flesh and disappeared. The anger on Lin Feng's face. Only then did it dissipate a little. Because just now, I was searching for the soul of Dongfang Yueming. Lin Feng not only learned about the entire cause and consequence of Lin Xi being forced to hunt him down this time. He also knew that Dongfang Yueming had been shining brightly for so many years. I actually had countless thoughts. He wanted to take Lin Xi as his own by force. But every time, it was resolved quietly by Lin Xi. And this time all the culprits are. It's also him. This is also the main reason why Lin Feng was so angry this time. No. He saw his grandson die in front of him. Dongfang Qiu burst out with a scream. Extremely painful. After hearing the sound, Lin Feng looked at him even colder. He said provocatively and playfully, "Can't you stand this? You bullied my sister, and today your entire Dongfang family will be exterminated." Lin Feng said indifferently. Immediately, he raised his hand and pointed, and a screen-like picture appeared. Then he appeared in front of Dongfang Qiu. There is a huge mountain range inside. It's just that in the mountains, various magnificent buildings are stacked up and down. Row upon row. Countless. There are also many martial artist disciples practicing inside. Dongfang Qiu's eyes widened when he saw this scene. Because it is shown in this screen. This is where the power of their Dongfang family, all clans and families lies. It is the foundation of their clan. This gave him an unprecedented sense of fear and a bad premonition. What do you want to do? You can't do this. Dongfang Qiu asked and begged, his eyes showing fear. Immediately afterwards, he saw it with his own eyes. Lin Feng punched into the void. Submerged in it. That punch did not cause any damage here. But all the power came to the sky above the mountain range where the Dongfang family was located. A huge fist as big as a mountain fell from the sky, carrying unparalleled destructive power. In the next moment, the mountain range where their entire Dongfang family is located. All were destroyed. The mountains collapsed and the ground was torn apart. Countless members of the eastern aristocratic families. They all died at this moment. He died on the spot without even leaving his soul behind. The scene is magnificent and shocking. After doing all this, Lin Feng looked at Dongfang Qiu again and struck out with a palm. After his soul was completely shattered, Lin Feng then turned around and prepared to leave. Is the Wang Yu sect also involved? Very good. If that's the case, then there is no need for the Wang Yu sect to exist. Lin Feng said indifferently. His eyes showed a cold light, then he turned around and left. And left with him. There is also an 8th level monster, the red-winged Sirius, that still has a trace of breath in the deep pit. In Dongfang Yueming's soul search just now, Lin Feng clearly saw the 8th level monster. When Lin Xi was in danger, he risked his life to save her. Lin Feng will naturally not forget this kindness. However, as for the 8th level monster, why did he choose to help Lin Xi? Lin Feng also felt a little strange about this. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Tianluo City, Lin family. After Lin Feng brought Lin Xi back to the Lin mansion, he handed her over to the care of his parents. The 8th level monster, the red-winged Sirius. It was shrunk 100 times by him, and after feeding it a few pills, he was handed over to Uncle Fu and Wang Meng to look after him. He himself turned around and returned hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. We arrived at the top of Yunhai Peak above the Wanyu sect. Stand with your hands behind your back and look down. Where is the supreme elder of Wanyu sect? Lin Feng's indifferent voice came out, roaring like thunder, shaking the world. As a wisp of coercion poured down, it enveloped the entire Wanyu sect. Soon, there were several figures in the back mountain of Moon sect, which turned into several rainbows. Rushing in quickly, he stopped in front of Lin Feng and transformed into several old men. He said respectfully and humbly, "Elders of the Wanyu sect, pay homage to the seniors. I wonder if senior has arrived, what are your orders?" Several of the supreme elders were old and wrinkled. But he is in good spirits and has plenty of longevity. Everyone's cultivation level is astonishingly above the human sovereign realm 3rd layer level. This is the true foundation of Wanyu sect. Even the sect leader Lu Dongming, in front of these supreme elders of Wanyu sect, they all just bowed their heads and obeyed. Just let him handle it. At this moment, several of them, the supreme elders of the Wanyu sect, immediately bowed down and bowed respectfully after seeing Lin Feng. Extremely sincere. Because just now, they clearly saw the breath leaking from Lin Feng's body. Judgment and decision have already been made. The person in front of me has an unfathomable realm. At least he is above a few of them. They are not something they can afford to offend easily. Chapter 48. Nothing else. He just came to ask you to disband the Lin Huan sect. Lin Feng looked at the few people who came over, expressionless, and said calmly, "This." Several Wanyu sect supreme elders looked at each other in shock after hearing Lin Feng's words. They all showed doubts. Somewhat unclear. The leader of the Wanyu sect had just taken most of their troops out, saying that they wanted to investigate the death of a peak leader and an inner sect elder. Now another such strong man came immediately. Do you want them to disband the Lin Huan sect? This makes these supreme elders, who have been sequestered in the back mountain of Wanyu sect all year round, really feel a little confused. I saw a few people looking puzzled. Lin Feng paused. Then he continued and explained, "The leader of the Wanyu sect united with the Dongfang family to besiege my clan sisters, and I killed them all. Although your Wanyu sect is not the mastermind, you can be regarded as an accomplice. I want you to disband the Wanyu sect. It's me who left the favor. If you don't want to, then today, the Wanyu sect has no choice but to destroy the sect and punish them with the same crime." Lin Feng's expression gradually took on a hint of indifference. As he spoke, he released a ray of pressure that was slightly greater than before. Suddenly it enveloped several people. This moment, several of the Lin Huan sect's supreme elders all had a look of fear on their faces and quickly knelt down, trembling and frightened all over. Although they have already cultivated the human sovereign realm, but at this time they felt, in front of Lin Feng, they were still like defenseless babies, unable to resist any counterattack. This made these supreme elders look desperate. Immediately, everyone nodded and agreed, without making any excuses. See this situation. Lin Feng also showed satisfaction on his face and withdrew his pressure. Prepare to leave. He is not a murderous person to begin with. The sects and forces that were destroyed before, it's all their fault, and it's their own fault. The sins of the Lin Huan sect have already been committed by the leader of the Lin Huan sect who they left. And the half of the inner sect elders and disciples were repaid clearly. Of course there is no need to use these people here to vent their anger. Lin Feng thought so. Just getting ready to leave. But this is also the time. In the sky above Wanyu sect, a cold and clear flute sound suddenly sounded. The sound of this flute is melodious and melodious. Like gurgling water, gentle and far-reaching, and like the singing of birds in a mountain stream. Make people intoxicated. I couldn't help myself for a long time. Humph, you're just a small skill, but you dare to do the same thing. Listening to the sound of the flute, Lin Feng showed no expression on his face. Just a cold laugh, and a strange wave spread from his body. This moment, below the Huan sect, the disciples, whose minds and souls were confused by the sound of the flute, suddenly woke up. There was confusion on his face. I don't know what happened just now. Huh? This young man seems to be somewhat capable. Is he the new disciple of a certain supreme elder of Huan sect? After Lin Feng dispersed the flute sound, I saw the psychedelic effect brought by the flute sound, but it didn't work. Immediately afterwards, a man's voice of lightness and surprise appeared in the sky above the Huan sect. Whispered. After hearing this, Lin Feng slowly raised his eyes and looked up. I saw a place thousands of feet high above the Huan sect. At this time, a dragon chariot floated from nowhere. The man who made the sound clearly came from the dragon chariot. The tool is lightly covered and dancing with the wind. He couldn't see clearly the true face of the man in the dragon chariot. And around the dragon chariot, there were 8 people carrying the chariot. Feet in the void. Pacing. Astonishingly, these 8 people are actually strong men in the reincarnation realm. Has he actually been reduced to carrying chariots for others? It was a moment of astonishment. If he were not the person on the chariot, his cultivation level would be extraordinary. Then it means having an extremely profound background or a huge origin. Obviously, the man in the sky and the young man in the chariot are naturally the latter, because of his own cultivation level. But it is nothing more than the second layer of the earthly evil realm. The words just fell. The dragon chariot quickly arrived in front of Lin Feng and several supreme elders. The man in the chariot. Wai Wei used the jade flute to open the curtain, revealing his enchanting and delicate face. He's obviously a man. But looking at the makeup on his face, he looks like a woman? Very strange. At this moment, with Lin Feng's concentration and determination, they all couldn't help but frowned. Looked at him with some displeasure. I just heard you say, you want to disband the Moon Wanling sect. Who gave you such power and courage? The man in the chariot only listened to half of the words. At this moment, his strange and sharp voice sounded, and he asked sternly. After hearing this, Lin Feng frowned even more. After thinking about killing this person, he left quickly. But it was also at this time that the elders of the Huan sect in front of Lin Feng saw this person's face. But he was equally horrified. He immediately leaned down, faced him, and bowed respectfully. He spoke out, "See the holy son of Taixu." Several of the Huan sect's supreme elders were trembling with fear. The way he looks and behaves is extremely cautious. It seemed as if he was afraid of offending the young and eccentric man in front of him. This made Lin Feng feel curious in his heart. What is the origin of the person in front of me? How could he actually get several of the Moon Wanting sect's supreme elders from the human sovereign realm to bend down and salute him? It seems that the background is indeed quite big. Get up, there's no need for this. The strange man smiled faintly and spoke softly. I came out this time just because I received a report from a spy just now. It is said that you, the leader of the Huan sect, and the ancestors of the Dongfang family all fell into the Longjiao mountains for some unknown reason. I'm here this time. I just went to investigate and find out the reason. That Dongfang family, like our Taixu Holy Land, is a saint-grade force. Now that the Dongfang family has been destroyed, it is the time for our Taixu Holy Land to rise. You, the Huan sect, can just come and submit to my Taixu Holy Land. Don't worry. My father and the others will definitely not treat you badly, the elders of the human sovereign realm, ha 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 ha. The strange man said with a burst of laughter. He seemed to be extremely proud and happy, with a cheerful and wanton face. Unabashedly. However, when it comes to the spy's secret report, as well as the death of the leader of the Huan sect and the ancestor of the Dongfang family, the look on his face, it is still inevitable, shaken a bit. A little fear arose. Because the Dongfang family, like their Taixu Holy Land, is due to the influence of Saint Grade. So all year round, they monitored and secretly investigated the Dongfang family to the fullest extent. So the Dongfang family was almost destroyed. They learned the news at the same time that Patriarch Dongfang died. so I can go and check it out immediately. But according to the news reported back by the spy, that Dongfang family and Dongfang ancestor, it seems that they were all killed by the same person. But because the battle at that time was really magnificent, so even the spy didn't dare to get too close at that time. That's why I didn't learn about the appearance and name of the person who destroyed the Dongfang family and the ancestor. If not, the Holy Lord of Taixu Holy Land, Duga Kaiyu, nor will he be sent out. He was asked to find this person as soon as possible and win him over at all costs. Chapter 49. Yes, I will obey the orders of Holy Sun Taixu. We are willing to bring the Wanyu sect and surrender to the Taixu Holy Land. From now on, we will take the Taixu Holy Land as our leader and devote ourselves wholeheartedly without any second thoughts. After hearing the words spoken by the strange man, several elders of the Wanyu sect came to the rescue. His face immediately lit up with joy. Then he bowed down and said respectfully, although they are all in their 60s, they are very old. Everyone is also the strongest in the human sovereign realm. But at this time, in the face of absolute strength and power, he had to learn to bow his head towards this young man who is younger than himself and whose cultivation level is so much lower than his own. Respectfully and humbly. Because that's the only way. Only then will their Wanyu sect not collapse, and only then can they achieve better survival and development. Now, the leader of Wanyu sect is dead. The saint-grade power of the eastern family that they relied on has also been completely destroyed. Take refuge in Taixu Holy Land. Maybe it's their only better choice. Although this will cause them to lose a certain degree of dignity and freedom. But it can also be done at the same time. Let their Wanyu sect reach an unprecedented height and level. These are the supreme elders of Wanyu sect. Of course I am smiling from the bottom of my heart. Since you have chosen, surrender to Taixu Holy Land. I have nothing to say. Listening to the words of these supreme elders of Wanyu sect, they were so anxious to express their loyalty. Lin Feng also sighed slightly and smiled lightly. I feel speechless. Good freedom and dignity don't. But you have to run away and become a dog under the gate of Taixu Holy Land? I really don't know what these supreme elders of Wanyu sect are thinking in their hearts. However, although he ordered the Wanyu sect to disband, but it did not restrict these people from choosing to join other forces. Now that they have made their choice, Lin Feng defecated naturally and did not interfere too much. But after leaving only one sentence, he turned around, disappeared and left here. Returned to the Lin family and Lin mansion. Remember, as long as you never provoke my Lin family disciples or take action against my Lin family disciples, I won't embarrass you. If not, the destruction of the Dongfang family will be the same fate for you in the future. Lin Feng's voice was cold, echoing between heaven and earth. It seemed to contain incomparable majesty, which immediately made several supreme elders tremble all over. He quickly bowed in fear. This made me feel a lot more at ease. They were originally extremely afraid of Lin Feng's strength. But now, after once again confirming from the mouth of Holy Sun Taixu that the Dongfang family was indeed destroyed, only then did they become even more convinced of Lin Feng's words. I thought in my heart, in the future, when you meet people from the Lin family, you must go around them no matter what. Even if you really can't get around it. You must also be friendly and treat each other well. Otherwise, they might not even know how they died. Several of the Wanyu sect's supreme elders were complaining from the bottom of their hearts. Versus their fears and fears. At this time, the eyes of the strange man sitting in the dragon chariot were even more shocked. The look of shock on his face could not be more exaggerated. He is actually the person who destroyed the Dongfang family. Is he also the person Father wants me to find? Oh my God, what did I just say to him? The strange man put away his rebelliousness and arrogance, and immediately looked shocked. It has been in my heart for a long time, murmuring and repeating. I already regretted it in my heart. Did he dare to go and scold that person just now? He simply thought his life was too long. Now that I think about this incident, the monster man feels a sense of fear in his heart. He couldn't help but swallowed a few times. Only then did he suppress himself a little, his heart was shocked and beating wildly. Someone who can destroy the entire Dongfang family. The person himself must at least have a venerable realm that is above the peak of the Holy Realm and a half-step emperor. Or the emperor's venerable realm strength. If not, how can he defeat Dongfang Chu, who is at the peak of the Holy Realm? He came out this time. His father, Duga Kaiyu, had repeatedly warned him to find this person and treat each other with courtesy. Even if you don't hesitate to give heavy gifts. But he do Guxiao, what stupid thing did he do just now? He was actually scolding that person. This made Duga laugh and wanted to slap himself twice. But fortunately, the man didn't care about himself. Only then did Duga Yu feel that she was lucky, and she was lucky enough to save her life. After returning to the Lin family, Lin Feng immediately went to visit Lin Xi. After treatment by Lin Feng. After taking care of Lin Qingtian and Lu Lian, Lin Xi had woken up at this moment. She saw Lin Feng arriving. He immediately cried and complained about the grievances in his heart. Telling about how he returned to Moon Wan sect. How step by step, she was forced by her master and fled into the Longjiao mountains. Lin Qingtian and Lu Lian heard the danger involved. They all felt scared for a while. However, Lin Feng had already searched Dongfang Yueming's soul before. So at this moment, he listened to Lin Xi tell what happened. I don't think I'm any more frightened. He just smiled lightly and touched her head. He comforted her and said, the Dongfang family has been destroyed, and the Wanyu sect will no longer exist. I have already avenged you. Lin Feng's tone was calm and gentle. After hearing this, Lin Xi's little face revealed a hint of shock. Why Wei opens her mouth so wide? After a while, he finally calmed down. She knew that Brother Feng was very strong. But I didn't expect it. Brother Feng is already so strong? The ancestor of the Dongfang family is a powerful person at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm. They were all beaten down by her brother? Lin Xi could not believe it. Soon after Lin Xi woke up. Behind the martial arts arena, there was also a considerable fluctuation. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Then he ducked away and came to the back of the martial arts arena, where he saw a group of disciples of the Lin family. He was confronting the 8th level monster, the red-winged Sirius, whose injuries had been repaired. There was quite a commotion. The 8th level monster, the red-winged Sirius, is comparable to a strong human being in the cave void realm. When Lin Feng brought it over, it was still in a coma and half-dead state. So at this moment it woke up and returned to its own size. I saw myself in a different environment. Arrived in a strange place again. Immediately, he felt vigilant in his heart, warning and threatening everyone around him. Stop, I know what you are thinking. There is no need to be so hostile to us. Lin Feng appeared at the martial arts field at the back, and immediately put a hand on the red-winged Sirius' huge head, confining all its violent aura and cultivation, and then spoke to it calmly. At the same time, Lin Feng also sent a thought into its mind. Show it the current situation. And the relationship between Lin Xi and people like him. The 8th level monster red-winged Sirius gradually calmed down. He lowered his head. Wagging his tail, he rushed towards Lin Feng to say hello. Chapter 50. The 8th level monster already has its own intelligence. Possessing not weak intelligence. Able to think and judge independently. And the longer the monster survives, the closer its intelligence will become to that of an adult. At this moment, the 8th level monster in front of him was based on Lin Feng's judgment. Its intelligence is probably almost the same as that of a 17 or 18-year-old boy. Therefore, when I was communicating with it just now, only Lin Feng could go so smoothly without any obstacles. Now, I'll give you two choices. Seeing the 8th level monster red-winged Sirius, he had regained his sense and calmness. Only then did Lin Feng loosen the restrictions and imprisonment on it. Jingping said to it, the woman you saved is my clan sister, so I will repay this kindness to you. One is that I can let you advance to the 9th level monster and help you succeed. Transform into a human being and set you free. You can continue to go back to the Longjiao mountains. There is no need to get involved in our Lin family's affairs. The second option is that I can also let you advance to the 9th level monster beast, but during this period, I need to make you the protector monster of my Lin family. Within 100 years, we will live and die together with my Lin family. Protect my Lin family from danger to danger. After 100 years, I can let you advance to the 10th level monster beast, and I can also set you free. What choice do you want to make? Lin Feng's voice was calm, but full of convincing and unquestionable power. Sonorous and powerful. After hearing this, the 8th level monster, the red-winged Sirius. His face was solemn, as if he was hesitating and thinking about something. Hundreds of years. To these monsters, it is actually nothing. Sometimes, they are for spiritual practice. Maybe you will sleep for hundreds of years in one sleep. Therefore, the conditions proposed by Lin Feng are indeed acceptable. Not exclusive. Only. Let it become the guardian monster of a human family. This makes it feel that its freedom is somewhat restricted. And trampled upon its dignity. This is the main reason why the 8th level monster, red-winged Sirius, hesitates and thinks. Because of the uprising of the 8th order monster beast, the red-winged Sirius, just now. At this moment, Lin Yan, Lin Xi, as well as Lin Huan and others were gathered around the backyard martial arts field. He looked at Lin Feng and communicated with this 8th level monster. His eyes were full of surprise and curiosity. None of them knew that Lin Feng actually had this skill. This was an eye-opener for them all. It's not just them. At this moment, Lin Zhan, the ancestor of the Venerable Realm, Emperor Lin, and Yao Chen, the elixir master, also came to the martial arts field. Originally, they wanted to stop the riots of the 8th level monsters. But unexpectedly, they were still a step too late in taking action. Lin Feng was already one step ahead of them, approaching. I had a conversation with this monster. This made the ancestor of the Lin family and Yao Chen a little curious. Everyone is wondering what choice this red-winged wolf will make. If it chooses to surrender, then from now on, the Lin family will have another strong man who is close to the cave virtual realm to protect them. No, more accurately, he should be a strong man equivalent to the sovereign realm. After all, whether it wants to stay or not, Lin Feng will help it and improve it to a higher level. This kind of opportunity is rare even for monsters like them. Just then everyone held their breath and concentrated. They are all waiting for the 8th level monster to make a decision. At this time, Lin Xi, accompanied by Lin Qingtian and Lu Lian, also came to the backstage of the martial arts performance venue. Little Wolf. A huge figure came into Lin Xi's eyes. She saw and recognized the red-winged Sirius at a glance, surrounded by everyone in the center. Then he shouted in surprise. Tears filled my eyes. During the battle in the Longjiao Mountains, she thought that the red-winged Sirius had already died under the palm of ancestor Dongfeng. But I didn't expect it. It's still alive? And also showed up at the Lin family? This made Lin Xi ecstatic. He immediately took a vigorous step and rushed forward. He hugged the red-winged Sirius, his huge and soft body, and buried his head inside. The smile on his face is as bright as a flower. Seeing this situation, red-winged Sirius seemed to be very cooperative. He immediately lowered his head and gently rubbed Lin Xi. Between a person and an animal, this kind of emotion that has gone through the catastrophe of life and death is far from being experienced by ordinary people. This moment, even if you don't use red-winged Sirius, don't give any answer. Almost everyone present knew its choice. It seems that it still wants to stay in the Lin family. The reminiscence between red-winged Sirius and Lin Xi lasted for a while. Only then did Lin Feng separate them. Then in the eyes of everyone, he raised the level of the red-winged Sirius by 1 level. And its size was also reduced again. Lin Feng then allowed it to move freely in the Lin mansion. After all, the red-winged Sirius is now a member of the Lin family. According to what Lin Xi said. And the red-winged Sirius's behavior towards Lin Xi at this moment. Lin Feng also became more and more curious. What was the reason that made all the monsters in the Longjiao mountain range not attack Lin Xi? And it seems, they all still have a good impression of her and seem to be afraid of her. To figure this out, one morning a few days later, Lin Feng also called Lin Xi to the meeting hall alone. He began to check for abnormalities all over her body. But after some spiritual exploration, However, Lin Feng did not detect anything strange about Lin Xi. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel this. Some frowned again. Since there is nothing wrong with the body, then there must be something wrong with something on your body? Lin Feng thought so firmly. Because, under the consciousness of the Emperor realm, it was hard for him to believe that he would not be able to discover the possible abnormalities in Lin Xi's body. Immediately, Lin Feng checked everything on Lin Xi's body and in the storage bag one by one. Take it out. Sure enough, very quickly. Then there was something like a golden feather, which Lin Feng took out from the storage bag. Caught his attention. Lin Feng closed his eyes and looked at it carefully. What is this? After continuing to stare for a while, Lin Feng opened his eyes and asked curiously. Although his cultivation realm has no upper limit, there are countless rare treasures, elixirs, techniques, etc. that he possesses. But he is not really omniscient and omnipotent. He has never been exposed to certain things outside the restricted area, so naturally he doesn't know about them. For example, this thing in front of me. It is outside Lin Feng's cognitive blind spot. This is what the brother and sister who were saved by the medicine I gave them gave me when they were leaving. Could it be that it changed the aura on my body, so that other monsters won't attack me and still turn a blind eye to me? Lin Xi asked with a look of surprise on his face. The surprise on the little face could not be overstated. Not bad. Lin Feng also nodded and returned solemnly. Just now under his spiritual observation, he did see this thing, and it seemed to be exuding some kind of aura, and then filled Lin Xi's body. This changed the perception of those monsters. Let them all think that Lin Xi is the same as them, and they are all of the same kind. That's why he didn't attack her. And this diffused breath, much more powerful than ordinary monsters. In other words, these all come from at least one high-level monster. This made Lin Xi feel as if he was walking on flat ground in the Longjiao Mountains. It's like entering a realm of nothingness, with no obstructions. Chapter 51. Perhaps someone will know the origin of this feather. Lin Feng and Lin Xi looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes. After staring at each other for a while, Lin Feng suddenly thought for a moment and spoke slowly. Who is it? Lin Xi asked doubtfully, with question marks written all over his pretty face. Ancestor of the Lin family, Lin Yan. Lin Feng returned slowly. Immediately afterwards, under Lin Feng's message, Lin Yan, the ancestor of the Lin family Emperor Venerable Realm, quickly appeared in the conference hall. There was some dissatisfaction and anger on his face. Say, boy from the Lin family, why are you so anxious about calling me, the ancestor of the Lin family, over here? My advice to Lin Huan has just reached a critical moment. If you can't explain why, old man, I'm going to fight you forever. A burst of ripples spread out in the air. Lin Yan, the ancestor of the Lin family. Angrily, he walked out quickly from inside. Then he spoke to Lin Feng with a slightly angry tone. Come and see this. Can you recognize what kind of monster it is from? Facing the ancestor of the Lin family, Lin Yan was dissatisfied. Lin Feng didn't pay attention. Instead, he directly spread out the golden feather suspended in his palm and said to Lin Yan. The tone is calm and gentle. Hearing that Lin Feng was just coming to ask him to recognize something, Lin Yan's old face almost collapsed. His face was gloomy. Just when I want to have an attack. At this time, Lin Yan's eyes suddenly glanced at the golden feather. Immediately, the whole person's expression changed again. His eyes widened. There was a trace of anger all over the person's face. Intense and incredible color. Until he carefully held the golden feather in his hands. After observing carefully for a while, I confirmed. Lin Yan then said in horror, This? How come the feathers of the divine phoenix clan are in your hands? Lin Yan's words were astonishing. Suddenly, a roar exploded in his mind. After hearing this, Lin Feng and Lin Xi. His face became even more confused. What kind of monster's feathers could surprise the ancestor of the Lin family so much? Then what is the divine phoenix clan? Lin Xi may not know that before this ancestor of the Lin family came back, she had already left and went to the Wan Yu sect. but as Lin Feng who brought Lin Yan back. But it is extremely clear. This ancestor of the Lin family was a person who had survived hundreds of thousands of years ago. It is the strength of the Holy Realm itself. Now with his help, he has reached the Imperial Venerable Realm. His vision and knowledge are far beyond his own. But now the ancestor of Venerable Realm, the Emperor from hundreds of thousands of years ago, was so shocked when he saw this feather. This also suddenly made Lin Feng feel something. Became curious. So where did the Divine Phoenix clan come from? I saw a look of confusion and doubt on the faces of Lin Feng and Lin Xi. Lin Yan had an old face. They all have expressions of hatred for steel. He paused and sighed. Then he continued to explain, it is said that the Divine Phoenix clan has been one of the most powerful spiritual beasts that have grown in the world since millions of years ago. They have the bloodline of the lost clan of divine beasts in their bodies. The Divine Phoenix clan has a certain chance of becoming an adult. You can awaken your own divine beast bloodline. Thus it is possible to become a spiritual beast above the 11th level. Compared to humans, a powerful existence above the Emperor Venerable Realm. The dividing line between monsters and monsters is based on whether their spiritual intelligence is turned on or not. Those who have not opened their spiritual intelligence are called monsters. Those who have opened their spiritual intelligence are called spiritual beasts. And above this, those who command all monsters and spiritual beasts are called divine beasts. It was already extinct in ancient times. As a member of the Divine Phoenix clan with the bloodline of divine beasts, they have been blessed by heaven and earth. Since their birth, they have been 8th level monsters with extremely powerful strength. They are full of treasures. If you get one of their feathers, you can command all the monsters. Drinking a sip of their blood can temper the body and bones, and break through the realm of cultivation. Adds 100 years of life. It is said. If an entire divine phoenix is used to refine elixirs, after swallowing it, a strong human being will have a certain chance. Can break through the realm above Emperor Venerable. That's why, for millions of years, the Divine Phoenix clan has been constantly hunted by powerful humans. Nearly genocide, and the reason why it is so rare. Did not think of. I will still have the opportunity to see the feathers of the Divine Phoenix clan after hundreds of thousands of years. It's really not in vain for me, ancestor, to come to this world for a while. Where did you get this Divine Phoenix golden feather? Lin Yan, the ancestor of the Lin family, stroked his beard and said with horror. His expression was horrified. At the end of the sentence, he seemed to have remembered something. Some were also curious, so they rushed towards Lin Feng and Lin Xi and asked. With a confused look on his face. Listening to the words of the ancestor of the Lin family. Lin Feng's face also showed a hint of alarm at this moment. Use the Divine Phoenix to make elixirs. After swallowing it, is it possible to directly reach a state above Emperor Venerable? Doesn't this mean any martial artist or mortal? As long as you swallow a Divine Phoenix pill, it will be possible to directly break through and reach a realm above Emperor Venerable? What a terrifying energy and opportunity! Even Lin Feng now. It's impossible. Directly upgrade the cultivation level of a mortal or martial artist to the Venerable Realm. This Divine Phoenix clan is truly terrifying. Lin Feng was relatively shocked. Lin Xi's pretty face looked even more astonished at this moment. Eyes wide open. Full of disbelief. The two brothers and sisters seemed extremely ordinary at first glance, and even the second-level monsters seemed invincible. Can be followed. But she killed her master with one palm. Even more so now, it is possible to be with the Divine Phoenix clan. Involved? This made Lin Xi wonder about the origins of the two brothers and sisters. I suddenly felt a little inexplicably curious. Old ancestor, this is a pair of martial artist brothers and sisters who were rescued by my disciple in the Longjiao Mountains and were given to me as a parting gift. Listening to the question from the ancestor of the Lin family. The next moment, Lin Xi also clasped his fists honestly. He repeated it again, saluted and replied. Martial artist brother and sister. After hearing this, Lin Yan's face looked strange for a while. Then he murmured, I'm afraid those brothers and sisters are not human. They are most likely the descendants of the Divine Phoenix clan. Lin Zhan's face was solemn and his voice was solemn. It doesn't look like a joke at all. After hearing this, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Smile lightly. If the divine phoenix golden feather is such an important thing, so the brother and sister martial artist duo, it is absolutely impossible to give it to others easily like this. And what allows them to do this? There is only one answer. That is, they are most likely the transformed divine phoenix clan. Only in this way can it be explained. The feathers on their bodies are countless. Give one to someone else. What's the harm? Lin Xi was able to have this opportunity because of her good fortune. Lin Feng sighed in admiration. Yes or no, if you go meet them, everything will be clear, right? Looking at ancestor Lin Zhan, he looked so solemn. Lin Feng also said lightly and smiled. So that's it, said calmly. Immediately afterwards, he took over the golden feather from ancestor Lin Zhan. Then he began to sense the remaining breath on it. Let go of your consciousness. Then they searched the entire Tianyun continent. Just counting the breaths after a few moments. Lin Feng smiled as if at the corner of his mouth, and his whole body suddenly disappeared. When it appears again, it's already millions of kilometers away. Tianyun continent's southern domain, on a certain peak in the extreme south. Staring silently below. The pair who were escaping, the brother and sister. Chapter 52. Tianyun continent, southern domain, the land of the extreme south. This is the southernmost point of the mainland. Going further south is the endless and deep sea. Thousands of miles away, Lin Feng still felt that there seemed to be some living people there. But now this is naturally not what Lin Feng wants to explore. His eyes were still staring closely at the bottom of the mountain. The two fleeing brothers and sisters stood with their hands behind their backs. Full of considerations. He just searched for the remaining breath on the golden feathers. Immediately afterwards, the entire Tianyun continent was searched to determine the source of this aura. So he teleported here. The two brothers and sisters now should be the two brothers and sisters who Lin Xi said were the ones who gave her the golden feathers, right? Lin Feng carefully observed the breath spreading from their bodies. Compare it with the breath on the golden feathers. Such a murmuring thought. These two brothers and sisters are indeed the descendants of the divine phoenix clan, they are not mortals. After observing carefully for a while, Lin Feng said softly in his mouth. There was a bit of fun in his eyes. Because, just now he was under the observation of his divine consciousness on his emperor realm. He clearly saw the two people's true bodies, which were both golden phoenixes. Emit colorful divine light. Extremely majestic. When such an ancient living creature appeared in front of Lin Feng, of course he would be a little curious. However, at this time, after confirming that the two brothers and sisters were indeed the two they were looking for, Lin Feng immediately stopped hesitating. Instead, his body swayed. The next moment, he appeared behind the two people. He rushed towards the two middle-aged martial artists who were chasing them, and said in a loud voice, "Brothers, stay here. These two brothers and sisters have some friendship with our Lin family, why don't you two brothers leave here? How about Lin? I am willing to express my deep gratitude." Lin Feng's voice was calm and he spoke slowly. As he spoke, two holy treasures appeared in his hand and handed them to the two middle-aged martial artists. Smile gently. Be polite before fighting. Regardless of etiquette or respect. He has already given it to the other party first. If the other party still refuses to let it go, then there is no need to blame Lin Feng for being ruthless. Lin Feng thought so in his heart. The two middle-aged martial artists were both at the peak of the Holy Realm, and it was unknown which force they came from. At this time, two holy treasures appeared in the world, emitting dazzling spiritual light. When the two middle-aged martial artists saw it, a trace of greed immediately appeared in their eyes. And, there is also a hint of hidden murderous intent. After looking at each other, both of them responded without hesitation. Then he hit Lin Feng with a single move. Boy, no matter who you are, you must die today. Kill you. These two holy treasures are also ours. And maybe you have more treasures on your body. Two middle-aged martial artists said with a sly smile, their expressions full of fanaticism and greed. The affairs of the Divine Phoenix clan are top secret. So no matter who they bump into, they will kill and silence them. What's more, this young man took the initiative to bump into them. Of course they won't let it go easily. Two holy treasures, even if their cultivation level is already at the pinnacle of the holy realm. That to them, it is equally important. That's why they were so unscrupulous and regarded Lin Feng as a lamb to be slaughtered. Both of them originally came from the Emperor Grade Force. His vision and knowledge are far beyond comparison with others. Now Lin Feng suddenly appeared in front of them. Looks young. And I heard him say that he came from an unknown Lin family? So both of them are talented and have no scruples. Without any hesitation, he chose to attack Lin Feng. The entire Tianyun continent. They know almost all the Holy Grade and Emperor Grade forces. They have never heard of it. What Lin family? This naturally made them question Lin Feng's identity and background. They all looked down upon it. In addition, there is. Both of them are at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm. Under the Emperor Realm, he is nearly invincible. And there was only one person in front of them, Lin Feng, which made them look down upon Lin Feng a lot. Thinking, no matter what state this kid in front of me has, with their cultivation at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm, they all felt that Lin Feng could be suppressed easily. This is why. The reason why they would choose to attack Lin Feng without hesitation. Humph, is it really still the case? You don't even listen to what you say, but you still insist on fighting. Watching the two men attack with murderous martial arts. And he also used the power of law to seal his surroundings. Lin Feng immediately sighed softly in his heart and snorted coldly. Even if he spins it out with one palm. This moment. There are countless powers of law that block him, as well as prison cages. Just like pieces of waste paper, they were all easily torn into pieces by him. Space vibrates. Countless storms arose. The vast aura was like countless thick mountains, pressing down directly on the two people. An overwhelming momentum. Show no mercy. Lin Feng had already treated him with courtesy before attacking. But not only did these two people not appreciate it, they even became greedy and murderous towards him. So Lin Feng now. Naturally, it is impossible for the two of them to survive in the world anymore. Damn it, is this guy actually the Venerable Realm? How can his strength be so terrifying? Feeling the terrifying coercion exuded by Lin Feng's grasp, the two experts at the peak of the Holy Realm were filled with shock. His face was horrified. Nothing more to add. They know almost all the powerful men of the Imperial Venerable Realm. Never heard of it. There is also an Emperor Venerable Realm powerhouse named Lin. Could it be the recently promoted Emperor Venerable Realm? Two middle-aged men in the Holy Realm thought with such horror in their hearts. They wanted to get away quickly, but at this moment. But they all suddenly discovered it. I don't know when. Lin Feng has completely restrained the two of them. They couldn't move at all. There was extreme shock on both of their faces. He could only let Lin Feng's shocking grasp fall down with a crash. Then capture and destroy all their bodies and souls. Cease to exist. The fear on both of their faces has not dissipated yet. Our taking Imperial Palace is bound to win these two Divine Phoenix clans. How dare you stop us? Palace Master, I will definitely not let you go. Before dying, the two Holy Realm martial artists did not forget to threaten Lin Feng. However, the expressions on their faces were all extremely frightened and trembling, revealing a sense of despair and powerlessness. Hi, taking Imperial Palace. What's there to be afraid of? As long as they dare to come, I will destroy them, that's it. Hearing the last threatening words from the two of them, Lin Feng didn't care. Smiled lightly. Then he turned around and looked at the brother and sister. Seeing Lin Feng suddenly looking back at him, the brother and sister immediately looked shocked, their faces full of horror and vigilance. He turned around and wanted to run again. After all, their entire body as a member of the Divine Phoenix clan is filled with treasures. No one is strong. I wouldn't want to covet them. Although the person in front of them helped them to repel the powerful enemy. But whether it is good or bad, there are still two opinions. They don't dare to gamble with their lives. Seeing the two of them looking so panicked, they turned around and wanted to run again. Lin Feng also smiled helplessly. Immediately afterwards, he turned his palms. He quickly took out the golden feather. Then he said slowly, "Is this golden feather yours? I heard Shi Mei said that you once saved her life, and this feather also helped her a lot. Now, I am here to repay her. I'm giving you this favor." Chapter 53. Lin Feng's voice was calm, light and gentle. After hearing this, the brother and sister's expressions immediately softened a lot and they rushed to pay homage to Lin Feng. He said gratefully and respectfully, "Thank you brother for your life-saving grace. My name is Jin Huang, and this is my sister, Jin Feng. Both of us, brother and sister, came here to look for our clansmen. It happened that we were unfortunately killed by the taking people from the imperial palace found us and hunted us down. This golden feather." The golden phoenix concentrated. He took a closer look at the golden feather in Lin Feng's hand. Then he slowly continued to say, "It was indeed given to a little girl by me more than half a month ago. It is used to bond with her and protect her. Could it be that my brother is that girl's brother? How disrespectful!" Jin Huang has a calm tone and elegant temperament. In these words, he clearly knew Lin Feng's level of cultivation. More profound than him. But his demeanor was neither humble nor arrogant. It seemed that towards Lin Feng, he was respectful and grateful, but also wanted to make friends with him. It was like meeting a close friend whom I had not seen for many years. "I'm here Lin Feng. Brother, you are indeed polite. Since you have had a relationship with my sister Shi, you are also my benefactor, Lin Feng. If you don't mind, can you follow Lin and come to my house to sit? May I treat you too well?" Listening to the sincere words in Jin Huang's mouth, Lin Feng also lightly cupped his fists. He rushed towards the two siblings and said with a faint smile. After hearing this, Jin Huang and Jin Feng came face to face. There was a hint of embarrassment. "To be honest, brother, my sister and I do have important matters. Some time ago, we once found a trace of the aura of the young phoenix of my clan here. I just don't know why. The aura only appeared for a moment and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. My sister and I will never be found again. Next, the two of us may continue to set off to find the source of this aura. Besides, there is. Brother Lin just saw us, brother and sister, being chased by people from the taking imperial palace. The taking imperial palace has a great origin. The ancestors behind them are two powerful men from the venerable realm. If brother Lin continues to get involved in our affairs, I'm afraid it will bring a lot of trouble to himself. The two powerful men in the Holy Realm just now have been killed by brother Linear. I'm afraid that the taking imperial palace will not let go of this matter easily, and will come to trouble brother Lin again. How can we cause trouble to brother Lin again?" Jin Huang said apologetically with a look of guilt in his eyes, with a complicated expression. After hearing this, Lin Feng wanted to say something else. "Keep the brother and sister. Tell them that they are not actually afraid of the so-called taking imperial palace. However, this is also the time." High in the sky, thousands of miles above, a sudden wind swept through the remaining clouds. A terrifying pressure suddenly gathered over them. Then it dropped suddenly. Terrifying thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. It turned into a series of silver snakes, running and surging. The black lead cloud covered thousands of miles in an instant. The originally clear sky now seemed to be like a dark night. Immediately afterwards, a huge emperor venerable shadow appeared. Wearing an imperial crown. Then he suddenly stood above the heads of Lin Feng and the others. Looking down indifferently. There was a bit of imperial anger and majesty in his eyes. "Are you the ones who killed two elders from the Holy Realm and are taking imperial palace? Do you know your guilt?" The emperor's shadow roared with a majestic voice. As if from ancient times, melodious and empty. After hearing this, under this huge pressure, Lin Feng didn't feel anything on his face. Still standing steadily. But the brothers Jin Huang and Jin Feng behind him seemed to have encountered a disaster. The two of them were close to each other and fell to the ground. "I can't even raise my eyes." Their bodies and cultivation were completely imprisoned at this moment. "It doesn't work at all." "Yes, I killed him. What do you want? Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back, raised his eyes lightly, and glanced at the Emperor Venerable's shadow. He asked calmly. In this case, then use your lives to repay. After hearing this, the Emperor Venerable Shadow looked at Lin Feng in surprise, thinking that this person could kill 2 elders at the peak of the Holy Realm. Indeed, he has some abilities. Isn't it possible that we have already reached the half-step to the Emperor Venerable state? Under the projection of his Emperor Venerable, their expressions remained unchanged. Can you still stand stably? Immediately, the Emperor Venerable Phantom snorted coldly, raised his hand, and then suddenly pressed it down. The terrifying power of heaven and earth lingers on it. In an instant, it turned into a shocking giant palm and fell with a roar. Terrifying momentum. It seemed that Lin Feng and the others were going to be completely crushed into minced meat. It's just a shadow projection of Dao Emperor. You dare to speak nonsense here? Break it for me. Seeing that Jin Huang and Jin Feng's endurance has reached its limit, and the Emperor Venerable Shadow struck down with a palm. Immediately, Lin Feng no longer hesitated. Instead, he pointed it out immediately. An invisible force of heaven and earth quietly gathered at his fingertips. Then it shot out. The rapid force suddenly knocked down the Emperor Venerable's phantom and the thundering giant palm. They all collapsed. Heaven and earth regained clarity. And the Emperor Venerable Shadow disappeared at the moment. There was even more shock in his eyes. It seems that for this person, it is incredible that this Dao Emperor projection can defeat him. Although this Dao Emperor projection, not his true nature, but this projection is almost half as powerful as Emperor Venerable. At least there are no opponents in the Holy Land. But even so, he was still easily defeated by Lin Feng. This made the Dao Emperor's phantom have a new evaluation of Lin Feng. My true self will be here soon. That's when. I hope you can still take this palm from me. Before Emperor Venerable's shadow dissipated, he left such a sentence, and then finally collapsed. After hearing this, Lin Feng faintly raised his eyes again and glanced at him. His expression remained unchanged. Then he turned around. He lifted up Jin Huang and Jin Feng who were on the ground. He expressed concern, "Are you two okay? Is that Emperor Venerable's shadow a member of the Taking Imperial Palace? Now the relationship between me and them has been completely forged. So you two don't have to be afraid anymore, you won't cause anything to me," Lin Feng said with gentle eyes and a faint smile. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Jin Wang's eyes showed a trace of guilt again. "I feel a little sorry." He stood up immediately and wanted to thank Lin Feng again. But this is also the time. But he suddenly discovered that Lin Feng was holding on to his veins and refused to let go. As if he was exploring the injuries within his own body. Finally, not long after, he then saw Lin Feng and said with a solemn expression again, "Brother Jin, at your peak, was your cultivation level comparable to the Emperor's venerable realm? Why am I watching you now? It's like the foundation was damaged and it was poisoned. Did this lead to a decline in cultivation, making it difficult to return to its peak?" Chapter 54. Lin Feng's words hit the nail on the head. Like a sharp thorn, it pierced into Jin Wang's heart. After hearing this, Jin Huang smiled bitterly for a while. He said miserably, 10,000 years ago, I was indeed comparable to the powerful Emperor Venerable Realm among you humans. I am at the peak of the 11th level. People in my clan believe that I am the most likely to break through the 12th level monster. Exist. But I was also harmed by a villain among you humans. He not only poisoned me, but also killed all my people. He even refined my wife into the divine phoenix pill and swallowed it. His whereabouts and figure are no longer known. In the past 10,000 years, I have traveled almost throughout the Tianyun continent. The ends of the earth. The purpose is to find him and avenge my people." Jin Wang's eyes flashed with a little hatred and anger, and his tone was solemn. Gritting his teeth. After hearing what he said, Lin Feng also frowned slightly and pondered a little. Immediately there was no more words. Instead, he raised his hand and waved, and a burst of spiritual energy suddenly entered Jin Wang's body. Lin Feng pointed at Jin Wang's body. He said in a deep voice, "Hold your breath and concentrate, I will repair the foundation in your body and help you remove the remaining poison, so that you can return to the 11th level peak." Lin Feng's words seemed like some kind of magic sound. Jin Huang immediately looked shocked. Then he crossed his legs and meditated. Following the infusion of Lin Feng's spiritual energy, he began to repair his damaged foundation and eliminate residual toxins from the body. The whole process, it lasted for about dozens of breaths. Along with bursts of black smoke, it was expelled from Jin Huang's body. At the same time, Jin Huang's entire cultivation aura is also constantly rising. A soaring momentum reached into the sky. Invisible ripples spread from Golden Phoenix's body. It caused the surrounding vegetation to rustle continuously. Finally, at the last moment, Jin Huang suddenly opened his eyes. A pair of wings with golden feathers stretched out from his back. Several thunder flashed in the sky. This made his cultivation finally return to the 11th level peak at this moment. "Take this pill. I'll help you break through the 12th level," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Just when Golden Phoenix finally successfully recovered and all the remaining poisons in his body were eliminated, Lin Feng raised his hand and pointed. A pill appeared in front of him again. This made Jin Huang stunned. Then he took the pill without hesitation. Then swallowed it. "Don't be afraid of Lin Feng, you are harming yourself. In fact, ever since I saw Lin Feng find himself through that feather, and on his own, killed the two most powerful men at the peak of the Holy Realm in the Taking Imperial Palace, as well as the Emperor Venerable's phantom projection." Jin Huang already knew. Lin Feng's strength is extraordinary. He must have known his true identity. That's why he didn't shy away from it just now. Discussed with him the matter of his own monster level. He believes it. If Lin Feng wants to harm him, there is no need to go to such trouble. Instead, he can suppress himself directly through his means and strength. So this elixir is for him. It is definitely beneficial and not harmful at all. As the elixir was taken down, another roaring momentum erupted in Jin Huang's body. Strong air waves swept across thousands of miles. Streams of golden thunder and lightning, mixed with traces of purple, gathered high in the sky. Then it crashed down. However, when it was about to hit the top of Golden Phoenix's head, Lin Feng easily waved his hand and blocked it. The visions of heaven and earth dissipated. The 12 purple gold thunder tribulation of this demonic beast. It was so simple, but it was easily shattered by Lin Feng. If others knew about this, they would be shocked again. The cultivation of monsters is no better than that of humans. Every time a level is broken, the monster needs to bear the initiation of the purple gold thunder tribulation. If it is carried down, it will live. If it is carried down, it will die. And as the level gets higher, more purple gold thunder tribulation needs to be carried. The power also increases exponentially. Those 12 purple and gold thunder tribulations just now. If they all fall, even a powerful Emperor Venerable Realm would probably die immediately. All souls are dead. The current Golden Phoenix is absolutely unstoppable. Therefore, Lin Feng will never let this happen. That elixir was one of the top elixirs that he brought out from the restricted space. The soul returns to the spiritual elixir. Rank 12th grade. Its preciousness is probably not as precious as that of a divine phoenix pill. He currently only has a few dozen on his body. Now that he is using this one, Lin Feng will certainly not let its effect go to waste. Dispersed with the thunder tribulation, the aura on Jin Huang's body also changed once again. From the vast turbulence just now, suddenly it changed into a larger and calmer atmosphere. It seems as if it is integrated with the entire world and the surrounding space. This made Jin Huang feel his spiritual consciousness. The entire interface was instantly shrouded. Even outside this interface, he had some feelings. It seems that he can break out of the boundary at any time. The Great Thousand World is not something you can sense now. Take back your consciousness, essence stabilization. Sensing Jin Huang's thoughts, he was about to leave. Lin Feng immediately spoke in a deep voice and scolded. He immediately pulled him back from his consciousness outside the world. Jin Huang woke up with a little cold sweat on his face. A moment of paleness. He can't even describe it now. The scene he saw just now when his consciousness left the interface. Simply. It's so shocking. As if he knew what he was thinking, Lin Feng smiled lightly. Patted him on the shoulder. Then he continued in a deep voice, the plane we are in is only a moment away. There are countless powerful people in the outside world, and the level above Emperor Venerable is not the final state. One day, we will get out of this interface. Lin Feng's voice was low and full of solemnity. Listening to Lin Feng's relief, the expression on Jin Wang's face improved a little. Gradually the ruddy color returned. Then he nodded heavily. There was still a feeling of fear in my heart. Fortunately, Lin Feng's scolding just now pulled him back. If not, it is possible that he is completely lost in it now. Disappeared in the chaos. However, although I took some risks this time, I also gained a lot. Just now, the soul was traveling in the mainland. I have found the traces of our divine phoenix clans, young phoenix that was lost outside. Brother Lin, are you willing to go with us? After I bring back the young phoenix from the clan, I will return to the Lin family with you. Guarding for you, the Lin family. How? As if he had figured something out, Jin Huang laughed loudly and held his hands in a deep voice. He said to Lin Feng, detachedly. That's it, it's natural. Lin Feng smiled lightly and agreed. The golden phoenix took the golden phoenix and stepped into the void. Lin Feng followed closely and disappeared immediately. Chapter 55. Taixu Holy Land. This place is located in the extreme south, 200 miles east. Occupying the entire Kanglang mountain range, it serves as the source of the development of the Holy Land. There are as many as 1 million disciples in the sect. There are countless powerful people in the human sovereign realm. There are even 3 powerful people in the Holy Realm. Among them, Holy Lord Taixu and Duga Kyuya have the highest cultivation level and have the strength of 8th layer heaven in the Holy Realm. There is only one step left to reach the pinnacle of the Holy Realm. Jin Huang took Jin Feng and came here after leaving with Lin Feng. Standing in the sky outside Taixu Holy Land, looking down, there was a little concentration and anger in Jin Huang's eyes. Brother Jin, could it be that the young phoenix in your clan was brought here? I'm afraid it's a bit unlucky. Lin Feng stood in the air and glanced below. He stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly. Good. After hearing this, Jin Huang slowly nodded. Then he continued, she is imprisoned in an underground prison under this mountain range. There is a restriction circle around her and she cannot move in space. However, her life is not in danger for the time being. Brother Lin, please wait a moment. After I go and bring her out. Let's leave again. As he said that, the golden phoenix's figure swept over and flew towards the bottom of the mountain range. Another flash. Jin Wang's entire body disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of a little girl in the earth prison. There is gentleness and gentleness in his eyes. Although this restraining array can deal with ordinary 8th level monsters, as well as powerful ones in the cave void realm, has an effect. But for a monster like him, which has already broken through to the 12th level, but it's of little use. His appearance did not cause the slightest fluctuation in the forbidden array. There is not even the slightest abnormality. It was like a rush of air. Although the current golden phoenix can easily destroy this restrictive circle. But before taking away the young phoenix in the clan, he still didn't want to do it easily. After all, the safest and safest way is to take the young phoenix away first. Then he comes back again. Looking for trouble in Taixu Holy Land. Jin Huang thought so and stepped forward. The little girl has a round face and is wearing a coarse red dress. He is only about the size of 7 or 8 years old. She has 2 braids hanging down on both sides of her head. Watching the man in front of you approach, her big eyes were filled with questions. But because of the man in front of me, the kind of aura that comes from the same origin and comes from the same origin. But it makes the little girl feel very safe, friendly, and familiar. That's why she didn't yell. There was no hesitation or caution. Then he let the man come closer to him. Then he picked himself up, turned around and left. Outside Taixu Holy Land, After Jin Feng entered the underground of the mountain range, Lin Feng and Jin Feng. He is waiting patiently outside. Lin Feng released his consciousness from time to time and scanned the Taixu Holy Land. The practice of many martial artist disciples. However, this is also the time. Buzz. A loud and melodious sound of bells suddenly rang in their ears, echoing throughout the world. It resounded throughout the Kanglang Mountains. Lin Feng was attracted by the sound of bells. Immediately, he also turned his spiritual consciousness to look there. But saw. At some point, there were already many martial artist mortals and disciples gathered there. It seemed like a grand party was being held. Lin Feng told Jin Feng to stay where he was and wait for Jin Feng to come back. He himself swayed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When it appears again, he was already above the grand gathering, looking down indifferently. Buzz. At this time, another clear sound of bells sounded in everyone's ears. Immediately afterwards. Then I heard the noisy discussions from the people around me on the high platform. Everlasting. Second ring. I heard that this chaos bell is one of the king-level treasures used in Taixu Holy Land to determine the qualifications of accepting disciples. One ring indicates poor qualifications. The second ring means that the qualifications are average. If it can trigger a third ring, then this person is qualified to join the Taixu Holy Land and become an outer disciple. It's so enviable. Is not that right? From morning to now, I'm afraid no less than 1,000 disciples have been tested, right? But there are less than 10 disciples who can trigger the third ring. Only one disciple triggered the fourth ring. Became an inner disciple. It seems that this young man also has a chance to become the 11th person who triggered the third ring. Noisy sounds kept coming. Lin Feng also stared down with some curiosity. On the high platform, the young man was ringing the bell. His facial features were clearly defined, and his eyes shone with perseverance and composure. Between the eyebrows, there is a good heroic spirit, which seems to burst out. This person does seem to have some extraordinary talents. Lin Feng was also paying attention and became curious. The young man stood with his feet side by side and his eyes slightly closed. Pressing one hand on the simple copper bell, there was a cold drink. Then exert force. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, the ancient copper bell almost stopped without any pause. Just once again. Resounded. The clear and melodious sound of the bell echoed in everyone's ears. But this didn't seem to make them feel that there were too many surprises. This child can indeed trigger the third ring. I saw it right. Ha 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 ha. I remember that he seemed to be a child in the village at the foot of the mountain, right? We haven't seen each other for 10 years, and yet we've grown so big. His parents seemed to have all passed away 10 years ago. Such a small child has grown up to this day. It's really not easy. But after today, if this young man can become a disciple of Taixu Holy Land, he will be able to leap over the Dragon Gate, defying the heavens and changing fate. Many of the people below laughed again. There are many surprises and envy between his eyebrows. It seems as if I really wish that the person ringing the third bell would be me. Buzz. 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 That's when. After the young man rang the third bell, 3 more bells rang in succession. In an instant, it echoed throughout the entire Kanglang mountain range. Roaring in all directions, shocking people's hearts. This. Countless sounds of horror suddenly sounded at this moment. There were countless gasping sounds coming from the mouth and nose. Countless people all had their eyes widened. He could no longer hide his eyes. No surprise or shock at all. It was as if he were looking at a god. He looked at the young man who was ringing the bell on the high platform at the moment. This person can actually ring the bell 6 times in succession. What kind of evil talent does he have? I remember. Only the great elder of Taixu Holy Land rang the bell 6 times like this 200 years ago, right? He only used it for 100 years at that time. Then he cultivated to the Yingdan realm. After another 100 years, I have reached the pinnacle of human sovereign realm. In the same situation, there is no rival. This is how I became the great elder of Taixu Holy Land. Received by countless disciples, respectfully worshipped. Could it be that The little guy in front of me also has the same terrifying cultivation talent as the great elder of Taixu Holy Land. This is simply too terrible. Chapter 56. Various voices and constant noise. Buzz. Just when everyone was in inexplicable horror and extremely shocked. At this time, another sound of bells echoed throughout the world. Seventh ring. This boy can actually trigger the seventh ring of the Chaos Bell. Isn't that comparable to the Taixu Holy Land and the Holy Sun's talent? According to legend, in Taixu Holy Land, the person who can trigger the seventh ring of the Chaos Bell should be the Holy Sun, known as the next generation successor to the Holy Lord. And if it can trigger the ninth ring of the Chaos Bell, it will be the divine child of Taixu Holy Land. His status is even higher than that of the Holy Lord. Have the qualifications to become an emperor. 10 years ago, the Holy Son of Taixu Holy Land, Duguxiao. With the talent of a young man, he triggered the 7 ringings of the Chaos Bell, thereby achieving the Holy Land of Taixu and becoming the Holy Sun. Now this young man has also triggered the 7th ring of the Chaos Clock. Doesn't it mean that, from now on in Taixu Holy Land, 2 sons of God will be born? Countless horrified voices rose from the ground. The sound of shock spread in all directions. At this moment, with the sound of the 7th bell, everyone in the Taixu Holy Land began to panic. Almost everyone was shocked. The contemporary Holy Son of Taixu Holy Land, Dugu, smiled, his eyebrows darkened. Immediately, he sat in the dragon chariot and arrived at the foot of the mountain range. He looked at the person ringing the bell above the high platform. His face showed solemnity and crisis. Deep in the mountains, there is a majestic palace. In Taixu Holy Palace, on the high seat, the Holy Lord of Taixu Holy Land is sitting here. Dugu asks for the moon. It was also at this time that he slowly opened his eyes. Let go of your consciousness. He glanced at the bottom of the mountain range and saw a little surprise in his eyes at the grand gathering of disciples that was being held. And some mild expectations. The Chaos Clock can cause the 7th ring. This shows that this young man at least has the qualifications to become a saint. Plus the Holy Son of Taixu, Duguxiao. Hundreds of years later, their Taixu Holy Land may be able to add 2 powerful people in the Holy Realm. This is also a considerable fighting force for their Taixu Holy Land. Dugu Kyuya was naturally a little happy at this time. He immediately sent a personal guard to deliver the order. We need to bring this young man forward. Take a look for yourself and then accept him as your disciple. Buzz. Buzz. But it was also at this time that Dugu Kyuya's order was just issued. There were 2 more sounds of bells, but they suddenly rang again. Echoing the heaven and earth, spreading throughout the sky. This is this Chaos Clock, the 9th ring. This boy can actually trigger the 9th ring of the Chaos Bell. Doesn't this mean that this young man has the qualifications to become an emperor? Dugu Kyuya heard the 2 bells ringing. At this moment, his expression finally became completely moved. His eyes were horrified. Rumble stood up. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the same place. When he appeared again, he was already outside the mountains, on a high platform. His eyes were a little shocked. He looked at the young man who was ringing the bell, full of surprise and appreciation. Dugu Kyuya had a smile on her face. He stood with his hands behind his back, waving his huge yellow robe. Then he walked over slowly. He asked in a deep voice, "It was you who triggered the 9th ring of the Chaos Clock just now. You are young, but you are extremely talented. You should be my sect's divine child. I am the Holy Lord of Taixu Holy Land, Dugu Kyuya, and cultivated in the 8th layer of the Most Holy Land. Are you willing to become your teacher? Become a being who is inferior to 1 person and superior to 10,000 people in this Taixu Holy Land." Dugu Kyuya looked solemn. Majesty comes naturally. At this time, as his words came out, there was an inexplicable and tyrannical pressure. It also overflowed and shrouded down at the same time. In the entire square, on the high platform, almost all the mortal martial artists who still exist here, the elders and disciples of Taixu Holy Land, etc., including the Holy Son of Taixu Holy Land, Dugu Xiao. It was at this moment that they all knelt down. His face looked pale and frightened. He clenched his gums tightly, as if he was trying his best to withstand this huge pressure. Is it the Holy Lord? I didn't expect that the 9 bells would alert even the Holy Lord. The cultivation of the Holy Lord in the Holy Realm is really terrifying. Just by releasing this ray of pressure, we and the others were all thrown to the ground. I almost feel like my whole body is about to collapse. Yet, 9 bells of chaos ring. In the entire Taixu Holy Land, there is something that has not happened in 1,000 years, and it is extremely terrifying. Now the Divine Child appears. Of course the Holy Master also wants to come out and make a patrol. It's just that I didn't expect that the Holy Master would personally accept this boy as his disciple. This young man's luck is really good, isn't it? This is a great opportunity for a carp to jump over the dragon's gate and stand up. The sounds of countless horrified gasps were heard again. There was a lot of discussion. But at this time, they could only lie on the ground, gritting their teeth, and spoke with difficulty. It seemed like if they said a few more words, the whole human body, it's as if they are all broken apart. On the high platform, at this moment, only the boy ringing the bell and the Holy Lord of Taixu Holy Land, Dugu Kaiyu, were left. The two stood. As Dugu Kaiyu's words fell, they came out of his mouth. The voices of discussion in the surrounding arena suddenly stopped. Everyone included the Holy Lord of Taixu Holy Land and Dugu Kaiyu. They were all waiting quietly for the boy's answer. Full of envy and confidence. Generally speaking, a Holy Lord of Taixu Holy Land like him would never show up easily. Once it appears, it will definitely mean that something big is happening in the Holy Land. And now, Divine Child appears. This is naturally a big deal for his Taixu Holy Land. So he, the Holy Lord of Taixu Holy Land, appeared here at this moment. The majestic power of heaven surpasses all living beings. I do not want to. Just when everyone was lying on the ground waiting for the young man to agree, he could end this divine power. Dugu Kaiyu was also waiting, and the young man nodded in agreement. But at this time, the boy's words. But he blurted it out quietly. Like a thunder, it slowly roared and exploded in everyone's ears. Horrified. Everyone looked shocked and dumbfounded. Immediately his eyes widened. It was as if everyone had heard something extremely unbelievable. Their minds went blank. I couldn't come back to my senses for a long time. What did you say? At this moment, Rao is the body that Dugu Kaiyu, the Holy Lord of Taixu Holy Land, has cultivated over the years. They all felt a little, completely sluggish and stunned. Some were stunned in place. There was some confusion and anger on his face. He asked in a deep voice. I said I don't want to worship in Taixu Holy Land. I don't even want to worship you, Taixu Holy Land, the Holy Lord is my teacher. Chapter 57. The young man has a firm face and a strong voice. The sentences are sonorous and powerful. It seems that every word comes from the heart, with a strong and round tone. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience was in an uproar again. Where is Taixu Holy Land? That is the Saint Grade Force, and any ordinary mortal or martial artist can join it. It's all a great honor. What's more, now, the Holy Lord of Taixu Holy Land is still recruiting disciples himself. What a blessing! Able to become the disciple of a powerful person in the Holy Realm. Moreover, this person is still the Holy Lord of Taixu Holy Land. One person is inferior to others and is superior to tens of thousands of people. The young man in front of me now. You still refuse? And your words are so sharp? This makes everyone present, how can they think of it in their heads, and what is the reason? Good, very good. After hearing this, the Holy Lord of Taixu Holy Land, Dugu Kaiyu, said in a deep voice with his eyes slightly focused. Between looks. A little bit cold and murderous. As the Holy Lord of Taixu Holy Land, he has a high status and is extremely noble. He is still a powerful person in the Holy Realm. An existence that is almost at the pinnacle of this world. Now he offered to take this young man as his disciple, but he could still refuse him? Such a public square. This made Dugu Kaiyu feel that she had dignity and face. They all received a little provocation and contempt. This also made him laugh with anger. It did make him feel somewhat dissatisfied and interested in the young man in front of him. In addition, the young man in front of him can trigger the 9 ringings of the chaos bell. It is enough to show that his cultivation talent is extremely amazing. If such talents cannot be used by him, in order to avoid any threats and troubles to myself and Taixu Holy Land in the future, he will seek the moon alone and will do so at any cost. We must first kill it in place and prevent it from growing up to avoid raising tigers. Above. The scenes below fell into Lin Feng's eyes. It also made him a little curious and surprised. There was some appreciation and surprise in his eyes. You know, when an ordinary mortal martial artist faces such a powerful person in the Holy Realm, all of them are filled with fear, and trepidation. They all knelt down on the ground to seek protection. The large number of people kneeling around are the best proof. But now, the young man in front of him not only turned a blind eye to this great opportunity. Instead, he verbally rejected the request of a powerful man in the Holy Realm to become a disciple. How could this not be allowed to Lin Feng? Get curious. There must be some kind of different reason behind that young man. 10 years ago, you, a disciple of Taixu Holy Land, killed my parents. Slaughter my village and fill it with relatives. I swear that there is a sworn hatred between you and me. I'm here today to show my talent. It's not to join your Taixu Holy Land. It's just to humiliate you. Ha 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 ha. Why should a man fear death? I know that I may not be able to avenge my parents and relatives throughout my life. So today, even if I risk my life not to, I also want you, Taixu Holy Land, to be covered in dust and suffer this humiliation from me. The young man's eyes were red and he looked like he was crazy, and he spoke with grief and anger. He looked distraught. His eyes were filled with hatred, showing both ecstasy and sorrow at the same time, and the expression on his face was ferocious. Nothing more can be added. By this time, he seemed to have nothing to fear. After all, he could refuse the Holy Lord of Taixu Holy Land to accept a disciple in full public view. Let a strong man in the Holy Realm be embarrassed. This was enough to make him extremely proud and happy, feeling that his death was well deserved and his great revenge had been avenged. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the venue was shocked. All of them were shocked again. Even, they are full of a little panic and fear. They were afraid that the young man in front of them would offend the Holy Lord, and made the Holy Lord furious. All of them, mortal martial artists, were innocently implicated and suffered disaster. It would be really hard for a mute to eat Coptus chinensis. After hearing this, the Holy Lord of Taixu Holy Land, Duga Kaiyu. Finally, there was a trace of gloom, strong anger and murderous intent on his face. A majestic breath emerged. Madness surged around him. It condensed into streams of essence, strong winds carrying anger and murderous intent. The blowing wind attacks and kills everyone around, in a wanton and frenzied manner. Is this, the last thing you want to say? Duga Kaiyu said with a gloomy expression. There was already some obvious strong murderous intent in his words. Can't help it. He was already very wary of the young man's cultivation talent. The chaos bell rings 9 times, which is enough to become an emperor. In addition, the young man in front of him was so humiliating and contradicting himself. Duga Kaiyu, at this time. Naturally, she was determined to kill him. After he asked this last sentence, he closed his eyes slightly. In my heart, I still feel a little unbearable. He was ready to wave his hand and end this young man's life. A powerful stream of spiritual energy rushed towards him. However, this is also the time. Lin Feng, who was in the sky, suddenly flew down. Then he stood in front of the young man with a smile on his face. The spiritual energy was refined and easily shattered, completely eliminated. Then Lin Feng slowly turned around and asked the young man, "Then you are willing to worship me as your teacher? I can teach you the skills. And it can also ensure that you are safe and sound today. Kill everyone here for you and avenge your parents and relatives." Lin Feng's voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions, vast and ethereal. And with his appearance, everyone in the field was shocked again and was in an uproar. There was quite a bit of shock in his eyes. You know, the person he is facing now is Holy Lord Taixu? And the young man in front of him was the one whom the Holy Lord Taixu wanted to kill personally. But the person in front of him knew this clearly. How dare you stop me? Could it be that he is really audacious? Don't want to live anymore? Everyone was shocked. At this time, Holy Lord Taixu himself was even more shocked. There was horror in his eyes, and his heart was beating wildly. To know. He is a powerful person in the Holy Realm. Just now under the glance of his spiritual consciousness, he clearly didn't notice it. There is Lin Feng nearby. Not even the slightest trace. But this person in front of me. But he still appeared in front of him like this. How could this not make him feel vigilant and frightened? Chapter 58. In addition, there is the spiritual energy matching. Although it was him who swung it casually, there was power contained in it. But it's not something that just any ordinary person can take over. Seeing Lin Feng accept the request so lightly made Dugu Kyuya frown slightly. There was a sense of solemnity in my heart. Lin Feng's voice was like thunder, echoing in all directions. This moment. As his voice fell, there was a majestic and terrifying murderous aura. It was also suddenly released from his body. Rich murderous intent and huge momentum rose into the sky. Diffuse all around. In this moment, the entire Taixu Holy Land. Almost all of them were shrouded in this almost substantial murderous aura. The surrounding space is distorted. There were black thunder and lightning, flashing and intertwining. Then unfortunately, those mortal martial artists, Taixu Holy Land disciples and elders were involved. When the body dies, the Tao disappears, and both the spirit and soul die. Their bodies were directly crushed by the twisted storm. The soul was drawn into the chaotic space and completely destroyed. There is no way to return, reincarnation. The scene was momentarily cruel and magnificent. Looking at the scenes, the young man's eyes suddenly widened at this moment. It seems that there is some disbelief. He looked at Lin Feng with dull eyes, feeling inexplicably shocked in his heart. 10 years ago, both his parents died. He was only a young man, about 7 or 8 years old, but he had to be alone. Fighting hard and struggling to survive. Over the years, he alone has experienced all the bitterness, indifference, and indifference of the world. Has there ever been a time when someone was willing to treat him like this? Not only willing to protect him, and even more willing to teach him his skills. Are you willing to openly oppose Taixu Holy Land for him? Kill the disciples of Taixu Holy Land. Countless elders and disciples are willing to kill all the disciples of Taixu Holy Land for him. How could this not make the young man feel touched? Although what Lin Feng said at the end, he doesn't quite believe it, but it can be done. The young man shook his head and let out a wry smile. Immediately, without any hesitation, he knelt down. He kowtowed heavily to Lin Feng 3 times. He solemnly shouted, "Disciple Chen Tianji, pay homage to Master." The young man's face was firm and his eyes were focused. As if there is an unshakable belief. I will never waver in taking Lin Feng as my teacher. Even ants have the will to survive, let alone him. Now, although he has come to Taixu Holy Land with the intention of dying. But if now, there is another chance to survive and survive, how can the young man be willing to let it go? It's just that they are master and disciple. How to break out of these layers of siege? There are also many worries and powerlessness in the young man's heart. And, there is also a lot of self-blame. If he had not come to this Taixu Holy Land today, maybe he wouldn't have caused such a huge disaster. Naturally, his master would not be implicated and suffer such hardships together with him. There was also a lot of guilt on the young man's face. Master, this disciple has caused such a big disaster today, and has also brought trouble to you, Master. This disciple feels really guilty in his heart. If we, Master and disciple, could still be alive today. For the rest of my life, I will be like a cow or a horse, and then I will repay Master, the kindness I owe you today. Chen Tianji's eyes were red and he knelt down and kowtowed. He said in a solemn voice again. After hearing this, Lin Feng smiled lightly. As if he didn't care, he waved his sleeves lightly. Then he helped Chen Tianji up. Then he said calmly, "It doesn't matter. Let's see how your master and I will clear the entire Taixu Holy Land for you today. Avenging your parents and relatives. Lin Feng smiled lightly, then raised his hand and grabbed it with 5 fingers. Suddenly, a huge and incomparable force fell from the sky, turning into an endless force of destruction. Immediately attacked the entire Taixu Holy Land, as well as all the Taixu Holy Land elders and disciples in the Jiao Square. Boom! Countless loud noises came from the Taixu Holy Land, making an ear-splitting sound. Countless screams roared away. Hundreds of thousands of Taixu Holy Land disciples, at this moment their bodies and souls disappeared instantly. It turned into puddles of minced meat and disappeared among the soil and trees. The Kanglang Mountains where the entire Taixu Holy Land is located. At this moment, it seemed like it was cut off in the middle by Lin Feng. 5 huge fingerprints were left, broken into 2 sections, shocking. Lin Feng looked indifferent. Just as he was about to raise his hand, he grabbed it with another palm. This is also the time. The Holy Lord of Taixu Holy Land, Dugu Kaiyu, who was watching from the sidelines, finally had some reaction. There was a gloomy look on his face. The anger and murderous intent all over his body was like a monstrous force. It also spread very quickly. As his figure swayed, he formed a fist with his palms and punched Lin Feng in front of him. Smashed it over. It carries endless holy power and law entanglement. Stop it! The Holy Lord of Taixu Holy Land, Dugu Kaiyu, shouted loudly, and his figure suddenly burst out in anger. Turned into after-images. However, Lin Feng only glanced at him lightly. Just raise your hands and turn your palms. It was also a palm, and he pushed it lightly. That fist movement, which contained endless terror, collided with Lin Feng's ordinary palm, and the bombardment collided. Boom! It was beyond everyone's expectations. The figure of Taixu Holy Lord Dugu Kaiyu suddenly retreated and flew out at this moment. It hit the stone wall of the mountain heavily. Then it fell into hundreds of miles, and then stopped. His face was already full of fear and shock. Full of extreme consternation and disbelief. Could it be that the person in front of me is still a powerful person in the venerable realm? Otherwise, how could he be hit so far with just one palm? Dugu Kaiyu's mind was in a trance, and her heart was pounding. A mouthful of blood. Suddenly, it spat out from Dugu Kaiyu's mouth. He only felt that his whole body was full of energy and blood, churning turbulently. His internal organs seemed to be cracking, and he was in severe pain. His face was frightened, angry, and slightly frightened. If you want to get up, fly forward again. But this is also the time. Dugu Kaiyu found that her body seemed to be sealed by some tyrannical force. His body was involuntarily and out of control. Then he went straight back the way he came, and flew back into the air. Then the next moment, he was back on the high platform square, hovering in the air. Lin Feng grabbed him with one hand from a distance. It was like being clamped by an iron vice. No matter his cultivation or his body, at this moment, he couldn't move at all. Dugu Kaiyu suddenly felt a little scared. This feeling of life and death being controlled by others. It has been many years since he seemed to have felt it again. Dugu Kaiyu looked desperate. Returned to the high platform square. After seeing this, Lin Feng took out a long sword from his storage bag. He handed it to his disciple Chen Tianji. Then he said slowly, "Kill him and the revenge of your parents and relatives can be avenged." Chapter 59. Lin Feng's methods were powerful and extremely fast. After he finished all this, Chen Tianji was still a little confused. In extreme surprise and dismay. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time until Lin Feng spoke to him. He suddenly woke up and took the long sword handed over by Lin Feng, frowning. His face was frozen. Then walked slowly over. It was as if everything still seemed like a dream. He vaguely knew that the master was very powerful. But he didn't know that the master's strength had actually reached this level. One person can fight against the entire Taixu Holy Land. You can even beat the Holy Lord of Taixu Holy Land, Dugu Kaiyu. This made Chen Tianji feel a lot of shock and confusion in his heart. All kinds of complex emotions are mixed together, and the 5 flavors are mixed. A second ago, he thought that he would definitely die. Moreover, his name, the master he just bowed to, will also die. Countless guilt and self-blame emerged in his heart. He was still in despair, worrying about how he and his master should escape. But this moment, the master he had just worshipped was actually doing it on his own. Just swept through the entire Taixu Holy Land? How could Chen Tianji accept this in a short period of time? Moreover, what made it even more difficult for him to choose was, he is holding a long sword in his hand at this moment, and in the blink of an eye, you can decide whether you need to kill the Holy Lord of Taixu Holy Land to avenge his parents and relatives. This fantastic scene made Chen Tianji's head still buzzing. It's simply magical. To kill? Or not to kill? Chen Tianji's eyes rolled. It contains hatred and gloom, as if it is extremely difficult to make a choice. Holding the sword tightly in his hand, the thumb joints turned a little white. He indeed has great hatred for Taixu Holy Land. Even, in his mind, they have also thought countless times that they want to destroy the entire Taixu Holy Land. Avenge his parents and relatives. This is the moment. Chen Tianji was a little hesitant. He didn't want to use his master's power to accomplish this. What he wants is to use his own power. Come and destroy the entire Taixu Holy Land. Only such revenge is meaningful. Chen Tianji raised his sword and walked up to Dugu Kaiyu. Raise the sword and stab it down. But at this time, he suddenly stopped. The wrist froze. Then he turned around and immediately rushed towards Lin Feng, knelt down respectfully and said solemnly, "Master, please forgive me. Disciple still wants to rely on his own strength to destroy the entire Taixu Holy Land." Chen Tianji's voice was decisive and full of determination. He has his own unshakable faith. After hearing the sound, Lin Feng didn't have much expression on his face. After just a faint smile, he raised his hand a little and took back the sword in Chen Tianji's hand. He said calmly, "Since this is your choice, I will naturally respect it as a teacher. However, death penalty can be avoided, but living crime cannot be avoided. After today, only half of Taixu Holy Land will remain." Lin Feng said, then raised his hand and grabbed it again. This moment, a towering giant hand descended from the sky. It turned into a monstrous force. In an instant, half of the Kanglang mountain range, which had been broken into two pieces just now, was destroyed. Lin Feng retracted his hand and looked at Chen Tianji again. There was a little admiration in his eyes. The reason why he was willing to accept Chen Tianji as his disciple was not only because of his own talent. There is another more important reason. He values Chen Tianji's character very much. Not only did he face a powerful man in the Holy Realm without fear. What's more, he was able to stop his hand in time at this time. Don't let your heart be blinded by hatred. Only with this kind of talent and character can we go higher and further on the road of martial Dao. Reach the top of this world. Revenge is all his motivation and goal. If it were now, this motivation and goal would have disappeared. Lin Feng couldn't imagine it. Even if this kid has such good talent, maybe it will all be wasted in the future and end up as a waste. And let Taixu Holy Land continue to exist. Give him a goal and motivation for revenge. Only in this way can we better motivate him to grow up. Let him truly stand in an invincible position. Lin Feng's eyes were smiling. Then he turned his palms. A jade slip engraved with the Emperor Grade technique quietly appeared in front of Chen Tianji and everyone. There is supreme majesty emanating from it. Emperor Grade Kung Fu, the wrath of the barbarian emperor. According to legend, after practicing this technique to its peak, you can condense the bodies of billions of barbarian emperors. Invulnerable and indestructible. Breaking through the sky with strength, with infinite power. You'd better practice cultivation. After a month, we will conduct random inspections as a teacher. Lin Feng's voice was calm and he said solemnly. After finishing speaking, he gently twisted and crushed the jade slip of the martial art. Immediately afterwards, a ray of green and yellow light flew into Chen Tianji's mind in an instant. There was a roar. Feeling the sudden influx of skills and information, Chen Tianji immediately sat up cross-legged. Close your eyes and concentrate. I began to absorb and digest all the graphics and moves contained in this emperor-grade technique. With Chen Tianji's understanding, digestion, and absorption. Immediately afterwards, it was also very fast. After a few breaths, there was a huge shadow of the barbarian emperor, exuding endless wild atmosphere. Suddenly, it burst out from Chen Tianji. He is tall, majestic, and angry. Shocking to the soul. After seeing this abnormal situation, including the Holy Lord of Taixu Holy Land and everyone around him, they all looked at each other suddenly, with shock in their eyes. He looked at the phantom in utter astonishment, his expression extremely shocked. Emperor-grade Kung Fu. Is this really the Emperor-grade technique? According to legend, only the Emperor-grade technique could have such a strange phenomenon when it came out. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to see an Emperor-grade skill in my lifetime. It really offends me. Yes. The Emperor-grade cultivation technique is enough to allow a person to practice to become an emperor. Even the Holy Lord of Taixu Holy Land may not have it. But this person took it out casually. Who is he? As the shadow of the barbarian emperor appeared, at this moment, everyone around him, they all took a breath. Countless voices of horror and discussion also came again. Shocked for a moment. Almost all of their eyes were filled with surprise and ecstasy. There is even a bit of fanaticism. After all, that is the emperor-grade technique. There are very few emperor-grade techniques in the entire Tianyun continent. But at this time, such an emperor-grade technique was placed in front of them. How can this not make them excited? If it weren't for fear of Lin Feng's strength and his intimidation, I am afraid that these people at the scene have already rushed forward and snatched the emperor-grade technique that Chen Tianji is practicing at the moment. But, of course, they just dare to think about this idea. As for actually doing it, of course they still don't dare. Chapter 60. Chen Tianji's understanding of the technique quickly ended. As he stood up, the shadow of the barbarian emperor appeared. It also disappears quickly. Chen Tianji's cultivation level has changed from the original tempered body 2nd layer heaven. He rose to the tempered body 6th layer. To know. This is just a reflection. The cultivation level of the 4 minor realms has been improved. If he were really allowed to practice for a while longer, I really don't know if he would be able to directly break through to the body tempering realm. It truly is the emperor-grade technique. The people around me all thought of this in horror. Thank you so much, Master, for giving me this skill. After comprehending the exercises, Chen Tianji was shocked as he felt the magic of the exercises. Stand up cross-legged. He immediately walked up to Lin Feng, rushed towards him respectfully, and bowed with his fists clasped. It doesn't matter. Since you are my disciple, I will not treat you badly as a teacher. My teacher's name is Lin Feng. Cultivation above the Emperor realm. When one of my friends comes back later, I will take you back to the Lin family. Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his hands and slowly explained. The sound is vast and ethereal, as if descending from the 9 heavens. Lin Feng only now recalled the time he had just become a disciple. He seemed to have not even said his name to Chen Tianji. Yes, Master. After Chen Tianji heard this, he was shocked again. Bow slowly and respond respectfully. Cultivation above Emperor realm. Although these few words are short, they can be heard by everyone. But inevitably there was another stormy sea, which was stirred up and surging. Emperor realm cultivation level. It's already so terrifying. But this person in front of me. How dare you say that you are above the Emperor realm? This moment, Dugu Kaiyu, the Holy Lord of Taixu Holy Land, finally realized something. How terrifying is the person he fought with just now. However, at this time, the center of everyone, except for the Holy Lord of Taixu Holy Land, Dugu Kaiyu was extremely shocked. At this time, there was another person, also extremely horrified. There was deep fear in his eyes. That person is the Holy Son of Taixu Holy Land, Dugu Xiao. It started with the boy ringing the 7th bell. Dugu Xiao stayed on the high platform of the square. Witnessed everything that happened next. He met Chen Tianji and almost became the divine child of Taixu Holy Land. I even saw it. How dare Chen Tianji contradict the Holy Lord of Taixu Holy Land? This offended the Holy Lord and made him murderous. And then, he also saw the appearance of Lin Feng. That familiar yet unfamiliar face. That person from the Dongfang family was destroyed. Even though I only met once. But Du Xiao will never be forgotten for the rest of my life. That person. How would it appear here? And also accepted that young man as a disciple? They even fought with the Holy Lord of Taixu Holy Land. Seeing this happening, Du Xiao wanted to stop it immediately. Tell the Holy Lord of Taixu Holy Land. The person in front of me. That's the person he was looking for. It was the person who destroyed the entire Dongfang family. The ancestor of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Chu, has the peak strength of the Holy Realm. They were all killed by this person with one blow. What's more, the Holy Lord of Taixu Holy Land. The heavenly strength of the 8th layer in the Holy Realm is even more impressive. But Du Xiao had not yet had time to step forward. He had already seen that man. The Holy Lord of Taixu Holy Land has been defeated. His cultivation and body were banned. He also lifted him into the air. It seems like the next moment comes at any moment. It can be taken away, just like his life. Du Xiao was shocked, terrified and a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, in the end, he saw the young man and did not take action. He felt at ease now. Although Du Xiao is the Holy Lord of Taixu Holy Land, he is also his father. Of course he didn't want to see it. His father died here. Boom! Boom! Just when Du smiled and was shocked. At this time, there were 2 more formations in Taixu Holy Land. The sound of violent explosions came. This aura is from the Taixu Holy Land, the other 2 Holy Realm powerhouses. Are they the 2nd Holy Master and the 3rd Holy Master? Du smiled when he heard the sound and looked back. I was suddenly shocked. Immediately afterwards, he saw again. There are 2 soaring auras rising from the ground in Taixu Holy Land. He suddenly rushed towards here and rushed over. But there seemed to be 3 other figures in front of them. There was a boy, a girl, and a little girl. The auras of the man and woman seemed to be extremely extraordinary. Brother Lin, help me take care of my sister-in-law and Yu Huang. After I deal with these 2 people, I will come over immediately. The people who came were none other than Jin Huang and Jin Feng. That little girl should be what he said was the young phoenix of the clan. At this moment, Jin Huang said cheerfully. After hearing this, Lin Feng nodded lightly. Then he raised his hand and waved. The Jin Feng and the little girl disappeared from Jin Feng's side and arms in the blink of an eye. When it appears again, she had already reached his side and stood silently. Jin Huang then smiled. He turned around calmly and looked at the 2 powerful men from the Holy Realm who were catching up. He said calmly, if I weren't afraid that if I couldn't control my 12th level power, I would hurt my sister-in-law and the young phoenix in my clan, how could you 2 mere saints, 2nd layer Tian, have been chasing me for so long? Jin Wang's voice was calm, but full of endless majesty. After hearing this, the 2 most powerful men in the Holy Realm who were chasing them were the 2nd Holy Master and the 3rd Holy Master of the Taixu Holy Land. He also immediately stopped and stayed in the air. Slowly stand with your hands behind your back. They transformed into 2 grey-robed old men and stared at him indifferently. Bold thief, you stole the sacred beast of my Taixu Holy Land and destroyed the spiritual veins of my Taixu Holy Land. Now we discovered it. Why don't you just catch me without mercy? Do you still dare to resist us? The 2 holy masters of Taixu Holy Land asked sharply at this moment. His face was cold. His expression is calm and intimidating. Originally, they didn't notice it after Jin Huang took the young phoenix away from the prison. But it followed later. Lin Feng took action and suppressed the entire Taixu Holy Land. The mountains of Taixu Holy Land were broken into 2 parts. One section was half destroyed. They came out and saw it. The golden phoenix had actually taken the girl and flew into the air. That's what they thought. It was the golden phoenix that attacked their Taixu Holy Land. And he also took the little girl away. Of course they would treat Jin Huang as a thief. That little girl was a transformed monster they found deep in a mountain range. By chance they discovered the aura emanating from this little girl. Are they actually very similar to the legendary Divine Phoenix clan? So they are two holy masters. Then he brought this girl back without telling the great holy master. He was quietly imprisoned in the Kanglang Mountains, in an underground prison. Thinking about one day, I would use it to refine the Divine Phoenix pill and then swallow it. Cultivation has greatly increased. And then control the entire Taixu Holy Land. But now, with the little girl exposed, these two holy lords of the Taixu Holy Land naturally had to change their words and come up with their own words. Chapter 61. Jin Huang naturally didn't know what these two people were thinking. After snorting coldly, he raised his hand and struck out with a palm. The vast and endless aura instantly surged toward the two people. After seeing this, there was a look of coldness and ridicule on the faces of those two people, and their figures swayed. Then he disappeared in place. When it appears again, already behind Jin Huang. Both of us are powerful men in the second layer of the Holy Realm. Working together, it can even compete with the most holy fourth layer heavenly power. How can you alone be our opponent? The two holy masters of the Holy Realm said sarcastically. Immediately, a surge of monstrous holy power, carrying infinite laws. It lingered around them. The two of them shouted loudly. Wave out these monstrous holy powers and infinite laws with one hand at the same time. Then they converged into two pillars of light. Destructive energy was formed and merged together. Then he headed straight towards the golden phoenix not far away and passed by. After a palm failed, there was also a hint of surprise and suspicion on Jin Huang's face. According to his original idea, what he thought was that this palm should be enough to catch those two people. No matter where those two people fled to. Because he had already locked the auras of those two people. But even so, his palm hit, but it still failed? This gave Jin Huang a look of doubt on his face. Think back carefully. He can only blame it on the fact that his strength grew too fast. This resulted in an imbalance of control and an inability to keep up. So he is now the power of the 12th level. Maybe he can only play a few points. But even so, it is enough to deal with the two people in front of me. A look of solemnity appeared on Jin Huang's face. Then he slowly turned around, took another palm, and grabbed it again. A horrifying momentum rose from the ground. The two holy powers and the power of law merged to form a pillar of destruction. After encountering Jin Huang's grasp, it fell apart instantly. After just persisting for a moment, it disappeared in an instant. It turned into a faint stream of light. Disappeared between heaven and earth. How is this possible? The two holy masters of the Holy Realm had a look of shock on their faces, and they were horrified and panicked. This is also the time. Both of them seemed to have just discovered something. They seem to have some. Can't you see through the aura of the man in front of you? Could it be this person's cultivation? Are they still far higher than the two of them? The two holy masters of the Holy Realm thought with such horror in their hearts. Now that you're done, it's my turn. There was no expression on Jin Huang's face. After the grasp was over, the residual power on it still remained. This time, he concentrated carefully, controlled the power above, and rushed towards the two people in the Holy Realm. Bang! Bang! Two more violent explosions were heard. Those two holy masters of the Holy Realm. Under the residual power of this grasp, there was not even the slightest resistance. Then it suddenly shattered into a pile of minced meat, not even a trace of residue left. Then it disappeared between heaven and earth. After doing all this, Jin Huang glanced lightly at the place where the two of them were before. Then his figure swayed, turned around and returned to Lin Feng. He raised his hands and said, "Brother Lin is laughing at me. It's really hard to control the strength of the 12th level, so I delayed it a little." There was a gentle smile on Jin Huang's face. After hearing this, Lin Feng also smiled slightly and replied with the same fists in his arms, "It's human nature. After a breakthrough, it will inevitably take some time to adapt to your own strength. Wait for some time. Brother Jin should get used to it. Lin Feng said slowly. There was also a smile on his face. However, his eyes fell into a little deep thought. More than a month ago, he had used tyrannical methods to increase the power of Uncle Fu and the ancestors of the Lin family. Let their cultivation and realm rise to a higher level. But this method, for the two of them, naturally, there are still some drawbacks. Like today's Golden Phoenix, there will be a temporary imbalance in the control of one's own power. The ancestors of the Lin family are all okay, because the soul has existed in the world for many years. Originally, he was also a powerful person in the Holy Realm. So after being promoted to the Imperial Venerable Realm, he could quickly adapt. But Fu Bo's second promotion. But it was a bit forced. For the first time, he was promoted from the Qi Refining Realm to the Qi Si Realm. This is easy to say. The second time, he was directly asked to leave the Qi Si Realm. Ascended to the Heavenly Dipper Realm. The time between the two promotions was too short. This is true for Faubert. If it hadn't been for many years, I would have tempered and polished myself. I'm afraid he won't be able to use this power well. And this is why. Lin Feng has never been wrong. This is why the disciples of the Lin family forcefully improve their cultivation. After all, one step at a time. Really hammered and polished. Let them go. This will be extremely beneficial to their growth. In that case, let me borrow Brother Lin's good words. After hearing this, Jin Huang also laughed heartily. He cupped his hands and smiled. Lin Feng nodded slightly and responded with a light smile. Even if it spins, it will no longer stop. Now the young phoenix has been found. The golden phoenix has also returned. Most of his disciples' affairs have been settled. This trip to Taixu Holy Land should end immediately. Lin Feng waved with one hand. Then he took Jin Huang and Jin Feng, as well as Chen Tianji and others. 1,000,000 miles across in an instant. Returned to Lin family Lin Mansion. In the previous conference hall. At this time, Lin Feng took Jin Yu and found the Jin Huang brother and sister by following their breath. And then to Taixu Holy Land and his party. The period actually only passed a few hours. After all, Lin Feng and the others are the main means of movement. They all still focus on teleportation. Even in the extreme south and Taixu Holy Land, it was delayed for some time. But these times are not too long. It spread out with a burst of invisible ripples. Lin Feng, Jin Huang, Jin Feng, Chen Tianji, and others, appeared here. Lin Zhan, the ancestor of the Lin family in the Emperor Venerable Realm. First to notice. He stood up slowly. Then he immediately came forward with a smile on his face. After looking up and down, everyone came out. Then he jokingly said, "These two are the descendants of the ancient divine Phoenix clan. Well, the aura on my body is really extraordinary." Ancestor Lin Zhan has sharp eyes. The more he looked at this moment, the more surprised he became. Because he discovered that the person in front of him, he is actually the same as that boy from the Lin family. He couldn't actually see through the aura on his body. This made him touch his nose and feel a little strange. To know. He is now a powerful emperor of the Venerable Realm. If even he can't see through a person, this shows that this person's realm may be even higher than his. This makes the ancestor of the Lin family. At this time, he was also a little stunned. This is Jin Feng brother and sister. This is Chen Tianji, a disciple I just accepted. This is my ancestor of the Lin family, Lin Zhan. This is my clan sister, Lin Xi. You already know each other. This little girl is also a descendant of the Divine Phoenix clan. As soon as he landed, he saw Lin Zhan, the ancestor of the Lin family, and walked up to him and looked him up and down. Lin Feng also smiled lightly. I immediately introduced them to several people. Chapter 62. Meet the ancestor of the Lin family. Disciple Chen Tianji, pay homage to our ancestor. Greetings, senior sister. Sister Jin Feng, we meet again. Sister Lin Xi. I haven't seen you for a long time, but you are still so beautiful. Do you have someone you like? Everyone meets. After Lin Feng's introduction, several people began to meet each other and chatted with each other. Brother and sister Jin Huang and Jin Feng. First, he started to face Lin Yan, the ancestor of the Lin family, and bowed with fists in his hands. A gentle smile on his face. Although they are in monster race and have reached the Golden Phoenix level, now he is much higher than the ancestor of the Lin family. But at this time, since he and Lin Feng are brothers, so now, naturally, he should respectfully address Lin Yan as ancestor based on Lin Feng's seniority. Secondly, it was Lin Feng's disciple, Chen Tianji. After Lin Feng introduced each other, as well as the Jin Huang Jin Feng brothers and sisters, they all paid their respects to the ancestor of the Lin family. At this time, he was extremely respectful. Then he rushed towards the ancestor of the Lin family, cupped his fists and bowed. His face is humble and sincere. Then when he faced Lin Xi, he knew that she was the master's sister. At this time. But I don't know what to call it. So after a pause, he called out to senior sister. His face was slightly red. Lin Xi has a delicate appearance and extremely beautiful appearance. He is much older and already possesses a lot of feminine charm. The boy is 17 or 18 years old. Seeing this beauty, my heart can't help but ripples. See the young man looking like this. Young and shy. Lin Xi just glanced at him briefly, feeling a little funny. Then ignore it. Instead, he started chatting directly with the Golden Phoenix woman next to him. The two girls met happily. Like sisters reunited after a long separation. So they immediately joined hands. Walked out of the meeting hall. Lin Xi took her to watch the entire Lin family mansion. As for the youngest girl, at this moment, he was blinking his big eyes and looking at the people in the field. Somewhat unclear. Feel like, you've been ignored? This made her eyes turn red. Extremely wronged. I'm almost on the verge of crying. Upon seeing this, Jin Huang immediately stepped forward to comfort him. The little girl got better. He held back that huge tear. This made Jin Huang smile helplessly. Tianji, you come out as my master. Master, let me introduce you to the disciples of the Lin family. After a few people met and exchanged pleasantries, Lin Feng took Chen Tianji to the backyard martial arts field. A group of Lin family disciples shouted out from the Balian pagoda. Then they were asked one by one to introduce each other. In Xiaolinian, Lin Xing, Lin Huan, Lin Sun, Lin Kui. Lin Yan took the lead and introduced himself to Chen Tianji. Then came Lin Xing, Lin Huan, and others. Chen Tianji, meet all senior brothers. Seeing so many younger generation Lin family disciples, Chen Tianji was also in a daze. He immediately worshipped with sincerity and fear. The same appearance as when he was in Taixu Holy Land. It's already there, it's so different. When I saw Chen Tianji and everyone in the Lin family, they were all familiar with each other. Lin Feng just smiled lightly. He gave him several bottles of elixirs. Chen Tianji was also thrown into the 100 refining tower to practice. Leave him alone. As for Jin Huang, he took advantage of this time. He and the ancestor of the Lin family started chatting with each other. The longevity of monsters and beasts is usually quite sufficient. Like the Golden Phoenix, at its peak, it was an 11th level monster. Comparable to humans, the Emperor Venerable Realm is powerful. So far, he has lived at least more than 600,000 years. When he learned that Lin Yan, the ancestor of the Lin family, actually lived more than 600,000 years ago. When you become a famous person. Jin Wang's eyes were filled with excitement and surprise. Much surprise and consternation. Then he started laughing. Feel yourself. It was as if I had found a close friend again, and I had a great time chatting with the ancestor of the Lin family. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. These days, Jin Huang, Chen Tianji, and the others were almost completely familiar with the life of the Lin family. Chen Tianji practices in the 100 refining pagoda almost every day. Together with other Lin family disciples. Jin Huang, on the other hand, talks with the ancestor of the Lin family every day. I don't know what they are planning and plotting. Instead, it was Lin Xi. After practicing these days, Played with the Golden Phoenix girl for a few days. A sudden awakening. I learned that Lin Yan had entered the Balian Tower and was practicing on the 3rd level. Cultivation has also entered the realm of reincarnation. Lin Xi's eyes widened. Extremely surprised. Suddenly, she felt that the gap between herself and her second brother was gradually widening. This made Lin Xi. I suddenly felt a sense of crisis. After she has cultivated herself in the past few days. Then he immediately devoted himself to practice in the 100 refining tower. Work harder and harder. She just returned to the Wang Yu sect for more than a month and a half. Did not think of. Her second brother had already surpassed her by so much. This made Lin Xi grit his teeth. I hate myself for being a little too lazy. Time flies by again. A few days later. Just when the Lin mansion was peaceful and quiet. At this time. A loud roaring sound suddenly exploded in Lin mansion. This attracted many Lin family disciples. Lin Xing, Lin Yan, and others immediately went out to check out the Balian pagoda. He thought there was an enemy attack and came to attack the Lin family. There was doubt in his eyes. However, it was at the moment when they had just escaped from the 100 refining tower. Over the Lin mansion. But suddenly there was another change, a change. Countless black clouds began to cover the entire Lin mansion. Among them are silver thunder and lightning intertwined. Flashing continuously. But it didn't rain for a long time. Instead, from time to time, there would be several thunders, falling in the Lin mansion's backyard. He almost hit several Lin family disciples. Why is this black cloud so strange? It's not covering the entire sky of Tianluo City. Instead, it just stayed in the sky above my Lin mansion. Isn't it possible that some powerful person is deliberately playing tricks on my Lin family? Many Lin family disciples showed some doubts and anger in their eyes. At this time, they all had angry expressions on their faces. And that's when they were all preparing to go and find out. Lin Feng's figure also quietly appeared in the sky. With a wave of his hand, the black clouds over Lin mansion suddenly dissipated. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng's eyes. Then he looked gloomily in the direction of the Lin family pill shop. He asked sharply, Yao Chen, what's going on? How could there be an explosion in the Lin family's mansion? Lin Feng's eyes were gloomy. But his complexion was also extremely gentle. The words were neither gentle nor serious. More like a sharp inquiry. Mainly because of the explosion just now, he was also startled. Although his consciousness can be boundless. But it's impossible, it's always shrouding the entire Lin family mansion. So he was indeed still a little unclear about the cause of the explosion just now. Listening to Lin Feng's accusation. Soon, Yao Chen was also carrying a slightly fat disciple of the Lin family. A flyby came through the air. He rushed towards Lin Feng and bowed apologetically. He explained, Young master, please forgive me. Actually, this disciple of the Lin family just now accidentally exploded the furnace while making alchemy, so that caused the explosion of the alchemy furnace. I just scolded him sternly. I believe that similar things will not happen again in the future. On the surface of the medicine, there is sincerity and fear. When saying this, he gave a stern and cold look, that Lin family disciple. It seemed that there was a lot of anger surging in his heart. Chapter 63. Since Yao Chen returned to the Lin family, Lin Feng asked him to take over the Lin family's elixir business. The elixir shop was established. And he also personally selected several talented disciples. Teach them how to refine elixirs. Then take the refined elixir to the market and sell it. And provide Lin family disciples and a source of elixirs. These are almost all medicines and are under full control. Now, the disciple he is holding in his hand is one of the people he teaches. One of the Lin family disciples. His name is Lin Hu. Lin Hu is 17 or 18 years old, fair and fair-looking. Not tall. But he still has a chubby figure. So in Lin Mansion, many people of the same age gave him a nickname, Fat Tiger. This made Lin Hu depressed for a long time. However, although this Lin Hu is slightly fat, it also looks a little bit silly. But in Yao Chen's opinion, but this boy possesses an extremely rare talent for alchemy. Not only in elixirs, just a few clicks will do the trick. He also possesses extraordinary memory and exploration power. Hundreds of thousands of medicinal herbs. He could never forget the shape, medicinal properties, and name. Not only that, Yao Chen taught him, just a few days later. This guy is actually able to. The first great elixir was refined. This made Yao Chen immediately stunned and dumbfounded. Extremely shocked. Extremely shocked. To know. Even though he was like a monster at the beginning, when he was refining the first great elixir. A full month has passed. Only then did he successfully refine the first great elixir. But this kid in front of me. Actually, the first great elixir was refined in just a few days? How could this prevent the medicine from being released? I was shocked and inexplicable. Except, what also makes Yao Chen feel quite shocked and helpless is this son's creativity and exploratory power in elixirs. It's also extremely amazing. After more than a month of study, today, Lin Hu is able to refine fourth great elixir. But that's exactly why. But this son is not satisfied with his current achievements. But he must create his own method of alchemy. And is always thinking about it. Completely remove the impurities in the elixir. Make the elixir perfect. That's why we invented the heavenly thunder medicine cleansing technique. Use thunder-inducing grass to act as a guide. Trigger the thunder from the sky to strike down, completely removing the impurities in the elixir when it was made into the elixir. And this is the only reason. There were dark clouds gathering in the sky above Lin Mansion and they were specially chopped down. The alchemy furnace exploded. It was also because of this boy that he put too many thunder grasses. This led to a sudden loss of control. Let the alchemy furnace explode with a bang, alarming the entire Lin Mansion. There was a loud roar. Even the young master Lin Feng was alarmed. He personally suppressed the black clouds in the sky. Listening to Yao Chen's words, Lin Feng pondered for a while. He quickly waved his hand and gave up. Said, since you are a disciple of the Lin family and the mistake was caused when refining the medicine, I did blame you a little bit. You just need to pay more attention in the future, and it will be fine. Don't make such a big noise again. Lin Feng said in a gentle tone, slightly apologetically. After finishing speaking, he rushed towards the medicine chen and bowed slightly. Then the whole person disappeared in place. When he appeared again, he was already in his bedroom, with his eyes closed and his legs crossed. Did you hear that? The young master has spoken. You kid, if you dare to come up with any of those unorthodox and messy methods of refining medicine again in the future. From now on, I won't be able to speak for you again as a teacher. You can go and apologize to the young master yourself. Yao Chen Hengmei glared at Lin Hu coldly and said angrily. My beard was so angry that it became brittle. Apparently he still seemed a little angry. After sighing, the medicine display also looked a little helpless. Then he also put the boy on the ground. Leave him alone. Thank you, master, for helping this disciple. Disciple, I promise. I really will never dare to do it again. Lin Hu was put to the ground by Yao Chen, and he suddenly patted his chest with a guilty conscience. Quickly and respectfully, he rushed to the Yao Chen and paid his respects. Then he spoke cautiously. I still have it in my heart, and I am afraid after a while. But at this time. While saying this, his eyes were still moving. As if. I thought of something else, some other good idea. Humph, if you are really capable of being a master, you would listen to me. As a teacher, I don't have to worry about you anymore. After listening to Lin Hu's words, Yao Chen's face felt strange. But he still didn't believe it and shook his sleeves. Then he swept away from this place. Only Lin Hu was left alone, messy in the wind. From Lin Mansion, the day the alchemy furnace exploded. Soon another few days passed. In these few days, after what happened that day and Yao Chen's careful teaching, after Lin Hu returned, he did his job honestly for a while. I didn't make any more mess. Weird things come out. Make alchemy honestly. Follow the steps. When Yao Chen saw this, he felt very relieved. There was a happy expression all over his face. It feels like this guy finally seems to have some enlightenment. But this is the time when the medicine is ready and I am happy. Inside the Lin family pill shop. But suddenly there was another burst of yellow smoke, spreading out. This yellow smoke is extremely magical. Not only can it penetrate, but also protect doors and windows. It can also penetrate the barrier laid by Elder Yao Chen himself. Thus facing the entire Lin mansion. All spread out. Let all Lin family disciples, as well as clan servants, chickens, ducks, fish, dogs, etc. smell the smoke. They all fell into a kind of trance hallucination. Some of them feel that they are like mushrooms in the mountains. So I held an umbrella and squatted on the spot. Like a statue. Some Lin family disciples thought that they were concubines who had entered the palace. In the palace, dancing for the emperor. Play the music. And even more surprising. It's those chickens, ducks, and dogs. It was actually very cooperative. He was also on 2 feet and 4 legs, tapping the ground. Very regular. This popping sound. It actually vaguely formed a very regular rhythm. This made him come to the elixir shop to check the disciples' elixir refining status. Saw this scene. Everyone's forehead wrinkled instantly. My eyes widened. It was as if he had seen something extremely incredible. Immediately afterwards, his whole person suddenly became gloomy. His face was full of black lines. He immediately shouted angrily, "Lin Hu! It's you again? Look at what good deeds you have done." Chapter 64. This yellow smoke is so weird. The source floated out from the elixir shop again. Yao Chen could not only think that this was Lin Hu's fault. He could never think of anyone else who could do this. Suddenly, Yao Chen's old face changed. They all became a little more gloomy. His expression became even more furious. Think back to a few days ago. This man was responsible for triggering thunder from the sky and causing the alchemy furnace to explode. As a result, he was scolded by the young master of the Lin family. But he didn't expect it. Only a few days have passed. Lin Hu, this kid, actually did something like this again? It was even him who was trying to prevent accidents. None of the barriers I put up with my own hands could prevent the spread of this yellow smoke. This can't help but let the medicine become old. Everyone was a little confused, even more confused. His cultivation level is high, so he is naturally not affected by these yellow smoke. But ordinary Lin family disciples and clan servants. Naturally, it doesn't feel so good anymore. Each of them is immersed in their own hallucinations. Overjoyed. Dancing. Where is there even half a trace of a normal person? Especially those Lin family disciples who were dancing. That voluptuous figure and twist. Even his old eyes can hardly stand it anymore. It just hurts my eyes. This can't help but let the medicine become old. They all took a few deep breaths. My lungs almost exploded. Regarding Lin Hu's troublemaking methods, he once again had a new idea. If this were to be known to the young master. Is that okay? When Yao Chen thought of this, he felt frightened for a while. Wave with one hand. In this instant, the yellow smoke that filled the mansion was blown away invisibly. At the same time, a surge of power poured into the bodies of the disciples who were sucked into the mist. Instantly remove all the hallucinatory toxins contained in those yellow smoke. They were all forced out. Yao Chen then walked into the elixir shop with a dark look on his face. Looking for Lin Hu. What to do? What to do? Compared to Yao Chen's rage, Lin Hu in the elixir shop was even more frightened at this moment. He scratched his head. The canthus of the eyes is about to split. Holding his head tightly with both hands. Completely overwhelmed. He was even more frightened to the extreme about Yao Chen who was about to enter the house. Didn't I just add a little Xin Huangko to neutralize the medicinal properties? Why did it become like this? If the elixirs don't stick together, then forget it. It actually turned into smoke and spread out. This 4th grade elixir is really difficult to refine. Lin Hu complained unwillingly while thinking rapidly. Thinking about how he should solve this matter. After the last explosion of the alchemy furnace and the lightning strike. This time they were obviously very careful. But why? Does this kind of thing still happen? No matter what Lin Hu thought, he still couldn't figure it out. Lin Hu, don't think that if you hide, I won't be able to find you as a teacher. If you don't give me an explanation for what happened today, I'm afraid that young master will inevitably punish you a lot. Outside the door, Yao Chen said with a cold face. The voice sounded like it came from the 9 nether hells, completely cold. After hearing this, Lin Hu almost burst into tears. Completely insane. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He pinched the fat directly on his thigh twice. I forced out 2 tears. Then he suddenly headed towards the door. Rushed over. Then his knees popped together and he knelt in front of Yao Chen. Holding his legs, he groaned and complained, "Master, you can't blame me. In fact, I don't know why. The herbs in the pill furnace just didn't listen to my orders, so they refined this yellow color. The smoke has made all the senior brothers in the Lin family suffer. My disciple doesn't want to either. Lin Hu whimpered, tears and snot running down his face. See him like this. Yao Chen felt sullen in his heart, and the blockage became even more severe. The hand that was just about to be raised and struck down stopped in midair. In the end there was no further fight. He was afraid that if his palm fell, he would not be able to hold back his strength. Lin Hu was killed with 1 palm. After all, this is also his most beloved disciple at present. The medicine was finally there, and I couldn't bear it. After sighing, Yao Chen's expression became condensed. Carrying Lin Hu, he disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. When he appeared again, he was already outside Lin Feng's house. He was carrying Lin Hu. I have come to apologize. Elder Yao Chen, please see the young master. Yao Chen was outside the house, he said respectfully and in a deep voice, cupping his fists and bowing slightly. Lin Hu saw this. I quickly started learning in a decent manner. There was still a look of fear on his face. Sensing the arrival of 2 people outside the house, Lin Feng, who was sitting cross-legged in the room, slowly opened his eyes. Sighed. Everything that happened in the elixir shop just now. Of course he already knew it. And I have already checked everything with my spiritual consciousness. Know all the reasons for things. At this time, it was natural to know that Yao Chen was coming with Lin Hu. What's going on? In fact, since the last time the Lin family's Dan furnace exploded, Lin Feng always paid more attention to the elixir shop. To prevent things from happening again, there will be more changes. But even so, today's incident, it still opened his eyes a little bit. Make him feel. Lin Hu's ability to cause harm is indeed beyond the reach of ordinary people. If this continues, I'm afraid the entire Lin family will soon be destroyed by him. But that's why. Lin Feng also had an even more amazing and shocking idea. That is expansion, the entire Lin family. Now, as the number of people inside the Lin family's mansion gradually increases, the original Lin family mansion was no longer sufficient. He may also need to prepare in advance. Build some new buildings or mansions for the Lin family. Lin Feng made up his mind in his heart. So he opened the door and let Yao Chen and Lin Hu walk in. I already know what happened just now. Since this matter is still alchemy's fault. Of course I'm not good at it either, so I blame you. Yao Chen and Lin Hu came in, awe-inspiring. Without waiting for them to speak first, Lin Feng had already taken the lead and spoke. Then, he turned his palm. A letter and token quietly appeared in his hand. Lin Feng spoke slowly again. The Lin family in the Imperial City sent someone to deliver a letter a few days ago. It said that the Lin family's elixir sales in the Imperial City had been hampered and suppressed. We just took this opportunity. Mr. Chen, please bring Lin Hu and some Lin family disciples. Go to the Lin family in the Imperial City and help them get through this crisis. This token is a token. When you get there, someone will welcome you. Lin Feng spoke slowly, with a gentle voice. After hearing this, Yao Chen and Lin Hu both breathed a sigh of relief. Show calmness. Especially Lin Hu. He felt that the young master of the Lin family was too talkative. He had already tortured the Lin family into this. The young master didn't even punish him? This made Lin Hu feel sad. A touch of inexplicable emotion arose. Chapter 65. As commanded. After receiving the letter and token, Yao Chen clasped his fists respectfully. Bowed again. Then he took Lin Hu and exited Lin Feng's room. In my heart, I also relaxed a lot. Although Lin Hu is extremely talented. But the ability to cause trouble is also not small. Twice in a row, I caused such a big disaster. He also thought that Lin Feng would blame him again for this. But he also didn't expect it. Lin Feng actually ignored the past in such an understatement. This made Yao Chen feel quite comfortable. The look in Lin Hu's eyes was a little more pleasing to the eye. This time we are going out to the Lin family in the Imperial City. On the way, you can make alchemy at will, and my master will never stop you. But after arriving in the Imperial City, you will never have those weird ideas again. Did you understand what I said? Yao Chen said a few words of advice. After leaving Lin Feng's room, he ran directly to the elixir shop. He is going to select a few disciples who are better at alchemy to go with him. Early tomorrow morning on the second day, we will set off for the Lin family in the Imperial City. I will obey my master's orders. Lin Hu was frightened. After hearing what Yao Chen said, he quickly lowered his head. He bowed to his master and responded. I dare not disobey in the slightest. Who is he most afraid of in the Lin mansion? Apart from young master Lin Feng, that is his master. These are two blades that Lin Hu would never dare to touch. The Lin family in the Imperial City is located far away from the Lin mansion in Tianluo City. More than 26,000 miles away. According to Yao Chen's cultivation of the Holy Realm, he can naturally reach it in an instant. However, above this road. But at the same time, he was refining elixirs and letting Lin family disciples practice. Excellent place. Therefore, Yao Chen did not choose the former. Instead, I chose to walk a certain distance. Then he teleported everyone to the Lin family in the Imperial City, this way. Let everyone achieve greater growth. Alchemists usually focus too much on refining alchemy. It will lead to one's own cultivation level being low. At the same time, it lacks the aura of killing. Just like Lin Hu. Although his alchemy talent is extremely amazing. You can even be shocked by it. But his own cultivation realm is only the Qi refining realm. Even though the skills he practiced were not weak. But it's because I often neglect to practice. But still can't grow. This time, the Lin family and his entourage in the Imperial City could not only make alchemy with him on the road. Let his alchemy skills rise to a higher level again. And all the way. Defend against monsters and attacks. It can also allow his strength to grow greatly. This is the primary purpose of Yao Chen. As for the Lin family in the Imperial City, they are not in a hurry at the moment. Yao Chen took Lin Hu and other disciples of the Lin family. The next day we embarked on the journey. The Lin mansion finally became a little quieter. On this day, Lin Feng also rarely walked out of the room. Then he looked in the direction of the Lin family in the Imperial City. There was contemplation in his eyes. There was actually more than one letter brought by the Lin family in the Imperial City. But, 2 letters. The first letter was naturally about the suppression of pills by the Lin family in the Imperial City. This is obvious. The second letter was about the information behind the suppression of the Lin family in the Imperial City and the people behind the elixir. It is said. There seems to be. The Great Xia sovereign clan intervened. The Great Xia dynasty is one of the real giants in the southern domain. Its land area. It belongs to the state of Zhao, hundreds of times larger. There are also countless countries similar to Zhao state. As a vassal of the Great Xia dynasty, a subordinate country. Even Zhao state itself. It is one of the affiliated countries of Great Xia dynasty. Lin Feng that day exterminated Zhao state and nearly all the sovereign clan bloodline. Change of dynasty. Let a useless prince inherit the throne. But there was no notice, Great Xia sovereign clan. This will naturally make some forces in the Great Xia sovereign clan dissatisfied with the Lin family. Therefore, then they sent people to suppress the Lin family in the Imperial City. The purpose was to give Lin Feng a warning. Let him later. Also listen to the people and orders in the Great Xia dynasty. Do not disobey. This will of course make Lin Feng a little angry. That's why I appointed Elder Yao Chen. Sent out. Let him first solve the crisis encountered by the Lin family in the imperial city. And himself. I have to plan a trip to Great Xia dynasty in the near future. I hope the Great Xia dynasty won't make me angry like the Zhaoguo sovereign clan. If not, then the Great Xia dynasty's sovereign clan no longer needs to exist. Lin Feng said coldly. His figure swayed. The whole person immediately disappeared in place. When it appears again, they were already beside Jin Huang, the ancestor of the Lin family, and Lin Yan. I am going to find them to discuss the expansion of the Lin family first. Then he was ready to set off for the Great Xia dynasty. Brother Jin, ancestor. I wonder if you have any ideas about the expansion of Lin Mansion. The number of people in the Lin Mansion has increased recently. I think it's time to move to a bigger place. Lin Feng put away the emotions in his eyes, smiled lightly, and said. After hearing this, Jin Huang and Lin Yan, the ancestor of the Lin family, both glanced at him almost at the same time. Then in the eyes, they all showed a hint of, at the same time, a mysterious smile. Look, what is this? Ancestor Lin Yan laughed heartily. Immediately, he handed the architectural drawings in his hand to Lin Feng. Let him take a look. This, is this? See this thing in your hand? There was also a little surprise in Lin Feng's eyes. This is actually the planning drawing of the Lin family building? Only. This is obviously not just a Lin family mansion. Rather, it is a planning drawing of the entire Lin family city. The ancestor of the Lin family and Jin Huang. These days of conspiracies and talks are just about discussing these things? Good. Lin Yan, the ancestor of the Lin family, nodded in response. Do you think that my ancestor and I are really just wandering around for free every day? Ancestor, I was already planning these things on the first day I returned to the Lin family. My Lin family is the emperor grade force. How can you live in this small mansion for a long time? Of course you don't need to worry about these things. Ancestor, I have already considered everything for you. The ancestor of the Lin family stroked his beard and said with a smile. There was a look of pride and complacency all over his face. After hearing this, Lin Feng felt a little surprised in his heart. I feel that this ancestor of the Lin family really has some skills. Extraordinary. Careful thought. Foresight. Has he been thinking about these things since he returned to the Lin family? This makes him, the young master of the Lin family, somewhat ashamed and at a loss. In this case, then I will leave this matter entirely to you two, the ancestor and brother Jin Huang. It's settled. Lin will say no more. Lin Feng cupped his fists in greeting and laughed heartily. Humph, do you even need to say this? Lin Yan, the ancestor of the Lin family, snorted coldly. He continued to stroke his beard and said with a proud smile. I have already chosen a place where the spiritual veins are located. At that time, the mountain range where the spiritual vein is located will be locked up. Treat it as the Lin family's place to build the city. In the future, Lin family disciples will get twice the result with half the effort. Chapter 66. The words of the ancestor are confident and calm. It seems as if it is full of absolute certainty. I heard the ancestor's words. Lin Feng knew that the two of them must have been fully prepared, so he didn't ask any more questions. After chatting with the two for a while, Lin Feng's body swayed and disappeared. When it appears again, already in the Great Xia dynasty, the royal city. Great Xia dynasty, located in the central area of southern domain. It covers an area of millions of miles. There are many martial artists and the population is dense. Its royal city is the largest among all cities. It is the dynasty, the residence of the emperor. At this moment, Lin Feng appeared in the dynasty and took the lead in finding a tea stall and sitting down to drink tea. Because he learned from the sealed letter given by the Lin family in the imperial city, secretly putting pressure on the Lin family in the imperial city. It was none other than the third prince of the Great Xia dynasty, Mirongji. At this moment, the third prince Mirongji was sitting in a carriage, running wildly on the road. Not for a long Then he would rush towards him along this street. Lin Feng is here now. Of course I was just waiting for him. Frame. Frame. Get out of the way of those in front, the third prince has something urgent to do. You dare to block the road here, don't you want to live? The armored troops were clearing the way. The driver driving the carriage was full of anger at this moment. He looked fierce. After hearing this, ordinary pedestrians walking on the road, they all had fear in their eyes and retreated away. I was afraid that I would accidentally take a few steps back. Just be hit by the carriage, or caught by the armored army. That's when your life is really at risk. The Iron Armored Corps is known as one of the most elite soldiers in the entire Great Xia dynasty. Wearing dark iron heavy armor, he is majestic and invulnerable to water and fire. Everywhere he passed was like a wreck. The momentum is overwhelming. The enemy army was easily defeated. It's terrifying. According to legend, 10 dynasty armored soldiers are comparable to one powerful person in the reincarnation realm. And now, there were even more than 200 armored troops opening the road. Isn't this equivalent? There are 20 powerful men in the reincarnation realm, obeying the orders of the third prince on the street? Such terrifying strength! It is definitely not something that any ordinary mortal or martial artist can offend. Boom! There was a loud crash. A pedestrian was accidentally knocked over by the carriage. Then it flew towards Lin Feng's direction. Lin Feng raised his hand slightly and took him. Another flick of the fingertips followed. An invisible ripple passed across the neck of the third prince in the carriage. The head of the third prince fell in response. But he himself and the driver outside the car were not aware of it at all. The expression on the third prince's face. He still maintains the same appearance he had before his death. The eyes reveal majesty. As if he was thinking about something. When it comes, the head turns upside down. The third prince saw his body. Then I suddenly woke up. I don't know when. Has he actually been beheaded? Snort. Seeing the pedestrian being knocked away by him, the driver gave him a very quick and indifferent glance. And Lin Feng who picked up the passerby. Then he left quickly. There was no pause. The expression on his face was always extremely indifferent. When Lin Feng saw this, he just smiled. Didn't care. He immediately put down the teacup and left some money behind. Then he turned around and left here. In a flash, he returned to the Lin family and the Lin mansion. Close your eyes and cross your legs. Lin Feng appeared in the dynasty and then came back. In fact, only a quarter of an hour passed. During this period, Lin Zhan, the ancestor of the Lin family, and Lin Huan. After some discussion, it was decided to start building the Lin family building. The two of them called Lin Feng for a while. The figure swayed. The two of them quickly disappeared in place. Left Lin mansion. When it appears again, it is already in a place with a strong aura, on top of a mountain range. The mountains here are very beautiful. The mist in the mountains wraps around lightly. Both the natural beauty and the location are very favorable. This is the ancestor of the Lin family. I went out searching for quite some time before I found such a wonderful place. There is a spiritual mine beneath the mountains here. The momentum of the surroundings gathers here all the year round. This formed a good spiritual vein. The abundant spiritual energy can at least guarantee the cultivation of all disciples of my Lin family for 10,000 years. Built to last. Ancestor Lin Zhan, looking at this, stroked his beard. He said with a cheerful smile. After hearing this, Lin Huan also slowly released his consciousness and reached down. After a while, he also nodded slowly, with a smile on his lips. The quality of the spirit ore is of the highest quality. I'm afraid it's almost surpassing the top-grade spiritual stones. It's just a pity that it can't be mined. Otherwise, this spiritual vein may be invalidated. Lin Huang said with admiration. When thinking about this, there was also a little pondering in his eyes. But next to the spiritual mine, there are several spiritual spring eyes and spiritual spring water. But we Lin family disciples can drink or soak it as we please. It also has the ability to improve and consolidate cultivation. The effect of tempering your physique. Lin Xi stroked his beard and continued to smile. It's just that the only thing wrong with this place is the mountains here are close to the 100,000 mountains behind them. I'm afraid there are countless monsters waiting around to invade. At that time, only by setting up a peerless formation can we safely resist one or two. Ancestor Lin Yan also showed some worry in his eyes. After hearing this, Jin Huang beside him smiled slowly. He said softly, "As long as I am here, why do you need to be afraid of what kind of monster it is? Has the ancestor forgotten what my true form is?" There was a light smile on Jin Huang's face. When asked about this, Lin Zhan's old face suddenly turned red and he replied with a little embarrassment. He did forget something. The true body of the Golden Phoenix is still from the Divine Phoenix clan. A single feather on its body can command all monsters in the world to obey. What's more, these monsters here? He is still a 12th level monster. He is here to take charge. Unless it is a monster with a higher level than him. Otherwise, it depends on the aura exuding from the Golden Phoenix. It is enough to drive away all the monsters below his level. The worries he had just now were indeed a bit unnecessary. Ancestor Lin Yan coughed dryly. He immediately changed the topic. He said in a deep voice, "In that case, let's hurry up and start building these Lin family buildings according to the designs on the drawings. I can't wait to move in right away." Ancestor Lin Yan laughed loudly. Immediately, the sleeves and robe were waved out. With one pointer. On the mountains below, countless trees fell down. There are large areas of open space that have been cleared. Immediately afterwards, Jin Huang also raised his hand slightly and grabbed it downwards. Then slowly increase. In the cleared space. Then there were tall buildings rising from the ground. There are countless magnificent palaces. The large squares were also scattered in several places. They are used as training and competition venues for Lin family disciples. Chapter 67. Ancestor of the Lin family. The planning of the Lin family's city was extremely detailed. Except for ordinary Lin family disciples and Lin Feng relatives. Outside the area used by the elders of the clan. Ancestor Lin Yan also established the Kung Fu Pavilion, the Pill Shop, and the Task Pavilion respectively. And, there are dozens of secret rooms for retreat. A prison cell for prisoners. The meeting hall. The spiritual fields for growing spiritual medicines, etc., are also planned inside. Even the hunting grounds used by Lin family disciples in actual combat. Lin Xandu specially divided an area. Different places inside. Demonic beasts of different levels were placed in and fed in circles. In order to better temper the strength and character of Lin family disciples. This is what the old man of the Lin family is thinking about at this moment. Logically speaking. At this moment, the Lin family is an emperor grade force. Even above the power of emperor grade. To occupy an entire mountain range as a city in this way is a bit low-key. Most of this is just what the saint grade forces do. The correct approach is create an entire independent space. As the land of the Lin family, the foundation and birthplace. Only this can be worthy of the current overall strength of the Lin family. Even, to the later stage. A whole continent, and a small world. It is not an exaggeration to regard it as the origin of the Lin family. But because of consideration. Today, the number of Lin family disciples is still not large enough. The strength of the Lin family disciples is not very strong yet. Therefore, Ancestor Lin Yan and the others had no choice but to make do with it for the time being. Wait until later. The same goes for moving the entire mountain range into an independent space. The ancestors of the Lin family and Jin Huang followed the design drawings. Constantly planning and building. Various buildings, attics, and areas within the Lin family city. I have been busy like this for several hours. Finally, a whole, towering wall was used. The entire mountain range is surrounded by it. It also comes with a peerless defensive formation. The ancestors of the Lin family and Jin Huang had just finished their work for the day. Slightly relieved. Looking at the Lin family's city camp below. Smile with satisfaction. Immediately after leaving a video, he turned around and crossed over, returning to the Lin mansion in an instant. Get ready to find Lin Feng. Discuss when the Lin family will move here. After returning to Lin Mansion, Jin Huang and Lin Zhan immediately rushed to Lin Feng's room impatiently. Sensing the arrival of the two, Lin Feng also opened the door directly. Let the two of them walk in. Brother Jin, ancestor, why are you so anxious? I see joy on your faces. Is it possible that something good happened to the Lin family recently? Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Get up and greet him. Then he smiled slowly and said with wanton gentleness in his eyes. After hearing this, Lin Zhan and Jin Huang, the ancestors of the Lin family, looked at each other. Then he was slightly surprised. Lin Zhan continued, You boy, can you see this? What are those eyes of yours made of? The enthusiasm of Lin Zhan, the ancestor of the Lin family. Most of it was consumed. Seeing Lin Feng see through them so easily. Soon he stopped pretending. Instead, he directly took out the previous image stone. A trace of spiritual power poured into it. In the air, a picture of the Lin family's city that they had just built was revealed. Like a screen. Played in front of Lin Feng. We have already built the Lin family city. Do you think we, the Lin family, will be able to move there? Lin Zhan, the ancestor of the Lin family, asked with a smile in his eyes. There was a trace of pride in his eyes. This Lin family city. But it took him a lot of effort to build it. At his age, he can do such a thing. But it still exhausted him a lot. Is this, the new land of our Lin family from now on? Looking at the majestic scene in front of me. Countless row upon row of magnificent architectural lofts. Standing in various places and areas of the mountain range, it shows a magnificent scene. Even functional divisions. They are also detailed and reasonable. Lin Feng was also a little shocked by the scene in front of him. He whispered out loud. Good. Seeing Lin Feng's surprised reaction, Lin Zhan, the ancestor of the Lin family, seemed very satisfied. Then he stroked his beard. He continued. After receiving the affirmation, Lin Feng nodded slowly. Then he retreated from his shocked thoughts. Immediately afterwards, his figure flickered and disappeared. When I come back again. It was already dozens of breaths later. He took a look at the Lin family's new mansion. Then he continued, speaking slowly, without further delay, how about we move there today? Lin Feng had a smile in his eyes. Asking for their opinions. After hearing this, Lin Zhan and Jin Huang looked at each other again. The corners of his eyes were all showing a smile. Now the entire Lin mansion is dominated by you. Whatever you say will be what we do. Ancestor Lin Zhan, at this moment, slowly put his hands behind his back, pretending to be tolerant. Although he is the nominal ancestor of the Lin family. But in terms of actual strength, he definitely can't compare to Lin Feng. So at this time, naturally, he is still more willing to listen to Lin Feng's opinion. Of course it's all up to brother Lin to make the decision. Jin Huang also came in at this time and slowly interjected. After Wen heard what the two said, Lin Feng Dang did not hesitate. So he immediately nodded again and said, okay. In that case, then I will go and gather everyone in the Lin family. We will move to the Lin family's city tonight. Lin Feng's tone was firm and his eyes were soft. After saying this, he was with Lin Zhan, the ancestor of the Lin family, and Jin Huang. They all disappeared from the room in an instant. Lin Feng first contacted his parents, Lin Qingtian and Lu Lian. Then he went to call Uncle Fu and summoned other clan members. And then went to the martial arts field again. Lin Xing, Lin Xi, Lin Yan and others in the 100 refining pagoda were also called out. We gathered in the backyard of Lin Mansion. Lin Zhan went directly to the elixir shop. Call the remaining disciples of Yao Chen as well. Jin Huang went back and called Xiao Yuhuang and his sister Jin Feng. More than an hour later, all members of the Lin family, more than 560 people in total, gathered in the backyard. Lin Feng explained to them the whole incident. Immediately afterwards, under the leadership of Lin Zhan, the ancestor of the Lin family, and Jin Huang, the group finished packing their things. In an instant, he teleported to Lin's new residence. Xianling Mountains. Above, With a burst of brilliance falling, an invisible ripple spread out. Lin Yan and Lin Feng, as well as Lin Huan. Then they appeared here with their respective clansmen and servants. Then slowly descended to Lin Family City, martial arts stage. Is this our new home? This is simply too luxurious and grand, isn't it? As soon as he landed, Lin Xi saw such a scene in his eyes. Immediately there was a burst of surprise and screams. A small mouth. Everyone's eyes were wide open. Chapter 68. It's not just her. Even Lin Yan, Lin Xi, and others on the side. As well as Lin Feng's parents, Lin Xingtian and Lu Lian. See this scene in front of you. Countless majestic attics and buildings rise from the ground, row after row. Everyone was shocked. His expression was trembling. Indescribable. Compared with the original Lin family mansion, the vastness and area here are undoubtedly much larger than the Lin family. Even just the area of this martial arts performance stage, it is enough to be as big as the original Lin mansion. What's more, those kung fu pavilions, an elixir shop, etc. When Lin Yan, the ancestor of the Lin family, was planning these buildings and areas, they are all designed according to the standard configuration of emperor-grade forces. Especially those who are directly related to Lin Feng. For example, Lin Xingtian or Lin Yan, Lin Xi and others. Lin Yan, the ancestor of the Lin family, was planning their house. Each person directly designed a courtyard loft, standing in the deepest part of the mountains. The place with the most beautiful scenery and the richest aura. As for the other Lin family members, they are slightly worse. Most of them adopt the design of group housing like the Lin family mansion in the past. All next to each other. Of course, here it is. He designed the houses with several elders of the Lin family and important people. For example, Jin Huang, Jin Feng, and others. They are all directly related to Lin Feng and the others, so they are almost the same. They are all courtyard lofts. Ancestor Lin Yan is a person who absolutely does not want to treat himself badly. After giving a general introduction to everyone, Lin Yan then brought ordinary Lin family disciples and clan members. They are all arranged in ordinary residential areas. As for Lin Feng, Jin Huang, and the others, it took them directly to the deepest part of the mountain range. Let them choose their own residence. This is the end of the entire Lin mansion moving matter. I want to choose this loft, and none of you are allowed to compete with me. Lin Xi's eyes immediately shone when he saw several exquisite and elegant lofts appearing in front of them. Her little feet moved quickly. It was almost the moment he blurted out these words. It's like she's cheating. He quickly ran to one of the attic courtyards and lay down. No one can even think about entering her attic courtyard again. Seeing her behavior, Lin Feng, Lin Xingtian, Lin Yan, and others, they all just smiled helplessly. He immediately shook his head and let her go. Within the next few minutes, Lin Xi, Lin Yan, and others also selected their own residences. Lin Feng's figure swayed. In an instant, they came to the martial arts stage again. With a flip of his palm, he took out the 100 refining tower again. Placed in the center. Then Lin Feng left again and turned around. Arriving in the sky beyond the mountains. Stand silently with your hands behind your back. Look down. This formation jointly set up by Jin Huang and the ancestors of the Lin family is indeed quite advanced. But if a few more people from the venerable realm come to attack. But I still can't resist it. Even a golden phoenix can be destroyed with one punch. It's still a little too weak. Lin Feng shook his head and sighed. Immediately, his eyebrows darkened. With a single pointing, another invisible closed barrier shrouded the entire mountain range. And fell silent. Only then did Lin Feng become slightly satisfied. Then his body swayed and he returned to his courtyard loft in an instant. Let go of your consciousness. Sensing everything around you. The Xianling Mountains are adjacent to the Kangxian Mountains. And behind the Kangxian Mountains, it is the 100,000 Mountains, and it is also the location of the Forbidden Space. Extremely dangerous. Lin Feng had a look of concentration in his eyes. With his current cultivation level, it is natural to enter and leave the restricted space at will. But what if any Lin family disciple I accidentally broke in one day? For them, this may be a dangerous environment, with no chance of life. Lin Feng thought to himself. Maybe someday another order will be needed. These Lin family disciples are absolutely prohibited from entering the 100,000 mountains. If not, even he may not be able to sense it in time and run to save people. The storm in the restricted space. But if you are not careful, even the soul can be crushed. But since we are talking about the restricted space, Lin Feng suddenly had an idea. Can he bring the 100 refining pagoda and all the Lin family disciples inside to practice? After all, there is a time difference there. But 1 to 10,000 years. After 10,000 years of cultivation inside, it is equivalent to the outside world, and only 1 year has passed. Put it this way. Wouldn't it only take 1 year for him to conquer all the geniuses of the Lin family? They are all at least cultivated. Is it the existence of Emperor Venerable Realm? Lin Feng thought about himself. Maybe one day, I can really give it a try. Lin's move is over for the time being. But it was also almost the same day at the same time. Inside the Great Xia dynasty. After Lin Feng beheaded the third prince's head, the entire Great Xia dynasty imperial city was almost shaken. Countless senior officials and important officials of Great Xia dynasty. On this day, almost everyone was summoned to the main hall by the Great Xia dynasty emperor. They were ordered to find out the truth within 3 days. And, to catch the murderer of the third prince. The mighty power of heaven is inviolable. What's more, this is still at the feet of the emperor. Even his own prince. All silently, their heads were beheaded by others. If this matter spreads out, I am afraid that the face of Great Xia dynasty will be completely disgraced by them. The emperor of the Great Xia dynasty, Mirong Yun. Extremely angry at this moment. His face was gloomy. More than 200 armored army guards were unable to protect him. The life of his third prince? This made Mirong Yun, the emperor of Great Xia dynasty, instantly furious. Immediately behead them all and show them to the public. As for the driver who was driving the carriage at that time, it was because he stayed tortured. After all, the third prince died in the carriage that day. And that driver was the third prince before he died. The person closest to him. Anyway, that driver is absolutely inseparable from the death of the third prince. In the imperial city, the tense momentum and atmosphere lasted for several days. Dull and dark. In these few days, those who want to investigate the truth behind the death of the third prince. Not only is there no progress at all. What's worse, not even any trace of the murderer was found. This made them extremely anxious and angry. Therefore, they were also very fast, and they could only focus on the driver. He was tortured. Cruel methods are almost used in every possible way. The extent of the tragedy is unimaginable. Finally, 1 day 3 days later, the person who tortured him to extract a confession was interrogating him. On the day the third prince died, who were the most suspicious people in the driver's mind? But he suddenly remembered it. That day, the young man raised his hand and took over the man who was hit by the carriage. At that time, he remembered it very clearly. He glanced at him very indifferently. This made an extremely deep impression on him. The driver dictated. Draw the young man's appearance. Then, within 1 day, the entire imperial city was covered with posters indicating that Lin Feng was wanted. Chapter 69. Not just the imperial city. And even the entire Great Xia dynasty. Go up to the state capital, go down to counties and towns. Almost all of them are covered with wanted notices containing Lin Feng's portrait. But even so, a few days later, despite the Great Xia dynasty's action, it was so eye-catching and fanfare. But it's still the same. Not even the slightest information about Lin Feng was found. As a last resort, the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty had no choice but to expand the scope. In hundreds of thousands of countries affiliated with it, a wanted order for Lin Feng was also issued. Finally, a few days later, they finally learned some information about Lin Feng from a prime minister of Zhao state. This led to the Great Xia dynasty and the civil and military affairs of the entire dynasty. They are all instant shocks. Lin Feng. What a great Lin Feng! There was news from Zhaoguo before. The sovereign clan of Zhao state was destroyed by this person, right? Can any of you tell me? Will he also kill me, Great Xia dynasty, next? In the main hall, the emperor of Great Xia dynasty immediately shouted angrily after hearing the news presented to him. His face was gloomy. At this moment, all the important officials of the court were kneeling in the hall. No one dared to speak. Silence fell. Finally, after a long period of calm, only then did a burly middle-aged man stand upright. Stood up. He said in a deep voice, Zhu is willing to lead 100,000 armored troops to the kingdom of Zhao, capture this son, and execute him in Lin Xi. Avenge the third prince. I still hope God will grant me permission. The man's voice is full of majesty and power. After these words came out, everyone in the court was shocked. His face was full of shock. General Zukong is actually willing to lead the troops himself. He is a strong man in the cave void realm. Except God. Great Xia dynasty, the real first person. There has never been a defeat over the years. Now he is actually willing to personally lead the 100,000 armored army. Go to the kingdom of Zhao to capture that Lin Feng. Then Lin Feng must have too much face. The whispers of astonished discussion echoed throughout the court hall. The expressions on everyone's faces were all extremely surprised. To know General Zukong alone. It is enough to sweep the surrounding country. What's more, he went there this time with 100,000 armored troops. Could it be that he wanted to conquer the entire Zhao country? Are they all destroyed several times? Allow. I will make you a mighty general and lead an army of 100,000 armored soldiers. Let's set off immediately. Go to the kingdom of Zhao to capture the traitor Lin Feng. I want all 9 of their tribes to be exterminated. On the high seat, the majestic voice of the Great Xia dynasty Emperor Murong Yun boomed. Contains low and cold. He turned a deaf ear to the murmuring voices around him. Instead, he immediately responded calmly and agreed to General Zhu Kang's request. The third prince died. The stakes are high and extraordinary. If there is General Zhu Kang this time, he will take action personally. He, Murong Yun, can feel relieved. I will obey the emperor's orders. After hearing this, General Zhu Kang immediately bowed and exited the hall. Then he went to pick up 100,000 armored troops. Then he immediately headed towards Zhaoguo. Through the long-distance teleportation array. In a few days, they arrived at Tianluo City, in front of the original Lin family residence. He stood solemnly, with doubt on his face. The mighty armored army. The entire Tianluo City was surrounded. On the street of the Lin family's mansion. At this moment, it was even more densely packed and surrounded by people. The purpose is to prevent it. Everyone in the Lin family ran away. But at this moment, there was no joy at all on General Zhu Kang's face. Because he discovered. Before he came, everyone in the Lin family. After all, the building is empty with people gone? Could it be that they obtained some information in advance? General Zhu Kang. Suddenly his expression became suspicious. General, my subordinates just discovered that over the Xianling Mountains. It seems that there are traces of the Lin family. Do we need to leave immediately? Heading to the Xianling Mountains. Just when General Zhu Kang was pondering. At this time, a leader of the armored army suddenly came to report. After hearing this, General Zhu Kang smiled coldly. Soon after, another order was issued. 100,000 armored soldiers were required, and all of them headed toward the Xianling Mountains and galloped away immediately. There was no pause. Xianling Mountains. Lin's city, in the attic. Lin Feng let go of his consciousness and sensed this scene. The corner of his mouth also smiled lightly. Immediately his body swayed. In an instant, they arrived halfway between the Xianling mountain range and Tianluo city. Sit back and relax. Waiting quietly for the arrival of the 100,000 armored army and General Zhu Kang. 100,000 people. The quantity is simply too much. If such a number of people all died in front of the Lin family city, I'm just afraid that the bodies will pile up like mountains. Or else, blood flowed like a river. Of course Lin Feng had to choose a wider place. Kill all these people. The marching speed of the iron-armored army was very slow. Lin Feng was also here, after waiting for several hours. That General Zukong and his armored army of 100,000 people. It slowly came into his eyes. Then came to him. Who here dares to block our army's path? Do you not want to live anymore? A leader of the armored army stepped forward and shouted angrily. He swung his sword and chopped off Lin Feng's head. But that was after he finished speaking. He just raised the knife. Everyone behind him suddenly saw it. The man's figure suddenly exploded into a pool of blood mist. Disappear. This weird scene. The 100,000 armored troops behind him were all stunned. His face looked horrified. Except for General Zukong, there was no expression on his face, revealing a hint of calmness. Everyone else is like this. To know. Their armored army has always been known for its defense. This heavy armor. Not only is it invulnerable, it is even more invulnerable to water and fire. Unless they are extremely high-level people. Otherwise, they would never have been able to kill their armored armies so easily. Of any one of them. This person in front of me. How is it done? A leader of the ironclads was killed. At this moment, several other leaders of the iron-armored army were furious when they saw this. He had to rush forward immediately and kill Lin Feng. But this is also the time. General Zukong suddenly stopped them. He said in a deep voice, "Are you Lin Feng? I didn't expect you to have such courage. Knowing that we are coming, not only do you not retreat, you still dare to come up to us. Are you really not afraid that we will kill you?" General Zukang's eyes were full of solemnity at this time. Before he set off, he had printed Lin Feng's appearance on the paper. Keep it firmly in mind. Now I see Lin Feng. Of course he can recognize it at a glance. Never wrong. Chapter 70. It's not just Lin Feng's courage. Including Lin Feng's aura at this time and his level of cultivation. And how he took action just now. General Zukong also couldn't see through him. That's why he stopped a few people. There was seriousness in his eyes. Humph, it's just a bunch of ants. What's there to be afraid of? Are you from Great Xia dynasty? Lin Feng pondered for a while and asked slowly. Smiling eyes. The whole person was calm and composed, with no trace of panic or fear at all. You killed the third prince. Of course we will take you back to hold you accountable. General Zukong also pondered for a while and said slowly. His words were full of temptation. After all, the wanted list of Lin Feng is still just speculation. No matter how Lin Feng answered his question, he can see some clues from it. Find out if he has something to do with the death of the third prince. That good-for-nothing prince who dares to interfere in the affairs of my Lin family will naturally die. It's not just him. Even you all have to die here today. Lin Feng smiled slowly. Then he raised his hand and reached forward to grab it. This moment, among the 100,000 armored army, nearly tens of thousands of soldiers were captured and exploded. Roaring blood energy was flying all over the sky. Spread all over the sky. Seeing this scene, General Zukang's eyes were extremely shocked and horrified. He immediately picked up the spear in his hand. Then it headed towards Lin Feng's head and pierced it. He didn't expect something. Lin Feng actually admitted directly that he was the one who killed the third prince. He took action in an instant. So many people killed him. Stop! You dare! General Zukong shouted angrily twice. His expression was shocked and angry. He was amazed at how powerful Lin Feng was. He grabbed it casually and calmly. Could he actually make nearly half of his armored army explode to death? What a terrifying strength this is! No wonder this kid had such confidence just now. Undaunted. How dare such a person appear in front of them? General Zukong has experienced hundreds of battles. Even though he knew that the opponent was very strong at this time, how could he easily retreat on the spot? Immediately under this shot. It included him, the peak strength of the Dongxi realm, with a full blow. The breath of cave power. Surging wildly. An almost substantial murderous aura. Sound waves exploded. Even the void was distorted and shattered. Then he headed straight towards Lin Feng's head. Well, this blow is indeed quite powerful. Unfortunately, there's still something not enough to see. Lin Feng said lightly with admiration in his eyes. Xian even pointed out again. The moment his fingertips touched the spear. This contained the shot of General Zhu Kong, who struck with all his strength, and then collapsed. Even the most valuable treasure built by his refined iron. The cloud-eating spear burst into pieces. The huge and terrifying momentum spread straight away. With irresistible momentum. In an instant, it spread to General Zhu Kong. It made his whole body burst into tears. His expression was trembling. General Zhu Kang's face now showed a hint of horror. And fear. This is also the time. Only then did he fully feel the gap between himself and Lin Feng. How huge it is! This gap between realm and cultivation level. Like a chasm. No matter what, there is no way to make up for it. This boy's strength is actually so terrifying. It's a pity that when General Zhu Kong woke up. It's too late. The finger that Lin Feng pointed out had endless destructive power surging out. His body is also the same as the spear. It soon burst open. The whole person turned into a ball of blood mist, all dissipated and disappeared. General! General! When several leaders of the surrounding armored troops saw this, they immediately became furious again. With tens of thousands of armored troops remaining behind him. Then he burst forward. Countless martial arts weapons were all heading towards Lin Feng. Coming with a bang. This contains all their anger and momentum. When Lin Feng saw this, his eyebrows did not change. Then he struck with several palms. In the next breath or two, these remaining tens of thousands of armored soldiers. And those leaders. All the feces had turned into a ball of minced meat and exploded. Ceased to exist. The scene was extremely bloody for a while. So cruel. The blood energy spread all over the sky and spread between the heaven and the earth. Countless trees and land. They were all drowned by the sea of blood of these 100,000 people. It turned into a blood-red scene. It's like hell is coming. When Lin Feng saw this, there was a hint of helplessness on his face. Then his figure swayed. He disappeared where he was. When it appears again. We are already above the Great Xia dynasty again, above where the royal palace is located. Stand with your hands behind your back. Indifferent and down. Those 100,000 armored troops, as well as the generals and leaders. All to kill him. He came to kill his family members. Lin Feng knew it well. If he doesn't kill them all, he will kill them all. Then it might be him and the Lin family disciples who die. This is just the general trend. No one can blame anyone. Even if he wanted to take them all under his wing. But those soldiers and leaders were loyal to the Great Xia dynasty. His idea is simply impossible to realize. Where is the Emperor of Great Xia? Come out and see me. Lin Feng's voice slowly spread out, like the roar of the 9 heavens. At the same time, following his words, he left his mouth. Immediately there was another ray of pressure. Pouring out. The entire imperial city was immediately covered. That Great Xia dynasty emperor, Mirong Yun. Then he walked out with a pale face. Wearing imperial robes. Wearing a dragon crown. Slowly walked towards Lin Feng's front and below. Then he raised his head and looked at him slowly. Who are you? Lin Feng. See the figure above, Emperor Mirong Yun of the Great Xia. He was recognized immediately. Whispering. There was some surprise and slight shock in his eyes and face. He was a few days ago. General Zhu Kong has just been sent to the state of Zhao. Destroy the Lin family rebels. Exterminate all 9 of their tribes. But now, Lin Feng appeared in front of him. Could it be that something happened to General Zhu Kong? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. 100,000 troops, plus General Zhu Kong. Even if he is at the peak of the human sovereign realm, he has to avoid its edge for the time being. Could it be that this kid in front of me? Can one still cultivate to the holy realm? The emperor of the Great Xia dynasty, Mirong Yun, no matter what. They are all a little confused. It was as if he could see the confusion in the eyes of the great Xia Emperor. Lin Feng smiled lightly. Then he said slowly, your 100,000 troops, as well as the general and leader, have all been killed by me outside Tianluo city. Now before death. Do you have anything else to say? Lin Feng's voice sounded like a sentence. It fell into the ears of Emperor Mirongyun of Great Xia. Suddenly, the pallor on his face became a little darker. His eyes were miserable. He is the pinnacle of the human sovereign realm. At this moment, even this person's pressure was almost unstoppable. How dare we talk? Are you going to take action against this person? Mirongyun showed a look of determination on his face. Chapter 71. My great possessions have accumulated for thousands of years. So what if your cultivation is astonishing? You want to destroy me, Great Xia, but it's still difficult. Great Xia Dynasty Emperor Mirongyun had a ferocious look on his face at this moment. There was a hint of madness in his eyes. He said with a grin. It seems that it is almost starting to smell like burning the boat. Dogs will jump over the wall when they are anxious. What's more, the emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty. Mirongyun had this reaction at this moment. Naturally, this was all within Lin Feng's expectations. Immediately, Lin Feng just nodded. Smiled. Then he continued to say calmly, if you have any skills, you can use them. I will let you die willingly. Lin Feng's voice echoed. After hearing this, the face of Great Xia Emperor Mirongyun was even colder and a bit proud. Said, don't regret it. I'll show you the true heritage of my Great Xia dynasty. After finishing speaking, the words fell. Great Xia Emperor Mirongyun's hand suddenly began to form seals. As his seal changes, a soaring momentum also arises spontaneously. Straight into the sky. Mirongyun's imperial robe rustled. At the same time, the radius between heaven and earth is hundreds of miles, or even millions of miles. The luck of the entire Great Xia dynasty. At this moment, they all turned towards him and gathered together. Then it poured into his body, continuously improving his cultivation and realm. Mirongyun was originally the peak strength of the human sovereign realm. But with the influx of these huge fortunes, his cultivation level unexpectedly quickly rose to the holy realm, and then reached its peak. He also went directly to the venerable realm of the half-step emperor. The rise in Mirongyun's aura and realm finally came to an end. He looked at Lin Feng with cold eyes. He believed that Lin Feng was in the holy realm at this moment. He can also be easily crushed. This is his true heritage of Great Xia dynasty. Oh! It turns out to be a secret technique that relies on absorbing luck to forcibly improve your cultivation for a short period of time. It's actually pretty good. Lin Feng said with some appreciation. Watching Mirongyun's cultivation improve rapidly. On the contrary, he was not anxious at all. Instead, he was waiting for Mirongyun to finish all of this. He said slowly. The purpose is to let Mirongyun die in peace. There are millions of secret techniques for improving your cultivation. But there are very few secret techniques that rely on luck to improve cultivation. And generally, only emperors can use this secret technique. The stronger your empire becomes, the more countries it has affiliated with, the more luck can be absorbed. The higher the cultivation realm is, the higher it will be. Now, the level of cultivation that Mirongyun had improved directly made him rise to a big level. Even to the half-step emperor venerable realm. It can be seen that Great Xia dynasty has thousands of years of heritage and accumulation, which is indeed not ordinary. Lin Feng caught his eye. Rarely, he showed a little surprise. Although the secret technique of luck can improve the level of cultivation to a very high level. But this secret technique. But it also has a very huge drawback. That's it. In the next thousands of years, the fate of the Great Xia dynasty will probably remain silent. It is difficult to recover. Great Xia dynasty has existed in name only. Humph, you are talking arrogantly. Since you can kill General Zukong and his 100,000 armored troops, you must also have the strength of the Holy Realm. But now in my eyes, the Holy Realm is nothing more than an ant. Wait until you can take this punch from me, then talk to me again. Mirong Yun looked ecstatic and full of joy. After he said this loudly, then he suddenly gathered the power of the surrounding heaven and earth between the palms of his 5 fingers. Immediately afterwards, he just punched out with a powerful force that could destroy the world and destroy the world. This moment, the whole world became dark because of this. Countless strong winds surged around. Thunder and lightning. It's like the end of the world is coming. Lin Feng looked at this, still calm and calm. Then he punched out. Compared to Mirong Yun's vast momentum, Lin Feng's punch seemed extremely ordinary. Indifferent and without any strength. It's like it was blasted out at random. Mirong Yun was even more happy when he saw this. Immediately, the fist power around his body increased even more. He has raised his entire half-step Emperor realm cultivation to the extreme. He vowed to kill Lin Feng. Killed with one punch. The cultivation level improved by the secret technique of luck is extremely short-lived. If within this period of time, he still cannot kill Lin Feng, I'm afraid that he behind him will be much more dangerous. Mirong Yun's eyes were filled with his own belief. After he punched out, just a few breaths passed before his and Lin Feng's fists collided. He soon regretted it. Because Lin Feng's punch seemed ordinary. Why does it seem like possessing an unrivaled power? All his punches were inferior to Lin Feng's punch. They all fell apart, like ants shaking a tree. And he himself was even more affected by this punch. The body shattered in an instant. Not even a trace of soul was left behind, and it dissipated throughout the whole world. The thunder clouds dispersed. The wind subsided. With the death of Mirong Yun, the whole world has regained its clarity. After seeing this situation, Lin Feng's figure swayed. He turned around and returned to the Lin family's city, staying behind closed doors. Prepare to take some time. Go check on the cultivation status of disciple Chen Tianji. Emperor Great Xia died. This incident caused a storm in the Great Xia dynasty. Countless civil and military officials of the dynasty be the first to lose weight. Hundreds of princes and concubines in the harem. As a result, they all started a civil war to compete for the throne, killing each other. Until a few days later, one prince won. Re-ruled the entire Great Xia dynasty. This is the end of the entire battle for the throne. However, it was also after this incident. Great Xia dynasty never dare to come to Dingdian again for matters related to the Lin family. Zhao State, Lin family in the imperial city. That day, since Yao Chen took Lin Hu and other disciples, the training ended. After arriving at the imperial city, then he was greeted by the head of the Lin family in the imperial city. Lin Dongxiu's warm hospitality. Master Lin, please tell us about the secret suppression of the Lin family's elixirs in the imperial city. Who is it? Let me think of a solution. Just entered the main hall of Lin Mansion. After Yao Chen sat down on the main seat, he asked Lin Dongxiu, the head of the Lin family, in a deep voice. His expression was indifferent. The battle over elixirs is nothing more than quality and price. Now that the Lin family's elixir matter has been suppressed, presumably, this must be the case. The Lin family is not as good as others in terms of quality or efficacy of elixirs. And the price is higher than others. So this led to stagnant sales. It happens that no one buys. He himself is an 8th grade alchemist. His disciple Lin Hu is also a 4th grade alchemist. The quality of the elixir is such a small thing, for them. Naturally, it can be dealt with casually. The entire Zhao kingdom. A 4th grade alchemist is definitely a top-notch existence. Even on the entire continent, 4th grade alchemists are also in an absolute mid-range position. To deal with the elixir matter of a mere family. Isn't that already within reach? There is no need to worry too much about Yao Chen. Question this time. I just want to know something more clearly. Just more details. Chapter 72. Listening to Yao Chen's questions. Lin Dongxiu, the head of the Lin family in the imperial city, was happy. He immediately replied respectfully, "This is what happened. Our imperial city Lin family has always had a sworn enemy in the imperial city, named Sun Hai. The Sun family is also a big business. In the imperial city, there is great power. It is said that there seems to be some connection with the prime minister behind it. Therefore, no one has ever been able to touch them. Over the years, the Lin family and the Sun family have become rivals in the imperial city. Containing each other, no one can do anything to the other. Whether it's elixirs or martial arts. But until as recently as a month ago. In the Sun family, a third-grade alchemist suddenly came, and this suddenly broke the balance. It is said that the third-grade alchemist was invited by the third prince from the Great Xia dynasty, a disciple of a certain large section. The purpose is to put pressure on us. Suppress our Lin family. The first-grade rejuvenation powder and the second-grade Yuan Yang pill refined by the third-grade alchemist are both of excellent quality. And they only sell a dozen spirit stones, ranging from over 100 spirit stones. Our Lin family's Huishun powder and Yang Yuan pill are completely incomparable to each other. That's why I sought help from the Lin family in Tianluo City. I have invited you and all the disciples over. Lin Dongxiu said respectfully, almost bending his body to 90 degrees. Although he is also a member of the Lin family. But his relationship with the Lin family in Tianluo City is not that close. He was not even very familiar with Lin Feng. So at this time, he was in front of Yao Chen. Only then did he behave in such a humble manner. This is not only a sign of respect for Yao Chen, the elder of the Lin family. This is even more for him. Strength and status as an alchemist, a respect. Although Lin Dongxiu didn't know the person in front of him. What level of cultivation is he, and what level of alchemist is he? Even he couldn't see through it. But he thought. Since the Lin family of Tianluo City can send him here, it is enough to illustrate his ability. It's quite huge. After hearing this, Yao Chen nodded slowly. After pondering for a while. Then he continued to give instructions, go and get some medicinal materials for refining the rejuvenation powder and Yang Yuan Dan. Lin Dongxiu listened to this. Naturally, I knew the medicine and wanted to do something. Then there was joy on his face again. He immediately ordered his servants to get some medicinal materials for refining the rejuvenation powder and Yang Yuan Dan. Placed quietly on the table. Waiting for the next refining of Yao Chen. I wonder if you are old and need some help from some alchemy furnaces and crystal fires. My Lin family also has a special alchemy room. It might be more efficient to make alchemy inside. Lin Dongxiu asked respectfully. The way he looks and behaves is extremely cautious. After hearing this, Yao Chen glanced at him lightly and said nothing. But deep down in my heart, I am thinking. I am an 8th grade alchemist. Refining a 1st grade rejuvenation powder and a 2nd grade nourishing pill. Do I need any other alchemy furnaces? This is going to get out. That would make people laugh their heads off. Yao Chen was speechless for a while. But then he turned his palm, and a wisp of hot flame surged and burned in his palm. It was churning. This flame is only a small wisp. But the temperature emanating from it instantly filled the entire hall. They all suddenly rose a few points. Extremely horrifying. The moment Lin Dongxiu, the head of the Lin family, sensed this wisp of flame. The whole person looked a little pale and frightened. He is the pinnacle of the heavenly dipper realm. I actually had such a feeling just now. If this wisp of flame fell on him, he might not even be able to fight against it. It will be instantly burned clean by the flames. Not a drop is left. What kind of flame is this? How could it be so terrifying? Lin Dongxiu swallowed. Seeing the shock in Lin Dongxiu's eyes, there was no big change on Yao Chen's face. He placed the medicinal ingredients of Hui Chun powder on the table. All of them were thrown into the flame in the palm of my hand. Then there is the control of the flame temperature. Let the herbs dissolve. Extract the essence and eliminate the dross. Then it turns into liquid medicine. Blend together. Not even dozens of breaths later. A ball of pure white powder, rejuvenation powder, appeared in front of everyone. It exudes a strong medicinal fragrance and spiritual light. Yao Chen used several medicine bottles to pack these rejuvenations in bulk. Then he handed it to Lin Dongxiu. He asked, I wonder how the quality of my Hui Chun powder is compared to that of the 3rd grade alchemist from the Sun family. Yake asked calmly. The tone is calm and calm. After hearing this, Lin Dongxiu immediately took it carefully. Then he immediately smelled it and looked at it. Immediately, a look of extreme shock and astonishment appeared on his face. Is this really a rejuvenation powder? This spiritual light and medicinal fragrance completely overwhelmed the Sun family's Huishun powder. I wonder how many grades it has. Can the quality of Huishun powder still be this excellent? This is almost equivalent to a second-grade elixir, right? Lin Dongxiu's face was full of disbelief. His expression was extremely horrified. After hearing this, Yao Chen nodded with satisfaction. Then he did the same thing again. The remaining medicinal materials for the Yang Yuan pill were also refined. When dozens of Yuan Yang pills emit cyan aura, placed in front of Lin Dongxiu. Lin Dongxiu smelled its medicinal fragrance and looked at its aura and color. Everyone's eyes widened, full of surprise and horror. We only gave you 10 pills for this Yang Yuan pill. I had already made plans with a half chance of failure. You actually made 3 times the weight directly. And this level already has at least the effect of the 3rd grade, Yuan Yang Dan, right? Lin Dongxiu said in extreme surprise. The expression on his face, I don't know how to describe it. Through this short performance, he already knew deeply at this moment what a terrifying existence the Yao Lao in front of him was. The elixir can be refined to this extent easily. He himself, at least, has reached the level of a 6th grade alchemist. Moreover, he can control this level of flame. His own strength. They all need to have at least the strength of the rotation realm and above. From the Lin family in Tianluo City. What kind of monsters are these? How could a random elder have such terrifying means? Faced with Lin Dongxiu's surprise and consternation. On the surface of the medicine, it was still light and extremely calm. It seems that there is no disturbance at all. It seems that I have long been used to this kind of surprise and shock from others. He waved his sleeves lightly. Then he said to several other Lin family disciples in the hall, from today on, you will start refining this rejuvenation powder like crazy. You will not stop until the quality of your elixir is almost the same as mine. As for you, Lin Hu, let's refine the 2nd grade Yuan Yang Dan. When will you refine it to the 3rd grade? I will give you a recipe for 5th grade elixir. Chapter 73. Yao Chen said slowly. He looked at everyone in the palace with his eyes. After hearing what he said, all the Lin family disciples in the hall looked at each other in confusion. Everyone complained of bitterness and bitterness. Practice to the same level as master? How can this be? They all just came into contact with alchemy, only a few months ago. Although the talent is not bad. It's just refining 1st grade's rejuvenation powder. But if they can be refined to the same quality as their master, this is undoubtedly too difficult for them. It is basically asking them in disguise. Refining the 2nd grade elixir. This made the Lin family disciples feel speechless in their hearts. Relative to them. At this moment, Lin Hu's face was full of surprises. Secretly excited and slightly looking forward to it. 5th grade recipe. Master is actually willing to give me the recipe for 5th grade elixir. Ha ha ha. After Lin Hu heard this, he was so happy that he almost jumped up. Full of joy. During the period from Tianluo City to the Lin family in the Imperial City, he almost always just practices the 4th grade elixir. Now I have reached the point of perfection. There will never be as much trouble as there was in the Lin family. During this time, he has also been pleading with his master to give him the recipe for 5th grade elixir. Teach him to refine 5th grade elixir. But Yao Chen just refused. But now, as long as he can refine a Yang Yuan pill that is comparable to 3rd grade pills, Yao Chen was actually willing to give him the recipe for 5th grade elixir. This made Lin Hu burst into tears with gratitude. Not very excited. Yes, master. Lin Hu immediately bowed with both fists in his hands, and then immediately went to the Lin family's elixir shop in the Imperial City. I became familiar with the recipe of Yang Yuan Dan. Then he opened the alchemy furnace and lit the crystal fire. The refining started. Warming pill furnace. Throw down the herbs. Then follow the steps to carefully melt and purify. Remove impurities. Then fuse them together. The whole process was completed in one go. Although this still took Lin Hu nearly half an hour. But he still successfully refined the second-grade elixir Yang Yuan Dan. The elixir exudes cyan light and floats above the alchemy furnace. There is a strong medicinal fragrance coming from inside, which is refreshing. Lin Hu sniffed it. Then I observed its color and aura. Only then did some of his brows frown slightly. Feeling slightly dissatisfied. Only second grade is good. The second grade Yuan Yang pill that master just refined is beyond the top grade. It should be because my method is wrong. In terms of removing impurities and preserving the potency, I have to be more careful and cautious. Lin Hu said to himself, looking focused. Then he put away these Yuan Yang pills, and then started to try them step by step. It was gradually refined. Although the Lin family in Imperial City is not as wealthy as the Lin family in Tianluo City, the supply of medicinal materials that can be used to refine second-grade elixirs is still sufficient. So, no matter how Lin Hu refines it, even if he refines thousands of furnaces a day, the medicinal materials for Yang Yuan Dan will also be supplied to him continuously by servants. This also saves him a lot of worries. The Yang Yuan pill that Lin Hu refines every time. Although they can't surpass the best. But at least they are all high-grade elixirs. Even if this is put on the market, it will far surpass the Sun family elixir by a long way. Therefore, this is naturally not considered a loss. Except for Lin Hu, who was crazy about refining. Soon, the other Lin family disciples also began to devote themselves crazily to refining the elixir one by one. First-grade Huishun powder is the most common elixir. It has the miraculous effect of healing and restoring blood. Refining is not difficult. But to refine them to the point where they are beyond the best. This is still quite difficult for these Lin family disciples. Outside the alchemy furnace room, Yao Chen, Lin Dongxiu, and others saw this scene. My mind was filled with shock and satisfaction. For Yao Chen, just a third-grade alchemist, he could have gotten rid of it casually. This can also avoid a lot of trouble. But this way, the Lin family and the Sun family were sworn enemies. Now the Sun family has the upper hand. Then the alchemist opposite suddenly died. In this way, the people in the Imperial City will inevitably doubt the Lin family. This is extremely bad for the reputation of the Lin family. That's why Yao Chen chose this one. Extremely troublesome way. That is, using elixirs to crush the opponent. Let the Sun family completely withdraw from the stage of the Imperial City. Several days passed. In the past few days, with the intensive refining efforts of the Lin family disciples, the Lin family's elixirs in the Imperial City were sold. Sure enough, the flow became smooth very quickly. Extremely hot. At the same price. The quality of the elixirs sold by the Lin family is much better than that of the Sun family. This brings the Sun family to the side. The head of the Sun family, Sun Hai, also began to pace anxiously. Lord Tang Fu. Then the Lin family recently found a group of alchemists from somewhere. The rejuvenating powder and nourishing pills that have been refined recently are of better quality than ours. Look, what should we do? If this continues, our Sun family's elixir business will be robbed by the Lin family again. In the backyard, Sun Hai said to a fat man carefully and flatteringly. The tone was extremely humble. The fat man is not tall, but he is huge. At this moment, I am half reclining on a recliner. On the left and right sides, there are two beautiful young women wearing very little clothing and good looks. He is being fed cakes and fruit food. The fat man named Tang Fu looked like he was enjoying himself. After listening to Sun Hai's words, he slowly opened his eyes with an impatient look. She gave him a cold look. He said calmly, "Why are you panicking? It's just some first-grade rejuvenation powder and second-grade nourishing pill. Then since the Lin family wants to sell it, let them sell it. In a few days, I will refine some third-grade elixirs for you, and you can sell them on the market. Are you still afraid that the Lin family will steal your business? Third-grade elixirs are ranked high even in our great Xia dynasty. I don't believe it. Those mere alchemists from the Lin family. Can we still refine the third grade elixir? The fat man named Tang Fu said casually at this moment. It seems very casual. When he said this, he also pinched the two maids severely. Only after hearing the two maids making two extremely reluctant shouts did he feel satisfied. Close your eyes happily. After Wen heard what he said, Sun Hai, the head of the Sun family. He immediately grinned. He bowed and said, in this case, it's up to you to uphold justice for our Sun family. Sun Hai smiled flatteringly. Then he quickly retreated. Not even looking up. After waiting for a place with no one, his expression changed again. He showed a rather indifferent and disgusted expression. She turned around slightly and glanced at him, showing disdain. That Tang Fu is a third-grade alchemist. For more than a month, since he came to the Sun family has been providing for him. Treat him like an ancestor. But that person was extremely ignorant. Not only for his Sun family, but also for eating, drinking, and taking. What's more, he is about to lose all his Sun family's wealth. This makes Sun Hai. I love and hate him. If he hadn't met him, he would still be of some use to the Sun family. He had killed him long ago and then threw him into the lake to feed the fish. Chapter 74. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. The Sun family's third-grade elixir is finally available. Strengthening elixir. It can help the martial artist in Qi realm and break through the bottleneck of cultivation. After taking the Qi realm first layer Tian martial artist, you can add 1 or 2 small realms. And there are no side effects. After taking the 9th layer martial artist in the Qi realm, there is also a certain chance. Increase your chances of breaking out into the Heavenly Dipper realm. Extraordinarily precious. Once this elixir came out, even though the Sun family priced it at 1,000 spiritual stones. People who can buy this elixir. There is still an endless stream, coming like a mad rush. Pills that increase cultivation. What's more, is it still unconditional to add 1 or 2 heavens? This is for a low-level martial artist in the Qi realm. Definitely a huge temptation. Even for high-level martial artist, there is a certain chance that it can help him break through the Heavenly Dipper realm. This elixir is definitely extremely rare. It's enough for them to rush to buy like crazy regardless of everything. The Lin family also took advantage of the turmoil. I sent someone to snap up one and came back. Then he handed it to Yao Chen and asked him to identify it. Can this also be considered a pill? Yao Chen held the elixir in his hand and looked at it for a while with a strange expression. Looked and looked. He said with a little disgust. As an 8th grade alchemist himself, his pursuit of elixirs is naturally extremely high. This kind of elixir is in his eyes. It can only be regarded as low grade and inferior. Compared to the 3rd grade elixir that Lin Hu first refined, it was even worse. Yao Chen looked contemptuous. The color is dim, and the aura seems to be extinguished at any time. The elixir also contains a lot of impurities, and a lot of its potency is lost. There is also a huge problem with the ratio of the elixir. Obviously, the alchemist's technique is not good. He was anxious when refining the alchemy, and did not control the heat well. That's when I refined this poison pill. It seems that the 3rd grade alchemist of the Sun family. I guess I just entered 3rd grade not long ago. This level of alchemy can only stop here. Yao Chen sighed, shook his head slightly, and commented. Then he squeezed hard, and the pill on his fingertips shattered. It turned into a burst of dust and floated into the air. There was absolutely no way he could let such a poisonous elixir stay in the world and harm others. Lin Dongxiu heard this from the sidelines. The old face turned red with embarrassment. After coughing dryly, he immediately changed the subject and asked, "Then do you have any solution?" Fortunately, he thought of this 3rd grade elixir just now. It's like a rare treasure. But after Yao Chen's explanation and contempt, Lin Dongxiu also suddenly felt. It's because my vision is a little too short-sighted. Humph, whatever elixir they sell, we will naturally sell whatever elixir. What I want is to completely crush them on the elixir. Not only that. I also have a recipe here, the 4th grade spirit-raising pill. Let my disciple Lin Hu refine some for you later. You can take it to the pharmacy. It will definitely leave them with nothing to do and no way to deal with it. Yao Chen stroked his beard, snorted coldly, and said proudly and confidently. His expression was calm and composed. Seeing the old man like this, Lin Dongxiu also smiled again. I felt happy. He solemnly agreed. Knowing what happened to the Sun family today, I finally have a chance to turn things around. 4th grade upgrades elixir. An elixir that allows a martial artist in the Qi realm to break through the Heavenly Dipper realm almost 100%. Even after taking Heavenly Dipper realm martial artist, there is also a certain probability. Add 1 or 2 small realms. And it also has no side effects. This type of elixir is almost unique even in the entire Zhao kingdom. Extremely rare. After all, Zhao state is just a small country. In the imperial city, Heavenly Dipper realm martial artist, not even more than 10 fingers. This also determines that the 4th grade elixir will be priceless. But Lin Dongxiu felt a little shocked except for the pill. There was another thing that surprised him. That boy named Lin Hu. He is actually a 4th grade alchemist? This made Lin Dongxiu a little unbelievable. Extremely surprised. You know, that young man looks like he is only 17 or 18 years old. Such an age. Have you reached the level of a 4th grade alchemist? This is enough to show how amazing and terrifying this boy's talent is. Lin Dongxiu couldn't help but swallowed. I have this in my heart. I also pay more and more attention to it and treat it differently. Only, if one day, Lin Dongxiu learns. Lin Hu advanced to 4th grade in just over a month. I don't know about Lin Dongxiu's chin. Will you be even more surprised? Lin Dongxiu gave the elixir recipe and the elixir needed to refine the 4th grade elixir. They were all handed to Lin Hu in the elixir shop. Lin Hu took over the 4th grade Shangling Dan recipe. There was a slight frown on his face. It seems a little reluctant. A few days ago, he finally learned from his master. Obtained the recipe for the 5th grade spiritual pill. The 2nd grade Yang Yuan pill was refined to the level of 3rd grade. At this moment, he is still studying. Where is the time to refine this 4th grade elixir? Lin Hu felt slightly dissatisfied. But because it was Yao Chen who personally ordered it. Even though Lin Hu was reluctant, he had no choice but to agree. He started to refine some elixirs and gave them to Lin Dongxiu. Then he buried his head again and went to do his own thing. The 3rd grade spirit reinforcing pill and the 4th grade spirit enhancing pill produced by the Lin family are naturally of the highest quality. With these 2 elixirs, after the imperial city came out, in an instant, it caused a stir in the imperial city of Zhao Kingdom. Everyone in the city knows it. 10 Heavenly Dipper realm experts immediately arrived in Lin Feng city. Visit with a smile. 100,000 spiritual stones are required. Buy this 4th grade elixir in person. And also from this. They all owe a favor to the Lin family in the imperial city. This shocked all the civil and military forces in the city. Favors from 10 Heavenly Dipper realm strong men. This is enough for the Lin family to completely consolidate their dominance in the imperial city. The 3rd grade spirit reinforcing pill and the 4th grade spirit upgrading pill come out. The Sun family's elixir business finally plummeted. It can't be undone anymore. This made Tang Fu, the 3rd grade alchemist of the Sun family, suddenly become furious. He was so angry that he clenched his teeth. He took a team of guards with him and arrived at the entrance of the Lin family's residence in the imperial city. He opened his mouth and shouted loudly. May I ask who from the Lin family refined the 4th grade elixir? Please come out and see. I am Great Xia Dynasty, a disciple of Lingdan sect. I came here specifically today to give this senior a letter of challenge. I wonder if you, senior, dare to take it. Tang Fu's voice was low, and there was anger in it. He is an inner disciple of Lingdan sect. Excellent talent. Have you ever lost a pill to someone else? Now even he can't refine the 4th grade elixir. Actually, in this small country of Zhao, a small Lin family alchemist was killed. It was refined. How does this not make him angry? Of course he wants to save face. Chapter 75. The Lin family's mansion was originally located in a prosperous area of the imperial city. There are people coming and going around, and traffic is busy. Following Tang Fu, the third-grade alchemist of the Sun family, he arrived at the door of Lin Mansion with his troops. Soon, other pedestrians passing by also stopped. They gathered here and wanted to watch the fun. The Lin family and the Sun family were mortal enemies. In the past few days, the dispute over elixirs between the Lin family and the Sun family has been aroused. No one knows it, and everyone in the city knows it. Now I see the two major families, finally confronting each other head-on. Countless people in the imperial city are also very interested. Stop and watch. Oh my god, is that the third-grade alchemist of the Sun family? I heard that he seems to be a disciple from a certain large sect in the Great Xia dynasty. At such a young age, he has already become a third-grade alchemist. The future is limitless. Isn't it? I heard that the third-grade spiritual pill was refined by him. It can improve the Qi realm martial artist, 1 to 2 small realms. But compared to the Lin family, it's still a long way off. Ha ha ha. Humph, the Lin family can come up with 4th-grade elixirs, but the Sun family can only come up with 3rd-grade elixirs. Doesn't this explain it? Is there still a 4th-grade alchemist in the Lin family mansion? Even in the entire Zhao country, there aren't many 4th-grade alchemists, right? The background of the Lin family is really great. Harmful. Don't you know yet? The Lin family in Imperial City and the Lin family in Tianluo City are actually the same family. The sovereign clan was almost wiped out by the Lin family in Tianluo City. Tell me, do the Lin family in this imperial city have anything to be afraid of? Pedestrians who were watching attentively talked about it one after another, saying something to each other. Tang Fu, the third-grade alchemist, heard these words. His face inevitably turned gloomier. His face became even more angry. Seeing that no one came out of Lin Mansion to pay attention to him, Tang Fudang shouted angrily again, is there no one in the Lin Mansion anymore? Or is there no 4th-grade alchemist in the Lin Mansion at all? Those elixirs were just bought by the Lin family from elsewhere and then sold to everyone in the imperial city. Such things that deceive the people. Violation of conscience. It seems that only the Lin Mansion can make it. Ha 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 ha. Tang Fu burst into laughter, his smile full of insidiousness and intrigue. In order to force the Lin Mansion's 4th-grade alchemist to come out, he had already started, doing whatever he could. 4th-grade alchemist. What a noble existence it is. Even their entire Great Xia dynasty. In the Lingdan sect, 4th-grade alchemists are also elder-level figures. Ordinary sects or forces simply can't move. Now a small imperial city. Lin's home. There are actually 4th-grade alchemists? How could Tang Fu believe this? Lin Mansion became even more silent. Tang Fu became more and more certain in his heart. There is no 4th-grade alchemist in the Lin family mansion. And if this matter gets spread, the Lin family's reputation in the imperial city will also be at risk. This undoubtedly pushed the Lin family into the abyss again. Which BD is chattering outside? Are you disturbing your young master while I refine my elixir? You called me out, what do you mean? Tang Fu's words became increasingly arrogant. At this time, Lin Hu finally couldn't bear it anymore and walked out angrily. He shouted angrily. He glanced at everyone with furious eyes. Finally, it stopped on Tang Fu's body. For no other reason than to stand at the front for this person. He is also the fattest. Lin Hu was sure at a glance that he was the one who made the noise just now. You are the one who said that my Lin family does not have a 4th-grade alchemist. Master, if I refine the 4th-grade elixir, are you going to stand on your head and eat shit? Lin Hu crossed his arms and said angrily. His eyes were full of provocation. He is only 17 or 18 years old. But he ran out and said. He is a 4th-grade alchemist. If this kind of words are released to the outside world, who can believe it? And Lin Hu was also convinced of this. He just wanted to trick that fat man. Let him know too. What does it mean that there are people outside the world, and there is heaven outside the world? Lin Hu's tone was irritating and irritable. As soon as these words entered Tang Fu's ears, sure enough, it made him blush immediately. He became furious instantly. Then he sneered and said, "Where does this little kid come from and dares to say that he is a fourth-grade alchemist? Don't take a pee and take a look at yourself. If you were a fourth-grade alchemist, don't ask me to stand on my head and eat shit. Even if you ask me to kneel down and call you grandpa 3 times, I will be willing to call you grandpa." Tang Fu was full of sarcasm, and the smile in his eyes was even bigger. He didn't care about the reaction on Lin Hu's face. With that said, he wanted to kill Lin Hu. He was taken to a square to compete with him on elixirs. Lin Hu was originally studying the refining of 5th-grade elixirs. "I slightly don't want to go." But he saw that he could give the fat man a hard slap on the face. He then laughed happily again. He returned home and picked up his alchemy furnace. Then he followed Tang Fu enthusiastically and headed towards the Imperial City Square. Prepare to let Tang Fu take a good look at what his own strength is. Inside the Lin mansion, Yao Chen and Lin Dongxiu saw this scene. It's all just a little bit funny. Didn't pay much attention to it. It is common for young people to be energetic and competitive. Just take this opportunity. Make the Lin family completely famous and defeat the Sun family. This is not a bad thing. Just as a precaution, the Sun family broke everything and fell out on the spot. Protect the safety of Lin Hu. Yao Chen and Lin Dongxiu led a team. We also arrived at the square, sat down and watched. Lin Hu and Tang Fu are located at both ends of the square. Both of them have already taken out the alchemy furnace. There are more and more martial artists and people watching around. At this time, Tang Fu Ki said, "You and I both refine a 4th-grade elixir. Whoever refines it successfully and has higher quality will win. If you win, I stand on my head and eat shit, and call you grandpa 3 times. But what if you lose?" Tang Fu teased and asked Lin Hu tentatively. "If I lose my 4th-grade elixir recipe, I'll give it to you. How do you feel?" After hearing this, Lin Hu pretended to frown, and after thinking for a while, he spoke slowly. Then, he turned his palm. Then he took out the recipe for the 4th-grade spiritual pill. He gave it to Tang Fu and took a quick look at it. Then he took it back. "Good. Then as you say." Tang Fu also sneered arrogantly. Even if Xian didn't speak too much. Instead, he took out the medicinal materials in his storage bag. Warming pill furnace. Then the refining started. A recipe for 4th-grade elixir is almost comparable to millions of spirit stones. If he wins this competition, you can definitely increase your net worth and become rich immediately. Chapter 76. Tang Fu carried out the refining of the elixir in an orderly manner. He carefully put the elixirs one by one into the alchemy furnace. It is then melted, refined, and impurities removed. Although the whole process was slow, there was no rush on Tang Fu's face. Instead, there was still a smile on his lips. What he wants to refine is actually not the 4th-grade elixir, but the 3rd grade. But there is a secret method in their sect. At the time of becoming a pill, you can forcibly upgrade the quality of the elixir by 1 level. Make the 3rd-grade elixir become the 4th-grade elixir. Although this will consume a lot of his life energy. But at this time Tang Fu, I can't control that much anymore. His current elixir level has actually just entered the 3rd grade. It is really impossible for him to directly refine 4th-grade elixir. But with this secret method. But it allows him to easily win this elixir competition. Hey hey! Tang Fu laughed sinisterly twice, as if he was cheating on himself. Like joy and excitement. In the process of fusing the elixir, he did not forget to raise his head and glance at Lin Hu opposite him. When he saw the other party, he still made no move. Tang Fu was even more excited. "I feel like I already have a chance to win," he just said. How could a kid as big as Lin Hu be a 4th-grade alchemist? Can refine 2nd-grade elixirs? He felt that the other party's talent was outstanding enough and he was amazed. The other side. Looking across the way, Tang Fu was refining elixirs. Lin Hu also had a flash of strangeness in his eyes. But he didn't know where this weirdness came from. He only felt that the other party had refined the elixir. It doesn't seem to be 4th grade? More like 3rd grade? After Lin Hu watched for a while, he stopped thinking about it. Instead, a fire was raised. Started his own refining. Compared with Tang Fu's alchemy, Lin Hu's alchemy technique is more skillful and smooth. Just like eating and cooking. Extremely simple. It seems like an instinctive memory has been formed. Lin Hu knew clearly. When should you melt the medicinal materials, or increase the heat and adjust the temperature? Then refine it and mix it into proportions. Almost all done in one go. Therefore, although Lin Hu started slowly, his finishing speed was the fastest. It was almost when Tang Fu was still in the last 2 steps. Lin Hu had already taken the lead and finished refining a batch of 4th grade elixirs. Alright. Lin Hu patted the alchemy furnace, and several 4th grade elixirs emitting spiritual light were suspended in the air. There is a strong medicinal smell coming from above. Lin Hu put them in porcelain bottles. Then with a calm wave of his hand, he threw the elixir onto Tang Fu's table opposite. Then looked at him quietly. Cross your arms. A look of displeasure and impatience. Tang Fu's alchemy speed was too slow. It has exceeded his expectations. Lin Hu feels that this is really a waste of time. Damn it! How come this kid can make alchemy so fast? Is this really the 4th grade elixir? The refining of the 2nd level elixir is not that fast. After watching Lin Hu start, he completed the alchemy 1 step ahead of him. At this moment, Tang Fu felt a little anxious in his heart. Immediately afterwards, he also sped up the refining speed in his hands. Several seals were inserted into the alchemy furnace. Tang Fu suddenly spit out a mouthful of pure natal energy and blended it into it. Then he also opened the stove lid. He took out a 4th grade elixir and said eagerly, "Mine is better too." Tang Fu looked pale. There was a bit of cold sweat on his forehead. He packed the prepared elixir in a porcelain bottle and handed it to Lin Hu. Then he opened the porcelain bottle of Lin Hu's elixir. Checked it out. Tang Fu's face immediately showed a hint of extreme shock. How is this possible? Is this really the 4th grade elixir? Are you really a 4th grade alchemist? Tang Fu was in a trance, his mind roaring. I just felt extremely unbelievable and extremely shocked. What's impossible? Didn't I tell you that I am the 4th grade alchemist? You don't believe it yourself. Lin Hu sighed and said helplessly. But when he saw the shock in Tang Fu's eyes, in his heart, he actually still felt a bit proud and comfortable. Lin Hu was secretly happy. Then the porcelain bottle containing Tang Fu's elixir was opened. Well, it can barely be regarded as a 4th grade elixir. But the quality is extremely inferior. You lose. Lin Hu frowned slightly, carefully observed the elixir for a while, and then pondered. His face was full of seriousness. Treat elixirs. He is always serious at heart. No, this is impossible. How is this possible? Zhao is such a small place. You are still so young. How could you be a 4th grade alchemist? Tang Fu's face was still in a daze and extremely shocked. Very unbelievable. If you lose, you lose. Lin Hu said in a deep voice and continued. You don't have to stand on your head to eat shit. All you need to do is kneel down and call me grandpa 3 times. And if you promise not to help the Sun family make elixirs anymore, I'll let you go. How about that? Lin Hu's face was filled with a bit of a mean expression. After hearing this, Tang Fu became furious again. He said angrily, you are dreaming. Even if I die, I will not kowtow to you or call you grandpa. Someone is coming. People of the Sun family, if you kill this person for me, I will make 100 3rd grade elixirs for you for free. How? Sun Hai, where are the people from Sun Hai? Tang Fu became angry from shame and roared almost madly. After hearing this, Yao Chen, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally couldn't help but take action. He frowned slightly and waved his sleeves. A majestic force instantly descended on Tang Fu. His body exploded in an instant. It became a mass of blood mist and dissipated. After seeing the medicine, he regained his composure. He glanced at the Sun family members lightly, as if to warn them. If they dare to do anything rash, then the ending will be exactly the same as this alchemist. Lin Hu is currently his favorite disciple. Extremely talented. Even soon, it may become an existence that surpasses him. Yao Chen will never allow anyone to do so. Dare to kill Lin Hu at this time. If not, he doesn't mind, he will kill his entire clan or his entire clan for him. I feel the warning from the medicine in my eyes. And that cold look. Sun Hai and everyone else in the audience immediately felt a chill in their hearts. Cold to the bone. Is there such a master in the Lin family? Just one look can make us fall into hell. Nearly killed. Sun Hai thought in shock. A wave of regret and fear. At this moment, he seemed to finally understand something deeply. What kind of existence is this guy that I have always been against? Linear. Maybe it really was a family he couldn't afford to offend. Sun Hai thought this in his heart. Chapter 77. A few days later. Ever since he saw Yao Chen take action that day, Sun Hai had become afraid of the Lin family. Then he voluntarily withdrew from the battle for elixirs. Even their entire Sun family, Sun Hai, had completely moved out. In order to prevent confrontation with the Lin family again, and thus preserve the blood inheritance of the Sun family. Lin Hu, Yao Chen, and others also followed a few days later. After refining some for the Lin family, a large amount of 3rd-grade spirit reinforcing pills and 4th-grade spirit enhancing pills. Then he set off and returned to the Lin family. Yao Chen uses the power of space. All Lin family disciples were instantly moved back to Tianluo City. But when they returned to the familiar street in Tianluo City, when I returned to the door of the Lin family's original mansion, Yao Chen was suddenly dumbfounded. Lin family, why are you missing? It's not just him. Including Lin Hu and other disciples, they were all quickly dumbfounded. Then they looked at each other. Confused eyes. Until Lin Feng sensed this scene. Smiled slowly, and then appeared in front of everyone. Explained. Only then did Yao Chen wait for everyone. Brought back the Xianling Mountains and the Lin family city. From then on, the Lin family and his entourage in the imperial city ended like this. Southern Domain, the land of the extreme south. On a certain peak, the figure of a middle-aged man landed here in embarrassment. He looked tired. The robes all over were in tatters. There was even some blood stains remaining on it. It seemed as if he had just gone through a big battle and had a very difficult time escaping. If Lin Feng, Jin Huang, and others were here. At this moment, you will surely find out. This person's appearance is actually the same as that of the one who chased him from the taking imperial palace. Wanting to capture the Golden Phoenix brother and sister, Emperor Venerable's shadow was projected. There are some similarities. Even, exactly the same. He is one of the 2 great Emperor realm experts in the taking imperial palace. Known as the Holy Yuan Emperor Venerable. I didn't expect that there is a natural chasm halfway between the eastern domain and the southern domain. Within this chasm, with my Emperor realm cultivation, I can't even escape through teleportation. What's even scarier is, there are actually countless strange beasts in this gap. Every exotic beast is comparable to the cultivation level of Emperor realm. This strange beast is filled with sword energy. Even the cultivation of my Emperor Venerable realm can't resist it. I just glanced inside, and they were chasing me to this point. I wonder what is in that gap. It seems that the last place where the Divine Phoenix brother and sister appeared was here. I will go find them after I recover from my injuries. They can't run away. Emperor Venerable said to himself, his face still pale and frightened. They all seemed to be still very scared. After saying that, his figure disappeared from here. I don't know where I went, to a place with abundant spiritual energy. I went into retreat to heal my injuries. Xianling Mountains, inside the Lin family city. That day, after Zai Yao Chen and the others returned from the Lin family in the imperial city, Lin Feng summoned all the Lin family disciples the next day, including his disciple, Chen Tianji. They all checked their cultivation levels one by one. After this period of practice, with sufficient resources provided, and practicing in the 100 refining tower, all the disciples of the Lin family, there has been great progress in cultivation. Among them, Lin Yan has the highest cultivation level and has now entered the third level of the 100 refining tower to practice. The realm has reached the second layer of reincarnation. Next is Lin Xi, who is still cultivating on the second floor of the 100 refining tower. The realm is Earth Evil Realm, 8th layer heaven. Then there is Lin Xi. I just broke through the Heavenly Dipper realm not long ago. Now we have entered the Earthly Evil Realm, the first layer heaven. Finally, there is Lin Huan. Under the guidance of the ancestor of the Lin family, Lin Huan's strength has also improved greatly. Now we have entered the Heavenly Dipper realm, first layer day. It is moving towards the Earthly Evil Realm. Lin Feng's disciple, Chen Tianji, had just entered the Qi Si realm not long ago. After all, this boy just came back from Taixu Holy Land. Duck AI is only in the body tempering state. Just over a month now. He successfully crossed over to the Qi refining realm and reached the Qi Si realm. Such talent and growth rate. But he is not weaker than Lin Yan, Lin Xi, and others. Only. About Chen Tianji's wild shadow. Now he can only condense 2 of them and exert the power of 100 bulls. Such effect. Still, Lin Feng was not very satisfied. The combat power improved through pure cultivation is always limited. Not solid. Therefore, in order to allow the disciples of the Lin family to grow more steadily, Lin Feng also arranged various trials for them. First of all, after a lot of competition between the disciples, let them clearly understand their strengths and weaknesses in actual combat. Lin Yan and Lin Xi fought, and Lin Yan finally won. Lin Huan and Chen Tianji were arranged to fight with Lin Xi. In the end, Lin Xi won. Finally, Lin Feng arranged for Lin Yan to fight with all other Lin family disciples. In the end, Lin Yan won miserably. Even if he is already at the level of reincarnation, can be used in large numbers of people. Lin Yan was still unable to move freely, and finally relied on his realm to forcefully suppress him, and then he almost won. The second trial will be arranged tomorrow. Back Mountain Hunting Area. I want all of you Lin family disciples to survive in there for more than 10 days. And everyone needs to hunt at least more than 10 monsters. Just come out. All Lin family disciples are not allowed to fight with each other privately. Not to mention killing or robbing each other. Otherwise, we will be severely punished. Lin Feng stood high in the sky and spoke in a deep voice, extremely majestic. The breath on the body exudes a ray. Suddenly, all the Lin family disciples in the martial arts field below. Shocked. Full of shock. The combat power that Lin Yan had just displayed was beyond their reach. But now, they saw the young master of the Lin family. Just this ray of coercion released. It seems to be enough to crush them countless times. This made these Lin family disciples worship Lin Feng even more inexplicably. Even I was secretly excited in my heart. I wonder when I will grow to this point. It's not just them. Including Lin Yan and Lin Xi, as well as Lin Xi, Lin Huan, Chen Tianji, and others. After seeing how powerful Lin Feng was, there was also a lot of shock in their hearts. The desire in the heart for a higher realm. It's getting more intense. Soon, as everyone went back to rest. Early the next morning, Lin Feng called them all to the back mountain hunting area to gather. After giving each of them a teleportation jade slip, Lin Feng asked Lin Yan to take the lead. He was the first to enter with a group of Lin family disciples. Following closely behind was Lin Xi. Let the 2 of them go to different areas and places in the back mountain. Although it is said that fighting and robbing are not allowed among disciples, but they can help and hunt each other. Lin Xi and Lin Yan are the 2 people with the highest cultivation level among all the Lin family disciples. I hope they can understand this truth. Outside the back mountain, in the sky, Lin Feng slowly looked at the people entering and murmured. Although personal strength is strong, but we must know how to cooperate with each other and help each other. This is the most important truth that Lin Feng wants them to understand. Chapter 78. Back Mountain Hunting Area. Lin Yan and Lin Xi entered the hunting area with 2 teams of troops respectively. Then they walked towards the depths of the hunting area from 2 different directions. The entire Lin family hunting area about one-third the size of the entire mountain range. When the ancestor of the Lin family was planning this area, they are roughly divided into 3 areas. From near to far. From shallow to deep. The levels of monsters placed one after another are also different. The low-level monster area in front is probably some 1st to 2nd level monsters. In the middle are levels 3 to 4. In the deepest hunting area behind, there are 5th to 6th level monsters. Monsters with this level of strength are already powerful beings comparable to those in the reincarnation realm. Even if Lin Yan takes action himself, I'm afraid it will take a lot of effort to solve it. Certainly. To ensure absolute safety, the ancestor of the Lin family was planning a hunting area. Each different area is divided by barriers. Therefore, there will be no high-level monsters running into low-level monster areas. And every time a Lin family disciple enters the hunting area, Lin Feng or Patriarch Lin Zhan, and Lin Huan, there will always be at least one person who will secretly guard and observe. Since today was organized by Lin Feng, so the one who was secretly observing this time was naturally Lin Feng. Lin Yan is the strongest, so when he leads the team this time, he is surrounded by almost all low-level Lin family disciples. Lin Xi and Lin Huan were both assigned to Lin Xi's group. Chen Tianji was with Lin Yan. Senior brother Lin Yan. Chen Tianji walked forward quickly and shouted softly. "What's the matter? Junior brother Tianji." Lin Yan paused slightly and asked aloud. Ever since Chen Tianji became Lin Feng's disciple and returned to the Lin family, Chen Tianji always called the Lin family disciples around him senior brothers. Here it is after all. He is almost the youngest and also has the lowest cultivation level. Back and forth. Lin Yan and other Lin family disciples have become accustomed to calling Chen Tianji junior brother. Master said that each of us must stay here for 10 days. And you can only go out by hunting more than 10 monsters. Isn't that what it means? We just need to stay in the low-level area and hunt down 10 monsters. Then we can wait until the 11th day to go out. Is that okay? Chen Tianji said with surprise, as if he had discovered some new rules. After hearing this, Lin Yan smiled lightly. The echo said, "Junior brother Tianji, you think too simply. Although brother Feng said so, how can you prove that you hunted 10 monsters? Use monster core." Chen Tianji asked tentatively. "Good." Lin Yan nodded appreciatively. He continued, "But among the low-level monsters, 10 monsters may not have a monster core, right? In these 10 days, junior brother Tianji, you need to hunt at least 100 monsters, maybe you will have one. It is possible to obtain 10 monster cores. But if it's in the middle area, although 3rd and 4th level monsters are difficult to kill, but every one of them almost has monster core in their body. This is the true meaning of our trial." Lin Yan's eyes showed deepness. It is obvious that this trial, although its superficial purpose is to improve the actual combat strength of Lin family disciples. But there is actually an underlying purpose. Or does Lin Feng want them to be with each other? Able to help each other? Only in this way can it be possible to complete this trial. Chen Tianji nodded as if he understood. Immediately afterwards, the group of them continued to move forward. Call. At this time, a 2nd-level red-faced demon spider suddenly appeared in front of them. Bare teeth and claws. Spewing venom and silk mesh, entangling everyone. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed. Immediately, Xian Zongji was quickly swung out from behind, and a hot air wave passed through. The red-faced demon spider was immediately chopped into 2 pieces. Lin Yan smiled slowly. "I took out a monster core inside and felt that I was pretty lucky." He threw it casually to a Lin family disciple behind him. Lin Yan led everyone and continued to move forward. On the other hand, look at Lin Xi. Lin Xi, Lin Qing, and Lin Huan were leading the way. The situations encountered were almost the same as those encountered by Lin Yan. In the low-level area, almost all of the 1st and 2nd level monsters came in groups and rushed towards them. They had some bad luck. As soon as we came up, we encountered a group of armored bone-eating ants. These armored bone-eating ants have always been gregarious beasts. And once it appears, it was absolutely overwhelming. Hundreds of second-level monsters were attacking them at the same time. This moment, even with Lin Xi's cultivation level, he couldn't help but feel a little numb. It would be fine if she was the only one. But she also has to take care of so many Lin family disciples behind her. This made Lin Xi feel a little confused. Don't panic. Lin Qing said in a deep voice at this time, Zimei, you lead the disciples to break out of the encirclement first. Lin Huan and I will walk a distance further from here to the middle area. There is a barrier there to prevent these bone-eating ants from continuing. Chase. Lin Qing's voice was solemn and full of absolute leadership charisma. After Lin Xi heard this, immediately, my heart tightened, and I followed Lin Qing's words and started to do it. Waves of bone-chilling chill spread out from her body. Then gather your whole body. It turned into an ancient ice sword full of murderous intent. Lin Xi pointed out. These ancient ice swords shot out in an instant. Roaring forward. Countless armored bone-eating ants were frozen into ice sculptures. Or it was split into two pieces. And because of this, there is a road ahead. Lin Xi shouted. He called to the disciples of the Lin family behind him to follow him. Lin Qing is behind Lin Huan Palace. The group of them was gradually walking towards the middle area of the hunting area. Lin Feng stands high in the sky above the back mountain. Divine consciousness covers it. I feel the scenes between everyone. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. Well, Brother Yan has indeed grown a lot, both in terms of strength and character. Maybe in the future, I can feel more at ease if the Lin family is left to him. Mei Shi, on the other hand, has a stubborn temper. When I encounter some difficulties, I tend to panic easily. If it weren't for the help of my younger brother this time, I'm afraid Zimei would have suffered a lot. I will definitely have to train her more in the future. Lin Feng nodded slowly. He smiled rather helplessly. Immediately, his body swayed, leaving behind a spiritual thought, stationed here. He turned around and arrived outside the Xianling Mountains. Outside the Lin family's city formation. At this moment, it seems that an uninvited guest has arrived. It was a middle-aged man wearing imperial robes. His whole body exuded majesty. With a steady gaze, he looked at Lin Feng and the Lin family's city formation behind him. On this person's face, still without any fear, he said with a smile, I didn't expect that the divine phoenix brother and sister would hide here and make it difficult for me to find them. And your kid, you are here too. This emperor can make a good calculation with you today. That's the account from that day. A middle-aged man with a deep voice. It is the taking imperial palace. Having recovered from his injuries, Emperor Venerable came to visit. Chapter 79. As Lin Feng slowly appeared. The breath of Saint Yuan Emperor Venerable is released. Soon, the golden phoenix in the mountain range also noticed. The figure swayed. He immediately appeared next to Lin Feng, looking at the person in front of him with indifference. Emperor Venerable of taking Imperial Palace. Jin Huang looked confused and murmured. When I was in the extreme south, people from the taking Imperial Palace once crossed over from the eastern domain to the southern domain. Two powerful men from the Holy Realm were sent to hunt down him and Jin Feng. And this person? It is exactly the same as the original Dao Emperor Phantom. Of course Jin Huang could recognize him. Even though his eyes were slightly condensed, there was a hint of solemnity. Of course he dare not forget the revenge of the hunt. It's just that he didn't expect that after so long, the Emperor Venerable of the taking Imperial Palace would still dare to appear? Don't he know? Is the person I am now completely different from the person I was then? Not only has his strength been completely restored, his cultivation has reached a higher level. The person in front of me from the taking Imperial Palace is looking for death. Jin Wang's face showed a hint of playfulness. I didn't expect that you would find me after I hid here. Tell me, what do you want? Jin Huang slowly stepped forward. With a deep smile on his face, he stood with his hands behind his back and spoke slowly. The taking Imperial Palace is located at the top of the extreme sea in the eastern region, with one gate and two emperors. In the eastern region, it is also the leading force. Few forces can compare with it. He didn't expect that he hadn't even gone to the Taking Imperial Palace to cause trouble. The great emperor of the Taking Imperial Palace has actually come to visit. Jin Huang also took this opportunity to avenge his brother and sister for being hunted down. Lin Feng knew this. So he slowly took a step back. Make way for Jin Huang. It also means that he will not interfere in this matter. Humph, you, the Divine Phoenix clan, are about the opportunity to achieve something higher than the Emperor realm. I'm coming now. Of course I want to take you back, refine it into the Divine Phoenix pill, and then swallow it. As for a small family here, I will naturally know how to do it, and I will kill it by the way. Saint Yuan Emperor Venerable licked his lips, hummed, and then spoke slowly. The words were full of provocation and disdain. Take me back. Jin Huang was almost annoyed by this man and laughed, and said calmly, I'm afraid you are not qualified yet. Said. Golden Phoenix released a ray of breath. It turned into a gigantic palm and grabbed the Holy Yuan Emperor Venerable. Are you qualified? You are just a phoenix, how can you be qualified to judge? Wait until this emperor captures you. You will know whether I am qualified or not. After hearing this, Emperor Venerable's face also showed a hint of cruelty. After grinning, he also released the cultivation of his Emperor Venerable realm. Heading towards the Golden Phoenix, he attacked in an instant. The mighty aura in Golden Phoenix's giant palm has not yet reached its peak. The Holy Yuan Emperor Venerable has already shattered them all. The most holy realm masters the laws of the world and uses them for one's own use. The Emperor Venerable realm builds a world universe based on laws to achieve the position of Emperor Venerable. It depends on the size of the world and the degree of reproduction. The realm of Emperor Venerable also has differences in size. But the whole thing is still roughly divided into the realms of 9th layer. Today's Holy Yuan Emperor Venerable. In fact, it is nothing more than the Emperor Venerable realm 1st layer. Wanting to compete with the Golden Phoenix is still a bit of a fool's errand. A faint shadow of the world emerged behind Emperor Venerable. There is infinite power of the world, pouring out from the palm of the Holy Yuan Emperor Venerable. The space around Golden Phoenix was instantly sealed. There was an incident that allowed Jin Huang to escape last time. Sheng Yuan Emperor Venerable will never dare to be careless this time. He is bound to win this time and capture the Golden Phoenix. Never again, the slightest accident will happen. Humph, how dare you act so arrogantly in front of me even with a mere elementary world power? Jin Huang snorted coldly. After sensing the blockade and confinement around, Jin Huang smiled coldly. His whole body was filled with aura. In an instant, the Holy Yuan Emperor Venerable and the power of the world that tried to imprison him were shattered into pieces. Cease to exist. Then, he raised his hand and waved. An invisible majestic force started to confront the palm extended by Emperor Venerable. Boom! A loud noise spread. Sheng Yuan Emperor Venerable's world power is invincible. It was smashed to pieces, collapsed, and exploded. An invisible ripple spread out in the air. A strong wind rose. The world is shattered and cracked open, visible to the naked eye. There is endless chaos and nothingness, pouring in from the cracks in the shattered space. A space storm gradually formed. It seems that he wants to destroy it all. Lin Feng frowned slightly when he saw this. He knew in his heart that it was Jin Huang who exerted too much force, which caused the space here to collapse. If it is not stopped in time, I am afraid of the entire Xianling Mountains and the Lin family city. After a few breaths, will cease to exist. Lin Feng reached out with one hand and grabbed it with 5 fingers. The space that was being shattered and cracked seemed to be turned upside down and returned to its original position in an instant. Jin Huang saw this. Nod slowly. Immediately afterwards, his figure swayed and he quickly rushed out. In an instant, he caught up with Emperor Venerable, who was flying upside down, and caught him with one palm. Prepare to end his life. You can actually defeat the power of my world. Have you broken through to Emperor Venerable? Emperor Venerable, who was flying backwards, had a rare look of horror and fear on his face. Said in horror. Feeling the terror under Jin Huang's grasp, and the murderous intent and majestic power contained in it, Holy Yuan Emperor Venerable immediately spat out blood without hesitation and formed seals with his hands. The space was immediately torn apart. Get in there! Flee this place quickly! He originally thought he was a tiger or wolf and could catch sheep. But who knows now? That sheep had already changed from prey to hunter. If he escapes a step slower, Saint Yuan Emperor Venerable has no doubt that he will die here in the next moment. His years of survival instinct told him so. The power in that palm is definitely not something he can resist. Want to run away? It's not that easy. Even if you escape back to the taking imperial palace today, no one in the world can save your life. It was empty with one palm. Jin Huang grinned slowly and said softly. Then he let go of his consciousness. Locked in the Holy Yuan Emperor Venerable who kept tearing apart the space and escaping. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. He immediately chased after him. This Holy Yuan Emperor Venerable is worthy of being an old monster that has lived for tens of thousands of years. Now I just noticed something was wrong. He immediately turned around and ran away without hesitation. Extremely decisive. This made Jin Huang immediately stunned. On the way to catch up, he grabbed it with several palms and roared down. However, the Holy Yuan Emperor Venerable is also extremely cunning. He actually released several clones and resisted Jin Huang's grasps. His true nature. In an instant, he really returned to the eastern region, the top of the extreme sea, and the taking Emperor's palace. Follow the original schedule. Emperor Venerable will take at least a few days. Only then can we return to the eastern domain from the southern domain. But I don't know if it was because he used a secret technique at this time. The speed of this escape. But it was hundreds of times faster than when he came. Chapter 80. Above the vast East Daxia Sea, thousands of scattered small islands surround a giant crescent-shaped island. Nestle and fall. There are towering peaks on the island, and there are countless families and sects. Build here. This is the top of the East Daxia Sea. It is also the area closest to the eastern continent in the entire eastern region. The taking imperial palace, which houses 2 emperors, is also located here. A huge transparent ball as big as half an island. Standing quietly on the entire island, suspended on top of the peaks. Shining brightly, emitting a dazzling and strange light. If you look carefully, you will find. What kind of ball is this? It is clearly a small world that is revealed. The figure of Emperor Venerable tore open the crack in space, escaped, and then suddenly got in. Disappear. Immediately afterwards. Soon Jin Huang's figure was also revealed outside. His eyes were full of solemnity. Silently, he also looked at this small world. There was a sigh on his face. I didn't expect that the taking imperial palace with 2 emperors would be so generous. A small world was directly built and stands here. As the facade of the imperial palace. In this small world, I'm afraid that anyone who enters at random will be left to live or die and be controlled by others. But for me now, it doesn't have much effect. Jin Huang gave a slow laugh, then stepped forward and slipped into the small world. Appeared in front of an unusually grand and majestic palace. On top of that towering plaque, the big characters of taking imperial palace seem to exude endless majesty. It reflects everyone who comes here. Holy Emperor Venerable, come out and die. You've all escaped here, where else do you want to escape to? Jin Huang smiled slowly, and his voice spread from the sky above the main hall to the entire small world. This moment, countless taking imperial palace disciples, elders, and palace masters. They all turned into thousands of streams of light. Revealed in front of and around Jin Huang. Surround him. His eyes showed vigilance and majesty. Who dares to come to my taking imperial palace and shout? And dare to call me Emperor Venerable? The speaker was an elder from the taking imperial palace branch. His face is extremely thin and his body is gaunt. But he just finished speaking. Everyone present suddenly saw it. The man's body suddenly exploded into a ball of blood foam, which disappeared. A sudden and shocking change. Everyone in the venue was immediately startled. They all took out their own treasures, activated their cultivation, and began to attack the golden phoenix. The branch elder who died. His name is Qi Hun. It is the human sovereign realm, the pinnacle of power. It's just one step away from entering the holy realm. Now he died suddenly and inexplicably? Not even a hint of warning. Of course they all thought it was the golden phoenix in front of them who moved their hands. So immediately, everyone wanted to capture Jin Huang. Stop! At this moment, a steady scolding sound came. Everyone looked back. I saw a middle-aged man wearing an imperial robe and an imperial crown walking out of the taking palace. He was extremely majestic. It was another great emperor from the taking imperial palace. Huan Emperor Venerable. See Emperor Venerable. Seeing the middle-aged man walking out, everyone around him immediately paid their respects to him. The body leaned slightly. He looked extremely respectful. Get up. None of you are a match for this person. The middle-aged man spoke slowly, his eyes focused, and then he looked at the golden phoenix above. With a flicker of his body, he also swept up. Face to face with Jin Huang, the confrontation began. A wisp of the emperor's breath spreads out. Your Excellency, I have just listened to Emperor Venerable. I wonder if my brother can show me your dignity. Save Emperor Venerable's life. Just think that I, the taking imperial palace, owe you two brothers and sisters a favor. Saying that, Huan Emperor Venerable also slightly raised his hand. He rushed towards Golden Phoenix, bowed slightly, and said softly. Do you think you are very kind? When that old Saint Yuan captured my brother and sister, he wanted to kill us. Now you just want to pass over this mere favor. This is too easy. Jin Huang stood with his hands behind his hands and said calmly. The aura emanating from the Huan Emperor Venerable did not pose any threat to him. Even if he wanted to. The aura emanating from it made Huan Emperor Venerable kneel down immediately. It was not impossible. As expected, isn't it still possible? So and so. In my taking imperial palace, I have one family and two emperors. When one falls, all fall, and when one remains, all remain. If you want to kill him, the two of us will have no choice but to join forces to fight against you. Even if you cultivate to transcendent. But after all, this is also in my little world. You want to kill our two Emperor Venerables, but it's not that easy. Huan Emperor Venerable spoke slowly. Between his eyebrows, although he was not very confident, he was not too fearful at the same time. After all, they are both one-side Emperor Venerable. He has lived for who knows how many thousands of years. Now that he is facing a strong person like Jin Huang again, he can deal with it calmly and calmly. Then you can try it to your heart's content. Jin Huang also spoke slowly. Wearing robes, there is no wind. At the same time, a terrifying aura and pressure also spread out from his body. In an instant, it permeated the entire small world. The sky is turbulent. Thunder and lightning. It seemed as if the world was about to end immediately. Disperse. Seeing this situation, Huan Emperor Venerable's expression did not change. Instead, he pointed towards the sky and pointed out. The whole world has regained its clarity. It was as if everything just now had never happened. In my world, it's not your turn to be arrogant. Huan Emperor Venerable said in a deep voice. Then he waved his big hand, and there was a giant hand with the power of world rules on the sky. Caught with a bang. Carrying infinite destructive power. It made the surrounding space feel dull and depressed. The giant hand fell straight down. Heading straight towards it, Golden Phoenix caught him. The Golden Phoenix soared into the sky and stood calmly under the giant hand. Then he pointed out. Break. Jin Huang faintly spat out this word. The giant hand transformed from the power of the world collapsed. They all turned into soot and collapsed. Huan Emperor Venerable's face revealed a touch of solemnity. Flying in the sky. The sword pointed out again. In the sky, there was suddenly a giant sword condensed with the power of countless worlds. Heading towards the Golden Phoenix, it shot down. The mighty breath fills every corner of this world. Countless elders and disciples from the taking imperial palace saw this. All of them looked frightened. According to legend, Huan Emperor Venerable has already entered the Emperor Venerable 8th layer realm, and is almost the pinnacle of the entire southern underworld. I wonder where this young man came from. Can you actually take the palm of Emperor Venerable from Huan? It's really terrible. Countless taking imperial palace disciples and elders were talking about it. Chapter 81. Sword rain poured down from the sky. Every giant sword here is full of monstrous destructive power. Contains infinite sword intent. Even a powerful person at the pinnacle of the holy realm. Under this giant sword, there is no choice but to let it penetrate the body. The body dies and the Tao disappears, leaving no resistance. This is a sword formation capable of killing an emperor. Taking sword formation. Huan Emperor Venerable shouted softly. Then he pointed his sword at Jin Huang. The sword rain in the sky flew straight towards the golden phoenix. Set off the infinite sword power. Jin Huang's eyebrows slightly condensed. After seeing this, he slowly raised his fist and then punched out. This punch was extremely dull. But at the moment of the punch, Huan Emperor Venerable could see it clearly. His scattered sword array all over the sky fell apart under this punch. Completely broken. It turned into smoke and dissipated. Even the small world he built here. At this moment, there are almost signs of collapse. Tiny cracks appeared and spread quickly. This young man's punch was so terrifying. Huan Emperor Venerable was shocked. The sword formation was destroyed, and Huan Emperor Venerable spat out a mouthful of blood. Encountered a backlash from the sword array. Holy Yuan Emperor Venerable, if you don't take action now, when will you wait? There were many internal injuries in the body. At this moment, Huan Emperor Venerable had to shout loudly immediately, and his voice spread to the depths of the palace. After hearing this, another powerful aura of Dao Emperor Venerable realm rose up. The Holy Yuan Emperor Venerable also appeared in the air, looking shocked. Prepare to join forces with Huan Emperor Venerable to fight against the Golden Phoenix. Through the brief fight with him just now, Emperor Venerable, has actually clearly realized it. Golden Phoenix has reached a realm above Emperor Venerable. He is unbeatable. That's why he ran away. Returned to the Taking Emperor's palace. The original idea was to use the laws of the small world and the power of Huan Emperor Venerable to eradicate the Golden Phoenix. Or at least be able to curb one or two of them. Then he secretly took action to get rid of Jin Huang. But now Emperor Venerable has discovered. It was actually Lin Huan, Emperor Venerable, uniting the power of the laws of the small world. None of them are this person's opponent. This made Sheng Yuan Emperor Venerable's face look a little ugly for a moment. After the power of his own world emerged, he immediately stepped forward and started fighting with Jin Huang. Boom! 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 Countless roaring sounds exploded. Echoed in everyone's ears. With Huan Emperor Venerable and Sheng Yuan Emperor Venerable, every time they take action, they seem to be approaching the limit of this small world. If you are not careful, the world will collapse. Treasures fly everywhere. Martial arts are endless. Although the two men's offensive was fierce, Jin Huang dealt with it with ease. He stretched out one hand and easily defused all the attacks from the two of them. Until dozens of breaths later, Jin Huang seemed to know that this was the limit for the two of them. So he struck out with one palm. The two Emperor Venerables, Huan and Sheng Yuan, were sent flying to the ground. The Golden Phoenix followed the trend. He punched Emperor Venerable in the face with a punch and then lifted him up. Jin Huang then raised his eyebrows. He looked at Huan Emperor Venerable, with a hint of warning and coldness in his eyes. Sheng Yuan Emperor Venerable, he is definitely killed today. If this Huan Emperor Venerable wants to force his way in, he doesn't mind. Kill all the two Emperor Venerables in the Taking Imperial Palace. After sensing the coldness and killing intent in Jin Huang's eyes, there is also a chill behind Huan Emperor Venerable. A look of hesitation flashed across his face. His Taking Imperial Palace can be at the top of the power in the eastern region. It's entirely because of the existence of a double emperor. The reason why he had to forcefully save Emperor Venerable. It was also because I didn't want him to die easily. As a result, the strength of the Taking Imperial Palace was reduced. But now, as Jin Huang's strength is fully revealed, a crushing trend has been formed. Huan Emperor Venerable also hesitated. If he continues to stop him, I'm afraid he will end up like Emperor Venerable, who will die here. Huan Emperor Venerable frowned deeply. The lives of others are really not worth compared to your own life. After hesitating for a while, Huan Emperor Venerable still chose to withdraw his hand and no longer be the enemy of Jin Huang. Your divine ability is amazing and can only be matched by me. I admire you very much. From today onwards, our taking Imperial Palace will no longer have the Holy Yuan Emperor Venerable. I had no choice but to take action against you before. Your Excellency, please help yourself. Huan Emperor Venerable slowly raised his fists and said with a slightly apologetic tone. His eyes were also slightly indifferent at this moment. Looking at the Holy Yuan Emperor Venerable being held by Jin Huang in his hand, it was as if he was looking at a dead person. Is this the power above the Emperor realm? Huan Emperor Venerable's thoughts flashed with great surprise. There is both emotion and yearning. That is the power they have been pursuing for tens of thousands of years. Now it turned out to be like this, appearing in front of my eyes. This makes Huan Emperor Venerable's emotions a little complicated. He didn't expect it either. In the southern underworld, there really is a guy with strength above the Emperor realm. He thought these guys. He has already run outside the southern underworld. Huan Emperor Venerable looked at Jin Huang and Sheng Yuan Emperor Venerable with his eyes. It seems that he wants to get it from Jin Huang. He found some breakthroughs, like secrets. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. Jin Huang still grinned faintly and spoke back. The voice was cold and unfazed. After hearing this, the Holy Yuan Emperor Venerable in his hand suddenly became frightened. He was shocked and said, Huan Emperor Venerable, no, you can't do this to me. The two of us have lived and died together for tens of thousands of years. You can't do this to me. Sheng Yuan Emperor Venerable seems extremely unbelievable. Extremely shocked. Huan Emperor Venerable would treat him like this? It was clearly him who asked him to find the Divine Phoenix clan in the first place. He also said that the Divine Phoenix could be refined into a pill. If you swallow it, you may be able to break through to a realm above Emperor Venerable. But now, the Divine Phoenix clan came to kill him, but Huan Emperor Venerable abandoned him so easily. This made Sheng Yuan, Emperor Venerable, somewhat unwilling. I will never die with my eyes in peace. It's obviously you. Sheng Yuan Emperor Venerable wants to say something else. But at this time, Jin Huang had already squeezed hard, and a majestic invisible force surged around him. Then he was squeezed into a puddle of minced meat. Even his soul exploded at this moment. Then ceased to exist. After doing all this, the golden phoenix stood calmly between heaven and earth. Stand with your hands behind your back. Then he looked at Huan Emperor Venerable. He slowly asked, have you ever heard of Ni Huang? Jin Huang's expression was indifferent. Full of a little coldness. It seemed that every time he mentioned this person, a little hatred and anger flashed in his eyes. Thousands of years ago, his wife was killed and his people were massacred. It was refined into the Divine Phoenix pill and swallowed. This is what this person did. Since then, Jin Huang has been looking for this person. Never give up. Now, after all, there is also an Emperor grade force here. He asked Huan questions, hoping to get some clues from him. After all, at this time, that person is at least in the Emperor Venerable realm, and even above the Emperor Venerable. Find this person and kill him. This is Jin Huang's only goal for the rest of his life. Chapter 82. I have never heard of this person. After listening to Jin Huang's question, Huan Emperor Venerable thought for a moment and then slowly clasped his fists. His demeanor was unusually respectful. This world respects the strong. Now Golden Phoenix is stronger than him. So even though he is Emperor Venerable, he has to bow down and obey his orders at this moment. The taking Imperial Palace has accumulated over tens of thousands of years. Only then did it achieve its current scale and status. If it was because of his momentary negligence that the 10,000-year foundation of the taking Imperial Palace would be destroyed today, then he will also become the eternal sinner of the taking Imperial Palace. Then forget it. If you are free, just help me look up this person. Jin Huang said slowly. Immediately afterwards, his figure flickered and disappeared into this small world. When it appears again, turning around, he had returned to the outside of the Lin family city. Lifting his feet, he stepped in. It only took a few hours for Jin Huang to go back and forth. Lin Feng waited for him for a long time but did not come back. Then he returned to the city and came to the sky above the hunting area in the back mountain. He rechecked the trial status of Lin Yan, Lin Xi and others. After the efforts of everyone just now. At this moment, Lin Yan, Lin Xi and their group had almost all arrived at the middle area of the hunting ground. At first a few people formed a team. Several third-level monsters were besieged and hunted. Now almost half of the Lin family disciples have at least one monster core. Such a situation. This is exactly what Lin Feng wants. After Jin Huang returned to the Lin family, he turned around and came to the back mountain hunting area. Standing next to Lin Feng. Is everything resolved? Lin Feng asked slowly. Although it was a question, in fact, the affirmation in the words still accounted for the majority. After all, with the strength of the 12th level Golden Phoenix monster. Within this realm, there are very few people or forces that can pose a threat to him. Jin Huang nodded slowly. His face was calm. Then he also said, this time when I came back from the eastern region, I seemed to have discovered some interesting things. There was some mystery in Jin Huang's eyes. Oh! What's interesting? After hearing this, Lin Feng became a little curious and continued to ask. To know. Golden Phoenix is also a character that existed more than 600,000 years ago. If there is something, it can arouse his interest. So this thing. It must be extraordinary. Between the eastern domain and the southern domain, there is a natural chasm where the zones are divided. I call it Tianyuan. There are hundreds of strange beasts inside, and they all have the Emperor Venerable Realm cultivation level. And there are some restrictions around that. Even when I came back through the void, I encountered some obstacles. I made some detours from Tianyuan before I successfully returned to the Lin family. Jin Huang said in a gentle voice, unhurriedly. It was as if he was talking about something unimportant. After saying this, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, my interest has become a bit great. What kind of restrictions? He can actually achieve the strength of the 12th level of the Golden Phoenix, but he still has to retreat? Could it be? Lin Feng suddenly had a very bold guess in his mind. Could it be? Does this have something to do with the restricted space that trapped him in the first place? Otherwise, how can this be explained? Even the 12th level Golden Phoenix cannot penetrate the Tianyuan restriction when it encounters it. In addition to making Lin Feng think of the restricted space, Lin Feng could no longer imagine anything else. Oh! Does Brother Lin know the origin of Tianyuan? Seeing that Lin Feng seemed to be reacting, Jin Huang frowned, stepped forward, and asked curiously. I don't know. But I probably have some guesses. It still needs to be verified before we can know. Lin Feng frowned and pondered for a while, then replied truthfully. After hearing this, Jin Huang just smiled and didn't ask too many questions. After all, if Lin Feng wanted to say something, he must have said it long ago. And if Lin Feng doesn't want to say it, no matter how much he inquires, it will only do him harm and no good. Him to Lin Feng. There is also absolute trust. Several more hours passed. Jin Huang accompanied Lin Feng and watched everyone's trials in the hunting area for a while. Then he swayed and turned back to his room. Lin Feng has always stayed here. Until the 10th day later. The trial for everyone is over. Lin Yan, Lin Xi and others have all come out of it, exuding high morale and fighting spirit. The entire Lin family disciple team seemed to be a little calmer because of this. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. After checking the number of monster cores in their hands, Lin Feng asked them to go back and rest for a while. Then enter the 100 refining tower to practice. Then come back and repeat the same trial. A few months passed in the blink of an eye. In the past few months, Lin Feng asked Lin Yan, Lin Xi, Lin Qing and others to lead all Lin family disciples to practice in this way. The strength of everyone has once again made a major, qualitative leap. Among them, Lin Yan has completely reached the pinnacle of the reincarnation realm. There is only one step left to enter the Yingdan realm. And Lin Xi also successfully entered the fourth layer realm of reincarnation. Going further, the gap with Lin Yan was narrowed. As for Lin Qing, Lin Huan, Chen Tianji, and others, they have entered the peak of the earthly evil realm, the earthly evil realm first layer heaven and the heavenly dipper realm second layer heaven. The rest of the Lin family disciples, those with the worst cultivation, have at least entered the heavenly dipper realm. And his fighting power is extraordinary. Almost everyone has varying degrees of ability to challenge themselves. Looking at the dozens of younger generation disciples of the Lin family, at this age, to reach this level of cultivation, almost everyone in the outside world is already a monster-like existence. It's terrifying. But Lin Feng knew it clearly. The improvement of cultivation realm is indeed very rapid in the early stage. But the later it gets, the more difficult it becomes. Especially the improvement of Dongxi realm and human sovereign realm. Even with the help of the most precious 100 refining tower, coupled with the excellent cultivation talents of Lin Yan, Lin Xi, Lin Qing and others, it will take at least several decades to achieve this. Not to mention the holy realm and the venerable realm above. Lin Feng also hesitated. Should he start implementing the plan he had in mind before? With a few months later, the strength and cultivation of the Lin family disciples have been greatly improved. Lin Feng then handed over all the affairs of the Lin family to his parents and the ancestors of the Lin family. In addition, Jin Huang assisted from the side. Lin Feng's figure swayed. Turning around and relieved, we arrived at the place beyond the chasm that Jin Huang had mentioned. Stand with your hands behind your back. Divine consciousness detects it. The majestic restriction spreads straight along this natural chasm tens of thousands of feet deep. See it with the naked eye. This chasm is so long that there is almost no end in sight. On either side of it, there are infinite restrictions, like two high walls, extending straight up. Straight towards the sky. It's as if something extremely terrifying is trapped down here. Inaccessible. Can't cross it either. Chapter 83. The majestic restrictions extend from both sides of the chasm, straight into the sky. Lin Feng glanced briefly. Then he raised his hand and touched it, and sure enough he felt a familiar restraining force that bounced him back. Sizzling sound. Lin Feng smiled slowly. Immediately, he stopped paying too much attention and just stepped forward. The restrictions that could hinder the powerful Emperor Venerable Realm did not hinder Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng entered easily. Then his body kept falling, and the wind roared in his ears. Until a few hours later, Lin Feng finally fell to the depths of the chasm. Then he raised his head and looked into the distance, showing his concentration. Then he slowly raised his feet and walked forward slowly. Although this restraining force is tyrannical, but compared with the original penalty area space, it is still not worth mentioning. It's somewhat similar, but not at all. It can be said. Compared with the forbidden space, the restrictions here are simply inferior to the low-end version. Lin Feng is naturally nothing to be afraid of. The chasm is tens of thousands of feet deep and hundreds of feet wide. Look up from here and look towards the sky. Only a faint, bright, and thin line can be seen, gradually fading and fading. The road ahead and the surrounding area were all pitch black, and you couldn't see your fingers. The cold wind at the bottom of the ditch. It was even more bone-chilling. There seemed to be a hint of sharp sword energy in it, which could cut through someone's clothes and skin. And as Yu Chao walked towards the front, the sword energy contained in this cold wind will become even more powerful. In this gap, the sword energy is really strong. But for me, these still can't hurt me at all. Lin Feng slowly raised his feet and walked slowly towards the depths of the chasm. He whispered in his mouth. The gap is like a slope. The further you go, the lower the slope becomes and the deeper you go into the ground. And in the cold wind blowing, although the sword aura is overwhelming, but he still couldn't hurt Lin Feng at all. With every step he took, those sharp sword energies came out. Just 100 steps away, all of them were dissolved and dissipated. This is due to Lin Feng's realm. Call out. Suddenly, it was also at this time. A sharp sound broke through the air. A relatively powerful sword energy turned into a long sword and shot towards Lin Feng. It seemed as if it could penetrate the void. The power contained in it, enough to kill a powerful person in the Holy Realm. Lin Feng raised his hand and stretched out his 2 fingers. Gently pinch this sword energy, and then let it collapse. His eyes slowly looked forward. A huge creature, dozens of feet tall, suddenly appeared in front of him. This is what Jin Huang said. Alien beasts that exist under the abyss. Each one is comparable to the powerful human Emperor Venerable Realm. They are huge in size, tens of hundreds of feet tall. The face is hideous and ugly, with prominent fangs. There are spikes on the back, a fierce look in the eyes, and a roar. That sword energy of terrifying power. It is emanating from them. Is this the strange beast in the abyss of heaven and earth? Sure enough, as Jin Huang said, the sword energy in his body is very strong. Lin Feng walked up to the strange beast and looked at it carefully. There was surprise in his eyes. Roar! The strange beast seemed to feel that this man was provoking him, and roared. Shocked throughout the world. Then it wanted to bite it, and its sharp teeth rushed straight towards Lin Feng's head. But that was the moment it opened its mouth. Lin Feng lightly passed by with his palm, and the strange beast suddenly split into 2 pieces. It turned into a ball of sword energy and dispersed in the air. This strange beast seems more like a sword beast. Is it condensed from the sword energy accumulated over the years? Lin Feng said with surprise in his eyes, and he became more and more curious. What kind of sword energy can be so powerful? It can actually be born. A sword beast comparable to a powerful emperor of the Venerable Realm? And it seems that there are more than one sword beast under this chasm. I don't know what is at the source. The sword energy was absorbed into Lin Feng's body. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng took another step and continued to walk forward. Ho ho ho! As Lin Feng walked forward further, in the depths of the chasm, the sword energy became more intense. And the number of sword beasts he encountered increased. Starting with the first one, then the second one, and the third one. Then to the current group of sword beasts. Everyone suddenly appeared in front of Lin Feng. Each one has a cultivation level comparable to that of the Emperor's Venerable Realm. If it had been someone else coming here, even Emperor Venerable, facing so many sword beasts at the same time, I'm afraid everyone's scalp will go numb. He immediately turned around and ran away. Or be torn into pieces by these sword beasts in an instant. Nothing left. But at this time, when Lin Feng saw these sword beasts, his eyes were shining brightly. After killing each of these sword beasts, a ball of sword energy comparable to the Emperor's Venerable Realm cultivation will emerge from his body. Then it was absorbed into his body. Although Lin Feng's cultivation level feels that it has no upper limit. But after these sword energy entered his body, it can also help it grow, such an extremely gentle touch. This made Lin Feng feel a great joy. To know. After coming out of the forbidden space, his cultivation has been at a standstill. It's difficult to make an inch of progress. But now these sword energy here. It actually made him grow so much. Although extremely superficial. It is worse than a drop of water in the ocean. But this is enough to make Lin Feng feel happy. Boom boom boom. Lin Feng pointed out and waved it casually. The dozens of sword beasts in front of him. The sword suddenly burst open, and then quickly turned into balls of sword energy, pouring into his body. Lin Feng continued to walk forward. As he walked, he was hunting these sword beasts. Certainly. For him, as long as there are some sword beasts with Imperial Venerable Realm cultivation, he is more interested. Those lower level sword beasts. He didn't even look at it. Let them go. I am thinking about bringing the Lin family disciples here for some training sometime. This can be regarded as a good secret realm. Lin Feng nodded and thought with a smile. The body moves forward slowly. If this continues, a few more days will pass. Lin Feng quickened his pace. After finishing hunting almost all the Imperial Venerable Realm sword beasts, he finally reached the deepest part of this chasm. The deepest part of the abyss. He looked at the thing at the front. It was an ancient sword inserted vertically into the wall. There are several powerful sealing circles around it, restraining it. The sword is stained with rust. It seems like it will break apart at any moment. I don't know how many thousands of years it has existed here. Those infinite sword energy. It was caused by a ray of light leaking from it all year round. Lin Feng had a look of concentration in his eyes. Slowly walked forward. He held the ancient sword and pulled it out. For a moment, the restraining array around the ancient sword violently resisted. But how can they compare to Lin Feng's power? The moment Lin Feng held the hilt of the ancient sword, the surrounding restraining array suddenly collapsed. And Lin Feng also successfully held the ancient sword in his hand. Attention and concentration. He looked up and down. Chapter 84. This ancient sword is completely black and feels heavy in the hand. There is only one layer on the surface, which seems to be mottled with rust. The moment Lin Feng pulled it out from the stone wall, infinite terrifying sword energy overflowed from the ancient sword. It instantly filled the entire abyss. Lin Feng raised his wrist lightly. The majestic sword energy impacted his palm. It seems that this ancient sword wants to break away from his shackles. After all, it had just broken through the constraints of the forbidden circle. Now it has fallen into Lin Feng's hands again. It also wants to be free. Sensing Gu Jian's thoughts, Lin Feng simply smiled. Immediately, a vast force was injected into the ancient sword. After getting the ancient sword, he instantly became quiet. Lin Feng then put it away and prepared to turn around and leave. Golden Phoenix seems to be missing one more weapon. This ancient sword is just right for him. Lin Feng smiled lightly and said slowly. Then he lifted his feet and stepped forward. It's also this time. From the stone wall behind the forbidden ancient sword, there was a flash of black light, but a black figure suddenly appeared. His appearance cannot be clearly seen. Standing high in the sky, he was extremely ecstatic and laughed crazily. Ha 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 ha! 600,000 years, a full 600,000 years. I, Gu Mo, finally escaped from this ban. Boy, were you the one who released me from it? Ja. In this case, your body belongs to me. The black figure looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, his expression extremely cheerful. Then his eyes narrowed. Then he suddenly glanced at Lin Feng not far away. After saying this with a sneer, there was a ruthless look on his entire face. Then one hand reached out towards Lin Feng and grabbed it. He is now in a soul-body state. You can't stay in this world for too long. Otherwise, spiritual consciousness will be damaged. That's why he urgently needs to find a physical body to possess. And obviously, Lin Feng, who is here now, is naturally his best choice. The arrest of the black figure was extremely terrifying. Even if a powerful Emperor Venerable Realm is here, his body may be imprisoned by him at this moment. Catch it in your hand. Unable to move at all. However, Lin Feng saw this black figure and grabbed him. There was a flash of joy and ridicule on his face. I feel like this person is somewhat overestimating his abilities. Then he raised his hand and grabbed it back. GG. You arrogant boy, how dare you fight against me? Stop resisting in vain. Did you know that even 600,000 years ago, those Emperor Venerables were still? Seeing Lin Feng grabbing him in reverse, the black figure sneered with disdain. Looks arrogant. He saw that Lin Feng was so young. I thought he didn't have any high level. Just bait left to be slaughtered by oneself. But it was also immediate and quick. His expression suddenly changed. Immediately afterwards, there was an extremely incredible and shocked look. His face was filled with fear and shock. No, how is this possible? How do you have such powerful power? The black figure's face was full of surprise and fear. A vast power instantly enveloped his body. He was immediately restrained all over. Then Lin Feng lifted him into the air like a chicken. He couldn't move at all. Huh? What did you say? What happened to those Emperor Venerables from more than 600,000 years ago? Lin Feng asked the black figure in front of him interestingly. His eyes were filled with a bit of coercion and coercion. There was a vague war 600,000 years ago, which was earth-shattering. He still knew this. And during that battle, almost all the Emperor Venerables in the southern underworld have died. Naturally, This also includes the great emperor of his Lin family. However, he had also asked Lin Zhan, the ancestor of the Lin family, about this matter. However, Lin Zhan said that he was not qualified enough to know. Now Lin Feng has caught another guy who was sealed here 600,000 years ago. Of course he wants to stay here. Enough information has been obtained. Lin Feng stared at the person in front of him. A faint ray of coercion spread out from him. Oppression fell on this person. Then Lin Feng continued to ask, "Tell me, what happened 600,000 years ago?" Lin Feng's voice was indifferent. Calm and calm. This person is only in a soul state, and has been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years. At this time, they still retain strength comparable to the Emperor Venerable Realm? Even ordinary Emperor Venerable Realm. They are not necessarily this person's opponent. This also made Lin Feng suddenly curious about him. The black figure's cultivation and body were imprisoned by Lin Feng. It was already quite painful at this moment. But with Lin Feng's pressure, he pressed on him again. Only then did the black figure suddenly feel what severe pain was. That feeling of soul being squeezed. On the verge of destruction but always present. It made him feel like he was in hell, even more painful than being burned by fire. Ah! The black shadow let out a heart-rending scream. There were a few traces of ecstasy and hatred in his eyes before. At this moment, they are almost replaced by the color of pain. He faced Lin Feng in front of him. Already full of incomparable fear. I said. The painful wailing lasted for dozens of breaths. The black figure couldn't bear the pain anymore, so he chose to compromise. Good. After Lin Feng saw this, he also withdrew the pressure on him. Let him go. Get ready to hear him speak. He originally planned that if this person didn't say anything anymore, then he would have to search for his soul. But now this person has chosen to compromise. Then Lin Feng will naturally not embarrass him again. What happened 600,000 years ago? Actually, it's like this. After the black figure got rid of Lin Feng's control, his expression immediately became relaxed. A flash of secret joy quickly flashed in his eyes. Then he turned around and immediately turned into a stream of black light, flying towards the sky. Submerged into the void, never to be seen again. Snort! The black shadow in the sky snorted coldly. He thought that the person in front of him had extraordinary cultivation and skills. He is a wily and calculating person. But I didn't expect that this kid was just a fool. He was just pretending to compromise. This kid actually got fooled. Let him go. This made Haiying feel a little lucky or happy in his heart. But the severe pain was really severe pain. If it takes dozens of breaths, maybe he really can't hold on any longer. Even if he does all the tricks by then, his consciousness may still be damaged. Think back to the consequences. The black figure was still afraid. The flow of light escapes extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, the black figure had already flown millions of miles away. The junction from the southern domain to the eastern domain. Arriving at a certain desert land in the western region. He suddenly stopped. I found a ruins and hid underneath. Prepare to recuperate, and then find an emperor venerable to take over. The black figure felt a little relieved now. Chapter 85. Run, why don't you keep running? Just when the figure in black robe stopped, ready to take a breath and plan the next thing. At this time, Lin Feng's figure. But he slowly walked out from behind him. Then looked at him with a smile. His expression was still calm and very gentle. You. The expression on the black figure's face turned pale with fright, staring at Lin Feng in horror. Pointing a finger at him, he said in extreme shock. It's just that at this moment, he can't say a word. Turn around immediately. It turned into a black stream of light and quickly flew into the void. Travel through it. Disappear. His flowing light escape was a unique skill that made him famous while his body was still alive. It can instantly transmigrate voids and distances of millions of miles. And there is no limit to the number of times. It's just that it consumes a lot of money in terms of cultivation. Although he is now using his soul body posture, his speed is still not slow. Black Shadow couldn't think of it anyway. This young man in front of me. How did you catch up with yourself? Is it possible that his strength is actually much stronger than that of himself at his peak? The black figure revealed a strong unwillingness in his heart. The figure shook. He has already jumped millions of miles away, arriving at an ice and snow mountain in the northern territory. Thousands of feet down, a cave was dug out. Then he got into it and hid. However, that was the black figure, who was alert, and when Lin Feng chased after him again. Lin Feng under the desert ruins of the western region. But he smiled slowly. Then he raised his hand and grabbed it into the void. Suddenly, a vast force spread across millions of miles. The black shadow hiding in the depths of the northern territory. He grabbed him with a palm and imprisoned him. Then he raised his hand and pulled it back, and the black figure returned to Lin Feng in an instant. I saw Lin Feng's gentle smile. This is impossible. How can this be? You have actually reached that level of strength. The black figure murmured in disbelief in a daze. His expression was still one of extreme surprise. After Lin Feng heard this, he smiled lightly and didn't explain too much to him. Instead, he said directly in a deep voice, "Since you don't want to say it, then don't blame me and just use soul search on you. I don't have that much patience to play with you anymore." Lin Feng's voice was solemn. After saying that, his 5 fingers suddenly covered the black figure's head. In an instant, the black figure showed a ferocious and painful expression on his face. Search the soul in the soul state. This will undoubtedly cause irreversible damage to his soul. This moment, even though he was a black figure, he had to really beg for mercy. "No, do not want," I said. "We are actually all members of the Shaking Sky clan. It's someone from outside this world." Before He finished speaking, Lin Feng had already intensified his search efforts. The majestic spiritual consciousness is rampaging in the black shadow sea of consciousness, searching for everything related to this person. Next moment, the black figure's eyes suddenly glazed over. It was as if he had lost his mind and could no longer speak. He seemed to have lost the ability to think. And at this time, Lin Feng also slowly opened his eyes. After squeezing the black shadow in front of him casually, I also pondered deeply. After passing the soul search of the black shadow just now, Lin Feng finally learned something about the war 600,000 years ago. And some of the origins of this black figure turn out to be. This black figure actually comes from outside the southern underworld. In the 3000 Great World, a family tribe in a higher plane called Shenlja. The name is Shakian clan. In this world, above the Emperor realm, it is divided into 5 realms. They are the 1st to 5th realms respectively. Above the Emperor realm is the 1st realm. Above this is the 2nd realm. Just like the Golden Phoenix at this time. Although it is the 12th level in the monster class. But if you are in the realm of God's separation, then he is equivalent to the strength of the 1st level. It also belongs to the middle and upper reaches and other realms. This black figure was still alive 600,000 years ago. At its peak, it was also the 1st level of strength. And among the Shout-Yen clan, he is a general level existence. More than 600,000 years ago. In the Shenli realm, the Shout-Yen clan, a second-class family, wanted to move out of the Shenli realm. Find a new plane again as a place for family reproduction. So they chose the southern underworld as a strategic location. Launched a fierce interface battle. Countless tribesmen and soldiers from the Shaking Sky clan came to the south underworld and tried to invade. During those 100 years, the southern underworld is almost completely dark, with rivers of blood flowing from it. Life is ruined. The entire southern underworld was almost destroyed. All the people in the Nanming realm almost became slaves of the Shout-Yen clan. In the end, it was still the strong man in the venerable realm who was the countless emperor. With joint efforts, we were able to barely defeat the Shout-Yen clan. But that's why. In that battle, the emperor of the entire southern underworld, the venerable realm, was strong. Almost all the troops were destroyed and ceased to exist. Tian Yuan was all the emperor venerables in the southern underworld back then who used ancient swords. The strongest blow of the combination, formed. Unfortunately, only one general of the Shaking Sky clan was killed. That is, the Black Shadow. His body was destroyed and his soul was sealed to this day. Until now Lin Feng released him. This completely destroyed him. As for Lin Feng's own realm, Lin Feng roughly estimated that he should also be in the 5 realms. It is probably at the 5th level of perfection. I don't know how the forbidden space was formed. How could he be allowed to be in this realm? Has it reached the 5th realm? I'm afraid its origin and formation are by no means as simple as what Lin Feng seems to know. After simply pondering for a while, Lin Feng quickly gave up. Lift your foot and step forward. Then he turned around and returned to the Lin family city. Now the seal of the ancient sword is broken, and the people of the Shout Yen clan are born. I'm afraid that other Shout Yen clan members will also feel it later. Come to attack the southern underworld again. The Lin family must also become stronger within this period of time. After returning to the Lin family, Lin Feng handed the ancient sword to Jin Huang for safekeeping, and told him some things between Tianyuan and Heiying. After the rust on the ancient sword was removed, it was still full of sword energy. Black and shiny. The word Zhentian is left on the blade of the sword near the hilt. Obviously this is a treasure. It is already a grade beyond Emperor grade. After getting the Golden Phoenix, he was also very happy. Except for this one thing. Lin Feng is also more rigorous and strict with the cultivation of Lin family disciples. Not only did it increase the difficulty of the back mountain trial. A few days later, Lin Feng also took all the Lin family disciples to the depths of the Tianyuan. Let them hunt the sword beasts. Use this to obtain sword energy and directly improve your cultivation. Chapter 86. Although Tianyuan's restriction is strong, for Lin Feng, but it can also easily shuttle across. That restriction did not constitute any obstacle to him. After sending Lin Yan, Lin Xi and other Lin family disciples into the Tianyuan underground, Lin Feng stood aside and kept watch. He even used sword energy from time to time to gather some low-level sword beasts and release them. Let the disciples of the Lin family hunt and train to improve. Time goes by like this, minute by minute. The eastern region is close to the central region. Tianyuan Pavilion, a few days ago. Almost at the same time Lin Feng pulled out the ancient sword. In the attic, an old man with white hair and beard sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked pale. The white robe was dyed red. Feeling weak all over. It was as if he had been seriously injured. The fortunes have changed, and troubled times are about to arise. Soon in the southern underworld, something big may happen. The old man in white robe slowly opened his eyes and said aloud, with a solemn expression. His face is old and wrinkled. But there is softness in his eyes. It seems as if I feel sad about what is about to happen in this world. Master, what happened? Why did your deduction receive such backlash? Seeing that the old man in white robe was so seriously injured, he vomited blood. Several middle-aged men sitting cross-legged with him immediately came forward and asked with concern. No problem. The old man in white robe waved his hand. He looked at it for a moment, then continued, just now I used Dian technique to deduce the changes in the luck of the southern underworld, but I found that just now, a black spot appeared in the luck, and it is gradually expanding, gradually swallowing up the southern underworld. Luck in the underworld. I'm afraid that in a short while, the luck of the southern underworld will completely disappear. Master, can you deduce why this happened? After several middle-aged men heard this, they all frowned slightly and immediately asked with some concern. You know, the luck in the southern underworld. But it is related to the whole life of the southern underworld. If there is a problem with luck, then this will also mean something big will happen in the entire southern underworld. No. The old man in white robe slowly shook his head. There was a little sigh and helplessness in his eyes. But I can only vaguely guess. The person who should be robbed has already appeared. He will lead us in the southern underworld through the entire crisis. The old man in white robe spoke slowly again. The brows seemed to be filled with a lot of affirmation and confidence in this person. To know. With his Emperor Venerable Realm 6th layer heavenly cultivation, he uses the great extrapolation technique. All things can be deduced originally. But just now, he couldn't deduce any information about this person's origins. And it was also counterattacked by heaven. It is enough to see that this person's cultivation and realm are extremely extraordinary. This made the old man in white robe. In the dim darkness, I saw some light. The person who deserves to be robbed. After hearing the sound, several middle-aged men looked at each other. There was some doubt in his eyes. According to legend, there will be troubled times in the mortal plane. Then there will definitely be people who will emerge to cope with the calamity. Only. At this moment, the middle-aged men among them heard that even their master could not carefully deduce this person's identity, background, and origin. This indeed made them feel a little surprised. But in troubled times, opportunities will arise everywhere in the world, and storms will surge. These next few years, I'm afraid that the southern underworld will also change drastically. Everyone, please stand down and inform the other great emperors about this matter. The southern underworld is in chaos, and we all need them. We should make preparations early. The old man in white robe said slowly again, his tone full of unquestionable and firmness. The words finished.